with a hint of suspicion as she looked once more at the two women. Rain immediately had a clear understanding in his heart. It seemed Anna harbored the same thoughts as him, not wanting to overly worry their parents about the matter. "Mother, Aunt Seema must have seen wrong, as I didn't see anyone with hyenas when I came back either." "Is that so? Seema really is getting old. Her eyesight is going." Hearing Rain say the same, Mother Emma finally relaxed and stopped probing into the matter. After dinner, Rain went back to his room. But shortly after, there was a knock at the door. "Come in." It was Anna knocking, and little Bowie was also peeking around the doorway. "Come on in, both of you." Once the two women were inside, Rain closed the door and said in a low voice, "Don't worry about the hyena gang. I'll handle it. And, Anna, thank you for not telling my parents about this. Otherwise, it would have just caused them unnecessary worry." No, it should be me thanking you, Rain. "You've helped me once again," Anna said, lowering her head with interlocked fingers, nervously twisting the hem of her long waist-clinching dress. Little Bo, he giggled and said to Anna, "Sister Anna, if you pull any more, the dress will tear." Anna immediately let go of her hands, but realizing Bo he was teasing her, a blush couldn't help but spread across her face. After Anna and Bo he had left, Rain remembered to check the system notifications. "Your skill giant bear sword technique has been improved. Experience plus 67. You have been through a battle. Night Watchman professional experience points plus 34. The experience points were not much. It was expected. After all, a few gang members were involved, and their contribution to the experience points probably largely came from those few hyenas. Rain glanced at the remaining one skill point he had and, after a moment of thought, decided to continue to allocate it to the blacksmith strength. Since he was about to go do a job, naturally, he had to invest points in a skill that could decisive hammer. After blacksmith strength was upgraded from LV3 to LV4, the text suddenly distorted. What used to be the blacksmith strength in 4 characters was changed to strength burst, which could not help but greatly surprise Rain. There was such a change. Her skill, strength burst, active, effect. When the skill is activated, your strength will double. Note: this skill originates from the blacksmith's strength pushed to its limit, and its duration is directly proportional to the host's constitution and spiritual power. Note: this skill cannot be further improved at this stage. Rain noticed that after the evolution of blacksmith strength into strength burst, not only had the name changed, but the LV sign was also gone, indicating that the core skill strength burst, like dark vision, could no longer be enhanced through skill points. Moreover, the description of the skill effect had undergone a significant change from greatly enhanced to doubled. This change perfectly complies with the rule less is more. Doubled. This meant that during the period the skill was activated, Rain's current 10 points of strength would instantly increase to 20 points. This already surpassed the likes of an official knight like Hamilton and was on par with the ferocious hyena men, perhaps even slightly beyond. What does this imply? This means that as long as the enemy's strength is below that of an official knight, during the duration of strength burst, it would be nearly impossible for them to match Rain in strength. What this represents goes without saying. Rain licked his lips, his corners turning up slightly. This really came at the right time. Previously, when Rain was interrogating the leader of the hyena gang in the dense forest, he had asked about the strength of Dog King Cole. "Is your boss Cole an official knight?" The other party shook his head. At that moment, Rain was greatly relieved. At the same time, a plan slowly started to take shape in his mind. Since the strength of Dog King Cole was not that of an official knight, he was in trouble. Revenge couldn't wait for another day. Rain intended to strike directly at the heart of the hyena gang before they could react. Previously, faced with the assassination among the heirs of Earl Harris's family, Rain had already been boiling with rage. But there was no helping it. The situation was stronger than people. And now these hyena gang were bullying him? After some thought, Rain took out a small sharpening stone he had purchased from blacksmith Boris and dropped a few drops of oil on it. He then picked up the fine steel greatsword and started to sharpen it energetically. The dual-handed greatsword had a tiny notch that had been damaged by a black dagger during a fight with an assassin. As the greatsword was sharpened on the oilstone, the fine notch on the blade soon became barely visible, becoming incredibly sharp once again. Was that the end of it? No. Coat it with paralyzing poison? Too kind. Coat it with wounding poison? Still not quite right. So deadly poison was the best choice. Rain took out a black square bottle and poured a few drops of brownish poison liquid onto a small piece of cloth, then gently wiped the fine steel greatsword with the cloth, mainly on both sides of the blade. Oh, not enough to use. Rain discovered that applying poison to the dual-handed greatsword really used a lot of the poison. After adding it 3 times, it still wasn't enough. Finally, Rain poured about 1/3 of the bottle before it was sufficient. He applied it to both sides of the blade, front and back. Looking at the fine steel greatsword emitting a faint green glow, Rain finally nodded in satisfaction, then wrapped the greatsword again in sheepskin. After checking one more time, Rain seemed to remember something, took out a long of gray cloth, fiddled with it on his face, and used a black dagger to cut 2 holes in the middle before tucking it into his chest. Everything was ready. Before departing, Rain still practiced the giant bear breathing technique for a while. A fist always ready, a song always on the lips. As long as he was breathing, the practice of the breathing technique would never stop. However, Rain was very good at controlling the extent in order to adjust his body's functions to their optimal state. After his family had fallen asleep, Rain quietly left the house through the second-floor window. Looking up, Rain noticed the sky was pitch black tonight, devoid of moonlight and starlight, covered instead with thick clouds. With his night watchman core skill dark vision, Rain felt no discomfort. Instead, he felt a slight thrill. His heart beating a bit faster, he carefully avoided the patrolling night watchman and hastened toward County Town. According to the information he had extracted earlier, he needed to follow the main road heading north, and after about an hour's walk, he would see the conspicuous sign of the dog-fighting farm. After seeing the sign and turning right, another 5 minutes walk would bring him to the dog-fighting farm. Before long, having covered most of the distance, Rain suddenly felt his face getting wet. He looked up and saw the dark, unlit sky now starting to drizzle. This was actually a good sign. Rainy nights, perfect for murder without leaving traces. Carrying a sheepskin-wrapped greatsword, Rain first walked a full circle around the dog-fighting farm from a distance. Originally, he had planned to hop directly over a fence into the farm. But with his passive skill, Danger Perception LV1, Rain felt something was off as soon as he approached the birch fence. He faintly sensed danger, as if climbing over the fence would be perilous. Therefore, Rain stood outside the fence and inspected the inside carefully. With his dark vision, he quickly spotted the problem. It turned out that behind the fence, in the wooded area, the ground was lined with many large wild boar traps, the serrated jaws of the traps covered with fallen leaves. If one wasn't observant, they would be hard to notice. If one were to get caught, there was a high probability of breaking a shin bone, unless you were a knight wearing thick plate armor boots. Beyond that, Rain also spotted quite a few doghouses in the orchard. These half-meter-tall doghouses were almost all occupied, each housing a glossy-furred fierce dog. The night rain grew heavier. The sound of the pouring rain, Waralala, masked Rain's footsteps and also diluted his scent, allowing Rain to observe the dog-fighting farm from outside at ease. After a moment's thought, Rain quickly circled back to the main entrance of the dog-fighting farm. Although it was very late, he could still faintly hear bursts of cheering coming from inside. Clearly, some dogfight competition was still ongoing inside the farm. This was a bit later than Rain had anticipated. Thinking it over, Rain decided to wait a little longer before making his move. It would be better to act after the dogfight competition inside had ended and the crowd had dispersed. After all, not everyone who came for the dogfight belonged to the hyena gang. A significant portion were customers from County Town. Rain even saw several carriages, each bearing various intricate designs representing the family crests of some nobles. This indicated that at least some nobles' heirs came to this dog-fighting farm in Coer for entertainment. It seems the rumor that the hyena gang had backing was probably true. Not going to Hamilton was also the right move. As a lord and the town's security officer, Hamilton might agree to protect his family, but he definitely would not offend certain nobles in County Town for him, to eliminate the hyena gang. If it were doable, Hamilton would have done it by now. After all, from a security perspective, taking down the hyena gang would certainly be a notable achievement. But the hyena gang's continued existence must have its reasons. Rain was never lacking in patience when it came to important matters. Over an hour later, the competition inside the farm seemed to have ended, and the carriages at the entrance had also returned to County Town with their owners. The dog-fighting farm was rarely this tranquil. With the night deepening and the rain softly falling, the 2 young gang members responsible for guarding the gate were languidly hiding under a nearby shelter to rest, not even bothering to close the farm gate. One of them was already sound asleep, while the other had his arms crossed and his head down, dozing off against a porch pillar. As a local gang in Meister County, the quality of the hyena gang's members could easily be imagined, with most being mere thugs. Expecting them to stand guard dutifully in the rainy weather in the middle of the night was simply a fool's dream. The negligent guards naturally made things much easier for Rain. Rain took a gray cloth out of his pocket, covered his eyes with it, and tied it tightly at the back of his head, resembling Zorro. Except that Zorro's mask was black, while Rain's was gray. Sneaking in quietly, Rain, with 10 points of strength, simply used both hands to snap the neck of the dozing young man and slowly laid his body down. Then, he grabbed the throat of the man who was fast asleep and dragged him into the curtain of rain in the dense forest. At first, the man didn't understand what was happening and tried to struggle fiercely, but when Rain landed a punch in the upper right section of his abdomen, right where the stomach was, his eyes bulged out immediately. He became much more compliant in an instant. But that wasn't the end of it, as Rain wasn't in a rush to question him. After stuffing his mouth and giving him another round of brutal beating, only after breaking 2 of the man's fingers did he leisurely ask, "Is Cole inside?" "Yes, yes." The man, subjected to a beating and finger-breaking without a word from Rain, was nearly driven to a mental breakdown. "If you're going to interrogate me, then ask. If you don't ask, how do you know I won't cooperate? You just beat the out of me without even asking a question?" However, the upside was that as soon as Rain started asking questions, the man spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube. "How many people are inside? And tell me everything you know in detail." "There are about 15 or 16 core members of our hyena gang inside, plus our boss, Cole." "What about the hyena queen?" "The hyena queen never leaves Cole's side. She's inside the big house." The next second, snap. The hyena gang member's head twisted at a strange 180 degrees. With his bulging eyes staring in death, as if to say, "I cooperated so well, why did you still kill me?" There were no noble scions staying at the dogfighting estate. This made Rain all the more unconcerned. Rain, sneaking his way in, would choose to kill on sight any patrolling members or affiliates of the hyena gang. It wasn't until Rain reached the 3-story wooden lodge at the heart of the dogfighting estate that he was spotted by several wandering hyenas. "Woof woof. Who's there?" As soon as Rain saw them, he stopped hiding and instead rushed straight towards the house's front door. Whoosh! A smooth cleaving slash sent 2 hyena gang members guarding the door flying, and at the same time shattered the thick wooden door to smithereens. In the hall, aside from a fat, white, corpulent man sitting at the center, there were 2 ordinary-looking middle-aged men, likely higher-ups of the hyena gang, apparently tallying the evening's dogfighting proceeds. On the long table, there lay stacks of gold coins, over 100 silver coins, and even more shillings and pennies. From the amount and variety of coins on the table, it wasn't hard to tell that the daily gambling income from dogfighting at the estate was substantial. Moreover, it catered to all classes. The poor could place bets with pennies and shillings, while wealthy merchants and nobles naturally bet with gold coins as the unit. When the 2 hyena gang upper echelons saw Rain bursting through the door, they couldn't help but stand up and shout, "Guards! Guards! No need to shout anymore. All your guards have returned to the goddess's embrace." Rain took a look around, his gaze skipping over the 2 normal-sized humans and focusing instead on the enormous fat man and a huge hyena. This was a fat, bald, white giant of a man who stood over 2 meters tall, seated comfortably in the center of the hall on a custom-made soft chair upholstered with tender deer leather, his heavy weight causing a deep depression in the cushion. Clearly, this was the boss of the hyena gang, Cole. His dangling left hand was stroking a huge hyena that rivaled a wild boar in size. When it noticed someone had entered, the massive hyena slightly lifted its head that was resting on the ground and squinted its eyes to look. Rain immediately realized that this enormous hyena must be the rumored mutated hyena queen. Confronted with Rain's sudden intrusion, the fat man Cole didn't panic like the other 2 upper echelons of the hyena gang. Instead, he seemed leisurely as he sized up Rain, his fleshy face making his small eyes stand out, his black and rolling pupils moving briskly, a glint of slyness flashing in his squinted eyes. "This strange friend, if there has been some misunderstanding, we can sit down and have a good talk. If you're an assassin, that's also simple. Look, there's plenty of money on the table. If someone hired you to kill me, you can take twice the amount they're paying you, right from there." Unfortunately, despite his smooth talk, Rain didn't believe a single word. because Rain already knew Cole was known for his stinginess. Furthermore, the conflict between him and the hyena gang had reached a point beyond reconciliation. Either you die, or I do. Whoosh. Without an ounce of hesitation, Rain pushed off the ground and charged swiftly towards Cole. Just then, the two upper echelons of the hyena gang roared angrily, swinging their iron batons as they lunged at Rain from both sides, trying to block Rain's strike at their boss. Clang! The two hyena gang leaders coordinated their attack flawlessly, striking almost simultaneously, and managed to block Rain's sword with their iron batons. Although both were shaken to the point that their knees buckled and their arms went numb, this brought them some joy, and they thought to themselves, "We thought a lone assassin would be so ferocious. Turns out, he's about the same level as us." One of them shouted triumphantly, "Boss, leave this overconfident fool to us. We'll make sure he never returns." King Canine Cole also relaxed his expression at this point. His right hand that was clutching the chair's armrest loosened quite a bit, instead showing a look of someone enjoying a good show. In his heart, he was laughing. The strength and speed of that sword just the level of a primary knight attendant, about the same as my two boys, and nowhere near my own. Really don't know who hired this guy to assassinate me. Didn't even figure out their own strength. What is this, a joke? Pure stupidity. Rain had just invoked the blacksmith's strength in his heart, but after he swung his sword, he remembered that blacksmith's strength had already upgraded to a higher level, strength burst. Looking at the two smug hyena gang leaders, Rain said with a smile, "Overestimating your capabilities? Who gave you the confidence that you could stop me?" The next second, a sound similar to ripping silk echoed. This was Rain's first time executing the newly acquired skill Strength Burst. Instantly, he felt his heart contract forcefully, pumping a great torrent of warmth. Every major muscle in his body seemed to have been injected with adrenaline, all becoming engorged, swelling, and bulging. As his stature suddenly increased by more than 20 centimeters, Rain's loose plate armor, a product from Hamilton, was stretched taut, and the cotton cloth at the arms, devoid of any metal plates, even ripped open several large gaps. Swoosh. With another whirlwind slash executed, the two dumbstruck hyena gang leaders were suddenly cut in half at the waist, blood splattering everywhere. The lower halves of their bodies remained upright in place for a few seconds, while the upper halves fell to the ground and started to twitch. Ting-dang. The iron batons slipped weakly from their hands, their faces frozen in disbelief and excruciating pain. A full-fledged knight. Cole, the heavy white fat man weighing several hundred pounds, leaped up from his soft chair upon witnessing the scene, his squinting eyes bulging, a face filled with horror and surprise. And the massive hyena queen, who had been lying around lazily, also instantly got up, focusing her wary gaze on Rain. Rain had never felt so good before. At this moment, his body was filled with explosive strength, as if his body had been a dormant volcano, but after being guided by the core skill Strength Burst, it instantly became an active volcano, with the magma erupting suddenly. A formal night? Rain chewed on the 4 words that Cole had blurted out and looked down at his swollen body. He instantly realized why the other party had this misunderstanding. Because his current appearance greatly resembled Hamilton when breaking limits, his arms suddenly doubled in thickness, twisted with muscles. At this point, Cole's expression was no longer composed but instead extremely solemn, holding tightly onto 2 long crescent-shaped greatswords, 1 meter long blade plus a half-meter handle, totaling 1.5 meters in length. Not much different from Rain's dual-handed greatsword. Even if you are a formal knight, you shouldn't have intruded into the dogfighting estate. How long can your breaking limit state last? However, Rain didn't mean to explain. His core skill Strength Burst could only last a few seconds, and listening to the opponent for even 1 more second was a waste of a chance to fight. To listen, he would wait until he had absolute control of the fight. Taking advantage of the chubby Cole's rambling, Rain pushed hard with his right leg, shooting towards him like an arrow released from a bowstring. Clang! Rain and Cole fiercely struck each other. The grating sound of metal clashing was almost nauseating. Rain stepped back slightly, but Cole had it worse. His 200 or 300-pound body was directly sent flying back to the spacious armchair. Smack! No matter how sturdy the chair was, it couldn't withstand the high-speed impact of several hundred pounds of flesh. It immediately split into pieces, dust flying everywhere. And Cole was in a terrible state, sitting on the ground, nowhere near the poise of the hyena gang leader. Launching a sneak attack. Chubby Cole saw that Rain simply didn't bother with small talk, attacking without a word, even more sneaky than him, cursing out loud in anger. Maria, summon the pack of dogs. Fight him to death. At that moment, the hyena queen named Maria, upon receiving her master Cole's command, immediately cried out to the sky, "Awah!" Suddenly, a group of vicious hyenas, slightly larger than normal size, baring their teeth, sprang out from all directions, swiftly closing in on Rain. Rain quickly estimated that there were about 40 to 50 in front of him, and moreover, an unending stream of hyenas kept appearing from behind. Indeed, there are only wrong names, no wrong nicknames. The nickname Dog King truly deserved its name. These barking hyenas, which seemed to be hybrids of the hyena queen and other dogfighting breeds, appeared to be unified due to the strong genes of the hyena queen, mostly spotted. Even the length of canine teeth, the protrusion levels of the upper and lower jaws, and the shapes of ears and tails varied greatly, but each was definitely robust and fierce, with sharp claws and teeth. At first glance, they were intimidating. Seeing this scene, Rain instantly understood why the hyena queen was called queen. She was prolific. An army of one? Awoo! The hyena queen cried out once again. Upon receiving this command from the queen, these strong hybrid hyenas attacked Rain from all sides. Had it been an ordinary person, they might have been overwhelmed by now, but Rain's giant bear sword technique was well suited for this situation. Whirlwind slash. Rain swung the dual-handed greatsword, unleashing a fierce slash, where a silver arc about 2 meters in radius flashed by. In front of Rain, at least 4 or 5 hybrid hyenas were torn apart, limbs and flesh scattered. After 2 or 3 consecutive whirlwind slashes, this group of 40 or 50 hybrid hyenas had been reduced by nearly half. The rest, emitting whining noises, tucked their tails and started retreating. This scene greatly enraged the hyena queen. Nearly half of her offspring were slaughtered by this human right before her eyes. The hyena queen's face twisted viciously, her eyes glowed red, and with a powerful push of her forepaws, her huge body charged at Rain like a young calf. Meanwhile, the chubby white man, Cole, also charged with a great sword raised high. Their coordination appeared to be quite seamless. This was exactly what Rain had hoped for. He had been most concerned that his opponents would keep summoning hyenas and engage him in a drawn-out battle. Unexpectedly, Cole and the hyena queen decided to directly clash with him. The other hybrid hyenas, seeing their queen charging forward, also took the opportunity to attack Rain from all directions once again. Leap slash. Facing the approaching hyena queen, Rain chose to directly confront her head-on, leaping high into the air and slashing down with lightning speed. In midair, the hyena queen's fierce claw strike contested Rain's 20 strength under leap slash. But after all, the hyena queen was not a truly wild beast. She was just a mutated hyena with a massive body. In an instant, 3/4 of the hyena queen's right forepaw was severed by Rain's fine steel greatsword. Ow! The hyena queen howled in pain immediately. At this moment, Cole's greatsword chop attacked from the side, but was neatly blocked by Rain's guard. Clang! Rain blocked Cole's powerful and forceful strike using strong blade, shaking it fiercely to repel Cole, who weighed several hundred pounds, back several steps. Without stopping, Rain faced the surging tide of hybrid hyenas all around him, once again wielding a magnificent silver crescent arch. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 2 whirlwind slashes followed by a smooth cleaving slash. The whistling sound of air being cut echoed, and hybrid hyenas were grazed and severed upon contact. The formidable momentum of the hyenas was utterly quashed by Rain. The crowd of hybrid hyenas whimpered and retreated once again. Suddenly, there was empty space around Rain. At this time, the hyena queen, curled up with her severed paw and standing on 3 legs, let out another mournful howl, her body swaying unsteadily as if she was about to fall. Cole, initially puzzled, scanned around quickly and saw those hyenas injured by Rain's great sword lying motionless on the ground. Some had merely their skin nicked, yet they were motionless. This shocked Cole immensely. But the next second, an idea struck him, and he looked at Rain incredulously, exclaiming, You actually poisoned your blade? To still use poison at the level of a formal knight? Poisoning a dual-handed greatsword? Could this really be something a typical knight would do? At this moment, Cole's worldview was shattered. A head full of question marks? Who had he gotten himself involved with this time? Facing this powerful and shameless enemy, Cole completely lost his will to fight. Just as he planned to find an opportunity to escape, suddenly, that assassin before him shrank back to his original size like a deflated balloon. At the same time, he staggered unsteadily and almost fell. This gave Cole a sense of revival from despair. Ha 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 ha. So after your strength burst, your body can't hold up anymore. Cole couldn't help but laugh heartily. What a turnaround. At this moment, Cole felt he was back in the game. He could finally avenge his beloved Maria, then die. Cole's face twisted viciously as he raised his greatsword high. Just now, Rain's strength burst duration ended. So his physique shrank from Schwarzenegger back to that of an ordinary person's. Since it was his first time using this new skill, Rain realized he had underestimated the aftereffects. At this moment, his muscles were incredibly sore, and he almost lost his balance for a moment. No wonder the panel notes said it was not to be further upgraded at this stage. If he boosted it further, while it would certainly be strong, once the duration was up, the aftereffects might just kill him on the spot. However, Rain quickly thought that this was probably because his constitution was too low. His strength surged to 20 points during the outburst, supported only by a constitution of 9 points. A small horse pulling a heavy cart is bound to struggle. If his constitution were higher, like 10 or 11 points, or even more, the effects of the aftereffects would presumably be much more bearable. Facing the ferociously charging Colin, with a fierce and smug expression, Rain lifted his head and gave him a mysterious smile. Are you sure? These 3 words made Colin's pupil shrink, a chill running down from the top of his head to his heels, as if he had been struck by lightning, his rushing hulking mass suddenly frozen in place. The next second, the portly Colin bent his knees slightly, preparing to retreat. But sorry, too late. For just as Rain lifted his head, his panel's remaining attribute points suddenly dropped from 1 to 0, and his constitution surged from 9 to 10. Instantly, Rain felt as if the thousands of ants biting his muscles were swept away, the soreness and swelling gone. His body's condition returned to its prime in an instant. No, it was even 1 point stronger than at his peak. The next second, as Rain silently invoked strength burst again. Instantly, he felt a powerful surge of warmth from his heart, accelerating his blood flow, veins bulging, and muscles swelling intensely. His body swelled once more, transforming back into Schwarzenegger. So, in the face of Colin, who was now panicking and somewhat baffled, Rain swung the fine steel greatsword, empowered with the strength of 20 points once again. Furious slash. In the blink of an eye, a huge shadow blocked in front of Dog King Colin. But without a second thought, Rain stepped forward and, with a sweeping slash, split the bulky hyena queen in two, her fetid blood and fluids splashing directly onto the portly Colin. Ah, you. I'll kill you. You actually killed my Maria? Do you know how much effort I put into raising Maria? I'm going to chop you into mincemeat. Rain, who had initially considered capturing Colin alive and interrogating him, saw him raving madly like a lunatic, wildly swinging his great sword around. Rain knew it was highly unlikely that he could get any useful information out of Colin's mouth anymore. He had gone mad. Swoosh. So, decisively, Rain ended it, cutting Colin's throat with a single sword. You dare kill me, the wilderness. Brotherhood will sooner or later avenge me. Colin clutched his neck, bubbling blood from his mouth, his face filled with resistance, threatening intermittently. Don't tell me you have another brother, the leader of the Wilderness Brotherhood? You are. Pfft. Colin suddenly understood something. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, eyes wide with rage, and died instantly. In the moment before his death, Colt finally realized that the man before him was actually brought here by his own younger brother, Blackbeard. However, what truly made Colt die with his eyes open was how did Blackbeard the other party. With the deaths of both the Hyena Queen and Dog King Colt, the mongrel hyenas scattered, tails tucked, fleeing in every direction. Rain swung his greatsword with force, shaking off the blood and wiping it down. The fine steel greatsword, which had been emitting a faint green glow, now shone like new. Rain wrapped the greatsword up again in sheepskin and slung it over his shoulder. Then, he immediately began searching Dog King Colt's body. A green agate ring and a pure gold ring were quickly removed by Rain. On the other's neck lay a thick gold necklace, heavy in Rain's hand, likely weighing 3 or 4 pounds. After that, Rain walked over to the large coffee table and put dozens of gold coins and several hundred silver coins into a large cloth bag all at once. As for the multitude of shillings and pennies, Rain ignored them entirely. They were too low in value, heavy, and took up too much space. Clearly, this dogfighting manor, as the lair of the hyena gang, should have a place where Dog King Colt stored important items. Thus, Rain began to rapidly check each room, one after another, floor by floor. Soon, in a luxurious bedroom on the second floor, Rain discovered a hidden compartment. The location of the compartment was rather secretive, behind a painting, with just enough space to fit a backpack. Moving aside the painting, there was only a brown wooden box inside the compartment. The box appeared quite valuable. Upon opening it, Rain was taken aback to find a book inside. The book's cover was extremely ornate, seemingly crafted from pure silver material, inlaid with noble sapphires, rubies, and turquoise. Its most distinctive feature was the extremely delicate carving of animals, patterns, and leaf veins. Rain's first impression was that the book looked more like a rare piece of art than anything else. Considering Dog King Colt's appearance of weighing several hundred pounds, Rain couldn't for the life of him associate this book with Colt. Rain would never believe for a second that Colt was a man who loved to read. The hyena gang's boss, a cultured man? Therefore, there must be something peculiar about this book. However, before touching it, Rain stood at a distance and cautiously used the tip of his fine steel greatsword to gently lift the cover of the book and flip through a few pages. After confirming there was no issue, Rain then approached and quickly skimmed through a few pages. Rain's expressions changed rapidly, one moment smiling, the next moment showing a puzzled look. He finally understood how Colt had acquired that mutated hyena queen. Apparently, Colt had created her using some records and recipes from this book. The contents of the book were highly eclectic, and the handwriting was quite sloppy. Furthermore, one could clearly see the writing of two different people. For instance, there was a passage that read, "Why did the other party only bring one bottle of that strange potion? If there had been two, then I could have had two beloved Mariahs." I copied the unknown text onto a piece of paper and sought out several so-called scholars, but none could understand it. These charlatans. The handwriting was definitely Colt's. Naturally, the other type of handwriting must be that of the book's original owner. Rain tentatively concluded that this was likely the diary or notes of someone, which recorded some insights and experiences in taming dogs, horses, birds, and other creatures. Since the record keeper did not leave behind their name, for the time being, Rain referred to the book as the Beast Taming Diary. What set it apart was that the later entries in the diary required certain special potions to be realized. The last few even necessitated chanting some incantations that Rain couldn't understand at all, in combination with specific rituals for completion. This immediately led Rain to speculate, could this be the diary of a beast tamer? Or could there be druids in this world, and this was written by one? Rain's mind raced with possibilities, but unfortunately, whether it was the potions or the rituals, large portions were interspersed with unknown script, making it presently impossible for Rain to concoct these potions or set up the rituals. In other words, the only sections he could fully understand were a small part at the beginning of the notebook. Mostly, there were recipes beneficial to the nurturing of animals. Oh, underneath the book in the wooden box, there was even a wooden amulet being pressed down. The amulet was strung on a sturdy, thin leather cord, with the front bearing a flourished large tree with a straight trunk and a canopy like a large mushroom, and on the back, a roaring giant bear, both carved with lifelike detail. Rain picked up the leather cord and carefully examined the amulet before slipping it inside the book. He planned on retreating first, because for the moment, he couldn't decipher the significance of these two items. After securing the important book against his chest, Rain searched the rooms where valuable items might be hidden one more time. Indeed, in a small compartment on the third floor, Rain found a hiding place for gold coins, roughly counting close to 300. Rain quickly pocketed them as well. Before leaving, Rain set fire to the three-story house. Afterward, Rain took advantage of the darkness and quickly left the dogfighting estate. Since most of the house was made of pure wood structures, although there was light rain outside, it had little effect. Soon, the firelight illuminated the nearby sky. Rain, who sneaked back home in the night, only felt completely relieved after entering his own room. Then, he began to feel an all-over muscle soreness and exhaustion. It seemed that even though his constitution had improved slightly, he still couldn't completely eliminate the side effect of muscle weakness following the use of Strength Burst. However, there was obviously an improvement. Rain distinctly felt that the muscle soreness was much weaker than the first time he ended Strength Burst. Furthermore, The onset of this side effect of soreness and weakness seemed to be delayed, not appearing immediately. All these should be due to the increase in constitution. After carefully stashing a large bag of gold and silver coins under his bed, Rain finally had the spare time to pay attention to the system prompts. Your skill giant bear sword technique has improved. Experience plus 245. You have experienced combat. Night Watchman professional experience points plus 123. The giant bear sword technique surged by nearly a quarter of an experience bar, reaching LV4, 245 out of 1,000. And to Rain's surprise, his Night Watchman profession level went from LV2, 207 out of 300, to LV3, 30 out of 500, gaining another attribute point and skill point. Name: Rain Carlin. Profession: Blacksmith. LV2, 0 out of 300, out of Night Watchman. LV3, 30 out of 500, Constitution, 10 Strength, 10 Agility, 9 Spirit, 11 remaining attribute points. 1 remaining skill points. 1 attribute points are still at a constant 1 point, so there's no plan for that. As for skill points, Rain thought it over, and since Strength Burst could no longer be improved, he naturally leaned toward Danger Perception LV1 over the other upgradable core skill, Hammer Proficiency LV1. After all, the weapon he was currently using was a dual-handed greatsword, not a hammer. Moreover, the earlier one detected danger, the sooner one could seize the initiative. Especially when Rain had encountered a sudden attack from an assassin last time, Danger Perception LV1 had come in really handy. So, after a moment's thought, Rain added a skill point to the core skill Danger Perception LV1, instantly upgrading it from LV1 to LV2. At the same time, Rain immediately felt his sense of touch, hearing, and vision sharpening further. And an indistinct, almost imperceptible innate response. Is this the sixth sense? The term spontaneously popped into Rain's mind. But Rain quickly shook his head, since he had never possessed a sixth sense and naturally couldn't determine what this faint response really was. Let's assume it's the sixth sense for the time being. Simultaneously, the panel's description of danger perception also changed accordingly. Core skill: Danger Perception LV2 passive. Danger Perception LV2 passive. Effect: your awareness of danger in your surroundings has slightly increased. Note: the acuity of danger perception is related to the host spirit. The stronger the spiritual power, the sharper the perception. Changed from slight to small degree, this was similar to the changes after upgrading the blacksmith strength earlier. Having finished allocating skill points, Rain took out the beautifully bound and luxurious book from his chest, examined it for a moment, and then placed it under the bed. Feeling a bit tired tonight, he planned to read it thoroughly tomorrow morning. Lying in bed, Rain's mood had calmed down a lot compared to this evening when he discovered that the hyena gang members had tracked down Anna's house. At that time, he was filled with emotions like anxiety and anger when he saw the gang interrogating Anna and Bohi. After 2 consecutive killings, especially since eliminating the hyena king Kale and obliterating the entire hyena gang, Rain's anger had been fully vented. Now, his thoughts were drifting away. Scenes of recent battles, such as with the hyena gang, the assassin, the malicious mermen, the frenzied werewolves, and so on, flowed through Rain's mind. Although this world is a transcendent one, it seems even more stark, following the law of the dark jungle even more strictly. Currently, I am still very weak. If I want to protect myself, my family, and those I wish to protect, then I must grow faster and become sufficiently strong. Moreover, this world seems to be even more dangerous than I imagined. Gradually, Rain fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Rain woke up early. Sitting by the window, he began to flip through that beautiful book. The patterns on the cover seemed to represent some sort of reverence for nature, as it depicted bears, deer, wolves, leopards, various flowers, and tall trees. Additionally, the animals portrayed here were in peaceful postures, not in aggressive stances. Turning the pages, Rain carefully read the few paragraphs written by the original owner at the front of the diary. This section mainly described techniques for strengthening dogs and gaining their favor. Providing dogs with nutritional meals 3 times a day can effectively promote their growth and development. Nutritional meal recipe: 2 ounces of water root grass, 2 eggs, half a pint of milk, and 20 ounces of pork or chicken. Huh, they're eating better than I do, Rain exclaimed involuntarily. No wonder that mutated hyena queen grew so big. It must be because of this nutritional meal? Is this the canine version of, if you want to win someone's favor, first capture their stomach? Rain couldn't help but laugh. As Rain continued to read on, he realized his guess was indeed wrong. For he saw the following record: canine enhancement. To break the shackles of a canine's nature and increase its potential to become ferocious, you can try a daily nutritional meal as the base. With an additional 2 fluid ounces of the mutant growth potion each month, fluid ounce, a unit of volume. Of course, this unstable potion could cause unpredictable changes in the canine. It must be administered with caution, and observations should be made closely. Should anything go awry, stop the administration immediately and use mutant growth potion formula. 1 ounce of golden sunflower, 1 pair of nocturnal vampire bat wings, 2 carrion wolf claws. Upon reading this, Rain couldn't help but ponder. Connecting with the content previously written by Cole, Rain quickly made a rough guess about the situation of the hyena queen in his mind. Cole must have cultivated the hyena queen, Maria, by chance using just 1 bottle of the mutant growth potion. But it seemed just as written in the book. In addition to becoming stronger and larger, the hyena queen also mutated. Only, the direction of mutation was the rarely seen reproductive direction. This truly was indeed worthy of being called a mutant growth potion. Rain couldn't help but shake his head. Continuing to flip through the book, Rain saw many other cultivation methods for different animals. Many of the cultivation methods needed to be used in conjunction with potions, and Rain had never heard of those potion recipes. Moreover, the process of making these formulas often involved sections or paragraphs of text written in an unknown language. Is it written in another language to keep it secret? Or is it that during the concoction, one needs to recite some kind of incantation? This made Rain lost in thought, seeming more likely that the latter was the case. Gently placing the book down, Rain always felt that this book wasn't so simple. Imagine, why would a diary used for recording by a person have such a magnificent cover? The cover was made of silver, not to mention adorned with noble sapphires, rubies, and turquoise. This was something Rain found a bit difficult to understand. Shaking his head, since he couldn't figure it out at the moment, Rain decided to let it go for now. Setting the book aside, Rain picked up the wooden amulet strung on a fine leather cord to look at. But after a long look, aside from seeing that the animals and plants on both sides of the amulet were carved exquisitely, he could make out nothing else. However, he also understood that anything King of Canines Cole had put into the wooden box with the book couldn't be simple. It might be just as precious as this book. A flash of inspiration suddenly crossed Rain's mind. Is it possible that both the book and the amulet belong to the same master? This immediately made his eyes light up. In that case, it would be easy to explain why King of Canines Cole placed the 2 items together. Furthermore, whether it was the patterns on the silver cover of the book or the designs on the amulet, nature could summarize both. Rain stroked his chin, nodding occasionally. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he was grasping the thread of something. However, understanding something and being able to read it are 2 different matters. So, in the end, Rain could only keep the amulet sandwiched in the beast taming diary and carefully treasure it. Afterward, Rain crossed his arms and paced back and forth in the room, deep in thought. The canine cultivation in the front part of the beast taming diary, I can understand, and the various materials should also be purchasable. I could try to create something using some of the recipes and formulas mentioned. Perhaps it could trigger the profession panel related to beast taming. The issue of canines is even easier to solve. During the last servant training session, I could have obtained a greyhound puppy for my home. Only I wasn't assessed as a dog trainer, so I didn't waste money to claim it at the time since adoption would cost 3 silver coins. I can go to the estate myself later and get the canine situation settled. The rest, that would be the recipes and potion formulas. If I'm just starting out, I can begin with simple recipes. The trouble with the potion formulas is the unknown script, which is quite annoying. I'll need to figure out where I can study this knowledge. Since Cole mentioned that ordinary scholars are not familiar with it, this script must be uncommon. But this can be set aside for now. Also, the nutrition meal formula: 2 ounces of water root grass, 2 eggs, half a pint of milk, 20 ounces of pork or chicken. It seems I haven't really heard of water root grass, so I'll have to check the potion shop first. That's decided then. I'll go to the potion shop to see if there's water root grass for sale. If so, I'll buy the ingredients first, then go to get the canine. Rain quickly went over what he needed to do and prepared to head out to Abel's potion shop. Abel's potion shop sells not only ready-made potions but also a variety of herbs and raw materials. If water root grass is for sale in town, the potion shop is the likeliest place. Soon, Rain arrived at Abel's potion shop. He noticed that Molly was still the one tending the shop. She greeted Rain with a smile as he entered. Rain, are you here to see Abel again today? No, Sister Molly, please pass my thanks to Mr. Abel for his help last time. I've come today to ask if you have water root grass for sale. Water root grass? Let me check. Molly seemed a bit uncertain whether the shop had this herb, and immediately turned around to check the shelves with the herbs. Yes, we do, Rain. How many do you want? I'll take 3. 3? That won't be cheap, you know. They're priced at 5 silver coins each, so for 3, that would be 15 silver coins. I really don't know what Abel was thinking pricing this herb so high. Molly picked up a pale yellow herb to inspect and muttered complaints about Abel now and then. 15 silver coins? Rain couldn't help but be taken aback. At 5 silver coins each, if he hadn't made a windfall from the canine estate, he might have found this price a bit hard to swallow. Yeah, by the way, Rain, what do you need it for? Molly blinked her large eyes, clearly curious about Rain's purchase of the water root grass. Haha, Sister Molly, here are 15 silver coins. Rain handed over the money with a smile, deliberately not answering Molly's question directly. After receiving the 3 stems of water root grass, Rain quickly left Abel's potion shop. Water root grass resembled radishes in appearance, with a pale yellow skin. It seemed to be the rhizome of a plant, but was much smaller than radishes and had more developed roots. Upon leaving the potion shop, Rain went to other stores and quickly bought all the remaining ingredients. When Rain returned home, his parents were still not back. However, Anna and Bohi noticed right away what Rain was carrying in his hands. Wow, brother, what made you think of buying so much food today? That's great. We can have so many tasty things for dinner. That, Bohi, haha, yes. Seeing his sister so happy, Rain didn't have the heart to voice what he was actually thinking. What to say? That he was planning on trying to make dog food? It wasn't urgent. The daily ingredients could always be replenished later. Naturally, his sister's happiness was more important. At that moment, a familiar voice came from outside. Rain, are you home? George called from the doorway. I am. George, long time no see. Rain opened the door and greeted him with a smile. Whoa, Rain, you've changed so much. George gestured at Rain's height, saying in surprise. Rain used to be shorter than him, only reaching up to his eyebrows. But in less than half a month, Rain had grown rapidly, almost as tall as him. This greatly amazed George, who grabbed Rain's arm and exclaimed, Rain, what on earth have you been eating recently? How did you grow so fast? But the next second, George froze. He lowered his head to look at the arm he was holding. He couldn't get his hand around it. George instinctively pinched with his fingers, feeling the firm yet elastic sensation from his fingertips. George was stunned. Rain, you've changed. Way too much. George stammered, eyes wide and mouth agape. Not only had Rain grown taller, but his entire figure had also become larger, though it wasn't immediately obvious since his build was still proportionate. Fortunately for George, it was the arm he touched. Had he felt Rain's chest or back, he would have encountered the rigid metal bars of the plate armor shirt. Smack. 2 big guys, cut out the touchy-feely, Rain protested as if annoyed. Actually, Rain wanted to prevent George from continuing to touch him here and there, exposing the fact that he was wearing a cotton plate armor shirt. It wasn't that he worried George would tell others, but naturally, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Sigh. Rain, this change in you is just too great. George seemed quite disheartened. When you eat well, you naturally grow tall. Rain gestured towards the eggs, milk, and meat he had just bought, sitting to one side. George looked puzzled, then suddenly his expression cleared. No wonder. Right, what did you want to see me about today? To avoid dwelling on the issue, Rain changed the subject. I just got a notification from the manor. Training for page boys is resuming this afternoon, George said, slapping his forehead as he remembered the matter at hand. Huh. I had planned to visit the Habsburg Manor later to settle the matter with the greyhound puppies, but I didn't expect the training to resume in the afternoon. After a brief consideration, Rain decided to attend the page boys' training in the afternoon, and after it ended, he would head to the manor's kennel to pick out a greyhound. Rain naturally brought along his cotton plate armor shirt and dagger, but left the dual-handed greatsword behind. It was just too conspicuous. In the afternoon, outside the training ground of Habsburg Manor, the page boys' training began anew. Today's session was focused on the basics of swordsmanship. We've learned the basics of swordsmanship before. Basic swordsmanship has only 3 moves, but whether it's the striding, downward slash, or upward sweep. They are all offensive moves with no defense techniques. So today, we are going to learn how to use the long sword in your hand for defense. The swordsmanship instructor Humbert declared loudly. Rain, come forward and demonstrate with me. Yes, instructor. Rain was taken aback for a moment, but quickly agreed and briskly walked to the front. Are you ready? I'm ready, instructor. The rest of you, pay close attention to my demonstration. Humbert nodded and then turned to address the group of page boys loudly. Humbert raised the wooden sword in his hands level to Rain's chest and delivered a rapid striding. However, Rain on the opposite side found it odd that the instructor with such a slow sword, even for a demonstration. It just seemed a little too unrealistic. Surely the instructor must have something up his sleeve? Therefore, Rain naturally took a step back, easily dodging Humbert's. Just as Rain thought Humbert would follow up with another attack, he found that Humbert was looking at him with a strange expression. The scene unfolding before him was a bit different from what Humbert had anticipated. Although he had long known that Rain had a natural talent for swordsmanship, having sparred with Rain several times, Humbert was also aware of Rain's general strength. But the he had just performed was executed with 70% of his real strength. Logically, Rain should have barely failed to react in time, with Humbert's sword tip pointing directly at his chest. Then, Humbert would have used this as a proper demonstration, to tell all the page boys about the importance of defense and how to do it. Humbert had not expected Rain to be able to dodge so easily. Clearly, this was a failed demonstration. Rain, very effective defense. Let's go again, Humbert said. This time, Humbert's gaze was noticeably more serious, and he planned to use 90% of his strength. After all, if the demonstration failed twice, he wouldn't know how to explain the content that was supposed to follow. He couldn't possibly switch to someone else to demonstrate, could he? Would he still have any face left as the Manor's senior guard and the children's swordsmanship tutor? Clearly, Rain was not aware of the swordsmanship instructor Humbert's inner thoughts and immediately nodded. All right, instructor. This time, Humbert didn't ask if Rain was ready, and as soon as he saw Rain take his position, he suddenly forward with a striding motion. Whoosh! This was much faster than the previous one, so fast that it even slightly pierced the air, producing a faint whistling sound. Rain's eyes narrowed, and he silently sighed to himself that Instructor Humbert was finally taking it a bit more seriously this time. The previous attack was too perfunctory, but this one was much stronger. The question was, just how much of his real skill was the instructor using this time? 50%? Or perhaps 60%? While Rain pondered this in his mind, his body's movements were not slow in the least. Retreating quickly as if by instinct, Rain swiftly swung his sword, using the strong part of the blade near the hilt to block Humbert's. Perhaps it was because his attributes, especially his spiritual power, had greatly improved. Rain was able to grasp Humbert's longsword trajectory very well. Moreover, being accustomed to the heavier dual-handed greatsword, swinging the wooden sword felt like waving a straw, quick and easy, so the block was not difficult, but rather smooth. Bam! The two wooden training swords struck each other swiftly, and then separated sharply. One could see that Humbert's wooden sword had been knocked aside, while the tip of Rain's sword pointed steadily at Humbert's chest, motionless. At this moment, Humbert could no longer suppress the surprise in his heart, quietly uttering "huh," while his mind was overwhelmed by a storm of shock. If the first time could be put down to my own underestimation, leading to the sword being easily dodged by Rain, but this time, I deliberately caught Rain off guard. Moreover, the speed of my this time was obviously much faster than the last. But even under such circumstances, Rain easily blocked it. Humbert didn't know what had happened to Rain lately, but he hadn't seen the boy in just half a month, and his strength had improved to this extent. As for the other children who were watching, some were enthralled, others were shocked and bewildered. Most of the children had only seen the swordsmanship instructor Humbert and Rain exchange blows at an extremely fast pace, then heard a bam, and it was all over. As for how Rain defended, they really didn't see it clearly. Humbert was slightly stunned, then a flash of insight struck him, and he immediately thought of a way to cover up this failed demonstration. Ahem. Rain just demonstrated very well. Humbert cleared his throat and continued. Just now, I attacked Rain with a striding, and Rain sidestepped and quickly blocked my with the strong part of the blade, then counterattacked with a very good response. Everyone should learn from Rain's defensive tactics, very standard and practical. Upon hearing Humbert's praises, Rain was clearly startled. This did not seem to match the demonstration he had anticipated. Shouldn't it have been him thrusting and then Humbert calmly blocking? But then again, what the instructor just explained seems to make a lot of sense. The group of children looked at Rain with a mix of shock and envy. The one with thick eyebrows stood out the most. As the second-best swordsman among the children, he knew deeply how difficult it was to practice the rapid sequence of defense and counterattack that Rain had just demonstrated. If he was able to spar with Rain before, this time after watching the demonstration between Instructor Humbert and Rain, the determination in his thick-browed heart to compete with Rain was completely extinguished. Is this what a swordsmanship prodigy looks like? It's truly despair-inducing. At this moment, his heart was filled with deep disappointment. During the following sparring session, Rain, however, found it completely uninteresting. Clearly, none of the attendants could bring him any experience in basic swordsmanship anymore. If he wanted to earn experience points in basic swordsmanship more quickly, only Instructor Humbert's personal sparring would suffice. But recalling the instructor's dodgy gaze from earlier, Rain knew better than to ask too much of him. For the first time, Rain felt that the attendant training which had greatly improved his strength was slowly failing to keep pace with his progress, becoming something of a chicken rib. So, seizing a break in practice, Rain approached Instructor Humbert and asked softly, "Instructor, may I go practice archery?" Since Humbert was both the swordsmanship and archery instructor, he hardly hesitated and nodded immediately. "You may. Rain, go to the practice range over there by yourself." After all, he knew that apart from himself, there was nobody else among the attendants who could adequately spar with Rain in swordsmanship. But he couldn't very well spar with him personally, for if he were to, would he still have a face to show? At the end of the day, for Rain to continue attending such basic swordsmanship training was meaningless. Archery, on the other hand, remained Rain's shortcoming. Humbert fully supported this. Rain was immediately delighted and said, "Thank you, Instructor Humbert." Rain himself had only intended to try his luck, not expecting Instructor Humbert to agree so readily. Thus, under the astonished gazes of the other attendants, Rain concluded his basic swordsmanship training early and went alone to the nearby target range for archery practice. The Night Watchman's elite archery had left a profound impression on Rain. Dense and precise arrow volleys efficiently killed the Murloc invaders. Because Rain was reluctant to spend his precious skill points on basic archery, he now had to devote some time and energy to earnestly practicing archery himself. Picking up a war bow with roughly 100 pounds draw weight, Rain began practicing at the wooden targets. Following his increase in various attributes, obviously, even archery training was beneficial to him. With such a draw weight, a normal guard might experience severe fatigue in their arm after drawing the bow 20 or 30 consecutive times, making it difficult to draw again. But the enhancements to Rain's constitution and strength made it seem as effortless as eating and drinking, requiring only a short rest after over 100 draws. The further improvement of his spirit led to a heightened sensitivity and perception, and Rain found himself hitting the bullseye much more frequently during archery practice than before. Especially the continuous stream of system prompts, which served as a great source of motivation for Rain. You have practiced basic archery, and your comprehension has improved. Your skill, basic archery, has improved, experience points +1. Fortunately, although the target range was also outside the fortress, it was at the northwest corner, some 200 to 300 meters away from the central area where the attendants were, and not clearly visible. Otherwise, Rain's archery might have been enough to drop the jaws of Instructor Humbert and all the attendants in shock. By midday, his basic archery skill had improved significantly, reaching LV2, 18 out of 300. Indeed, physical fitness is the foundation of mastering all combat skills. With good physical fitness, learning anything would be much faster. When his physical attributes improved by 1 or 2 points before, the change was imperceptible, but after an all-around increase, Rain felt the difference quite clearly. That afternoon, Rain, George, and the rest of the attendants made their way to the manor's servants' dining hall. But when Rain faced the servants' lunch before him again, he couldn't help but sigh. A large plate of mashed potatoes, 2 thin slices of pickled pork, and a large bowl of vegetable soup were far from enough to meet his body's nutritional needs. Previously, the intensity of the training couldn't keep up. Now, even the nutrition couldn't keep up. The current servant training is really of little use to me now. As for archery, Rain believed the Night Watchman should have the corresponding training facilities. If it was only the daily forging of iron tools, then the blacksmith Boris should have been able to teach everything. It would just cost a bit more intuition, but the freedom was worth it. Rain, why aren't you eating? George, who was sitting nearby, asked as he saw Rain staring blankly. "It's nothing." Rain shook his head, and after nibbling on a few bites, he stopped eating. In the afternoon, Rain still trained in archery by himself. After the servant training ended, he first informed Humbert and George that he had some family matters and would not participate in the servant training for the time being. Then he found a maid to help him contact Chief Maid Shadia. Soon, Rain saw Shadia once again. She was still in her unchanging black maid's attire and her expression was serious, but when she saw the noticeably taller and sturdier Rain, her face softened somewhat as she slightly smiled and nodded. "Rain, you've grown taller and stronger. It seems you have been earnestly practicing the breathing technique left by Lady Clea. Very good. By the way, are you here because you've run out of the black pine oil?" Rain shook his head. "Thank you for your affirmation, Chief Mate. I came to say that I don't plan to attend the servant training anymore. I'd like to practice the giant bear breathing technique and the giant bear sword technique at home, which might be a bit more freeing." Chief Mate Shadia, after a brief moment of thought, understood Rain's concerns and nodded. Indeed, since Lady Clea left, training at home might indeed be more convenient for you. After informing Chief Mate Shadia, Rain quickly headed to the kennels. He planned to pick up a greyhound puppy to take home. Without much thought, Rain paid 3 silver coins and picked up the greyhound puppy he had played with before. Of course, there are differences between greyhounds, such as lineage and physique. But the physical robustness of a common dog didn't seem very significant to Rain. The main purpose of adopting the dog was to try out some of the recipes and potions recorded in the beast taming diary, and to see if a new professional panel could be triggered. Since that was the case, there was no need to go through the trouble of careful selection. The familiar greyhound puppy he knew was just fine. So, under the sunset, Rain left the manor with the puppy in his arms, heading towards Flashgold Town. Meanwhile, since Poison Blade hadn't returned or submitted a mission report within the designated deadline, the Wilderness Brotherhood soon realized that the mission had likely failed. As this was a mission handed down by a significant figure from County Town, the Wilderness Brotherhood urgently assigned someone to gather new information on their target, Rain. They quickly came across a surprising piece of news. The once seemingly unremarkable farm boy had actually obtained a junior bounty hunter license, and from the look of the dates, even before Poison Blade had taken on the mission. Those who can obtain a bounty hunter license are likely to be well above the militia level in strength, possibly reaching the level of a first-tier knight attendant, or even a little higher at the level of a second-tier knight attendant. If that was the case, it wouldn't have been surprising if Poison Blade had been caught off guard and capsized in the gutter. So, the problem was identified. It wasn't that the Wilderness Brotherhood was too incompetent, but rather that the inaccurate information had cost them a carefully trained assassin. Suddenly, the Wilderness Brotherhood shifted from a passive to an active stance. After several days of brewing, the news had made its way up the chain and then back down again. Just as Rain returned to Flashgold Town in the glow of the setting sun, within a study on the second floor of the Habsburg Manor Castle, noble scion Dennis seemed to be engaging in some night-breathing method training. With some specific parts of his body smeared with an oily dark liquid that emitted a distinctive medicinal scent. And his captain of the guards, Rolls, was at the side, reporting something. What? A mishap? Dennis's face bore an incredulous expression. How could there be a mishap? This. The butler Michel says it was because we provided wrong intelligence, leading to the failure of the mission, so we must take full responsibility. Rolls looked at the distressed young master Dennis, thought for a moment, and still decided to relay the exact words of the other party. Taking full responsibility. Did that greedy Michel really say that? Dennis flew into a rage. Rolls nodded and continued. Michel said that Baron Alonso is still unaware of the matter. He's given us 3 days to resolve this situation perfectly. Otherwise, he will report to Baron Alonso, and by that time, your divine blood quota for next month will very likely be gone. Rolls' words seemed to gradually calm Dennis down. Divine blood had become popular among the nobles of Meister County in the last year, delaying aging for the elders and greatly promoting those who had not yet embarked on the path of the transcendent night breathing method. He had just sensed a clear improvement during his breathing method practice, which was worlds apart from before. Most importantly, this divine blood had no side effects. The only drawback was its scarcity and cost. Dennis, bearing the title of a baron's son, only had a small vials quota per month, and it required him to shell out 100 shiny imperial gold coins. He had found out just a couple of days ago that this divine blood had originated from Baron Alonso himself. As the steward and prime confidant of Baron Alonso, Michelle's threat was not an empty one. After pondering for a while, Dennis finally spoke. Rolls, investigate this Rain further. Could he really be some rare swordsmanship prodigy? If that's the case, we'll spend some money to have an assassin from the Shadow Stingers take care of him. Young master, that. If we wait until my investigation is finished before calling on the Shadow Stingers, it will surely exceed 3 days. How about this? Once the investigation is over, I'll take action myself. I've bought a few bottles of poison commonly used by assassins, including one lethal poison that is extremely potent. Just a small wound is enough to be fatal. This. Though there was no doubt about Roll's strength, as long as the other party wasn't a formal knight, he would surely succeed. However, Roll's combat skills were all military-oriented, leaving obvious traces after a fight. It was for this reason that Dennis had been reluctant to have his captain of the guards take personal action. But now, with only 3 days remaining, unless he was willing to forfeit his quota of the divine blood, his captain of the guards was the best choice. And moreover, Rolls had already prepared the poison. Fine then, just make sure not to leave any obvious traces. At your command, young master. It is my honor to serve you. Rolls bowed, then slowly left the study. By the way, send for Tina. After Rain returned home with a 3-month-old greyhound puppy, having taken a detour through the store, he immediately attracted the great interest of his sister Bohi. Brother, weren't you at the manor attending squire training? Why did you come back? Wow. Brother, is this a hound? Are we going to keep it? Bohi asked while excitedly reaching out her little hand to pet the black greyhound puppy. Because it was only 3 months old, the greyhound's fur was still relatively soft, making it very warm and comfortable to touch. Rain nodded as he saw the happy expression on Bohi's face. That's great. I've always wanted to have one, cheered Bohi unabashedly. Previously, due to the modest conditions at home, having a small animal had always been a luxury for Bohi. So naturally, she was overjoyed now that it was possible. Sister Anna, come and touch it. It's so comfortable. Bohi called Anna over. Anna was also beaming with joy, seemingly very fond of small animals as well. The greyhound puppy was originally a bit shy, but it became less fearful after being gently stroked a few times by the 2 girls' soft hands. Before long, it had indulged in the kneading of their 4 pale, soft hands, and from time to time it emitted a comfortable ooh sound. By the way, brother, what's its name? Bohi looked up and asked. That. It doesn't have a name yet. How about just calling it Skinny Dog? Rain suggested offhandedly. After all, a greyhound puppy would grow up to be quite slender. The next second, Rain felt 2 disdainful glares coming from his side. Rain awkwardly smiled and said, I'm still considering. If you have any suggestions, feel free to share them. Brother, how about we call it Cookie? Bohi suggested enthusiastically from the side. Cookie, like the cookie from a biscuit? The name didn't seem that great, but when Rain glanced at Anna, he saw her nodding in agreement. Well then, it looked like he would have to go with the majority. Rain ruffled little Bohi's hair and said, All right, we'll follow your suggestion. It will be named Cookie. You're the best, brother. Bohi immediately gave Rain an enthusiastic hug. Leaving Cookie with the 2 girls, Rain then started to prepare a nutritious meal for dogs according to the instructions in the Beast Taming Journal. Watergrass, 2 ounces, 2 eggs, half a pint of milk, and either 20 ounces of pork or chicken. Rain mixed them together as he compared them against the requirements. Soon, a plate of something resembling a soft and wet minced meat mixture was ready. When Rain handed over the dish to the greyhound puppy, Bohi eyed it with some disdain and said, Brother, why are you feeding Cookie this? Why not give it bones to eat? Rain snorted with irritation. Bones? Those things are far more expensive than beef. Bohi exclaimed, looking at her brother's expression which didn't seem like he was joking. She knew that because of her brother, life had been getting better at home, but they didn't have beef every day. But for her brother to say that this dish, in fact, was even pricier than beef, that really surprised Bohi. Anna too widened her beautiful eyes, observing the damp minced meat in Rain's hand carefully, seemingly perplexed by its high cost. The greyhound puppy's reaction, on the other hand, was much more direct. When Rain approached with the plate, the puppy immediately focused on the food inside, quickly standing up from its lying position, ears perked, and tail wagging around Rain, its eyes firmly fixed on his plate. It was clearly hooked by Rain's gourmet dog food. Rain placed the plate on the ground, and the whippet puppy instantly woofed and darted over, gobbling up the food. Seeing the whippet puppy eating so relishingly, Rain couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Not bad, you've got good taste. You know it's the good stuff. If this doesn't work, you scrawny dog, this will be your last meal. Can't believe it's eating better than us. Rain muttered resentfully in his heart. Giggle. Hearing this, his sister Bowie couldn't help but giggle. Even the usually shy Anna snorted with laughter and quickly covered her mouth with her little hand. But Anna's laughter threshold seemed quite low. She bowed her head, her cheeks turned red, and she was still snickering. At this moment, Rain suddenly froze, and then his face lit up with joy. Because the system prompt appeared, you have fed a canine, and your related comprehension has improved. You have comprehended a new skill dog training. Your skill dog training has improved. Experience +1. Congratulations, you have triggered the career panel Beast Tamer. The total number of career panels has reached the current limit, 3 out of 3. The manners Beast Tamer old man has led us astray. How could teasing a dog increase intimacy compared to feeding it? I should have thought of this earlier. Rain was speechless in his heart. This simple truth, and yet he had only come to realize it now. But when Rain saw the last item in the system prompt, the excitement in his chilled as if someone had doused him with a bucket of cold water. Reach the limit? Does that mean his current roles as a blacksmith, night watchman, and beast tamer are the only 3 professions he has? However, the shrewd Rain immediately noticed the word current in the system's wording. The 2 words were not hard to understand. That is to say, under the current conditions, I can only have 3 career panels. So what are the current conditions referring to? Is it the sum of the 4 attribute stats, or does a single attribute have to exceed a certain value? Or is it that I have to break through to become a knight? It's very likely that after meeting certain conditions, I should be able to break this limit. Of course, it might also require some sort of event, similar to triggering a career panel, to make the breakthrough. However, Rain couldn't figure out what the condition for breaking the limit was at the moment. What a pity. I haven't had the chance to try other side professions yet: baker, cobbler, tailor, and so many others. It would be so nice if there wasn't a limit on the number of professions. Rain couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. But upon further reflection, Rain felt a bit relieved. Because if it's true that I can only ever have 3 career panels, then the 3 professions I have now, without making a deliberate choice, it turns out they're all pretty good. And when combined together, they can even be considered an excellent combination. After all, aside from blacksmith, it's unlikely that other life professions would bring him the awesome core skill strength burst, right? As for a tailor, uses needles. Baker, uses an oven. Cobbler? Let's not even talk about cobblers. No matter how you look at it, none of the other professions seemed as reliable as a blacksmith's hammer. As for beast tamer, it appears only falconer might be comparable. Right, the system only mentions a limit of 3 professions, but it doesn't say I can't advance or change professions. This thought made Rain's eyes brighten. I can delve deeper into these 3 professions. For example, a blacksmith should be able to advance to a swordsmith or something, right? At least, swordsmith is something I've heard of. Likewise, if there is a swordsmith, there should also be armorers and so on. And the dog trainer, Wayloin boldly guessed, what follows is probably something like beast tamer or beast driver, right? As for my current combat profession, the night watchman, well, it's actually the hardest to guess what the advanced profession would be. But it's likely similar to a transcendent path like the knights, considering the breathing technique is still clearly listed on the night watchman skill panel. Having figured it out, Rain decided to continue looking further. On the newly added page, the title read 3 big characters: Dog Trainer LV1, 0 out of 100. The icon that was lit up at the bottom was the dog training skill he was just prompted about. The icon as a whole still had rounded square edges, with the pattern in the center depicting a well-behaved dog sitting and sticking out its tongue, looking lifelike. There were also a few small characters below the icon: Dog Training LV1, 1 out of 100. At this moment, Mother Emma had finished preparing dinner and came out from the adjacent kitchen. When she noticed the 3 of them crowded around something on the ground, she couldn't help but come over out of curiosity. Surprise showed on Mother Emma's face when she saw a greyhound lying on the floor eating. She seemed to have something she wanted to say but was trying to hold back. However, after a while, Mother Emma couldn't help herself and pulled Rain's sleeve, taking him to the room next door to ask, "Rain, I heard from Bowie that you went to the manor for page boy training, right? Also, you Why did you bring a dog back? Although our family situation has been slowly improving, keeping a dog. Faced with his mother's triple query, Rain couldn't help but smile wryly, thought for a moment, and said, "Mother, I'm about to officially join the Night Watchman, so I won't participate in the page boy training. These 2 days are a good time for me to adjust myself. Don't worry. Our lives are definitely going to get better and better. By the way, this is the reward from the last time Captain Wayluin and I went to Glimmer Lake to clear out the fishmen." Rain took out 3 gold coins from his and handed them to Mother Emma, without mentioning anything about raising the greyhound. Initially wanting to say something, Mother Emma, upon seeing the 3 shimmering imperial gold coins Rain produced, exclaimed in surprise, "Is the reward for a mission so generous?" "Yes. So, Mother, don't worry, we will definitely get better and better." In fact, Rain still withheld some information. The value of just that glowstone alone was worth at least dozens of imperial gold coins. Moreover, he didn't want to mention the details of the mission to avoid worrying his mother. Mother Emma's expression was complex as she nodded and took the gold coins. She didn't say anything more about Rain raising a dog. She had realized that some of her thoughts could not apply to her son Rain. After all, he was now making in one mission what she made in a year. Therefore, if Rain had his own ideas, she should just let him do as he pleased. Soon after, old Rain also returned home, and he, too, was surprised to see the greyhound. But after Mother Emma whispered to him, he looked at Rain in astonishment and then nodded. Dinner was spent in a warm and cozy atmosphere with the family. At night, Rain began his regular practice of the giant bear breathing technique as usual. Starting today, Rain could basically start practicing the 3rd form of the giant bear breathing technique. This stance, unlike the 2nd form of the giant bear breathing technique called Russian squat, which primarily trained arm strength, focused on the core muscles of the waist and abdomen, the lungs, and coordination of the body. The 3rd form involved squatting down with one leg bent, the other leg extended to the side, arms raised above the head with fingers interlocked, then touching the knee with the head, and finally, slowly standing up from the squatting position with the one leg. For ordinary people, even if they had excellent flexibility and strength, it would be impossible to stand up with one leg. It seemed that starting from this 3rd form, Rain's practice of the giant bear breathing technique was partially stepping onto the path of transcendent practice. The movement involved core muscles and fascia of the waist, abdomen, and shoulders. So when Rain first tried it, he felt an unusually satisfying soreness in the muscles of his waist, abdomen, and the tendons behind his thighs where the black birch oil had been applied. Even though Rain already had a constitution of 10, after persevering for about 12 minutes, he had to stop and rest, sweating profusely. But the effects were significant. Your practice of the giant bear breathing technique has led to an insight, increasing your understanding. Your skill giant bear breathing technique has improved. Experience +2 your skill giant bear breathing technique has improved. Experience +3 your skill giant bear breathing technique has improved. Experience +2 practicing yielded experience. From the original consistent +2, it had changed to occasionally seeing a +3. This also meant that the speed of gaining experience for the giant bear breathing technique had become slightly faster than before. After 3 attempts, Rain extended the single session to 14 minutes. Although the total duration of the 3 times was less than 45 minutes, his experience increased by 28 points, and the giant bear breathing technique reached LV2, 114 out of 300. Given Rain's current physical condition, he could perform the 3rd form of the giant bear breathing technique about 3 times, and basically, this intensity was close to his limit. The next morning, Rain got up early and went to the woods near his home. The practice of the giant bear sword technique required a spacious place, and after walking some distance in the woodland, Rain found a slightly open clearing. This clearing was about 70 to 80 square meters, surrounded by dense oak trees and larches, providing a good natural sound insulation. Even when Rain swung his dual-handed greatsword forcefully, the howling noise did not carry beyond the woodland to the main road. Then, Rain shook the sheepskin-wrapped fine steel greatsword and began to practice. Rain first raised the fine steel greatsword high, then suddenly swung it downward at a 90-degree angle to the front, swiftly turning to follow with a 45-degree smooth cleaving slash. Immediately after, he quickly stepped forward, pushed off powerfully, and leaped high into the air to deliver a leap slash downward, the greatsword driving the airflow to emit a series of whooshing sounds. The giant bear sword technique comprised 5 forms: furious slash, leap slash, guard, smooth cleaving slash, and whirlwind slash. It could be said that Rain had become very proficient in these sword moves through frequent use in numerous battles. A set of movements was both fast and stable. After practicing several times, Rain suddenly remembered a phrase Clea had mentioned before. The giant bear sword technique originated from mimicking the claw strikes of bear-like transcendent creatures, emphasizing great strength and momentum. This made him reflect once again, quite moved. Each time, when his strength improved slightly, he could clearly feel the enhancement in the power of the giant bear sword technique. Thus, whenever he activated Strength Burst, the power of the giant bear sword technique increased exponentially. Thinking this, Rain consciously incorporated the concepts of strength and momentum and practiced the giant bear sword technique again. You trained in the giant bear sword technique, insights improved. Your skill giant bear sword technique has improved. Experience +2. Your skill giant bear sword technique has improved. Experience +1. This brought a smile to Rain's face. The notifications for the giant bear sword technique experience were no longer just +1, but occasionally +2, further accelerating the pace of training in the giant bear sword technique. Indeed, apart from diligent practice, any skill requires active reflection. After a morning of hard training, Rain's giant bear sword technique progressed from LV4 245 out of 1000 to LV4 298 out of 1000. In the afternoon, Rain went to John's farm not far south of Flashgold Town. Last time, the night watchman Captain Whalewin had reminded him that he could find John Moyle at John's farm to learn riding for 2 gold coins. But it had been delayed due to some issues. The reason that spurred Rain to decide to learn riding immediately was not only because future tasks would require more frequent horseback travel. The main reason was that Rain wanted to see if riding could trigger an event, such as a prompt for a job change. Flashgold Town in late autumn was picturesque. Walking on the road outside the town, fields on both sides were a golden yellow, with wheat swaying in the autumn breeze. Many fields had begun the harvest, and heaps of wheat sheaves were piled up together. Watching the hard-working farmers of Flashgold Town, Rain felt a different kind of emotion since his father, Old Rain, was also among them. After officially joining the night watchman, maybe I can persuade my parents to take a break or switch to a lighter job. After all, for me now, whether they earn money or not really isn't important anymore. Soon, Rain arrived at John's farm, which occupied a large area. Even from the outside, one could clearly see a racetrack enclosed by a wooden fence in the stables nearby. At that moment, numerous black, white, and brown horses were leisurely strolling in the racetrack, enjoying the sunny afternoon. Soon, Rain met a middle-aged man with a ruddy, bulbous nose, and after inquiring, found out he was indeed John Moyle. After paying 2 gold coins as a fee, Rain began to formally learn how to ride. Due to Rain's physical condition having long surpassed that of ordinary people, he quickly learned how to maintain balance on a horse under the astonished gaze of John Moyle. In less than half an hour, Rain could comfortably control the horse to either halt or trot forward. However, Rain did encounter some difficulties while trying to make the horse switch from trotting to galloping around the riding arena. Rain tried squeezing his legs against the horse's belly several times, but the horse beneath him seemed unable to fully understand his intentions, merely quickening its pace instead. "Mr. John, how can I make the horse run?" This was actually supposed to be part of the lessons 3 days from now. "Rain, you have so quickly mastered balance and controlling the horse to move in a straight line. It's hard to believe you had never learned horse riding before." John Moyle was initially taken aback, and after scrutinizing Rain for a moment, he remembered to answer Rain's question. Because he was so surprised, he had taught hundreds of beginners in horse riding, but it was the first time he saw someone who could control a horse to move in a straight line effortlessly after about half an hour from a standing start. As for your question, the answer is simple. Rain, the horse beneath you actually needs you to provide more specific instructions. If you're just squeezing the horse's belly, it's hard for the horse to distinguish whether you want to trot or gallop. Because a trot is a 2-beat gait and running is a 3-beat gait, so you need to lightly tap the horse's belly with your outer leg when its right front and left hind hooves touch the ground, while your inner leg stays close to the horse. I see. Under John Moyle's demonstration, Rain quickly grasped the essentials. A system prompt then followed. You have trained in horse riding, Insight Enhanced. You have comprehended a new skill horse riding. Your skill horse riding has improved. Experience +1. Unfortunately, the new skill horse riding did not bring any related hints for a career change for Rain. However, learning a new practical skill was in itself a joyous accomplishment. 3 regular days later. After a few days of exploring, Rain had largely figured out how to rapidly advance as a dog trainer. Basically, if he fed the greyhound pup a nutritious meal, his dog training skill would improve by 4 to 5 points, and his dog trainer profession level experience would increase by 1 point. But if he took the dog for a walk, the progression was much faster. About 15 minutes later, his dog trainer profession experience would increase by 1 point. Consequently, Rain added a new daily essential activity: dog walking. Every evening, after feeding Cookie, Rain would take it out for a walk. This made Rain, who had never owned a dog in his previous life, feel a surge of emotions. Additionally, 2 days ago, when Rain was preparing dog nutrition meals, he triggered another professional skill of a dog trainer: dog food production. Possibly because the dog food Rain prepared was quite special. Every time Rain made these dog nutrition meals, his dog food production skill improved rapidly, and his dog trainer profession level also increased swiftly. You made dog food, insight enhanced. You have comprehended a new skill: dog food production. Your skill dog food production has improved. Experience +5. You focused on dog food production. Your dog trainer profession experience +2. This series of actions significantly accelerated Rain's dog trainer profession experience. Just recently, he had successfully advanced to dog trainer LV2, 0 out of 300. Advancing to LV2 in 3 days, this rocket-like speed was something Rain had not anticipated. Thus, Rain also received a reward of 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. This could not help but make Rain chuckle to himself. Indeed, often, making the right choice is more crucial than putting in effort. However, Rain also noticed a point where the third new profession, dog trainer, differed from that of a blacksmith and a night watchman. That was the lack of a core skill. In this respect, dog trainer was similar to the entry-level profession of militia. Therefore, Rain surmised that he probably had to wait until dog trainer advanced to a subsequent profession to acquire a core skill. Additionally, over these 3 days, the giant bear breathing technique smoothly increased from LV2 to LV3, 0 out of 500. Just the day before yesterday, the training in the giant bear breathing technique rewarded Rain with a +1 increase in strength. This once again proved the foundational role of the night breathing method on the transcendent path of becoming a knight. At the same time, the improvement in the breathing technique brought an important change for Rain, as his control over his body's muscles seemed to be even higher. Specifically, Rain could now easily control the intensity of Strength Burst. Previously, once Rain used the core skill Strength Burst, he would double his strength without regard. But now, Rain could gradually control the degree of this burst, such as increasing his strength by 50 or 70%. This change not only proved that Rain's control over his own strength was more refined, but it also indirectly increased the duration of the burst. Basically, if Rain kept the strength burst to about 50%, he could maintain the effect for almost 2 minutes. If he went all out, it would be around 50 seconds, slightly better than the previous 45 seconds. Besides, the side effect of sore muscles throughout the body would be greatly mitigated in proportion to the intensity of Rain's burst. This delighted Rain. Refining his control over his own strength was, after all, tantamount to an increase in power. Name: Rain Carlin. Profession: Blacksmith LV2, 0 out of 300. Out of Night Watchman LV3, 30 out of 500. Out of Dog Trainer LV2, 31 out of 300. Constitution: 10 Strength, 11 Agility. 9 Spirit, 11 remaining attribute points, 2 remaining skill points. Rain saw on the attribute panel that, besides agility, the other attributes had already crossed the threshold of 10 points. Suddenly, Rain remembered that a long time ago, the system had once notified him of the prerequisite conditions for the night attendant profession, which required a minimum of 8 points in strength, agility, and constitution to advance to night attendant. This presumably represented the physical attribute threshold for a level 1 night attendant. So, if strength, agility, and constitution all exceed 10 points, does that mean the strength of a level 2 night attendant? That should be about right. If there's a difference of 2 points in strength, agility, and constitution, such a power gap is very noticeable. Putting other things aside, Rain thought back to his swordsmanship practice with Humbert the instructor 2 days ago, and quickly understood why Humbert had that expression at the time. It wasn't that instructor Humbert was holding back, it was that he had become stronger. Reasonably assuming, once all 3 attributes exceed 12, it's very likely that one becomes a level 3 night attendant. which means if I add 1 point to agility, making it 10 points, I should be considered to have the strength level of a level 2 knight attendant. Just over a month's time, from a skinny youth to becoming a level 2 knight attendant. This level of progress is quite something, isn't it? Regarding these two attribute points, apart from keeping one as a standby, Rain was momentarily hesitant to use the other between Constitution and Agility. Constitution could lessen the after-effects of the core skill strength burst and increase the duration of his practice. But Agility was equally important, especially since his giant bear breathing technique wasn't one that primarily enhanced agility. Using strength to overpower finesse is all well and good, but great strength is useless if you can't hit your opponent. After pondering for a moment, Rain still couldn't decide. The allocation of skill points posed a similar dilemma. The core skill danger perception was currently at LV2, which was fundamentally sufficient. So, Rain wondered if he should invest a point into the giant bear breathing technique, directly taking it from LV3 to LV4, which should bring a further increase in strength and constitution benefits in the short term. On the other hand, danger perception was a core skill that could only be upgraded with skill points, whereas the giant bear breathing technique could be improved through practice. But upon careful thought, Rain realized that danger perception was a sense for danger. When danger was unavoidable, it was ultimately his own strength that determined victory or defeat. The night breathing method was crucial to rapidly consolidating and enhancing his own strength, the key to deciding said victories. Consequently, after slight deliberation, Rain eventually decided to invest a skill point into the giant bear breathing technique. With the giant bear breathing technique promoted to LV4. Instantly, fragmented memories of practicing the giant bear breathing technique flooded Rain's mind. These memories were disjointed fragments of breathing exercises. A series of images flashed through Rain's mind and quickly implanted into the memory of his muscles and fascia. When Rain opened his eyes again, it was as if he had undergone a month or two of intensive practice of the giant bear breathing technique. At this moment, he could distinctly feel a certain odd sensation throughout his body, as if there was an itchy feeling coming from deep within his fascia. An instinct from within his body urged him to apply the black tongue oil again and start practicing the third form of the giant bear breathing technique. Indeed, the itchy feeling grew stronger, and Rain felt the fascia in his body start to mutate. It was as if fine, incredibly resilient facial fibers were extending, rooting deeply into his bones and muscle fibers. This change noticeably enhanced Rain's explosive strength and resistance to blows. Even his skin became tougher, resembling oil-soaked cowhide. Beyond that, Rain felt an itchy and hot sensation in his chest, as if he wouldn't be comfortable without letting out a roar. At that moment, a system notification arrived quietly. Congratulations, you have unlocked the exclusive secret technique that combines giant bear breathing technique with giant bear sword technique. Roaring Strike. Following that, an elated Rain saw a brand new icon located above the giant bear breathing technique and giant bear sword technique on the Night Watchman panel. The icon depicted the head of a roaring giant bear, its mouth wide open, fangs sharp, appearing lifelike and ferocious. Roaring Strike LV1. Secret technique. Effect. Uses powerful lung capacity to simulate the sonic impact of a giant bear's attack, combined with the execution of Whirlwind Slash. Note: Roaring Strike is a secret technique and cannot be directly upgraded with skill points. Roaring Strike LV2 requires the following conditions: Giant Bear Breathing Technique LV5 or above, Giant Bear Sword Technique LV5 or above, Strength 12 points, Constitution 12 or above. So that's how it is. It seems that the sensation of discomfort without a big roar must be due to the giant bear breathing technique's exercise of the lungs. If it weren't already nighttime, Rain would certainly have let out a few loud roars. But the memory of Clea's demonstration made him shake his head. With one shout from him, the residents of Flash Gold Town nearby would probably all be woken up. With no other choice, Rain had to restrain himself. The last point was that Rain discovered he had easily surpassed the requirement of maintaining the third form of the giant bear breathing technique for half an hour without realizing it. This meant that he was now ready to practice the fourth form of the giant bear breathing technique. However, Rain felt that he had almost reached his limit for today's breath training exercise and could start the fourth technique tomorrow. Overtraining would be counterproductive. After pondering for a moment, Rain retrieved the lavishly covered beast-taming diary from under the bed and began to read it earnestly. The content recorded within was exceedingly practical for Rain, as proven by the canine nutrition meal alone. Thus, Rain planned to continue his research and try to develop more recipes, which might once again speed up his profession-level advancement as a dog trainer. Another problem that now lay before Rain was the issue of how to recognize the unknown scripts. This was a big problem. If he couldn't decipher the meaning of these scripts, it meant that Rain couldn't learn a very important part of the content in the book, The Potion Formulas. Considering that King of Dogs Cole had mentioned that he had hired several scholars from the county town who were also unable to recognize it, the difficulty of deciphering these scripts must be immense. But for Rain to simply give up was clearly impossible, because within it, there might be some specific events related to my advancement from a dog trainer to a beast tamer, or perhaps there are key potions hidden in the book. None of these possibilities can be ruled out. One thing is for certain, if I manage to thoroughly research these potions and create them, it will undoubtedly greatly enhance my profession level as a dog trainer. After serious thought, Rain came up with two possible solutions to this problem. The first option was for Rain to transcribe a few of the discontinuous alien characters, write them on paper, and ask Chief Mage Shadya to help look for related text introductions or annotations in the castle's library. The second option was to wait until he officially joined the Night Watchman and then search for related materials through official channels. Just as Rain was mulling over this issue, a soft knock on the door sounded. "Come in." Rain knew it had to be Anna. It had been the same in recent days. Bohi would bring Cookie to their room for some fun before bedtime. And after Bohi fell asleep, Anna was responsible for bringing Cookie to Rain's room. Perhaps because Rain was a dog trainer and Cookie's owner, Cookie always chose to return to Rain's side before going to sleep. "Anna, has Bohi fallen asleep?" Rain asked gently, turning around. "Yes, she just fell asleep a little while ago. I'll go back now." Anna glanced at Rain and nodded shyly, but as she turned around, she seemed to notice something. "Oh, Rain, such a quaint amulet. May I take a look?" Anna asked, extending her hand curiously toward the wooden amulet that Rain had placed beside the book. "Of course you may." Rain casually picked up the wooden amulet and handed it to Anna. Anna took it and first examined it with delighted scrutiny before gently touching the amulet's surface with her delicate fingers, as if she were caressing a newborn baby. "What a unique amulet. The carvings are as though they were real. It feels so delicate to the touch," Anna said involuntarily. Clearly, Anna loved very much like the amulet. Just as Rain was about to tease Anna, suddenly, a strange occurrence happened. The wooden amulet suddenly lit up with a soft green glow, shocking Anna to the point where she nearly dropped it on the floor. But it seemed as though she felt the green light to be very soft and comforting, so she bravely continued to hold the amulet in her hand, despite her fright. Rain had already walked over by then, just as surprised. He had had the amulet for several days now, but no matter how he handled it, such a peculiar phenomenon had never occurred before. "Rain, it seems. I feel like I can control this green light," Anna said, looking up at Rain with her big eyes and speaking earnestly. "Don't panic, and don't move. Let me have a look," Rain said soothingly. Rain carefully felt the green glow, which seemed to hold a mysterious allure that was drawing him closer. Rain's higher spirit attribute had come into play at this moment. He felt as if he could sense the green light emitting a certain fragrance of vegetation and the vitality of life. Furthermore, Rain's danger perception yielded no reaction, so he was fairly certain that the green light posed no threat. Moreover, at this time, Anna was holding the amulet, with her entire person bathed in the green light's glow. If there were something amiss with the green light, Anna would have been the first to encounter trouble. Thus, Rain boldly reached out to touch the green light slowly. The moment Rain's touch met it, the green light suddenly moved away from the amulet, enveloping his entire body in an instant. Suddenly, Rain felt as though he were soaking in a hot spring. It was as if he were a fetus floating in amniotic fluid. An unknown energy, signifying life and vitality, was now pouring continuously into his body. It made him feel thoroughly translucent. Even the air in the room seemed much fresher, and with each breath Rain took, it was as if he were inhaling the essence of plants. It felt like going from a big city to the Shenangjia forest region in an instant, where the air is so fresh it's overpowering, and the negative ion content is off the charts. Gradually, the green light began to fade away. Rain felt exceptionally well, and glancing down, He noticed the small scars on the back of his hand from the battle had vanished without a trace. His hand now looked like a freshly peeled egg, devoid of any mark of scars. This is definitely transcendent strength. But it's clearly not the transcendent of the knight's path, seeming more like magic or witchcraft, using some kind of peculiar energy particles. Rain was very sure in his mind. But why could Anna trigger it? While his own touches had elicited no response whatsoever, Rain was puzzled for the moment. Suddenly, Anna's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her delicate body swayed. Rain immediately noticed that Anna was clearly very exhausted at this point. Could it be because she triggered the strange green light from the amulet? Thus, Rain quickly stepped forward, took hold of Anna, and said softly, "Anna, are you all right? Maybe you should rest on the bed for a while." MHM. Perhaps because Rain was supporting her, a faint blush slowly suffused Anna's pale face. But she listened to Rain and slowly seated herself on the bed. "I'm fine, just feeling so tired, as if I have been sewing clothes all day, and my head is spinning." Rain immediately realized that Anna's condition was very much in line with the symptoms of severe mental exhaustion. It appeared that Anna had triggered some kind of formation or something else on the wooden amulet, which caused the green light. And the entire triggering process required a considerable expenditure of her spiritual power. In the depths of the far-off Ferdinand forest, an elf with a tall and slender figure, hair black as ink, suddenly turned and gazed toward the south. In that direction, she seemed to sense the presence of her lost natural healing amulet. With furrowed brows and fluttering long eyelashes, she sensed carefully once more. Without a doubt, the familiar fluctuation was very faint, but it was unmistakably hers. It appeared someone had triggered her amulet. Although Rain had wanted to let Anna try to trigger it again to verify his guess, seeing Anna's pale face made it clear that it was not appropriate at the moment. "Anna, how did you spend your childhood?" "As a child, I moved from place to place with my mother, never staying in one place for more than a year. So, every time I settled into a place, we would have to leave again. No child wanted to be friends with me. Later, I stopped trying to make friends. I knew I would leave soon, and it would be very heartbreaking if I had friends." Anna slowly recounted her experiences from her childhood. "Do you know why your mother kept moving?" Rain asked. Anna gently shook her head, her eyes also showing a hint of confusion. That inexplicably gave Rain a sense of vulnerability and loneliness. Furthermore, listening to Anna's story, it seemed that Anna's mother had always been trying to evade something. Hence, the constant moving. Of course, the above was merely Rain's personal speculation. However, speaking of this reminded Rain of something his friend George had cryptically mentioned once, that Anna's mother had been abducted. Who did George hear it from? It seems he heard it from his father? Rain tried hard to recall the situation at the time. "And what about you, Rain? I feel like you've changed a lot recently. You've grown taller and a lot more robust, and overall, how should I say it, bursting with vitality and energy, it feels like you've completely changed as a person." Anna turned her head and gave Rain a sweet smile. Facing Anna's compliments, Rain scratched his head, momentarily unsure of what to say. "Isn't it just like becoming a different person?" "Ha ha ha, it may be due to the attendant training," he said. After chatting for a while, Anna seemed really tired, and Rain quickly sent her back to rest. After several days of investigation into Rain, Rolls had confirmed that the information he had submitted to Michelle previously indeed had some omissions. It appeared that by completing a certain bounty mission, Rain had achieved the certification of a junior bounty hunter. This caused Rolls to seriously increase his degree of regard for Rain. If previously he had shown moderate attention, now he truly valued him. After all, Rain's personal history, in Rolls' opinion, was like a blank slate. Born into a farmer's family and raised in Flash Gold Town, he had almost never left Flash Gold Town. And yet, this son of a farmer had managed in just over a month's time to undergo a transformation and become a bounty hunter. This was too legendary, often appearing more in stories sung by wandering bards. Even though this young man named Rain had once been taught by Lady Kreia, the degree of improvement was still astonishing. After all, while Lady Kreia is renowned as a genius knight of Meister, that doesn't necessarily mean Rain is too. Initially, Rolls had thought Rain was participating in attendant training, but after pretending to pass by the training site several times, he never found the black-haired young man. After observing a few more times, he confirmed that Rain was no longer participating in attendant training. This only made him more pleased, especially since, after the recent violent werewolf attack incident, the Habsburg estate had enhanced its security measures. Even for him, to quietly eliminate a serving boy within the manor was extremely difficult, and also entailed considerable risk. Now that the other party wasn't in the Habsburg manor, he must be at home. Thus, Rolls began to search for the location of Rain's home. Just last night, he had treated a drunk to a drink at the Oak Tavern in Flash Gold Town and had learned the location of Rain's home from the drunken man for just a silver coin. Then, Rolls was delighted to find that Rain's home was located near the southern edge of Flash Gold Town, next to a forest with not many people passing by, making it an excellent spot for taking action. After scouting the area last night, Rolls arrived early in the morning today at an alley near Rain's home to start his stakeout. Coincidentally, less than 5 minutes after Rolls began his stakeout, Rain came out carrying a sheepskin-wrapped dual-handed greatsword, heading to the clearing in the forest for his morning training. This made the corners of Rolls' mouth lift slightly. He hadn't expected things to go this smoothly. It seemed the goddess of fortune was on his side. A moment later, Rolls discreetly followed Rain to the clearing deep in the forest. However, as he watched Rain from a distance practicing the giant bear sword technique, the shock in his heart was indescribable, and his eyes flickered incessantly. How is this possible? From the information gathered, this young man named Rain had never undergone any night attendant training or even basic militia training before. Yet, without any foundation, he managed to train to this extent in just over a month. In comparison, Master Dennis's progress and training after drinking divine blood this month was slightly inferior. If Rolls hadn't seen the boy's eyes clear and lively, he would have thought he was possessed by an evil god. This young man's knightly potential is simply top tier, entirely comparable to Lady Kreia of Meister County, who's known as a prodigious knight. He now understood why Lady Kreia valued this young man's talent so highly. The talent of this young man, in any part of the empire, was worth courting and nurturing. Such a young man, it would be a real pity to kill him directly. Rolls shook his head slightly, sighing inwardly. Although he had always known that Rain was likely already loyal to Kreia, he still planned to first ask if he would like to join the Norman family. This was a form of respect for talent. If he agreed, Baron Norman would undoubtedly be very pleased. In that case, even if he faced a scolding from his young master, it didn't matter. However, if he refused, then it would really be regrettable. It's well known that many young eagles never had the chance to spread their wings before crashing to their deaths beneath the trees. To ensure foolproof success, Rolls hid behind a tree at a distance, slowly applying a pale green lethal poison to his longsword. Rain, while practicing the giant bear sword technique, had always felt as if he was being watched, but perhaps because the malice wasn't very apparent initially, his core skill Danger Perception LV2 hadn't issued a strong warning. But just now, an alarm suddenly went off in his mind. Rain knew that the person watching him really existed, and he was probably about to make a move. And at that same moment, he pinpointed the enemy's approximate location. It was to his left rear. Who's there? Rain looked sharply in the direction of Rolls. This prompted Rolls to elevate his assessment of Rain. Such keen perception, truly an enviable talent. Thus, in Rain's line of sight, a man clad in hunting attire and carrying a sword at his waist slowly emerged from the dense forest. Rain? A deep male voice sounded. May I ask who you are? You don't need to know who I am. Listen carefully, Rain. I'm giving you an opportunity right now. If you're willing to pledge allegiance to the Norman family, this will be the best decision of your life. The other party did not directly answer Rain's question, but instead said something unexpected. Hearing this, Rain was taken aback. HM? Is this a recruitment? However, the superior attitude of the other party was plainly more like charity. Rain instinctively felt awkward and uncomfortable. Nevertheless, Rain still planned to politely inquire about the other party's background. After all, with such a pompous recruitment, the background must be prominent, possibly from some hereditary earl or even marquis family. But in Meister County, there seemed to be only one hereditary earl family, the Habus family. Thus, Rain naturally asked, "Thank you for your appreciation, sir, but please forgive my ignorance. Is the Norman family a great noble family from another county?" Rain, what you just said is an offense to the noble Baron Norman. The wrath of the Norman family is not something you can withstand. The middle-aged man visibly displayed anger. Baron? Rain instantly realized the person was from a lesser-known Baron family named Norman, not the Earl or Marquis he had conjectured. His question had clearly angered the other party, seen as a challenge and scorn. But surely, he would never accept the other party's offer. Give up being the guardian knight for the fair, beautiful Lady Kreia with long legs to become a servant in some baron's house whose lands he did not even know? That would be a brain kicked by a donkey. TSSK. Rain shook his head, straightened his expression, bowed slightly, and apologized. I'm sorry. Thank you for your appreciation, but I cannot accept. Then it is truly a pity. You refused an opportunity to save your own life. A genius is going to fall here. Truly regrettable. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. The next second, the situation turned volatile. Clang. The other party immediately drew a longsword, pushed off with the tip of his foot, and attacked Rain. So fast. Rain's pupils constricted. The speed of the opponent was no less than that of the assassin who had attacked him last time. Clang. Rain barely managed to block the strike of the longsword with his fine steel greatsword, but he was still knocked back 2 steps. Failed recruitment turns to assassination. How domineering. Moreover, the strength and agility of the opponent fearsomely near that of a formal knight. Rain was surprised, but the opponent was even more so. Rulse had never expected the son of a farmer to have reached such a level, to actually withstand his full-powered strike and only retreat a few steps. He was even more proficient than what Rulse had estimated when he watched Rain practice swordsmanship. It should be noted, his strength was that of an almost knight. This indicates that the opponent's strength had completely reached the level of a Tier 3 knight attendant. No wonder the last attempt failed. Even compared to himself, the gap isn't too big. Could it be because of the breathing technique the other was practicing? It's just that the opponent's speed was a bit slow, clearly 2 levels below his own. Good. Although there are variables, everything is still within control. Since the opponent was slower, the experienced Rulse instantly thought of the best tactic. That was to make use of the fastest thrusting sword technique, catching the opponent off guard. Rain had already activated Strength Burst at 30% of its full capacity, pushing his strength beyond 14 points, only to find himself still falling slightly behind. This allowed Rain to estimate that his opponent's strength was around 15 points, but definitely not exceeding 16 points. However, compared to him, the opponent's speed was just too fast. If it weren't for his level 2 danger perception, he might have already been injured. Good. Now there's no hesitation about how to distribute his points. Rain immediately used 1 attribute point on agility, successfully boosting it to the major milestone of 10 points. Clang. Thus, a split second later, Rulse's swifter thrusting strike was still solidly blocked by the young man opposite him. This brought a flicker of surprise to Rulse's face. The speed of the youth opposite him had actually increased, from initially dominating in speed to now being only slightly better. Thankfully, I was prepared, having applied lethal poison. Just 1 hit, and it should be over. Rulse's sword moves became even swifter, striking at Rain like a fierce storm. Clang, clang, clang. Rain's chest was brushed by Rulse's sword, cutting through the surface of his cotton jacket. Huh. Plate armor? Rulse, thinking he had secured the victory, was surprised to find that the youth opposite him was wearing a rarely seen plate armor, which caused his strike just now to be in vain. As the fight progressed to this point, Rulse might not have realized himself that he had gradually deviated from his original plan. His initial plan was, once Rain refused, to take him down within a few seconds, then deal with the body quickly before leaving. But now, although he was slightly ahead, the whole fight had become fiercely contested. In this case, to take down the opponent in a short time and leave without trouble is extremely difficult. We're not far from the main road. If I take too long, it might draw the attention of others, which would be troublesome. It looks like I have to use my secret technique. On the other side, Rain was also intently watching Rulse, his mind swiftly searching for a strategy to break through the enemy. The opponent's swordsmanship is very practical, extremely deadly, and he has abundant experience. His overall ability is clearly above mine. The most troublesome thing is the opponent's attack speed, even faster than that assassin. Even after adding 1 point to agility, it's still not enough. Rain had also considered suddenly unleashing his full strength and performing a roaring strike. But seeing the opponent's ease in attacking, if I don't time it right, even if I unleash full power with strength burst, I might not be able to hit him. And once it fails and the opponent gets wary, it would be harder to find such an opportunity again. Roaring Strike is my only chance to turn the tables. It must only be used when there's absolute certainty. The knight's longsword's pale green glow? It's poisoned? Taking advantage of this moment, Rain keenly noticed that the knight's longsword was emitting a faint pale green glow. This alarmed and angered Rain. Had I not been wearing plate armor just now, would I have already been poisoned? It was a situation where any mistake could be deadly. Keeping any attribute points now would be suicidal. Rain decisively used his last attribute point on agility again. With this, his agility reached 11 points. His overall condition also returned to its peak. Suddenly, Rolls made a move. All he saw was Rolls swinging his sword again toward Rain, his right hand's longsword moving at high speed, transforming into 3 blades, with a sharp slicing sound, simultaneously stabbing towards Rain's forehead, neck, and chest. This was Rolls' trump card, one of the Dragon Guard's secret sword techniques, Swift Sword Triple Strike. In the blink of an eye, Rain instantly deduced that this must be the opponent's ace in the hole. Utilizing ultra-fast sword speed to pierce 3 vital points on his body, the sword moved so quickly that afterimages appeared on his retina, which is why he saw the illusion of 3 swords thrusting at the same time. But in Rain's heart there was no fear. Instead, he felt excitement. This move was the enemy's trump card, his own crisis, but on the other hand, also his own opportunity. Although the opponent was extremely fast, having fully committed to this killer move meant changing direction as before had become exceedingly difficult for him. It was just like a sprinter at full speed trying to come to an immediate stop, which was nearly impossible to achieve. In a split second, a fierce determination flashed in the corner of Rain's eye. He didn't execute the defensive stance, the only defensive move in the giant bear sword technique. Instead, he chose to counterattack. Strength burst. Rain's entire body suddenly swelled, his height shooting from around 1.7 meters to approximately 1.9 meters, with muscles all over his body taut and bulging. Breaking limit. Are you a proper knight? Rolls cried out in shock, unable to help but exclaim. This caused Rolls' attacking momentum to falter, and the power of his killer move greatly diminished. Of course, Rolls couldn't be blamed. Rain's strength burst was too similar to that of an official knight performing breaking limit. Anyone watching would have thought Rain was a formal knight in the act of breaking limit. Seizing the opportunity while the opponent hesitated ever so slightly, Rain's chest puffed up, the veins in his neck protruding, with neck muscles twisting and expanding like those of a python. This set off alarm bells in Rolf's mind, and he instinctively began to retreat at high speed. The execution of his ace move, Swift Sword Triple Strike, thus came to an abrupt end. No wonder Rolf made such a decision. Originally, his 3 strikes were aimed at Rain's vital areas, but with Rain's drastically changed physique, even if the stabs went through, they probably wouldn't be able to end Rain's life instantly, only leaving him injured but not dead. Yet Rain's present physical form was too horrifying. Rolf immediately sensed that Rain's follow-up attack would definitely be thunderous. Rolf didn't want to trade life for life. So the only option was to retreat. But having just charged forward at high speed, retreating immediately was not so simple. However, Rolf lived up to his level as a prospective knight with powerful body control. The inertia of his body went from moving forward to retreating in barely half a second of stillness on the spot. But in that brief less than half-second time frame, the tables turned. With a great roar, Rain's mouth opened wide, and a raging torrent of breath blasted out like a cannonball. A massive wave of sound, centered around Rain's gaping maw, swept out like a tsunami in all directions. This kind of area of effect sound attack was clearly something Rolf couldn't avoid, and with the distance between him and Rain, the strength of the sound wave could be said to be at its peak. Rolf only felt a strong gust of wind against his face, causing his skin to violently tremble. At the same time, his eardrums felt a stabbing pain, his head instantly buzzing. And after the sound wave swept past Rolf, it kept spreading out at high speed, causing nearby trees to rustle loudly and leaves to rain down. Although Rolf was only affected by the sound attack for a very brief moment, merely a fraction of a second by the time he could react once again, he found himself seemingly unable to move. Instantly, he felt an intense pain in his abdomen. Turns out, as Rain let out that deafening roar, his bulging muscles propelled his hands to sweep the fine steel greatsword at high speed across Rolf's waist and abdomen, leaving behind in mid-air a beautiful silver semicircle. Time seemed to stand still for a few seconds. Rolf lowered his head. Whoosh! A large amount of fresh blood flowed out, along with intestines and other organs. Rolf couldn't help but let out a scream of agony. Thump! Rolf dropped the knight's longsword and knelt on the ground, desperately trying to cover the long wound with his hands and continuously trying to stuff the fallen intestines back inside. Although he had been through many battles, he had always been the victor. Of course, he had never experienced such pain, as well as the fear of impending death. Such an injury, even if he were a knight, would be too much to bear, let alone that he wasn't one. Soon, as life drained away, Rolf's movement slowed down. He lifted his head, staring intently at Rain. His mouth moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, nothing came out, and he collapsed to the ground. The look of unwillingness in his eyes also faded. Rain was also suffering, supporting himself with the fine steel greatsword in one hand and clutching his chest with the other. He began to cough violently. Cough. Cough. The first time using the Roaring Strike special move, I exerted too much force. It seems to have hurt my lungs a bit. But luckily, the results were significant. Rain, looking at Rolf's corpse, also felt somewhat sentimental. The opponent was completely superior to me, with both strength and agility likely around 13 or 14 points. Even after I increased my agility by 2 points, I was still firmly suppressed by him. Without the insight into the special move, Roaring Strike, this battle could have been very grim. This intensified the sense of urgency in Rain's heart once more. Throughout the entire battle until its end, there were still many questions in Rain's mind. Where did this Norman Baron family come from? Refused to be recruited, then must die? It can't be that drastic, can it? So, how exactly did I get involved with them? After thinking for a while, Rain decided he might take the time to carefully inquire with Hamilton later. After all, he had been transferred from the county town, and he should be quite familiar with the major noble families within the Meister County. If the territory of this so-called Norman Baron family is in Meister County, then Hamilton should probably be able to provide some useful information. Without any hesitation, Rain stepped forward and cautiously delivered another stab to the body. Once he confirmed that the other party was truly dead, Rain quickly bent down and started to search, soon finding a small black square bottle in the man's pouch. This design. Could it be lethal poison? Then, Rain found a small bag of gold coins, about a dozen gold coins and over 20 silver coins, in the man's pouch. The last item was an exceptionally neatly folded piece of parchment that, judging by its yellowed surface and slightly whitened edges from abrasion, seemed to have some age and had been frequently perused by its owner. Rain didn't open it immediately, because the Roaring Strike he had just used made a deafening sound, and even with the barrier of the dense woods, Rain believed it had already reached the nearby road. Thus, as soon as Rain finished searching the body, he immediately dragged it deeper into the woods and slightly modified the battle marks on the scene with his greatsword to cover them up. After giving it some thought, Rain decided not to pick up the opponent's weapon. Because the pommel of the opponent's knight's longsword had a distinct pattern, Rain wouldn't be able to use it even if he took it back, and melting it down at the blacksmith's place was equally risky. So, it was better to leave it. Soon, the smell of blood would attract wild animals, and for them, this would be a feast. Having done all this, Rain turned and walked towards home. "Brother, why did you come back so early today?" Anna, who was playing with Cookie, looked up to see her brother Rain returning and asked with slight surprise. At that moment, Anna also looked up towards Rain. Seeing Anna's rosy complexion, Rain knew that after a night's rest, she had recovered from the fatigue caused by using the amulet yesterday. Well, something came up. Cough. Cough. Rain patted little Anna's head. "By the way, Anna, could you come with me for a moment?" "HM? Of course." Anna nodded and stood up, but when she took a closer look at Rain, she noticed something amiss. Rain seemed to have a pale complexion and had just coughed. As Rain passed by her, she also detected a faint smell of blood. This scent was deeply ingrained in her memory, for her home had also been filled with this same smell that night. This immediately made Anna tense. Upon entering the room with Rain, Anna asked anxiously, "Rain, are you injured?" "What? How did you know, Anna?" Rain was initially surprised, but then, looking down at his damaged cotton armor, he immediately understood. "It's nothing serious, just a minor injury, but I might need to bother you to touch that amulet again." At the moment, Rain was also unsure whether the amulet had a limit on the number of times it could be used. Or could it be that after consuming that mysterious energy, the amulet needed a certain amount of time to absorb some kind of external energy before it could be used again? "Yes, no problem at all. I'll try." Anna nodded emphatically, grateful for the rare opportunity to be of help to Rain. "Relax a little. I'm really fine." Cough. Seeing Rain cough while insisting he was fine, Anna couldn't help but give him a reproachful look. Immediately taking the wooden amulet Rain handed her, Anna focused her mind and gently touched it. Sure enough, the amulet emitted a soft green glow again. This time, Anna felt it was a bit easier to control than the last. The green light quickly leapt from the amulet and flew towards Rain's body. Instantly, the green light intensified. Enveloped in the green light, Rain felt as if a cool, soothing stream was flowing into his body from the outside, quickly coating the damaged capillaries and alveoli of his lungs. An exceptionally cool and refreshing sensation spread from within. Seconds later, Rain felt his injuries had fully healed, and he no longer felt the urge to cough. This once again made Rain marvel at the miraculous nature of this energy. It also proved that the wooden amulet could indeed be a magical item used repeatedly. However, when Rain looked up, he saw Anna's complexion had turned pale again, just like the night before. "Anna, I'm sorry." "Don't say that, Rain. I'm really happy to help you, truly. By the way, are you feeling better now?" "Of course, I've fully recovered." "Thank you, Anna." Rain smiled and patted his chest, indicating he was completely healed. After sending Anna back to her room to rest, Rain curiously opened the sheepskin scroll. Upon opening it, Rain was somewhat astonished. The top was inscribed with bold letters, Dragon Empire Military Swordsmanship. Below the text were 7 separate diagrams depicting a stick figure performing various sword techniques. Further down were 2 slightly more complex diagrams, also showing a stick figure executing a type of sword technique. The stick figures in the book all had one-handed swords. They differed drastically in style from the giant bear sword technique Rain was practicing. After scrutinizing the images, Rain's expression initially showed both shock and delight, but soon he began to furrow his brow in thought. It turned out that the 7 patterns represented basic sword moves with a simple style, somewhat straightforward, yet upon closer inspection, they also contained a sense of sharpness and even brutality. Because the sword moves targeted the critical points of an enemy, it was no wonder they were called military swordsmanship, where simplicity implied ease of learning, and the ruthless sharpness was aimed at quickly dispatching foes. The 2 slightly more complex patterns at the bottom were secret techniques derived from military swordsmanship. One was the swift sword triple strike, performed by the middle-aged man earlier, and the other was another move called flash strike. Without a doubt, Imperial military swordsmanship with secret techniques was more than 10 times as precious as the plain Imperial military swordsmanship. Although the military swordsmanship of the Dragon Empire was also an outstanding swordsmanship, without secret techniques, it couldn't be considered true extraordinary swordsmanship. If Rain had only discovered the 7 basic military sword moves, he might not have been inclined to learn them immediately. But upon realizing the existence of 2 secret techniques, his desire to learn them grew incredibly strong. He had felt the power of the swift sword triple strike personally, and if his opponent had been determined to trade injury for injury, even if Rain had been lucky enough to win, he surely would have sustained serious injuries. According to the description, flash strike was even more powerful and equally more difficult to perform, seeming to require the capability of a formal knight. This left Rain rather covetous. He decided to try learning them later that evening. It was then that Rain had the time to check the system notifications. Your skill giant bear sword technique has improved. Experience plus 267. You have experienced a battle. Night Watchman professional experience points plus 131. Although a normal fight wasn't lengthy, totally at most around 2 minutes, but every second was a precarious balance between life and death. So the generous experience granted was to be expected. Rain's Giant Bear Sword Technique LV4, 298 out of 1000. Progress crossed halfway, reaching Giant Bear Sword Technique LV4, 565 out of 1000. Rain then flipped back to the Attributes page on the system panel. Name: Rain Carlin. Profession: Blacksmith LV2, 0 out of 300. Out of Night Watchman LV3, 161 out of 500. Out of Dog Trainer LV2, 31 out of 300. Constitution: 10 Strength, 11 Agility, 11 Spirit, 11 remaining attribute points, 0 remaining skill points, 0 now. His attributes were very balanced, just 1 point shy in Constitution from reaching 11 in each attribute. Afterward, Rain folded his arms and paced back and forth in the room, deep in thought, reflecting on the battle he had just fought, summarizing the gains and losses. Meister County City. Within a manor that belonged to either a noble or a wealthy merchant, the storeroom on the second level below ground had clearly undergone expansion, its area comparable to an average noble's banquet hall. While the walls weren't graced with fine murals or richly decorated, they were carved with mysterious and brutal ritual scenes and various bizarre monsters, giving the entire hall a dark and eerie atmosphere. In such a spacious hall, only 2 mountain-shaped wall lamps were lit, their flames struggling to burn, but still unable to light up the overly large hall sufficiently. At that moment, a deep voice emerged from the center of the dimly lit hall. How much longer until the black flame prayer ceremony? High Priest, it will take about another month, answered a tall figure clad in knight armor, standing in the middle of the underground hall. Why say tall? That was because the figure was over 2 meters and 20 centimeters tall, but even encased in armor, his limbs were very slender. To others, his legs looked like the long, thin thighs of a grasshopper, thin yet extremely capable of leaping. Moreover, the weapon he carried on his back was also weird. It was a scythe-like serrated curved blade about 2 meters long. However, he clearly wasn't the highest-ranking person in the underground hall, as he was reporting with a slight bow to someone sitting in the shadows, referred to as the High Priest. We are running out of time. I have felt the lords will gradually awakening. The Black Flame Prayer ceremony must be held as soon as possible. Half a month. Hold the ceremony within half a month to coincide with the Lord's further resurrection. This. Understood, High Priest. However, if we intensify the acquisition of materials, it will inevitably cause some disturbances and further attention from the Empire's officials. Those greedy nobles, it's time for them to be of use. The High Priest's tone was deep and slightly mocking. High Priest, speaking of those nobles, it seems they are getting restless. The shadow waved his hand and said, take another 12 bottles of divine blood to appease them. It's best if you can get those nobles to cooperate with you. If they look for excuses to shirk, at least make them turn a blind eye. These next few days, make sure the gangs below expedite their work and at the same time, raise the bounty. Lastly, be ready to conduct a blood sacrifice if we do not make it in time. A blood sacrifice. High Priest, the last incident in Monheim town was quite significant. It's said that the sword-bearers are paying close attention. The High Priest waved his withered right hand and said, I have already felt the Lord's response to my prayers. Go and get in touch with Alonso, as the most eager nobleman to participate in the Black Flame ceremony and receive the Lord's blessing. He ought to do something. As you command, High Priest. By the way, have people investigated how the hyena gang was destroyed? Is it the doing of the sword-bearers? As he mentioned sword-bearers, the High Priest's voice became noticeably more solemn. No. According to what we observed at the scene, most of the hyena gang members died of severe poisoning, a method uncharacteristic of the sword-bearers. Additionally, inside the gang's stronghold in the county town, several dozen materials were left untouched. If it was the sword-bearers, they would not have ended things hastily. They always planned thoroughly before acting and would surely have rescued these people. It must have been an act of vengeance or a random incident. Perhaps the hyena gang offended some wandering knight or a certain noble. It's just, the marks on the wounds are quite unusual, not like those made by daggers or short swords, but rather resembling those made by great swords or axes. The shadow nodded and said, as long as it wasn't the sword-bearers, that's all that matters. Weapons naturally vary with the individual. Good that it wasn't the sword-bearers. Speed things up. Otherwise, by the time the Empire reacts, we might never have such a good opportunity again. As you command, High Priest. I will see to it right away. The tall figure briefly bowed and then turned to leave the underground hall. At that moment, only the High Priest remained in the hall. Then, under the dim light of a distant wall lamp, one could vaguely see that the body shrouded under his black robe was abnormally bloated, presenting a stark contrast to his withered arms. That afternoon, Rain seriously began practicing the imperial military swordsmanship. The woodland near his home was naturally no longer an option. But fortunately, the army swordsmanship used a one-handed sword, which meant Rain only needed a small space to practice. After thinking for a moment, Rain asked Anna for the key and went alone with the night watchman's issued sword to Anna's house next door. After slightly moving the table and chairs, it made for a decent indoor practice area. Since Rain had a foundation in swordsmanship at level 4, 578 out of 1,000, he picked up the army swordsmanship faster than he had anticipated. Before long, a system prompt appeared. You have practiced the Imperial Army Sword technique. Insight increased. You have comprehended a new skill Imperial Army Sword technique. Your skill Imperial Army Sword technique has improved. Experience +1. Detected that the host has been practicing single-handed sword technique. Would you like to merge it into the Imperial Army Sword technique? This merge will consume 0 skill points. Note: After merging, the basic sword technique will no longer be displayed on the panel, but the host can still use the related sword techniques. Note: after the merge, the Imperial Army sword technique will absorb the advantages of the basic sword technique and improve them. The experience you gained in basic sword technique will be converted into the experience for the improved Imperial Army sword technique at a certain ratio. The first 3 prompts hadn't changed, but the 4th and completely different system prompt clearly caught Rain's attention. Both are one-handed sword techniques, so they can be merged? No wonder I didn't see this prompt when I was practicing the two-handed giant bear sword technique before. Also, a merge usually requires consuming skill points. Is it because there is a certain lineage connection between the basic sword technique and the Imperial Army sword technique? Or is it because the basic sword technique is too basic? Thus it shows 0 points? Several questions naturally popped into Rain's mind. Clearly, if it had required skill points, Rain would likely not have chosen to merge. Because the current 1 skill point, whether used on breathing techniques or the giant bear sword technique, would bring significant improvements to Rain. Of course, since this time the merge cost was 0, Rain pondered briefly and then chose yes. Soon, the sword bearer panel's basic sword technique level 4, 578 out of 1000, vanished, replaced by Imperial Army sword technique level 2, 128 out of 300. Level 4 beyond halfway in basic sword technique, barely converted to less than half of level 2 in Imperial Army sword technique. But this already made Rain's face light up with joy, as it at least saved him 10 days to half a month of tough training. Almost simultaneously, some fragmented memories about practicing Imperial Army sword technique flashed through Rain's mind and gradually integrated into his muscle memory. Shortly, Rain sharply noticed that the Imperial Army sword technique he executed was slightly different from that in the scroll, with more cunning angles and seemingly greater power. This must be what the system prompt meant by saying that after merging, the Imperial Army sword technique had absorbed the strengths of the basic sword technique and improved upon them. However, it must be because the basic sword technique was too elementary, the improvement was very slight. If Rain's perceptions hadn't been exceptionally sharp, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. Just then, a crisp voice called from the door, "Brother, Uncle Wayluin has come to see you." Upon hearing this, Rain immediately stopped practicing the Imperial Army sword technique and opened the door to step outside. The middle-aged man in black leather armor, standing right there, was the familiar captain of the night watchman, Wayluin. Seeing Rain come out, Bowie smiled sweetly at Wayluin and bounced back to dig in the small courtyard with Anna, along with the periodic appearances of Cookie the dog, creating a warm atmosphere. "Rain, why are you at Anna's house?" Wayluin curiously glanced behind the door and asked. "Haha, Captain Wayluin, is there something you need?" All at once, Wayluin looked deeply at Rain and said, "Rain, I have some good news for you. The hyena gang of County Town was wiped out. Dog King Cole and a number of the gang's key members were found dead in their lair the dog-fighting manor 3 days ago," Wayluin narrated slowly. Wayluin had considered whether the young man before him, who was only a few years older than his daughter, might have done it. But after some thought, he concluded it probably wasn't him. Although Dog King Cole's body had been burned to ashes and was unrecognizable, the deaths of the other gang members suggested they had all perished from severe poisoning. This approach was likely the work of a well-trained assassin. Therefore, there was a high probability that the hyena gang, used to their arrogant ways, had inadvertently offended some noble who then hired a hitman to exterminate them thoroughly. "Oh, Captain Wayluin, do you know who did it?" Rain asked, feigning surprise even though he had a clear idea. "Not sure, but according to my colleagues in County Town, the investigation at the scene suggests that it was the work of a professional killer. Many of the gang members and dogs in the manor that weren't burnt died from severe poisoning," Wayluin explained, shaking his head. Hearing this, Rain breathed a sigh of relief. "Coating my weapons with poison was initially just to increase the efficiency of the kills. I hadn't expected it to also mislead the investigation. Next time, if necessary, I can continue to use this method." After chatting for a few more moments, Wayluin remembered the purpose of his visit and said, "Right, Rain, if you're not busy, come with me to the town's administration office. Lord Hamilton is waiting for you in his office." "Okay, let's go now," Rain nodded immediately. He also had questions he wanted to ask Lord Hamilton. When Rain arrived at Hamilton's office, as soon as he entered, Rain noticed that Sheriff Hamilton, although a formal knight, looked exhausted, rubbing his brow with one hand while flipping through case files with the other. Seeing Rain come in, Hamilton nodded and said, "Rain, take a seat. Things have been a bit off lately. There are too many security incidents, along with some mysterious events involving cults, monsters, and so on. Even the seasonal winds in the Church of the Ocean Goddess in County Town are constantly preoccupied." Hamilton complained offhandedly. "By the way, Rain, the reason I called you here is because your night watchman paperwork has all been processed." Hamilton smiled and handed Rain a circular silver badge, 2 sizes larger than a gold coin. Rain took it and examined it carefully. On the front was an upper body image of holding a torch in one hand and a sword in the other, with a bow slung over the back, while the back was akin to a bounty hunter's badge, also inscribed with Rain Carlin and a long string of numbers. Rain quickly determined that the badge was primarily made of pure silver, mixed with a small amount of other metals to prevent it from being too soft. This represents the elite badge of the Night Watchman. Generally, it takes a common Night Watchman about 2 years to accumulate enough merit points to be promoted to the elite level, Hamilton said with a smile. "Thank you, Lord Hamilton," Rain said with a happy expression, bowing slightly to show his gratitude. "You don't need to thank me. It was just a small effort on my part. You're the one who has worked hard. This is your deserved reward. Right, here's the exchange booklet. It lists all the items you're currently eligible to exchange for. You might want to take a look," Hamilton said, handing over a small booklet to Rain. "Also, you should have over 100 merit points." "Let me see, Rain. Knowles, Murlocs, your total is .119 merit points," Hamilton stated after revealing a number. "Thank you, sir," Rain said, unable to determine just how much the number of merit points he had would allow him to exchange, but guessed it wouldn't be anything particularly useful since it was only over 100. Rain opened the booklet Hamilton gave him. On the cover of the booklet were the bold words, "Dragon Empire Security and Guard Troops Merit Points Exchange Booklet, Non-Commissioned." Isn't it supposed to be exclusively for the Night Watchman? Rain looked up at Hamilton, a touch of surprise in his expression. "Haha, of course not. The Night Watchmen, constables, including the city guard, all belong to the category of the Empire's security and defense forces, so merit points are universal," Hamilton explained with a laugh. "I see," Rain realized, finding the system reasonable, and so he began to leaf through the pamphlet. At the elite level, the redeemable items include potions, weapons. Rain quickly found that his 119 merit points were neither a lot nor a little. Basically, his merit points were enough to exchange for 4 fine steel greatswords. Wow, you can even exchange for Dragon Empire military swordsmanship and the corresponding military breathing method? Is it really 1,200 points for these merit points? This made Rain a bit astonished. After all, he only had 119 points, not even a tenth of what was needed. It was hard to know if any of the elite members of the Night Watchmen had successfully redeemed the Dragon Empire military swordsmanship and corresponding military breathing method. However, the Dragon Empire military swordsmanship and the military breathing method could be exchanged separately, requiring 400 and 800 merit points, respectively. Additionally, the military breathing method was the only breathing technique available in the exchange booklet. That is to say, the Dragon Empire military swordsmanship he had obtained from that middle-aged man was actually worth 400 merit points. Indeed, counterkill, like that was the fastest way to make money. Unfortunately, he did not see the black Kirin oil, or anything related to the giant bear breathing technique available for exchange. He wasn't sure if it was because his elite level in the Night Watchman wasn't high enough, or for some other reason. However, as Clea mentioned, the giant bear breathing technique was widely disseminated, with many noble families passing it down and studying it, so in theory, the Imperial military would naturally have carried out research into it. In that case, it was probably because he was of too low rank. By the way, my lord, does the Night Watchman have a specialized training ground? Rain asked. For him, improving his strength was always the most important thing. The woodland near his house, he definitely wasn't suitable for going there in the short term. And Anna's house was fine for 1 or 2 makeshift training sessions, but it wasn't a long-term solution. Haha, of course, it's right behind the administrative office of the small town, Hamilton said, standing up and laughing as if he had thought of something, brushing off his previous weariness. Come, I'll take you to see it. And by the way, it's a good opportunity to introduce you to the others. At this time, except for those who were on night duty yesterday, most of them should be at the training grounds. After leaving the office and making 2 consecutive right turns, Rain followed Hamilton to a training ground, not very large, just a few hundred square meters, but it was equipped with various dummies, targets, and all kinds of longswords. At the moment, many people were training on their own here, and after sweeping the area with a glance, Rain noticed that the majority, about 60%, were practicing archery. "My lord, Lord Hamilton, Constable, my lord." Upon seeing Hamilton's arrival, the training members of the Night Watchmen, constables, and others all stopped their activities and greeted him. "This is Rain, a new member who joined our Night Watchmen today. Everyone, please make his acquaintance," Hamilton introduced. "Right, Rain, to let everyone gauge your strength, go ahead, use all your power, and throw a punch right here." Hamilton turned his head and, with a smile, extended his palm towards Rain. Actually, Hamilton had always been curious about Rain's strength and potential. Since the previous occasion when Rain had managed to stop that ferally transformed werewolf, Hamilton had been harboring this thought. But firstly, at that time, he was hindered by his own injuries, and secondly, Rain had not officially joined the Night Watchmen, so Hamilton hadn't spoken up. But now that Rain was an official member of the Night Watchmen and directly under his command, Hamilton naturally thought it was time to test this young man whom he regarded highly. Hearing his superior make such a statement, the Night Watchmen beside him all looked at Rain with considerable curiosity. Some of the Night Watchmen had seen Rain during the last battle with the frenzied Jackalwars, while others had not. But now, they all crowded around, looking forward to the young man's performance with great anticipation. Caught off guard by Lord Hamilton's sudden request, Rain was startled at first, but the next second, he smiled, nodded, and happily agreed. Of course, Lord Hamilton. He finally understood why. When he asked about the training grounds of the Night Watchmen, Lord Hamilton's mood lifted. It seemed that at that moment, the other party had already thought of testing his strength. But inside, Rain thought to himself that he definitely couldn't use Strength Burst at full capacity. Otherwise, his strength of 22 points would probably exceed even that of Lord Hamilton, a formal knight. Injuring one's own superior on the first day of employment, that approach. As he imagined that scene, Rain couldn't help but shake his head slightly. "However, I did manage to barely fend off an injured frenzied Jackalwar last time. My current base strength of 11 points is of course still a bit weak. So, I should only use about 30% of my strength burst. A little surprise for my superior is still necessary." Having made his decision, Rain positioned himself to throw a punch. The next second, with a push from his left foot, his figure flashed past everyone, and he threw an extended stance straight punch that hit hard against the palm of Lord Hamilton's outstretched right hand. Thump! A dull sound of a fist colliding with a palm echoed. As his punch landed, Rain felt that Lord Hamilton's large hand was like layers of tough leather glued together, absorbing the impact of his punch, making it dissipate until it was invisible. Lord Hamilton controlled the rebound of his strength to a very small degree, rendering Rain almost unable to feel any force from the hand. This delicate control over strength, signifying a higher and more profound mastery of one's own muscles and more, was beyond Rain's current reach. "Very good. Rain, your knighthood potential is even better than I imagined." After feeling the power of Rain's punch, the corners of Lord Hamilton's mouth twitched slightly with a mix of shock and delight, and his eyes shone keenly as if he had found a treasure. There was still a tingling sensation in his palm. Rain's abilities have actually improved so quickly. Lord Hamilton's right elbow bent slightly, his arm trembled at an almost imperceptible high speed several times, and then he placed his hands behind his back. Among the onlooking Night Watchmen, there were those who recognized talent when they saw it. From Rain's movement speed to the crisp sound of his punch, they could tell the young man before them was extraordinary. And their superior's surprised expression confirmed their suspicions. Lord Hamilton looked around and then turned to Rain. "Come, let's go to my office." When the two returned to the office, Lord Hamilton took the initiative to ask, "You should be practicing the giant bear breathing technique, right?" Rain nodded. Even if he didn't admit it, with Lord Hamilton's knowledge, he would have guessed it already. "Your current strength has already reached the level of a Tier 3 knight attendant. Given your rate of progress, you'll probably be able to challenge a full-fledged knight in about half a year. Such a praiseworthy talent. However, the advanced magic potion will be a big problem. There's too little time, and it's highly unlikely that you'll be able to accumulate enough merit points through the tasks of the Night Watchman to exchange for an advanced magic potion." Lord Hamilton seemed to think of something, frowning as he spoke. "This matter, it seems, can only be resolved by your mentor. Lord Hamilton, could you talk about the advancement magic potion? Rain had been wanting to ask this question. Previously, Clea had avoided the topic, and Lord Hamilton had only mentioned it in passing when discussing merit points, without going into detail. Hasn't your teacher Perez told you about it? Lord Hamilton looked at Rain with a slightly surprised expression. After hearing this, Rain paused slightly. My own teacher? Then it dawned on Rain. The fact that my breathing technique and swordsmanship were actually taught by Lady Clea. I have never affirmed this to Lord Hamilton. So, in his mind, he has always imagined that my teacher was the renowned dual-handed greatsword expert, Lord Perez. Although Lady Clea had mentioned that it would be best to keep the matter of her teaching me the breathing technique and sword skills to myself. But the problem now is, I have already been subjected to internal strife from within the Habu's family. Looking at the current situation, the Night Watchman, one of the official powers I've joined in the Empire, might be the only force that could possibly make them think twice before acting against me. Therefore, gaining the recognition of my current superior, Lord Hamilton, is quite crucial. If I keep hiding this and once he casually asks Perez about this matter when they meet, it would be bad to get exposed instead. After some thought, Rain decided that there was no longer any need to keep this from Lord Hamilton. On the contrary, revealing this secret would most likely be seen as an act of goodwill in his eyes. About that, Lord Hamilton, the truth is I'm not very familiar with Meister Perez. My breathing technique and sword skills were actually imparted to me by Lady Clea, said Rain, touching his nose and speaking somewhat sheepishly. What? Upon hearing Rain's response, Lord Hamilton was dumbfounded. You clever rascal! To think you've hidden this from me for so long. The next second, something seemed to dawn on Lord Hamilton, and he burst into laughter. No wonder you don't even know about the advancement magic potion. It seems that when Lady Clea left Meister County, you must have just started your training and your talents weren't fully manifested yet. Otherwise, she would have certainly left some special arrangements. Or perhaps, she might have even taken you with her to the Imperial City. Imperial City? Upon hearing these words, Rain was stunned. The capital of the Dragon Empire was a place of much aspiration. If he had the chance, he would definitely want to see it. In addition, Lord Hamilton quickly understood the reason why Rain had been targeted for assassination the last time. No wonder you were the target of an assassin's attempt last time. Speaking of this matter, Rain casually asked, by the way, Lord Hamilton, could you briefly talk about the heirs of Count Habs? Other than Lady Clea. Lord Hamilton nodded and said, Rain, I understand what you're getting at. Count Hab's eldest son, Alonso. How should I put it? He strikes me as a rather obsessed individual. Moreover, he seems to be involved with some cult activities, which has already drawn the attention of the higher-ups. So, regarding your situation, it's not convenient for me to intervene. Even if I did, the outcome might not be as expected. Lord Hamilton, apart from this eldest son, doesn't he have a second son? Because Rain was puzzled. Why had Lord Hamilton directly mentioned Alonso? Didn't Clea have two older brothers? Lord Hamilton looked momentarily startled, then shook his head and said, it couldn't be Descartes, because he is currently at the Imperial Military Headquarters. How could he care about someone so insignificant as you, far away in Meister County? Besides, Descartes has always had a good relationship with Clea, so why would he harm you? What? Rain's brow raised in surprise, learning of this new piece of information. It seemed certain that the assassin must have been sent by Alonso. Excellent. This trip hasn't been wasted. I finally figured out who it was that tried to harm me. What's that saying? Never mind. We'll see how it goes. Meanwhile, Habsburg Manor. Inside a study on the second floor of the castle, Dennis was reading the revenues and expenditures of the family estate. However, after only a few glances, he furrowed his brows, seemingly unable to continue his interest. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a rhythmic knocking sound arose. This slightly pleased Dennis, as it seemed Rolls must have completed his task and returned. He thought about the time, which should be about right, because today was the final deadline set by Michel. Come in. Why is it you? But to Dennis's surprise, it was not Rolls who entered but Tina. Knowing Tina, she never appeared before him unless called. Denver. Master Dennis, Lord Rolls told me if he didn't make it back by sunrise today, to let you know the task failed. Tina was clearly frightened of Dennis, not daring to lift her head as she spoke with her gaze lowered. What? Say that again. Dennis abruptly stood up, his face contorted with a ferocious expression as he bellowed. Rue, Lord Rolls said. Tina, already terrified of Dennis, stuttered under his murderous gaze, struggling to speak clearly. After much effort, Tina managed to repeat the words once again. The study then fell into a long silence. Only the heavy breathing persisted, growing more rapid. Are you joking with me? Rolf's battle hardened. How could he possibly fail a mission, especially against merely a farmer's son? Dennis took a while to digest the meaning of Tina's words. The opposite Tina trembled in fear, but she picked up on one term, farmer's son. So, a farmer's son could upset the noble young master to this extent. It seems. Tina screamed as she was suddenly grabbed by the hair and pulled over, then harshly slammed onto the large desk. Slah. Tina felt a chill over her body as her clothes were ripped open. Immediately after, a sharp pain shot through her body. After a series of intense panting, Dennis seemed somewhat tired. But as he vented, he appeared to regain his composure. Looking at Tina, who was gently sobbing with bruises of blue and purple, Dennis coldly stated, "Repeat exactly what Rolf said to you before he left, without missing a single word." Lord Rolf said. Tina's words were nearly identical to before, and Dennis could not glean any useful information from them. How exactly did Rolf fail? Could Clea have left that peasant any treasures? Where did the two of them fight? If Rolf failed his mission, did he divulge any information to the other party? Moreover, with Rolf's failure, I will certainly face my father's rebuke, and I might not even be able to stay at Habsburg Manor any longer. Lastly, it looks like this month's divine blood quota is gone. Dennis thought momentarily and realized his mind was swamped with a plethora of vexing problems. And the cause of this passive situation was that person called. Dennis rubbed his temples. He had always been called a farmer's son, and suddenly, he forgot the other person's name. Oh, right. He remembered now. It was Rain. Dennis wanted to send someone to investigate, but the few subordinates he had left were all much weaker than Rolf's. After thinking it over, he decided against sending anyone to look for Rolf's whereabouts. After pacing back and forth in the room for a while, Dennis returned to his desk and sat down blankly. After further contemplation, he picked up a quill and swiftly scribbled on a piece of paper, soon producing a sincerely worded letter of apology. The first sentence began with, "Dear Father." At this point, the situation here had somewhat spiraled out of Dennis's control. Especially with Rolf's death, he didn't believe it was an incident that could be kept hidden. Instead of hiding it, it was better to report to his father and ask for help promptly. Since Rolf was his father's favorite, it was highly likely his father would send someone to investigate. By that time, Rain would naturally come to their attention. Flash Goldtown Governmental Hall. Inside Hamilton's office, Rain thought for a moment and realized he had figured out the assassin's matter. But what connection did he have with that middle-aged man, the Norman family? Just as Rain was about to ask, Hamilton began discussing the advanced magic potion on his own. This caused Rain to focus and listen carefully. Rain, regarding the advanced magic potion, first, you must understand that each breathing technique corresponds to a different magic potion. Fortunately, you practice the widely disseminated giant bear breathing technique, so relatively speaking, the corresponding advanced magic potion is easier to obtain. The method for making an advanced magic potion isn't difficult. It involves one main ingredient along with several auxiliary ingredients, just a simple mixing. But the difficulty lies in finding a good main ingredient. The key main ingredient of an advanced magic potion is generally called transcendent relic, like the one for your giant bear breathing technique, which requires a transcendent relic from a berserk bear species, giant bear's paw. With the aid of the advanced magic potion, the enhancement level of certain or multiple attributes developed by the breathing technique will be exceptionally high. For instance, the swift leopard breathing technique focuses on significantly enhancing agility and slightly strength. And if the advanced magic potion is made from a leopard's transcendent relic, like the shadow leopard's tendon, then, after consuming the advanced magic potion, the enhancement of the agility attribute would be especially substantial. However, if the main ingredient is from another transcendent creature, like the wind serpent, the effect would be somewhat inferior. Rain nodded, indicating he understood what Hamilton was saying. Through advancement via a magic potion, not only can safety be greatly enhanced, but it can also augment the transcendent traits brought by the breathing technique. For example, Rain, if you step into the transcendent realm using the giant bear breathing technique and its corresponding advanced magic potion, in general, you would awaken a transcendent characteristic huge strength, a special ability that enables superlative exertion of one's strength. Transcendent characteristic? Huge strength? Rain sharply caught these key phrases, and several thoughts flashed through his mind. I wonder if it could be used in conjunction with my strength burst? It's highly likely effective, but I fear my body can't handle it. It seems. I need to further strengthen my constitution. Hamilton continued enthusiastically. Likewise, practitioners of the swift leopard breathing technique, after stepping into the transcendent realm, are very likely to awaken a transcendent characteristic agility, a special ability that enables superlative exertion of one's agility. But this is not absolute. There was once a practitioner of the giant bear breathing technique who, after consuming the advanced magic potion made from a giant bear's paw of a mountain berserk bear, not only awakened the transcendent characteristic, huge strength, he also awakened a rare transcendent characteristic, thick skin, a special transcendent characteristic that combines mysterious side energy particles. At this point, Hamilton showed a look of longing. Rain was also surprised. Could one actually awaken two transcendent characteristics? This was clearly not due to the breathing method, leaving only two other reasons. Either it was due to individual physiological differences, or it was because of differences in the main ingredient of the advancement magic potion. Perhaps it was both. After all, the differences between people can sometimes be greater than anything else. And bear-like transcendent creatures definitely aren't limited to just one or two types. There should be many varieties. Moreover, Rain then thought of something related to what Hamilton had just mentioned about the special transcendent characteristics of mysterious side energy particles. That, sir, the ferocious werewolf we hunted down last time, was the light blue airflow around it what you were referring to as some special transcendent characteristic of mysterious side energy particles? Hamilton looked at Rain with approval and said, "Smart. Indeed it is. That werewolf possessed a special innate ability named Rift. The innate abilities of monsters are the same as our human knight's transcendent characteristics, just termed differently to distinguish between humans and other creatures. This innate ability not only enhances their movement speed but also strengthens their slashing effect, a desired transcendent characteristic for those specializing in assassination and scouting." Lord Hamilton, since there are people who have awakened two transcendent characteristics, are there people who have awakened three? Rain asked again. Given Hamilton's interest, Rain naturally took the opportunity to ask more. Haha, of course there are, but most often it is because the breathing method they practice is extraordinary, and these breathing methods are usually possessed by deeply rooted noble families. Perhaps, in the entire Meister County, only the Habu's Earl family might have them. However, Rain, the widespread dissemination of breathing methods also means that the difficulty of finding or buying advancement magic potions is greatly reduced, which isn't really a bad thing for most people. Hamilton said seriously, looking at Rain. Is that so? Isn't it better for the breathing method to be rarer, more powerful, and harder to practice? What kind of logic is this? Rain felt a bit confused after hearing this. Hamilton didn't keep him in suspense and continued explaining. For example, there was once a powerful breathing method called the Thunderbird breathing technique, which was a hereditary breathing method of a certain hereditary marquis family in the Empire. But do you know? The main ingredient required for its advancement magic potion is Thunderbird wings. Over the past 1,000 years, as Thunderbirds gradually became harder to find, naturally, Thunderbird wings also became unobtainable. Thus, the family's stockpile of Thunderbird wings has continually been depleted for advancing this breathing method. Several hundred years ago, as the stockpile of Thunderbird wings ran out, no one has been able to successfully advance in this breathing method since. Hamilton showed a hint of regret as he spoke. So it is, the higher the level of the breathing method, the more stringent the requirements for the advancement magic potion. Whereas the more common breathing methods, though less powerful compared to higher level ones, have a high substitutability for the main ingredients of their advancement magic potions, making them easy to find. Rain pondered for a moment and then summarized. Exactly, that's right. Hamilton nodded. So, for the common folks' offspring aspiring to achieve transcendence, practicing a common night breathing method isn't a bad thing at all. Ding. Host has listened to Transcendent Secrets, triggering the Advanced Job Change Night Transcendent. Prerequisites for advancing to Night Transcendent include 1. Any night breathing method LV5 or above, 2. Strength 12 points or more, Agility 12 points or more, Constitution 12 points or more, 3. Any riding technique LV3 or above, Shield Defense LV3 or above, any archery LV3 or above, any close combat skill LV4 or above. 4. Corresponding advancement magic potion. Current conditions not met. Advancement tonight, transcendent. Failed. What? This works too? Rain read through the sudden system prompt several times, feeling both surprised and delighted. He hadn't expected that merely listening to Hamilton's explanations about advancement magic potions and transcendence could yield such a discovery. It had directly triggered his job advancement information. Looking at the conditions, advancing my job change tonight doesn't seem to require having the night attendant job panel. I had been worried that I would need to change my job to night attendant first before triggering the night job change. Now it seems like I was worried for nothing. The primary condition is night breathing method LV5, right? Indeed, with successful practice of the breathing method along with advancement magic potions, advancing tonight does seem logical. Rain? Hamilton, seeing Rain staring blankly on the spot, couldn't help but tease with a smile. Could it be that you've heard too much about transcendence and are having a hard time accepting it? No way. I hope you would talk even more. But those words Rain could only think to himself. Haha, of course not, Lord Hamilton. I'm very grateful for your guidance today. I hope you can continue to mentor me in the days to come. Rain bowed slightly to express his gratitude. Today, Hamilton's explanation resolved many doubts in Rain's mind. Just as Hamilton was about to say something, suddenly, urgent knocking sounds came from the door. Please come in. Hamilton straightened his face and looked towards the door. Lord Hamilton, Viscount Hamadi, the sheriff of the county town, request your immediate presence in the county town. A messenger came in and reported. Hamilton nodded, then turned to Rain and said, Rain, it seems our talk will have to wait until next time. By the way, you should join Waylowin's squad first. He'll arrange your daily tasks. Waylowin has complained to me several times, asking why I haven't processed your onboarding yet. Yes, Lord Hamilton. Captain Waylowin and I are also quite familiar. I'm delighted to be able to join his squad. Rain stood up and said with a smile. After leaving Lord Hamilton's office, Rain found Waylowin at the training ground behind the administrative hall. When Waylowin heard that Rain had officially joined and was even assigned to his squad, his face lit up with joy. He slapped Rain heavily on the shoulder and said with a laugh, Haha, excellent. I've finally waited for you. Rain, you have no idea how many times I've talked to Lord Hamilton. Captain Waylowin, when do I join your night patrols? Do we start tonight? Rain proactively asked. No need to rush. Let's start tomorrow. Go home today, get ready, and give your family a heads up. Okay. Rain nodded. Back at home, Rain was alone in his room, deeply contemplating. His initial idea of joining the night watchman was to have protection in his weaker hours. But now, as one of the Imperial official forces, the night watchman was like a great tree. What he needed to do now was to enhance his authority or post within the night watchman, thus gaining access to more resources and secret knowledge. To achieve this, he had to continually complete related missions, carry out valuable deeds, and accumulate enough merit points. These tasks were not the general duties of the night watchman's night patrols. The merit points brought by daily duties were far too insignificant for Rain. Only those unexpected and more dangerous missions could bring considerable merit points, like the previously participated missions to suppress the ferocious werewolves and to eliminate evil finfolk. So, next, I need to do two things. 1. Continue to train hard to enhance my strength. 2. Take on as many unexpected or urgent night watchman missions as possible to earn high merit points. As for bounty hunting, the bounty tasks that bounty hunters undertake for money are basically a different matter from the night watchman's duties. However, Rain did not mind completing some easy bounty tasks during the daytime when he rested. After all, those absolutely wicked criminals in the bounty tasks were, in Rain's eyes, walking human experience. If there was a fight, it meant that there was a chance for Rain to increase his profession level as a night watchman, naturally a good thing. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could win. So, after going full circle, he returned to focusing diligently on training and improving his strength. At the same time, Rain carefully analyzed the 4 requirements for promotion to a formal knight. First was any night breathing method at level 5 or above. This was not a big problem. As long as he advanced one more level in any profession, he could elevate his breathing method from level 4 to level 5. Next, it was the 3 basic attributes of strength, agility, and constitution. He was only 1 or 2 points away, and considering that the giant bear breathing technique prominently enhanced strength and constitution, Rain had to think about prioritizing adding points to agility after leveling up. Last was achieving level 3 in riding and archery. These points were also not difficult. More practice at John's farm for riding and some additional practice in the administrative hall's training ground for archery would suffice. Shield defense was a bit troublesome. That either required spending merit points to exchange for combat skill or finding someone to teach him. One day later, Rain, accompanied by Cookie, began his first night patrol. His night patrol partners were Captain Waylewin and the short Mateo, both acquaintances, which made the atmosphere relaxed and led to constant casual conversation. The topic soon shifted to Rain's greyhound, Cookie. Rain, this is a greyhound, right? It looks like it should be about half a year old, the short Mateo said, glancing at Cookie, who had sleek fur, long limbs, and increasingly visible muscles. Not really. Cookie is just over 3 months old. Rain recalled the time and said, What? How long did you say? Mateo was immediately startled, and Captain Waylewin also turned his head. Just over 3 months. Rain? Really? Are you pulling my leg? Mateo looked suspiciously at Rain's expression, seeming to confirm something. This? Not at all. At that moment, Rain came to understand why Mateo might doubt. It was no wonder. Recently, under the nourishment of Rain's nutritional meals, although money was spent lavishly, Cookie's growth speed had entered the fast lane, visibly growing taller and stronger every day. This forced Rain to begrudgingly spend twice the money of his family's meal budget to buy raw materials to feed Cookie. Well then, Rain, you're really lucky to have bought such a uniquely talented greyhound. Once Mateo confirmed Rain was not joking and thought about it, he attributed Cookie's rapid growth to some kind of innate talent in the dog. Captain Waylewin couldn't help but give Cookie a few more looks, marveling. Haha. Indeed. My luck has been pretty good lately. Rain could only agree with a smile. By the way, Rain, I'll tell you a dog food recipe later that might help Cookie grow faster. It's just mixing a raw egg into rice, Mateo said enthusiastically. Rain was taken aback. This? Mateo, you're too kind. I'll thank you on Cookie's behalf first. Woof, woof, woof. Just then, Cookie suddenly started barking wildly towards a small alley on the right. The three immediately looked in that direction, only to see darkness inside. But Rain, with his dark vision, could already see 2 tall black figures flashing by at the end of the alley, each carrying a large sack that seemed to wriggle, about half the height of a person. That's Quinn's patrol area, Captain. Do we go have a look? Mateo clearly sensed something amiss. There are 2 people, each carrying a big sack. Rain said gravely, his mind already racing with unpleasant possibilities. Waylewin and Mateo couldn't help but look at Rain in astonishment, as if to say, Can you really see all that clearly? Let's go. Follow them. Waylewin decided to pursue after a moment's thought. Guided by Cookie, the 3 quickly chased after them. It seemed that the 2 figures ahead realized they were being hotly pursued by a dog and 3 men, and in their panic, they suddenly threw down the large sacks they were carrying and fled with even greater speed. Just as Rain was about to take the lead in the chase, suddenly, an orange flare shot through the air, originating from the northwest corner above Rain and his companions. It's our distress signal. We need to get there right away, Waylewin said solemnly upon seeing it. Boss, it's children. Mateo had already opened the 2 large sacks discarded on the ground. Inside each sack was a child with a gagged mouth and bound hands and feet. Upon seeing the night watchman in black leather armor, both children started struggling MMPH against their restraints. Mateo, you stay here and look after the kids. Rain and I will immediately go over there. Be careful on your own. Waylewin instantly assigned their duties. All right, boss. You go ahead. I'll be careful, Mateo said while untying the children. Rain glanced at the 2 traffickers who had vanished from sight, knowing that this was not the right moment to chase them. After all, rescuing comrades was more important. However, when Waylewin and Rain arrived at the northwest corner of the town, they found that the crisis had been averted. The night watchman of that area had also encountered traffickers, but this time, the opponents appeared to be strong, managing to break through and calmly leave despite the encirclement of 3 night watchmen. Additionally, one of the night watchmen was stabbed in the right arm during the attempt to stop them. Although the foes had fled, Rain still had an uneasy feeling that something was not quite right. The group selling children had been too brazen and frequent recently. This, naturally, infuriated the Flash Gold Town security officer Hamilton, who immediately strengthened the night staffing in Flash Gold Town. However, since that day, for 3 consecutive evenings, the area of Rain's night patrol had been peaceful. It seemed that the swagger of the traffickers had been effectively curbed. Meanwhile, Rain gradually became familiar with the duties of the night watchman. The night watchman of Flash Gold Town mainly handled the town's nightly security, fire emergencies, wild beast disturbances, and signaling major dangers, while during the day, this work fell to the town guards. As the daytime is generally safer than the night watchmen typically possess combat capabilities one notch higher than town guards. Of course, the compensation was also better. A regular night watchman's monthly salary reached 8 Imperial silver coins, while an elite like Rain received 1 Imperial gold coin. In addition, based on the team captain's arrangement, there would be 1-2 days of rest each week. Not sleeping for a whole night wasn't actually tiring for Rain, who practiced a breathing method for cultivation. As long as he went back and slept a little, once he awoke again, Rain would be in a spirited and vigorous state, and he could use the remaining time of the day for other activities, such as practicing the breathing method in his room, improving his horseback riding at John's farm, or going to the training ground to practice swordsmanship and archery, and so on. Furthermore, Rain gathered from Captain Wayluin through indirect inquiries about something. The Empire had strict restrictions on commoners learning breathing methods and extraordinary sword techniques, which was evident from the need to exchange a large amount of merit points. But for the nobility, it was very tolerant. Nobles could teach their followers breathing methods and extraordinary sword techniques. This explained why so many commoners were desperate to become servants or guards of the nobility. This system had been in place for a long time and had received widespread approval from nobles of all ranks. On the other hand, it was incredibly difficult for commoners to advance on their own. Rain briefly assessed the obstacles a commoner would have to overcome to become a transcendent. First, one needed to join an official imperial organization, accumulate enough merit points over time, and learn breathing methods and extraordinary combat skills. Then, continue to collect merit points to exchange for an advancement magic potion. If one was lucky enough to become a transcendent, after being officially acknowledged by the Empire, they could become the lowest level of nobility, a non-hereditary knight. The only disappointment over the last few days was that Hamilton, as the security officer of Flash Gold Town, was incredibly busy. Rain had planned to ask him for lessons in swordsmanship, along with a chance to farm some experience, but had not found the right opportunity. Over 3 days, Rain's most progressed profession, the costly dog trainer, had astonishingly reached LV2 223 out of 300. Part of this was because Rain took Cookie for night patrols, which the system recognized as walking the dog. Rain had calculated before that approximately every 15 minutes of walking the dog trainer's profession level experience would increase by 1 point. Thus, through a full night of walking the dog, his experience naturally increased rapidly. The only thing that made Rain a bit displeased was that, as a member of the Night Watchers army in Flash Gold Town, there were too few experts in comparison. On the training ground of the administrative hall, if Rain used the giant bear sword technique, there essentially wasn't an opponent who could last 3 exchanges. Therefore, when Rain sparred with other night watchmen, he would use the sword combined with imperial military swordsmanship and then take the time to practice archery as well. A few days passed, and the results were quite good. The night watchman's profession level had reached LV3, 247 out of 500, and the imperial military swordsmanship and basic archery had improved even more, reaching LV2, 245 out of 300, and LV2, 121 out of 300, respectively. Before he realized it, 3 days had passed. Today, as dawn broke, Rain finished a night of patrol and had not been home long before he received a notification from the guards. Lord Hamilton requested his presence. Rain thought for a moment, then took his great sword wrapped in sheepskin, donned the night watchman's black standard leather armor, and headed to the town's administrative hall. In the office, Hamilton handed Rain a sheepskin scroll. For this mission, we have to go personally. Rain took the scroll and skillfully flipped through it. Starting with the mission description, multiple miners had gone missing at the Elim mine, and the 3 bounty hunters who went to investigate had since vanished without a trace. As of yesterday, the number of missing miners had exceeded 10, and the miners at Elim mine were all terrified. Not a single one dared to go down to work again, forcing the mine to close. Elim mine. I seem to have heard news of incidents there before. I didn't expect it to still be unresolved. The current situation, it's clearly gotten more serious. Rain immediately remembered hearing related news about the Elim mine from Hamilton. Continuing to browse through the case file, the end of the scroll only had one sentence about the mission requirement. What exactly happened inside Aleem Mine? This is an investigation mission? Rain looked at Hamilton in surprise. Normally, the official Imperial forces wouldn't get involved in mere investigations. These are usually handled through bounties, leaving bounty hunters to complete them more often. But this time was different. With the Flash Gold Town's Sheriff Hamilton himself taking action, Rain faintly felt the significance of the Aleem gold mine. Hamilton's following words confirmed Rain's guess. Though the output of the Aleem mine has been declining year by year, its importance to Meister County remains significant. The higher-ups have asked me to figure out what happened in Aleem mine as soon as possible. In addition, although this is just an investigative mission, a mysterious event most likely occurred. Hamilton's expression became serious. A mysterious event? Rain pondered these words. Correct. The disappearance of the 3 bounty hunters, including one experienced monster hunter, can now be classified as a mysterious event. This means it's possible that monsters or some kind of supernatural forces appeared in the mine. Lord, if it's monsters, why not offer a bounty for monster hunters to take care of it? Of course, I'm just curious, not afraid, Rain asked. After all, it was Hamilton who told him that if he wanted to buy berserker bear meat, he could find monster hunters in County Town. That's because one of the bounty hunters, Nedved, was himself an experienced monster hunter. His disappearance has led to no monster hunters in County Town willing to take on this task. After listening to Hamilton explain the circumstances, Rain nodded. The disappearance of 3 bounty hunters, one of whom was an experienced monster hunter, gave him a foreboding sense of unease. Lord Hamilton, what do you think might have happened inside the mine? Rain couldn't help asking, since Hamilton, with his broad experience, would likely have a judgment about the possible situation. Hamilton pondered for a moment and said, initially, I wondered if gnolls had appeared in Aleem mine, but gnolls are not strong fighters, and they usually come in large numbers, yet so far, there are no reports of any sightings of gnolls. Furthermore, the disappearance of 3 experienced bounty hunters suggests that the likelihood of gnolls being the creatures inside is slim. Therefore, I suspect that there's a type of monster adept at lurking and ambushing inside the mine. For instance, the venom-tail scorpion excels at stealth and sneak attacks, and it also particularly favors the dark and damp environment of mines. If it strikes a miner or bounty hunter during an attack, it can swiftly deliver a fatal without a sound. Not even a scream would be heard. Of course, it could also be other ambush-preferring creatures, such as troglodytes and so on. It's still too soon to say. Heeding Hamilton's reasoned analysis, Rain nodded, feeling somewhat less worried. With his experienced superior leading the team, safety shouldn't be a big concern. Rain, you were planning to earn more merit points to exchange for advanced magic potions, right? This might be a good opportunity, as tasks involving mysterious events typically offer 3 to 5 times the merit points of ordinary tasks, or even more. Additionally, if the monsters are easy to deal with, we can eliminate them directly, and that would mean even more merit points. Hamilton said to Rain with a smile. Rain raised an eyebrow at the news and chuckled as well. In fact, Hamilton needn't have called for him. If Rain had known how rewarding the mission was, he would have volunteered to join on his own. Rain was very much aware that he didn't need to wait half a year more to accumulate experience as Hamilton had suggested. If all went well, in about a month or 2, he could meet all the conditions for a knight's promotion, except for the advanced magic potion. So, Rain was in urgent need of merit points to exchange for the advanced magic potion. Although this mission entailed a certain degree of danger, with Hamilton, a certified knight, leading the team, the risks should be relatively manageable. Rain felt that as long as he was careful, there shouldn't be any major problems. That would be best. By the way, my lord, when do we depart? We'll set out once everyone has arrived. The county town has sent some people over, too. We'll leave together once they're here. Also, I've had Wayluin and the others prepare some antidotes, ropes, fishing nets, and the like. Rain, if you have anything you need to get ready, you still have time to prepare. Yes, my lord. Rain nodded upon hearing that others from the county town would be joining them. In truth, Rain had most of the gear he needed on him. However, considering the search in the mine, bringing Cookie along might be a wise choice. After all, dogs' sense of smell and hearing are much sharper than humans. So Rain returned home once more to fetch Cookie. When he came back to the town hall entrance, he saw a group of new arrivals, and Hamilton was coming out to meet them. Lord Hamilton, long time no see. A middle-aged man with a goatee, dressed in proper hunting clothes, greeted Hamilton with a slight bow. Rain could vaguely sense that the man was not weak. Though not a formal knight, he was clearly a knight's attendant. Steward Schmidt, hello. Hamilton nodded with a smile. Lord Hamilton, Viscount Hamadi himself wanted to come, but the Viscount is preoccupied with affairs, so he entrusted me to investigate the situation at the Elim gold mine. The incidents at the gold mine have greatly concerned both Count Habs and Viscount Hamadi, said the middle-aged man named Schmidt with a smile. This time, in addition to inviting the knowledgeable wandering bard Lord Indri to accompany us, I have also specially recruited 3 experienced bounty hunters in the county town. Steward Schmidt gestured to an old man with a goat beard wearing a gray hood and carrying a staff, dressed in a gray robe. The old man took off his hood, bowed slightly to Hamilton, and said, Lord Hamilton, I am honored to meet you. Lord Indri, hello. Hamilton also nodded in return with a smile. Rain, intrigued by the introduction of the well-informed wandering bard, took a closer look, wondering if the other party might recognize the unknown script from his beast-taming diary. Too bad, now isn't the right time or place for his identity. Then, Schmidt pointed to 3 men wearing gray leather armor. These 3 are experienced bounty hunters. Lord Hamilton, we, Faruja, Salim, and Aximu, are at your service. The 3 muscular bounty hunters stepped forward and bowed slightly to Hamilton. Welcome. Hamilton nodded slightly. Although he was leading the team this time, he was well aware that the Night Watcher's army excelled in cooperative fighting. Compared to exploration and searching, experienced bounty hunters were more adept. At that moment, Hamilton saw that Rain had arrived and nodded to him as a signal. Now that everyone is here, shall we set out? Of course. The sooner we depart, the sooner we complete our reconnaissance mission. Schmidt nodded with a smile of agreement. Thus, the 12 elite members of the Night Watcher's army, plus the 5 people with Schmidt, mounted their horses and quickly headed towards the Elim gold mine, located to the southwest of Flash Gold Town. It was late autumn, and as a group of people gradually moved toward the southwest road of Flash Gold Town, the scenery on both sides began to change. From the originally vast fields of mostly harvested wheat, it transformed into gently rolling hills. The large swathes of trees on the hills had already turned yellow, shining like a beautiful golden scroll under the sunlight. Since everyone was on horseback, about an hour later, the official investigation team led by Hamilton arrived at the mid of a hill. This was the main entrance to the Elim mine. At this time, a middle-aged man dressed as a mine supervisor, along with a few miners dressed in half-length coarse cloth jackets and knee-length shorts, had already been waiting at the entrance of the mine. Rain looked around and saw behind the mine's gate a large area filled with wooden huts, which seemed to be the dwellings of the miners, and faint crying sounds could be heard, presumably from the relatives of miners who had lost their family members. The dark entrance of the mine was scattered with about a dozen small mining carts, and a metal rail about a meter wide stretched into the mine. Surrounding them were wooden fences over 2 meters high, enclosing the entire entrance and residential area of the mine. These fences, made of beech wood, were quite solid. After Captain Whalowin asked a few questions, the disheveled miners indeed did not know exactly what had happened inside. They had only heard strange clashing sounds followed by horrific screams. By the time they assembled a group and rushed over, they only found some remaining bloodstains. After several such incidents, they no longer dared to check on the situation. Especially after the bounty hunters came and disappeared without a trace, these miners dared not even enter the mine anymore. Clearly, these responses provided little help for the investigation team wanting to understand exactly what had happened inside the mine. Shortly after hearing this, Hamilton decided that they needed to enter the mine to conduct a direct investigation. So, 3 bounty hunters walked in the front, followed closely by Whalowin and Rain along with several night watchmen, with Schmidt, Indri, and Hamilton in the middle, and the remaining 7 or 8 elite night watchmen at the back. The entire team formed a long line, slowly advancing deeper into the mine. It wasn't for lack of a desire to adopt a more compact security formation, but because the special terrain of the mining tunnel dictated it. The tunnel at the entrance of the mine was relatively spacious, and after many years of excavation, it was almost wide enough for 3 or 4 people to walk abreast, and there were oil lamps hanging on the rock walls on both sides, providing fairly clear lighting, allowing for faster advancement. But as they went deeper, especially after passing a junction, the tunnels of the mine gradually became narrower, particularly as many of the hanging oil lamps on the tunnel walls were damaged, significantly reducing visibility within the mine. That junction just back there leads to the old mine pit, which had been mostly mined out decades ago, said the mine supervisor. The tunnel we are now entering was only excavated about 20 years ago. Although its gold reserves are not as extensive as those of the old pit, they are still moderate, he explained. The problem is occurring in this new pit. As they went deeper, hardly any of the oil lamps were lit. At this point, the only source of light relied on the torches each person carried. The alertness of the group gradually heightened to its peak. Why aren't these oil lamps lit? Is it out of oil? Muttered one of the bounty hunters leading the way. These oil lamps. If they're not refilled in time, they can only last 2 or 3 days. It's been quite some time since then, so the supervisor attempted to explain. But at this moment, Rain began to sense something was off. As he delved deeper into the mine, his level 2 danger perception started to frequently warn him, as if something dangerous lurked deep in the mine tunnels, and this feeling was growing stronger. This made Rain tense his muscles, ready to dodge or attack at any moment. Something's not right. Look at this oil lamp. It seems like something clawed it directly off the wall, said the bounty hunter in the lead, who seemed to notice something. He raised his torch high, illuminating a side of the rock wall where there were visible scratch marks. It appeared to be the work of some beast's claws. As everyone focused their attention in the direction he indicated, suddenly, a large gaping mouth sprang out from the junction of the tunnel floor and rock wall, biting towards a night watchman. Watch out. Since Rain was always on guard, he reacted immediately and shouted loudly. However, his position was behind the attacked night watchman, naturally making it impossible to block the attack in time. But Rain reacted quickly, forcefully kicking the attacked night watchman. This kick narrowly allowed him to dodge the deadly bite. The next second, a chorus of shouts erupted from the group. In the flickering torchlight, one of the bounty hunters shouted in a horrified tone, "It's a crystal stone lizard. There's a crystal stone lizard here." Thanks to Rain's dark vision, he could clearly see the full appearance of the attacker. This creature known as the crystal lizard was 3 to 4 meters long, with thick skin that felt like dotted with mineral grains on its body. When it lay at the intersection of the ground and the rock wall in the gold mine tunnel, it was incredibly hard to distinguish. No wonder Cookie just now was completely unaware of its presence. At this moment, he was barking furiously at the crystal lizard. Although Rain kicked the night watchman companion aside, the crystal lizard swung its long tail, striking fiercely at the night watchman's lower back. The night watchman was flung away, crashing heavily against the mine's rock wall, seemingly with a serious spinal injury, writhing in pain on the spot. At that moment, the 2 nearby bounty hunters quickly reacted, aiming their swords at the crystal lizard and delivering several thrusts. Ding! Ding! Sparks flew, but to little effect. The layer of skin on the crystal lizard's back, with its mineral-like texture, had a defensive power that probably didn't lose out to a stone of the same thickness. The bounty hunter's attacks seemed no more than tickling it. Be careful. The crystal lizard's back has the strongest defense. Target its eyes or belly, an elderly voice called out from the middle of the group. It was the knowledgeable and experienced wandering bard, Indri, offering a reminder. But knowing and being able to execute were 2 different things. At this moment, only a few, including the knight being squeezed in the middle of the group, Lord Hamilton, could do it. Rain also had a tough time, as using a dual-handed greatsword to poke eyes was incomparably more difficult than using a one-handed sword. In the dim and narrow mine tunnel, the crystal lizard moved not slowly. Though not as fast as a cheetah, it was not much different from a wild boar in speed. Trying to hit the creature's walnut-sized eyes with the long sword in hand was easier said than done. As for the belly, that was even harder. It required flipping over the entire crystal lizard. Considering its length was not long, but its muscles were tight and its skin tough and thick, it probably weighed quite a bit. Rain estimated its weight to be no less than 600 or 700 pounds. So even though they knew who the opponent was and its weak points, the 3 bounty hunters at the forefront had no way of dealing with it for the time being, allowing the crystal lizard to continue inflicting injuries on 2 elites of the night watchman. After a bit of chaos, everyone began to regain their senses and started to draw their longswords, aiming at the crystal lizard, seeing that its sneak attack had failed, and there was no opportunity to exploit at this moment. The crystal lizard swiftly turned 180 degrees and, flicking its tail, escaped deeper into the mine. Chase it. Don't let it get away. If the crystal lizard managed to escape successfully, considering its ability to hide, it would be extremely difficult to find it again. Rain, at the front of the group, leaped forward and slid his fine steel greatsword under the crystal lizard. Then with both hands, he gave a hefty heave, actually flipping the 600 or 700 pounds of the crystal lizard into midair. The force of this heave was skillfully managed by Rain, flipping the body of the crystal lizard just at 90 degrees, exposing its soft, gray-white underbelly in front of Rain. If anyone could see the crystal lizard's front at this moment, they would notice the rare panic in its walnut-sized eyes, and its strong limbs now quite helplessly flailing in midair. Swoosh! A silver arc flashed by. The relatively soft belly of the crystal lizard was slashed open, leaving a narrow over a meter long. A stream of pale green, fluorescent blood gushed out instantly. Right after, the crystal lizard heavily crashed to the ground, a large pool of pale green fluorescent blood spreading beneath it. It struggled a few times before becoming motionless. This scene caused the 3 bounty hunters to look at Rain with newfound respect. Originally, when they had first entered the mine, they assumed that Rain, with his youthful face, must be a new night watchman, inexperienced, and knowing very little. Hence, the trio felt no desire to engage in conversation with him and had hardly spoken to Rain throughout. But an expert is revealed as soon as they act. If it were them, trying to flip a 600 to 700 pound crystal lizard with a double-handed lift would be impossible, even with pre-accumulated force, not to mention doing so with the swiftness and grace that Rain did. It was clear that this young night watchman was no novice but a highly skilled master. At this moment, Hamilton, Indri, and Schmidt finally squeezed from the middle to the front of the group. Upon seeing Rain kill the crystal lizard on the spot, Hamilton couldn't help but smile, stepping forward and clapping Rain's shoulder. Well done. Schmidt looked Rain up and down, then smiled and said to Hamilton, Lord Hamilton, could we consider this investigative mission concluded? It seems that the culprit behind the incidents at Alim Mine has been found and taken care of by one of your men. I can return to County Town as soon as possible and relay the good news to the Earl and Baron. The wandering bard, Indri, holding his wooden staff, approached the crystal lizard. He squatted down to take a closer look and said, So it truly is the exceedingly rare crystal lizard. No wonder many of the miners fell victim without even a chance to cry out. Crystal lizards generally lie in wait silently before ambushing their prey. They prefer environments like this human mine. They have a strong sense of territory. Generally, you'll find only one in any given mine. However, it's become rare to see these creatures nowadays. This crystal lizard could fetch a very nice price. Lord Hamilton, the blood of the crystal lizard is of some use to me. May I purchase some? Hamilton glanced at Rain. Seeing no objection from him, he smiled and said, Of course, Master Indri, no problem at all. But, as Schmidt has mentioned, shall we leave the mine first? Haha, of course. Indri laughed heartily. So, for elite night watchmen carrying the crystal lizard led the way, Hamilton and the others remained in the middle of the group, and Rain was warmly engaged by the 3 enthusiastic bounty hunters. The contrast between before and after was astonishing. The party slowly made their way back through the winding tunnels of the mine, spirits high due to the smoothness of the expedition. Moreover, according to what the wandering bard Indri said, the crystal lizard was quite valuable. Whether for the elite night watchmen or the bounty hunters, this journey could yield a generous share of the spoils or remuneration. Despite 2 of the elite night watchmen being injured, it was much less damage than they might have expected. After all, Lord Hamilton had made it clear before departure that this was a mysterious incident. The difficulty of such mysterious incidents was something all the elite night watchmen were well prepared for. What nobody noticed was that up on the rock wall of the mine tunnel, a pair of fist-sized yellow eyes suddenly opened and were silently observing Rain and his party as they passed by. Rain, while responding to the enthusiastic bounty hunters, started checking the system notifications. Your skilled giant bear sword technique has improved. Experience plus 145. You have been through a battle. Night Watchman professional experience points plus 76. The battle was extremely short. Although Rain only used 30% of his strength burst and swung his sword twice, each strike was an excellent combination of his current level of strength and skill. Therefore, the experience gained was considered quite substantial. Meanwhile, the 3 bounty hunters beside him were now engaging Rain eagerly, a stark contrast to their indifferent demeanor when they had first arrived, as if they had completely changed their faces. Did a troll appear near Flashgold Town? I personally saw Harold, that little giant, accept this task in County Town. Listening to the bounty hunters talk about that giant who had left a deep impression on him, Rain immediately thought of the day that group of bounty hunters entered Flashgold Town, and the barbarian girl with the large shield who was the last in line. Rain naturally wanted to learn more about the barbarians and trolls, especially since several days had passed, and he seemed to have heard no news about them from anyone else. It seemed like the barbarian bounty hunters had waited at the beach hotel for a few days before setting out after receiving confirmed news about the trolls. But today, it had been 2 or 3 days since they left the inn at Flashgold Town, and by counting the days, they should have been back by now. However, for some reason, Rain had not heard any news of their return. Could it be that they went straight back to County Town? Possible. Perhaps these 3 bounty hunters from County Town knew something. With that thought, Rain also nodded slightly, replying somewhat reservedly, "Yes, that team of barbarian warriors is very strong. Yes, but, Rain, I see that you're so young and already possess such strength. In no time at all, you will." Just as that bounty hunter was eagerly talking, a kind of high-frequency shock sound, inaudible to human ears, seemed to permeate the air. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A trembling presence suddenly descended, making everyone feel something was off. Before everyone could look around, Rain and the others felt the ground shake, and the ceiling of the mining tunnel began to drop various sizes of rocks, causing everyone to stagger and struggle to maintain their balance. Could it be an earthquake? Many exclaimed. Cookies started barking frantically behind them, and Rain's mind instantly rang alarm bells. Not good, it's an attack. But before Rain could turn around, he felt a huge gust of wind hit him from behind. Rain immediately rolled forward on the spot, dodging the attack from behind. But the 2 elite night watchmen following closely behind Rain could not dodge in time. Pop! The sound of a hammer forcefully striking a watermelon rang out. The heads of the 2 elite night watchmen burst open like exploded watermelons, instantly splattering blood and white brain matter everywhere. His colleagues, who had been conversing cheerfully just a moment ago, were now dead on the spot. Rain quickly turned around, and only then did he see that their attacker was a giant creature standing 3 meters tall, its head nearly touching the top of the mining tunnel. It resembled a giant, with a pockmarked and uneven body surface, wielding a stone mallet over 2 meters in length. That horrifying strike had been delivered by swinging that stone mallet. But what Rain could not fathom was how such a massive creature, which they had not noticed upon their earlier arrival at the tunnel, could remain unnoticed. They had passed through this area upon entering. Moreover, logically, a creature of this size and build should produce a sound from its movement in the tunnel that Rain could have felt from dozens of meters away, yet the attack had been so sudden and stealthy. Furthermore, this time he had Cookie with him. A dog's hearing and smell are dozens of times better than a human's, but even so, they only detected something was amiss a moment before the attack. Truly bizarre. At this moment, Captain Whalowin was already red-eyed with rage. The 2 who had just died were his direct subordinates, with whom he had been through numerous tasks and battles, creating a bond unlike any other. Unexpectedly, they had perished here. Instantly, Whalowin used all his strength to deliver an exceptionally swift striding at the creature's chest. It seemed the creature was too slow to react. Just as Whalowin thought his strike would be successful, ding. Everyone was shocked to see that when Whalowin's hit the creature's body, sparks flew. By then, because of the falling rocks and dust and the sudden attack, many people's torches had fallen to the ground, and the whole mining tunnel was flickering between light and dark, with most people only able to see a towering humanoid figure attacking them. But Rain, with his dark vision, immediately noticed that the creature's irregularly surfaced body was entirely made of a special type of rock, and in terms of defensive power, it was even stronger than the crystal stone lizard they had just encountered. No wonder Whalowin's, even though successful, was futile. At that moment, the monster seemed to react, swinging its huge stone mace towards Whalowin. "Be careful." Hamilton, positioned in the middle of the team, bellowed. Just as he turned around, he saw 2 of his men killed with a single from the mace, a double kill. Now, even Whalowin was about to die at the enemy's hand, which made Hamilton nearly uncontrollable with anger. Whalowin quickly retreated, but the speed of the mace was incredibly fast, and seeing the massive hammer about to crash onto his head, Whalowin had already closed his eyes in despair. It's over. He was about to follow the footsteps of those 2 underlings. He hadn't expected the monster to be massive but not slow in its attack speed. The monster swung up its stone mace, as if it were an extension of its own arm, even faster than imagined. At that moment, Rain had just rolled up from the ground and, seeing this, was too late to rescue Wayluin. Clang! Wayluin only felt a deafening clash of metal next to his ear, but the next second he realized he hadn't died. Suddenly opening his eyes, he saw his boss Hamilton, whose arm muscles swelled dramatically, stubbornly holding a steel shield in front of him. However, Hamilton's cheeks were already so red they were nearly bleeding, clearly almost at his limit. It turned out that when Hamilton saw Wayluin was also about to die under the monster's hammer, he burst out in rage, knocking several people aside, and rushed from the middle of the team to Wayluin's side, blocking the monster's strike just in the nick of time. "Run!" Hamilton roared. The next second, Wayluin, red-faced and embarrassed, turned and ran towards the back. Clearly, his impudence had forced his boss Hamilton to bear the brunt of the monster's attack. But competing in strength with a 3-meter-tall stone monster was obviously a foolish act. Even if Hamilton was a full-fledged knight at full power, he couldn't withstand it. It was a difference in species. At that moment, Rain keenly noticed that after taking a hit from the monster, Hamilton's thick arms were constantly trembling, and the steel shield now had a deep dent. If not for its good quality and toughness, it would have probably cracked. The monster seemed surprised too that this rather small fellow could actually withstand its hit. But soon, a tint of annoyance revealed itself in its earthy large eyes as it swung the hammer from low to high fiercely at Hamilton again. Pop! This time Hamilton couldn't hold on anymore. The moment the stone hammer hit the shield, he was blasted away like a cannonball at high speed. Then, with a thud, he violently crashed into the stone rock wall. At that moment, the fire finally illumined the monster's body. Ugly, pitted stone surface, humanoid creature. Seeing this from the rear of the team, Indri immediately showed a look of shock and shouted, "This is the legendary tunneling stone monster. This kind of creature was supposed to be extinct hundreds of years ago. How could one appear here?" Indri said incredulously. Immediately after, his eyes showed deep longing, or rather, greed. Indri continued to shout, "Everyone be careful. It's incredibly strong and covered in special rock. Don't fight it head on. However, if we can kill it, we might get the heart of the stone monster, which is a treasure worth a fortune." When mentioning heart of the stone monster and worth a fortune, Indri's voice was particularly high and motivational, carrying a hint of seduction. When Rain heard Indri mention that heart of the stone monster, he immediately remembered the advanced magic potion that Hamilton had mentioned to him the last time. Because the core of the advanced magic potion was the so-called transcendent oddities, a special item that many transcendent beings, including ferocious beasts, might form at a certain probability upon death. These oddities could never be found within the bodies of these transcendent beings while they were alive. But once a transcendent being died, their transcendent traits might condense into transcendent oddities, thereby being preserved, worth a fortune. Certainly, the heart of the stone monster Indri mentioned must be this kind of transcendent oddity. As soon as the 3 bounty hunters beside Rain heard the words, "worth a fortune," they licked their dry lips, eyes radiating an intense glow. The trio instantly exchanged glances and decided to engage immediately. Although this tunneling stone monster was incredibly strong, its attack speed didn't seem much faster than a normal person, and they, with their superior agility, could easily dodge its attacks. Rock guard, with axe and chisel. After a few strikes, they didn't believe the monster's rock guard would hold. Go! One of the bounty hunters, looking furious, pushed off with the tip of his foot and charged forward, brandishing a short-handled battle axe. The other 2 exchanged looks, gritted their teeth, and also immediately followed suit, rushing forward. Seeing this scene, Rain couldn't help but marvel internally. It perfectly illustrates the saying, "Men die for wealth as birds die for food." The bounty hunter in the lead, truly skilled, agilely slid under the tunneling stone monster. Immediately after, he expertly swung his axe directly at the stone hips of the beast, delivering a powerful chop. Clang! Sparks flew from beneath the stone drilling monster's crotch, but regretfully, they could not breach its defense. Clearly, this common weak spot in humans was not applicable to the stone drilling monster. However, most creatures do not enjoy being chopped at their groin, and it seemed that was universally true. In an instant, the bounty hunter's action infuriated the stone drilling monster. The monster swung its massive stone maul high above its head, aiming a heavy at the bounty hunter between its legs. Boom! Dust flew up, and the shock made everyone tremble. The bounty hunter had already leapt to the stone drilling monster's back, chopping at its knee joints and back with his axe. Clang clang! What a commotion! Seeing this, the other two bounty hunters exchanged glances, both spotting joy and hope in each other's eyes. This stone-drilling monster was indeed tall, strong, and defensively powerful, but it was not agile. As long as they could exploit this Achilles heel, they could eventually grind the stone-drilling monster down to death. With this in mind, the two bounty hunters coordinated with the first to attack, circling the monster's legs, ceaselessly aiming for its knees. Sparks scattered nonstop and debris continued to fall, revealing a light gray color different from the surface rock material. This immediately brightened their eyes. The situation seemed to be overwhelmingly positive, yet this made the stone-drilling monster extremely angry, and after a roar, its entire body seemed to grow slightly larger. The creature raised its right leg high, paused slightly as if gathering strength, and then stomped down towards the ground with the speed of lightning. Rain had been observing this completely unknown monster from the sidelines. But as soon as he saw the monster's power-gathering move, he narrowed his eyes, suspecting that the three bounty hunters were about to suffer. At that moment, Indri shouted a warning. "No good. It's boulder trample. Get out of the way." Thud. A tremendous force erupted from the center of the ground where the stone-drilling monster had stomped, spreading outwards like waves at great speed. It was as if a stone had been thrown onto a calm lake, rippling the surface. Only now, the lake's surface was replaced by the ground. Even Rain, standing over 10 meters away, felt the ground shake violently. It was as if he were standing on a soft piece of dough that was constantly undulating and quivering, making it hard for him to stand steady. One could only imagine the plight of the three bounty hunters, who were much closer. Although the bounty hunters had begun to flee, the shockwave was faster and wider, throwing them to the ground. At that moment, the three of them turned pale with shock. Fighting such a creature was like dancing on a tightrope. Needless to say, the consequences of falling down and losing control of their bodies were imaginable. Sure enough, a massive stone maul came crashing down from the sky. In an instant, a bounty hunter was flattened into a paste, with limbs, organs, and blood splattering in all directions. Literally, a meat paste. A nearby bounty hunter, splattered with a face full of blood, turned ashen with fear and immediately tried to scramble away. But it was too late. The next second, he was hit in the midsection by the massive stone mallet, now swung once again, sending him crashing against the tunnel's rock wall, turning into a mush of gore. The leading bounty hunter's face was now etched with terror and disbelief. His expression hardened. He once again attempted the same trick, sliding under the stone-drilling monster's crotch to escape to the other side. Whoosh! He slid through successfully. A smile broke out on the bounty hunter's face as he rushed towards the others. "Watch out!" the people shouted. "What? Why do they all look so horrified?" It shouldn't be. The stone-drilling monster isn't agile enough to catch up. The bounty hunter couldn't understand and glanced back in confusion while running at full speed, only to see a huge shadow charging towards his forehead. It's over. It can throw too. Smack. Like a fly being smacked, the scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. As it turned out, the stone-drilling monster had just hurled its maul, which weighed hundreds of pounds, at the fleeing bounty hunter with full force, directly smashing him into a meat pancake. At this point, all three bounty hunter brothers had fallen in battle. It wasn't that the others watched idly as the trio died, but rather that the situation went from very promising to total annihilation in less than 10 seconds. It was certainly beyond everyone's expectations. Rain sighed softly in his heart, noting that the three bounty hunters were clearly driven by greed. Had they succeeded, they indeed would have been entitled to a lion's share of the value of the heart of the stone monster, as per usual practice. Regrettably, they had underestimated the strength of a boulder trample. Now it seemed that even a true knight, if not careful, could fall in an instant when facing a boulder trample, let alone the far inferior three bounty hunters. Seeing the grim fate of the three made most of those present shudder with fear, and to say they weren't afraid would be a lie. Fortunately, Hamilton had also somewhat recovered by this time. Only his steel shield was almost twisted into a pretzel, and the left hand that held the shield was obviously more seriously injured. The armored gauntlet was even deformed at this moment, a testament to the immense strength of the boulder trample. Looking around, Hamilton quickly judged that continuing this way would not do. The might of the boulder trample was astonishing. Just 2 blows had driven him back and then effortlessly slaughtered 3 bounty hunters, its ferocious and invincible momentum reaching its peak. They had to dampen the creature's sharpness. In addition, the tunnel at hand was too narrow. Their entire team was stretched out like a long dragon, with one end blocked by the boulder trample, unable to surround it and harness their numerical advantage. Hamilton grabbed the mine supervisor, who was pale as death, by the collar and roared, "Where in the mine is there more space?" There is. The branch. There's a minecart transfer station at the branch." Facing Hamilton's fierce gaze, the pale-faced gold mine supervisor snapped to his senses and hastily pointed in the direction. "Night watchman, fire arrows, everyone retreat to the branch," Hamilton shouted. Because the Alim mine was so old and rich in gold deposits, there were several old tunnels that had been mined for gold. In the branch where several tunnels intersected was the minecart transfer station. Rain nodded slightly in agreement with Hamilton's decisive decision, very much approving of his superior's choice. He remembered the branch from his entrance. It seemed to be the meeting point of 2 or 3 old and new tunnels. As he had passed by earlier, Rain had glanced over and, with the aid of his dark vision, could nearly see the area's size clearly, close to 100 square meters. Clearly, fighting there would certainly be better than sticking to this narrow tunnel. With Hamilton's leadership, the elite night watchman's previously panicky expressions gradually faded, replaced by orderly arrow fire as they began to coordinate and retreat while shooting. Ting-ting-dang-dang. Although the night watchman's archery skills were quite exquisite and their arrows sharp, they still couldn't breach the boulder trample's monstrous defensive power. The flurry of arrows could hardly cause any substantive damage to the boulder trample. Therefore, the night watchman instinctively aimed at the creature's eyes, forcing it to cover them with its arms. So, the arrows had at least a decent disruptive effect. Meanwhile, this allowed the entire team to retreat in an orderly fashion while engaging in battle, eventually reaching the minecart transfer station at the branch. However, many of the keenly observant night watchmen noticed that the boulder trample's body seemed to have swelled slightly more than before. Moreover, its movement and attack speeds had also increased a bit from earlier. This gave Rain cause for concern as well. Is this boulder trample's strength actually increasing as the fight goes on? Truly monstrous indeed. At this moment, the wandering bard Indri, who stood next to the Viscounty Pale Schmidt, whispered, "As soon as there's an opportunity, follow me, and we leave immediately. This boulder trample seems to have awakened a furious talent, and even if we all attack together, we might not withstand it. Soon, Hamilton and these night watchmen will suffer heavy losses. Manager Schmidt, make sure to stick close to me for a quick escape." All right. Having been intimidated by the boulder trample, Manager Schmidt quickly agreed upon hearing Indri's words, grasping at it like a drowning man clutching at a straw. As someone usually in charge of the Viscounty's internal affairs, he was rather unaccustomed to such perilous situations, and he momentarily felt helpless. As the boulder trample was slowly lured into the widest part of the tunnel, the minecart transfer station, the tide of battle quickly turned. In the relatively open space, the 7 or 8 still combat-capable night watchmen finally managed to encircle the boulder trample and, together with their leader Hamilton, it from all sides. Rain at this moment was still observing for any weaknesses. Apart from the eyes, which were an obvious weak point, to be honest, the boulder trample's body was nearly covered from top to bottom with hard, thick layers of rock, leaving no obvious vulnerabilities exposed. Cast the net. While engaging the boulder trample's attention up front, Hamilton quickly commanded. Instantly, 3 or 4 rope nets were thrown onto the monster. But due to the vast disparity in strength, even when 3 or 4 night watchmen strained with all their might to pull on one end of the net, the boulder trample still managed to grab and toss it aside with a single swipe. Meanwhile, Indri and Schmidt had already snuck to the minecart transfer station's exit, looking ready to flee at any moment. Rain certainly noticed this scene. As expected, all the smart people from the county town are thinking of escaping first when things look bad, he mused. Stop them? Rain shook his head slightly. Doing so would be of no use in changing the current situation. Now, he had a tentative plan in mind, but he wasn't yet certain of its effectiveness. However, time could no longer be delayed. He had to act. Otherwise, if these two really managed to escape, it would deal a heavy to the morale of the elite night watchmen who were holding their ground in battle. After all, anyone would think, I'm fighting to the death here, and these two just ran away. Once confidence is lost, I'm afraid Hamilton could fight to his last breath and still not be able to turn the tide. However, just as Rain was about to launch an attack, Hamilton, who was a knight, taught everyone a lesson on what a knight's strength really is. Hamilton, wielding a sword and shield, quickly charged towards the rock monster. Seeing the little guy attack again, the monster immediately focused its attention on Hamilton and swung its over 2-meter-long giant stone mace at him with great force. Since there was no need to save anyone this time, Hamilton dealt with the rock monster's mace attack in a completely different way. Instead of backing away, Hamilton stepped towards the rock monster to face the incoming mace, avoiding the most powerful part of the mace head and, with a loud, blocked it with a shield at the center of the mace handle. He took the rock monster's strike squarely. At the same time, Hamilton roared with anger, and after deflecting the monster's mace with a shield, his longsword in his right hand delivered a horizontal slash at the monster's thick neck. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. But Hamilton had knight-level strength, far surpassing that of the 3 bounty hunters. Although he did not break through the rock monster's stony exterior with one strike, he shattered several blocky stones at its neck and left a sword mark several centimeters deep. The monster roared in pain right away. It became visibly more enraged, lifting its right foot high, ready to unleash that powerful stomp it had used before. Hamilton's pupils constricted. He struck the monster's belly with a shield strike and, using the recoil from the shield, he rapidly retreated. Boom! The rock monster stomped down heavily. Boulder trample. A circle with a radius of about 3 meters centered on the monster's foot collapsed more than 10 centimeters into the ground, and all sorts of crushed rocks and clods of dirt were blasted over a meter high into the air. Even those standing 7 or 8 meters away were having trouble keeping their balance. After evading the monster's strike, Hamilton pushed off with his right leg and quickly returned, wielding his sword and shield, to engage the monster in combat once again. Ding! Hamilton was sent flying once more. This time, Hamilton seemed a bit overwhelmed, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. But he also successfully deepened the original sword mark on the monster's neck, exposing a different shade of gray-white beneath the rocky exterior. This sight made Rain's eyes light up. Before, the plan in his mind wasn't very certain, but now it instantly came together with the last piece of the puzzle. And seeing their superior demonstrate such power greatly boosted the morale of the elite night watchmen. Didn't expect the sheriff of Flash Gold Town to be so strong. Endry couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes. If that's the case, then there might still be a chance to kill this burrower beast. After murmuring to himself for a few moments, he took out a pale yellow beast skin scroll from his. From its appearance, it didn't seem much different from an ordinary parchment scroll. However, as he chanted a strangely intoned spell, the next second, the beast skin scroll suddenly emitted a pale green light, and then instantly turned to powder. In front of Endry, a large mass of foul-smelling, pale green liquid abruptly appeared. This caused Rain, who was nearby, to have a contraction of his pupils. Is this a power from the mysterious aspect? But why is this fellow only making a move now? If he had acted earlier, the entire situation would have been completely different. But soon, Rain figured it out. The opponent must have judged that the scales of victory were tipping in favor of the night watchman, and thus, the original plan to escape swiftly changed to adding flowers to the brocade with a wave of their hand. Moreover, judging by the pained expression on the opponent's face, this scroll must be extremely valuable. Got it. The opponent wants to gain the rights to divide the spoils of war. In an instant, many questions and speculations flashed through Rain's mind. Acid missile scroll. Hamilton, who was in the midst of battle, also noticed the anomaly and looked at Endry with surprise. He recognized at a glance that the object used by the opponent was a sorcery scroll, acid missile. Almost simultaneously, Hamilton understood why the other had been reluctant to use it until now. Immediately, Hamilton cursed in a low voice, a wizard apprentice disguised as a wandering bard. A bunch of delicate egoists. Casting such a precious sorcery scroll without giving notice in advance so others could coordinate. What a pain in the... By the time Hamilton wanted to coordinate, it was already too late, and instead, he had to quickly move away from the vicinity of the burrower beast to avoid being splashed by the acid. Go. Endry's face almost contorted in a spasm, seemingly exerting a great deal of effort to control the stinky liquid, which he directed straight at the burrower beast. It seemed the creature had sensed the special energy fluctuation early on, periodically glancing in Endry's direction. So, when it saw the approaching mass of pale green liquid, it suddenly darted to the side with a flicker, narrowly evading the attack by a hair's breadth. The mass of pale green liquid, upon striking the tunnel wall, sizzled with intense corrosion. Quickly, it melted a basin-sized hole in the rock. The potency of this attack made even Rain take notice. But unfortunately, the attack missed. Otherwise, the burrower beast would have been grievously wounded. This made Indri so furious he was nearly pounding his chest and stamping his feet on the spot. Rain thought for a moment and did not immediately draw the fine steel greatsword from his back. Instead, he adjusted his position to circle behind the burrower beast, seized the opportunity, and quickly started charging. Rain's footsteps seemed slow but were actually quick. He continually adjusted his steps so as to always stay directly behind the constantly moving burrower beast. As he was about to close in, Rain suddenly pushed off the ground, and the hard earthen floor of the mine showed a small depression. At that moment, like a cannonball, he surged towards the back of the burrower beast's head. Rain silently invoked strength burst in mid-air, tensed his abdomen, brought his legs together, and stretched them out straight, aiming a vicious double-footed kick at the back of the boulder trample beast's head. A 22-point strength flying kick had already surpassed that of Hamilton, the official knight, even exceeding the full strength of a ferociously transformed jackal man. And the point of attack was the back of the boulder trample beast's head. With that kick, Rain sent the beast stumbling forward, nearly causing its massive body to fall to the ground. But the stone beast, true to its rock-hard defense, took Rain's kick head-on, and with a shaky, slightly dazed head, used its hands to prop itself up, adamantly refusing to fall completely. Rain then used the recoil to execute a 360-degree spin in the air and landed firmly on the ground. Immediately after, he sprinted quickly to the side. This move left Hamilton, Indri, and the other night watchman bewildered for a moment. All eyes focused on Rain, waiting to see how he would deal with the thick-skinned, immensely strong boulder trample beast. After all, knocking down and killing were two different concepts. However, it seemed Hamilton vaguely understood Rain's plan and immediately shouted, "Continue to throw the nets, pull the ropes." Thus, the group of red-faced night watchmen strained to pull the ropes together, attempting to disrupt the boulder trample beast's movements and delay its actions. After shaking its head, the stone beast realized that it had placed its hands on the ground, causing its gigantic stone-headed maul to roll to the side. Just as it extended a finger to grab its weapon, Rain was already swiftly sprinting in from behind. Leap slash. He chopped down heavily on the boulder trample beast's right-hand fingers. Empowered by the immense strength of the core skill strength burst, Rain targeted the delicate fingers. Rain severed 4 fingers in an instant. The boulder trample beast roared in fury, clearly in deep pain. It appeared that even stone beasts felt pain in each finger. Nevertheless, Rain's strike further enraged the creature, which with a violent yank, toppled all the elite night watchmen who had been pulling the rope nets. The next second, several rope nets were abruptly torn apart by the boulder trample beast. But just as the night watchmen were exclaiming in shock, the boulder trample beast suddenly saw its own large stone-headed maul hurtling towards it. It paused, puzzled, for it had not even reached its hammer. A muscular little fellow was brandishing a gigantic stone-headed maul that was even taller than himself, striking the boulder trample beast's head fiercely. Boom! The beast, caught off guard, was sent staggering back 3 steps by the forceful. Each step shattered the mine's long compacted ground, demonstrating how heavy and powerful the boulder trample beast was. But it also showed the incredible strength of Rain's hammer strike. Perhaps due to some specialization with hammers, Rain clasped the handle with both hands, still barely managing to grip the large stone-headed maul, yet he swung it as if it were strangely familiar. He wielded this massive hammer with ease that belied the effort expected, yet its power was undiminished. This spectacle instantly made all the night watchmen's faces flush with excitement. They were thrilled to the point of nearly breaking into applause. Let's not forget, Rain was one of their own. Hamilton watched with continuous admiration. He had tested Rain's strength and knew that Rain was not an official knight. But at the moment, Rain's strength seemed even greater than his. Could it be some inherent talent? He would need to have a good talk with the young man Rain later. Boom. While the beast was dazed by the impact, Rain delivered another hammer right to the boulder trample beast's head, instantly stunning it. Boom. Boom. After several more blows, the boulder trample beast finally fell, collapsing onto its back. A cloud of dust rose from the ground. But Rain knew that the beast had merely fainted, not died. He dropped the stone-headed maul and turned to pull out the dual-handed greatsword planted in the ground nearby, charging straight for the beast's head. Leap slash. Rain leaped high, exerting all his strength, aimed for the deep sword mark left by Hamilton on the neck, and chopped down hard. The beheading was a success. The boulder trample beast's body and head were severed. Rain was also drenched in sweat. His muscles returned to normal, gasping for air, looking completely drained. No wonder, this was the side effect of using Strength Burst with full force, and now Rain's muscles ached and his combat ability was significantly weakened. However, it was then that Rain realized this boulder trample beast seemed not an ordinary creature, but more like a silicon-based life form or perhaps an elemental creature. The cut surface oozed no blood or anything like that, its body seemingly composed of different types of rock material from the inside out. Then, the 3-meter-tall boulder trample beast suddenly began to transform, a dull yellow glow gradually spreading over its body, then converging toward the chest. The dull yellow glow started to cover the whole body of the stone beast and gradually thickened on the upper body, then concentrated on the chest. The glow shifted from pale yellow to a dense yellow, and the luminosity intensified, eventually surpassing even the brilliance of gold. I didn't expect it to actually appear. Wandering Bard Indri's eyes shone with blatant greed. Indri also saw the appearance of a transcendent oddity, the stone monster's heart, for the first time. No, to be precise, there should be very few people in the world who have witnessed the appearance of a stone monster's heart. After all, creatures like the digging stone monster haven't appeared in the Imperial territory for many years. The majority of stone monsters' hearts come from outside the Imperial territory, in places like primeval forests and hills. Therefore, almost every stone monster's heart can fetch a sky-high price at auctions, naturally much higher than 1,000 Imperial gold coins. This isn't even at an auction in a place like Meister County, but at the provincial-level auctions held by the major provinces. The worth of fortune he had previously mentioned was, of course, just a way to encourage everyone to fight. Especially for those in need, its value is actually difficult to estimate. Like the other night watchman, Rain was staring wide-eyed at the miraculous scene before him. It was Hamilton who reacted first, laughing and saying to Rain, "It seems we're in luck. Rain, as the prime contributor, you go and collect the stone monster's heart. We should retreat first. Now with heavy losses on our side, lingering in Elim mine is definitely not a good idea. Who knows if there's another digging stone monster lurking in this mine?" "Yes, Lord Hamilton," Rain replied with a smile and a nod. Facing such a rare treasure, Rain naturally wanted to feel it up close as well. Immediately, he stepped forward quickly and swung his fine steel greatsword at the chest of the digging stone monster. Perhaps because the digging stone monster was already dead, when Rain's fine steel greatsword hacked down, the thick layer of hard rock at the monster's chest actually crumbled away like debris. This made it easy for Rain to carve open the monster's chest. Soon, a heart about the size of an infant's head, emitting a gentle yellow glow, appeared before Rain's eyes. This was also Rain's first encounter with a so-called transcendent oddity. He hesitantly set down his fine steel greatsword and took the stone monster's heart out with both hands. A warm sensation with a special rhythm came from his fingertips and palms. It was a strange feeling, and Rain had never experienced anything quite like it before. Ding! Host has come into contact with the transcendent oddity stone monster's heart, triggering the special advancement profession Giant Stone Guardian Transcendent. Prerequisites for advancing to Giant Stone Guardian are: current conditions not met, advancement to Giant Stone Guardian failed. Rain was immediately taken aback. It's a special transcendent combat profession. But what does the 3 question marks for prerequisites mean? Does it mean the gap between me and this special advancement profession is too great? Or is it because there's some element of uncertainty between me and this profession? After being stunned for a few seconds, Rain came to his senses, realizing that this transcendent oddity seemed to be of great use to him. Without delay, Rain turned eagerly to Hamilton and said, "Lord Hamilton, may I directly purchase the stone monster's heart?" Hamilton, supported by Wayluin, approached and examined the stone monster's heart, emitting a gentle yellow glow, laughing. "I, too, am seeing the legendary stone monster's heart for the first time. Rain, what made you think of wanting this? The price isn't cheap, you know? Even if valued at 1,000 Imperial gold coins, you need to pay 3/10 of the spoils to the Empire, which means you need to fork out 300 gold coins. Then, out of the remaining 7/10 of the spoils, you still need to distribute at least 200 Imperial gold coins to others, including myself." Although Hamilton did not know why Rain suddenly took a liking to this, he did not object. merely stating that Rain needed to pay a considerable sum of money. Rain had already anticipated this point. Since the last time he had robbed Confronting Cole, he could immediately come up with 300 gold coins. As for the remaining 200 gold, scraping them together by hook or by crook was estimated to be not a big problem either. Of course, it's only fair. Seeing that Hamilton was not opposed, Rain couldn't help but express his elation. Hamilton looked at Rain with surprise again. He had not expected Rain to want it so badly. 500 imperial gold coins was no small amount. At that moment, Indri whispered something to Schmidt at the side. Then, the butler named Schmidt suddenly interjected, "Wait a moment. According to the Night Watchman's Empire Spoils Distribution Regulations, this stone monster's heart should have 3/10 belonging to the Empire, and only the remaining 7/10 can be distributed as spoils. Lord Hamilton, is this correct?" Upon hearing Schmidt speak, Rain's heart sank. Remembering some of Indri's previous actions, he already had a vague idea of what they were up to. Shameless, both Indri and Schmidt, thinking of running away when the battle situation seemed unfavorable, and then wanting a share when the tides turned. And now, did they want to meddle in the distribution of the spoils? Hamilton's face also darkened, well aware of the noble's schemes. He quickly understood their intention. However, their question was straightforward and fair, and though they hadn't been much help during the fight, they were representatives of the county town, the Earl, and the Viscount, so he obviously could not ignore them. After some consideration, Hamilton had no choice but to nod and say, "Yes, Butler Schmidt, that's indeed the case." As soon as Hamilton nodded in agreement, the butler named Schmidt immediately became animated and said, "As a representative of Count Habs and Viscount Hamadi of the county town, I have the right to take custody of and appraise this stone monster's heart. Of course, the distribution of the 7/10 of the spoils of war to the valiant warriors will not change." Schmidt seemed to enter a realm he was familiar with when it came to the distribution of spoils, a complete contrast from his previous state of utter panic caused by the mountain monster. It was like seeing two different faces. This made Hamilton, Rain, and the rest of the Night Watchmen feel as nauseated as if they had swallowed a fly. Indeed, it was the typical noble countenance. With minor interests at stake, one could afford to be magnanimous and give Hamilton face, just like with the crystal lizard incident earlier. But when the interests involved were substantial, Hamilton's face obviously didn't carry the same weight. Rain knew that all of this seemed to be instigated by the so-called wandering bard. "Indri, you'll be in charge of keeping and appraising? After you return to county town, whatever the appraised value, isn't it entirely up to you?" Besides, Rain knew from the moment Indri had seen the mountain stone creature and exclaimed extinct that even an auction house couldn't immediately come up with an accurate price. After all, it's hardest to appraise something that's out of print. For a moment, the spacious minecart transfer station was silent. The elite members of the Night Watchmen, although injured, glared at this steward Schmidt with fury. Rain felt he had to do something. After all, if he left it to the other party for safekeeping and valuation, he, the primary hero, stood to lose the most. Suddenly, of inspiration flashed across Rain's mind. He suddenly thought of why those 3 bounty hunters had rushed to attack the mountain stone creature so frantically. Would the steward Schmidt be able to get involved if they had succeeded in killing it then? Of course not. Bounty hunters abide by the most primitive rules of spoils distribution. Whoever makes the kill gets the right to distribute. Everyone else who assisted can only claim a small share. That's why, under these rules, bounty hunters are reckless and fearless. Bounty hunters, as the name implies, everything for the bounty. Bounty is above all. This is inscribed in the Empire's code of law. Don't forget, you yourself are a bounty hunter. With this in mind, a sly smile crept across Rain's lips. Immediately, Rain quickly fastened his bounty hunter badge to the front of his left chest and said, "That's Schmidt. Lord Schmidt, I am actually a bounty hunter. Therefore, according to the Empire's laws, the bounty hunter who makes the final kill naturally obtains the right to distribute the spoils. So, I'm sorry, but this heart of the stone creature cannot be entrusted to you for safekeeping, because it is inherently my battle trophy." How could that be? Schmidt, red-faced and flustered like a duck whose neck had been squeezed, exclaimed, How could you possibly be a bounty hunter? Aren't you a night watchman?" At this moment, even Indri was looking at Rain dumbfounded. Rain's cunning move had virtually dazzled the two men. Rain smiled slightly. He took off his junior bounty hunter badge from his chest, showed it to the two men briefly, and said, "This is a genuine bounty hunter badge, applied for by Lord Hamilton himself, and I just received it a few days ago." Rain's statement also caught Hamilton and the other night watchman nearby off guard. Hamilton, however, had a sudden realization, with an air of, "You sly dog, you got me monologuing," as if he had just thought of such a scheme himself. Plus, seeing Rain making meaningful eye contact, how could Hamilton not know what to do? After all, it's better to have the spoils stew in one's own pot, where anyone can eat. But if even the pot is taken away by someone else, then there's nothing left for anyone. This logic was instantly clear to everyone. Right, I had completely forgotten this mission. I invited Rain to help as a bounty hunter. Hamilton smacked his forehead and decisively affirmed. When even the leader of the night watchman in Flash Gold Town acknowledged Rain as a bounty hunter for this investigation, what was there left to dispute? This turn of events whitened Indri's face with fury, his body trembling. So, in full view of everyone, Rain cheerfully stowed the softly glowing yellow heart of the stone creature into his waist pouch. Worried about offending the representative of the county town, aren't you? Having the transcendent treasure in hand, even if he couldn't use it immediately, at worst he could trade it with Hamilton for a superior potion of the giant bear breathing technique, right? Then, once he became a formal knight, would he need to fear a representative? Don't forget, a representative is ultimately just that, a representative. As for the distribution of interests between myself, Hamilton, and the other night watchmen, that can naturally be negotiated with Hamilton after returning. At least, the spoils cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. On this point, my interests align with Hamilton's. Having pocketed the heart of the stone creature, it was only then that Rain remembered to check the system notifications. Your skill, giant bear sword technique, has been upgraded. Experience plus 267. You have experienced a battle. Night Watchman professional experience points plus 258 before the battle with the quarry stone monster. Rain had spent a long time observing his opponent, contemplating numerous combat plans. In the end, the situation was changed by the 2 strikes from Hamilton, making all the hard work worthwhile. After defeating the stone monster, Rain had reaped a rich reward of Night Watchman professional experience, and the Night Watchman had been leveled up from level 3 to level 4. However, this time the experience gained for the giant bear sword technique was less. This was also quite understandable. Rain had been swinging a hammer for a long time, naturally resulting in less improvement in his swordsmanship. Nevertheless, even so, after 2 consecutive battles, Rain's giant bear sword technique level 4 was about to be maxed out, currently at giant bear sword technique LV4, 967/1000. Rain once again flipped to the homepage of the system panel, attributes page, name, Rain Carlin profession, blacksmith LV2, 0/300, /night watchman LV4, 32/1000, /dog trainer LV2, 223/300, constitution, 10 strength, 11 agility, 11 spirit, 11 remaining attribute points, 1 remaining skill points, 1 just as Rain was hesitating about how to allocate the points. A deep voice suddenly came from behind him. He recognized the voice. It should have been Indri's voice. But this time the tone was bizarre, seeming to be filled with resentment and dissatisfaction, making Rain suddenly unsure. "You ignorant common folks, how do you know the value of the heart of the stone monster? Why must you force me? You bunch of idiots." Only a scream was heard from behind. Those who were cleaning up the battlefield immediately turned to look. What they saw next was a shocking scene. Indri was holding a rapier, and at that moment, the rapier had pierced through the chest of the county town representative Schmidt, the butler. The location was the middle left part of the thorax, clearly where the heart was located. Schmidt shook like a sieve, one hand holding the rapier, the other pointing at Indri, his face showing disbelief. His mouth muttered twice, but in the end, he did not manage to speak, and his body slowly slumped down. This scene evidently astounded everyone. So you kill a companion just because you couldn't get the treasure? What's the meaning of this? Rain was also staring dumbfounded at the scene before him. Has Indri gone mad? To actually dare to directly kill Schmidt, the representative of Earl Harris and Viscount Hamadi? With a calm face, Indri glanced at Schmidt, who was still twitching on the ground, and said, "Since I can't get it, there's no use keeping you. Then you all can die." Swoosh. Indri struck again with a rapier, slashing the neck of the petrified gold mine supervisor standing next to him. The gold mine supervisor clutched his neck tightly, and with a thud, he fell to the ground, his body incessantly twitching. Afterward, Indri raised his head, surveyed the surroundings, looking at everyone with the eyes of someone watching dead men. Soon, his gaze focused on Rain. Supported by Wayluin, the severely wounded Hamilton, with a serious expression, looked at Indri and said, "Indri, are you trying to commit murder for treasure? You are overestimating yourself. There are so many of us here. You are just seeking your own death." Indri scoffed and said, "Oh, you guessed it? I just observed that you are strong. Indeed, Hamilton, your identity must be more than just a small-town sheriff, right? But that no longer matters. Hamilton, if you weren't injured, I might still fear you a bit. Unfortunately, in this state, how much strength can you really use? A knight severely wounded, an almost knight exhausted but with some brute strength. Besides, a few ordinary night watchmen." Indri looked around at the people, giving a gentlemanly review one by one. Rain was taken aback. Exhausted, brute strength, is he talking about me? Moreover, Rain also didn't expect Indri to be so bold as to plan to kill everyone present. Was that even possible? Though I am severely injured, to kill an apprentice wizard like you would probably still be no problem. Hamilton pushed Wayluin aside and drew his knight's longsword to go forward. But he had only taken one step when Hamilton's figure swayed slightly, and his expression suddenly changed. "You poisoned me? Smart. Hallucinogenic poison gas. This is something that can affect even a knight like you, especially now that you are severely injured. You definitely cannot resist." Indri slightly proudly displayed a ring on the ring finger of his right hand. Hallucinogenic poison gas? Rain immediately realizes something is wrong. The scenery before his eyes suddenly blurs, and he feels a bit unstable on his feet. The other elite night watchmen fared even worse, already falling to the ground like drunken strongmen, unable to stand up after several attempts, speaking utter nonsense. Clearly, for ordinary people, the onset of hallucinogenic poison gas is rapid and effective. In this state, even a child with a knife could finish off the elite night watchman. Not to mention, switching to the ruthless Indri. No wonder this guy looked determined to win. So he had a trump card. Luckily, I had accumulated quite some experience before coming here and had killed the crystal lizard and the mountain stone monster, just in time for a level up. Next time, I must always keep some attribute points in reserve. It seems I've been advancing too quickly recently, getting a bit carried away. Rain reflected, then quietly added that one attribute point to his constitution. Instantly, a warm current pumped out from his heart and spread rapidly to his limbs, filling Rain with renewed strength and erasing the muscle soreness from his earlier use of strength burst. All issues with blurred vision and dizziness were gone as well. However, Rain knew he had to act quickly. Allocating points could not detoxify him. It was more like a reset of his body's current state of poisoning, just like the last time. The air was still filled with toxic gas, so he had to finish Indri quickly. Conveniently, Indri's first choice was also Rain. The reason was simple. The treasure Heart of the Stone monster was with Rain. Killing for treasure was most essential, wasn't it? Indri walked up to Rain, looked down at him with a smirk, and said, "Boy, you've got good talent. Too bad." After speaking, he pointed the tip of his rapier at Rain's heart. "Oh, do you have any last words for your loved ones? Maybe, if I'm in a good mood someday, I could pass them on." Indri teased Rain. Rain gave Indri a slight smile. The next second, he rolled up to his feet, his neck veins bulging as he roared. "Ha!" Rain's mouth opened wide, and a roaring gust of air blasted out like a cannonball. At such close range, even though Rain didn't deliberately gather strength for the roaring strike, the massive sound wave swept towards Indri like a tsunami. As Indri's face showed a startled expression, his face skin was violently distorted by the blast, trembling. Simultaneously, his eardrums burst instantly, causing a buzzing in his head. The man stood frozen on the spot. Whoosh! A beautiful silver arc appeared before Indri. Rain, holding his great sword, remained in his furious pose, motionless. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The next second, a line of blood appeared on Indri's forehead, running from top to bottom. Two halves of a body fell to the left and to the right respectively. Indri was directly cut in half by Rain's greatsword. Too much talking really isn't good. Nevertheless, the poison was still unresolved. So, Rain quickly started searching Indri's body. But he was now slightly regretting splitting Indri in half, as it meant he had to search the two parts of the body separately. Quickly, Rain found a palm-sized leather wallet, a rapier hidden inside a wooden staff, a worn sheepskin-covered diary, and 3 differently shaped bottles. After some thought, Rain also took off an emerald ring from Indri's right ring finger that looked like it harbored vast properties, a poison ring indeed. Although he found bottles that looked like antidotes, Rain wasn't sure which one was the antidote. Considering Indri didn't succumb to this hallucinogenic poison, there was a high probability that there was an antidote. Indri didn't possess the physical strength of a formal knight. It didn't make sense that Hamilton could not resist it, but he could. After the previous assassin poisoning event, Rain was not completely clueless about poisons and antidotes. Using the process of elimination, Rain held the most likely bottle and walked over to the staggering Cookie. Rain muttered, "Cookie, you've eaten so many good things. Testing a drug for your owner isn't too much, right? If this bottle isn't the antidote, then it's likely the hallucinogenic poison itself. Given that it's a hallucinogenic poison, it shouldn't be lethal. Letting you sniff it might just make the madness last a bit longer." Rain opened the bottle, held his breath, fanned the wind with his hand, and a light green stench wafted towards Cookie. Cookie immediately showed a nauseous expression after sniffing the stench, and in less than 2 seconds, began retching. This made Rain's heart suddenly drop. Just as Rain thought he had made a mistake, Cookie's eyes quickly cleared up, and he slowly stood up, soon walking normally again. Rain was delighted. Clearly this was the antidote. Rain also took a light sniff himself, and instantly, his face turned green. It really stinks. However, the effect was indeed excellent as Rain's vision cleared up immediately. Without delay, Rain administered the antidote to everyone present. Soon, everyone recovered one by one. Seeing the split body of Indri, no one had any doubts that Rain had saved them. Hamilton patted Rain on the shoulder and said, "Good lad, if it weren't for you, we would have been victimized by that despicable wizard apprentice today." Wizard apprentice? Wasn't he a wandering bard? Rain was startled. Only his outward appearance. In fact, Indri was a wizard apprentice. Judging by his recent need for a sorcery scroll to successfully cast Acid Missile, I reckon he was just a level 1 wizard apprentice. Hamilton shared his speculation. Wizard apprentice? Listening by the side, Rain was deep in thought. Clearly, what the opponent had used was witchcraft. The pale green corrosive liquid sphere was called Acid Missile, and its power was quite remarkable. Seeing the look of yearning on Rain's face, Hamilton immediately understood something and said, "These wizard apprentices vary in strength. However, Rain, you are one of the most talented knights I've come across. Don't get distracted, stick to the path of the knight. Only knights are orthodox. Many of these wizard apprentices end up neither human nor ghost." Thank you for the reminder, sir." Rain nodded initially, but his eyes flickered. Clearly, Hamilton is a resolute supporter of transcendental knights. Asking him more about wizard apprentices would only displease him. "I'll look for a better opportunity next time." The crystal lizard was loaded onto the mining cart. The elite night watchman pushed it out slowly. The body of the rock beast, following the appearance of the heart of the stone beast, seemed to have had its essence drained, leaving behind only a carcass of ordinary granite, which was essentially worthless. And heavy as well. So it was simply abandoned inside the mine. Upon exiting the gold mine, the gathering of miners saw the body of the crystal lizard on the mining cart and couldn't help cheering warmly for Hamilton and Rain's group. After whispering a few words to Wayluin, Hamilton stepped forward and loudly said, "Your foreman has tragically died in battle. Now, choose a temporary foreman to oversee the gold mine." The miners looked at each other, their faces showing no hint of sadness. Apparently, the gold mine foreman, killed by Indri, was not well liked at all. Suddenly, there was some movement in the crowd, and a middle-aged man with a face full of wrinkles and dark skin was pushed forward as the temporary foreman. Once everything at the gold mine was arranged, the group quickly returned to Flash Gold Town. Since the gold mine was located southwest of Flash Gold Town, and Rain's home was on the south side of the town, Rain then broke off from the main group, stopped by his house, and soon after, he arrived at Hamilton's office, handing over 300 Imperial gold coins directly to Hamilton. "Sir, here are 300 gold coins. I might need some time to give you the remaining 200, Rain said. Even though the rules for bounty hunters' loot distribution did not require him to give so much, Rain knew very well that without Hamilton holding off and injuring the monster first, his chances of achieving a successful kill would have been slim. Moreover, this mission at Aleem Gold Mine was actually an internal task of the Night Watchman. Had it not been for Indri's appearance, Rain wouldn't have claimed the heart of the stone beast as a bounty hunter. If it had been in the name of the Night Watchman, Rain would have had to pay far more than this. Thus, Rain actually got quite a bargain. Okay. Hamilton looked at Rain with relief, although he was a bit surprised that Rain could bring out so much money at once. He didn't say much and simply accepted it. After thinking it over, Hamilton said with a frown, "By the way, Rain, I have a suggestion that you might want to consider." "Please, tell me, sir," Rain said, curious, watching Hamilton's slightly troubled expression. "With your rate of progress, you could choose to sell the heart of the stone beast to the Imperial Army in exchange for a high-quality advancement magic potion. Although the advancement magic potion suitable for your breathing technique can be obtained using merit points, those exchanged are just of ordinary quality. High quality, giant bear's paw, is rare, and even if it's available, the competition among nobles is fierce. So the Imperial Army is the best choice." Rain immediately understood Hamilton's point, nodded, and began to seriously consider it. This investigation mission in the Elim gold mine was initially intended to earn more merit points to exchange for advancement magic potions. Now, just by selling the heart of the stone beast to the Imperial Army, he could achieve this goal, no, exceed it. Because, according to Hamilton, high-quality advancement magic potions might trigger two transcendent features. During his pondering, Rain inadvertently caught a glimpse of the investigative report Hamilton was drafting himself, noticing he had written up to the part about the rock beast, and stopped abruptly. Instantly, Rain understood. It seems Hamilton also encountered a dilemma. If the heart of the stone beast were to be included in the report, the news would inevitably spread among the nobility, and countless powerful entities might come looking for me. Hamilton was considering this, which is why he subtly made this suggestion to me. In the short term, I will not be able to successfully transfer jobs with the heart of the stone beast on hand. He who carries the jade is guilty, that much Rain understood. What's most crucial for me at present is to step into the transcendent as soon as possible. The world is so vast, and the amount of treasures isn't limited to just the heart of the stone beast. As my strength improves, the opportunities to obtain treasures will also increase. What's more important, however, is to smoothly get through this period of being weak. Besides, I've already gotten on the bad side of the Norman family, Baron Alonso, and who knows if the Brotherhood of the Wilderness will trace anything back to me. After such contemplation, Rain was suddenly enlightened. I was blinded by the system notification of the special promotion to Giant Stone Guard. Greed is indeed the original sin. Having figured it all out, Rain smiled slightly and bowed slightly, saying, "Of course, that's a great suggestion, Lord Hamilton. I'll leave this matter to you then." "Good, good." The more Hamilton looked at Rain, the more he liked him, and he repeatedly said the word "good" twice. At the same time, the investigation report he was writing no longer had any obstacles. Hamilton's quill flew swiftly between his fingers. With a few swift strokes, he completed the report on the Elim mine. Meanwhile, Rain took out the stone monster's heart, emitting a soft yellow glow from his waist pouch, and diligently handed it to Lord Hamilton. After returning home, Anna and Bowie were taking care of Cookie. Rain greeted them and went back to his room. After quietly thinking to himself, Rain decided to add that newly gained skill point to his giant bear breathing technique LV4. As the giant bear breathing technique advanced to LV5, instantly, a surge of memories about the practice of the giant bear breathing technique came flooding into Rain's mind. These fragmented breathing technique memories passed one by one through Rain's mind and awakened instinctively within the muscle and fascia memory of his body. When Rain opened his eyes again, it was as if he had undergone months of rigorous training in the giant bear breathing technique. At this moment, he distinctly felt a warmth throughout his body, his muscles somewhat swollen, and the fascia within seemed tougher, like a web of sinew, linking all his bones and muscles together. With this, the giant bear breathing technique finally advanced to LV5, fulfilling the breathing technique requirement for the night transcendent job advancement. Rain thought briefly and decided to strike while the iron was hot. He quickly applied black tongue oil on a few special points and began practicing the fourth stance of the giant bear breathing technique. The movement of the fourth stance required him to do a one-handed handstand, then touch his feet to his head, forming a circle with his body. This movement differed significantly from the previous three stances in that while the initial ones focused on upper body muscle and fascia training, the fourth stance began to aggressively train the body's flexibility, stretching the fascia. The previously initiated changes in his fascia intensified, the threads of fascia fibers thickening, and their connection to Rain's skeletal and muscle fibers growing stronger. Suddenly, Rain's eyes snapped open. It seemed as if he had broken through some kind of barrier. It was like the sensation of a bow stretched to its limit before being drawn tighter and then snapping. At that moment, 3 system notifications quietly arrived. Congratulations. Your Constitution attribute has increased. Congratulations. Your Strength attribute has increased. Congratulations. Your Agility attribute has increased. This. Rain couldn't help but laugh loudly. It had been a long time since he had last gained an attribute increase while practicing a breathing technique. It was about time. But what Rain had not expected was that he would receive 3 system notifications at once. This went to show that the giant bear breathing technique did indeed enhance agility, but only through the practice of the later stances. That made sense. Otherwise, knights practicing the giant bear breathing technique wouldn't be prevalent if they couldn't hit anyone despite their great strength. It could only be said that, comparatively, the giant bear breathing technique primarily enhanced strength and constitution. Feeling the great power surging through his body, Rain realized he had now satisfied the first prerequisite for advancing to knight, transcendent any knight breathing technique above LV5. And the second requirement, with strength above 12 points, agility above 12 points, and constitution above 12 points, he had also just met. The only things left were horseback riding, shield defense, and archery skills to train above LV3. Then he would be all set. Riding and archery were easy to talk about. It was only shield defense that meant he still had to find Lord Hamilton or the quartermaster to exchange a related combat skill. Also, once the giant bear sword technique steps into LV5, I should be able to unlock the Roaring Strike LV2, Rain thought. Thinking of the Roaring Strike, Rain quickly opened the Night Watchman panel. He focused his mind on an icon located above the giant bear breathing technique and giant bear sword technique. The icon depicted a profile picture of a roaring giant bear. That was the Roaring Strike icon. He looked again at the small text below it. Roaring Strike LV2 requires the following criteria. 1. Giant bear breathing technique LV5 or above. Giant bear sword technique LV5 or above. 2. Strength 12 points. Constitution 12 or above. Note: Roaring Strike is a secret technique and cannot be directly enhanced with skill points. Rain nodded, remembering correctly that once his giant bear sword technique reached LV5, he could unlock Roaring Strike LV2. This made Rain quite anticipatory. The power of Roaring Strike LV1 was already so impressive. He wondered what LV2 would be like. Looking at all the attributes, Rain's strength had genuinely stepped into the realm of a level 3 knight attendant. And with the secret technique Roaring Strike and the core skill Strength Burst, Rain should have no rivals below the rank of a formal knight. However, speaking of rivals, Rain immediately thought of that guy Indri. According to Hamilton's description, Indri seemed to be a level 1 wizard apprentice. His pure combat strength was not strong, but he had many tricky methods. If I encounter him unawares, I'll definitely suffer a huge loss. If his strength isn't enough, he resorts to using poison. Rain didn't think there was anything wrong with that. After all, history is written by the victors. As for Hamilton's kind reminder, Rain naturally understood that the other party wanted him to focus his limited energy on the transcendent path of a knight. To sum it up, it was just 2 words: specialization. But Rain was specializing now too. He was just specializing in 3 things: blacksmith, night watchman, and dog trainer. This didn't contradict what Hamilton had said. It seemed that Rain remembered he had yet to sort his loot. He laid out several of Indri's items in a row on the table in his room. First was the weapon that looked like a staff but concealed a thin sword inside it. After pondering for a moment, Rain hid it under his bed. He didn't need it on a regular basis. He had his fine steel greatsword and the sword issued by the Night Watchman. The staff with the concealed sword could be used for surprise attacks in the future. Next was the leather coin pouch. Rain emptied all the coins out of it. Oh well, not bad at all. Actually over 60 gold coins and quite a few silver coins. Rain thought to himself, indeed, wizards are much richer than assassins. 3 bottles, 2 of which he didn't know the use for yet. Rain planned to find time to ask Abel about them. Additionally, Rain weighed the ring that released hallucinogenic poison gas in his hand. The exterior was an emerald ring, but there was a small trigger the size of a needle's head on one side of the emerald. It seemed that the poison gas could be silently released with a press. Wandering Bard? Why does it feel even more assassin-like than the last assassin? Rain criticized in his heart. Lastly, Rain picked up the somewhat aged diary with a sheepskin cover. After flipping through a few pages, Rain discovered that it was indeed Indri's diary. It detailed his travels and various scandalous secrets. Perhaps the order of these two terms should be reversed. The most recent page recorded events from 2 days ago when he received an invitation from Schmidt and planned to join the investigation mission at Alim Mine. As Rain read through the diary carefully, he suddenly felt as if he was searching for knowledge in a saucy novel. Who keeps a diary if they're decent? The indecent ones, they all bloody love to keep diaries. For example, there was a long description that read, "In the month of green grass, I came to Yorkshire. Through Viscount Charles's introduction, I met the wife of Earl York. The lady was tall and curvy, with skin as pale as milk. The pink nails on her delicate feet shimmered with a mesmerizing glow. It took me a great deal of effort to find the love charm herb, and eventually, I got her. 300 words omitted. When passing by Emerald Bay, we went to the Emerald Pub. The striptease dancer there was really too spicy, wearing virtually nothing. For 3 consecutive days, I didn't leave the inn." These descriptions had Rain's young blood boiling and his imagination running wild. However, when he flipped to the last page, his expression became solemn. "Wizard's talent, my basic meditation method has hardly made any progress, and the potions to increase spiritual power are insanely expensive. How wonderful it would be if I could find a treasure of immeasurable value. Considering the investigation mission tomorrow, I went to the bat market in Meist County City and bought a small bottle of hallucinogenic poison gas to fill the ring with." Basic meditation method? Suddenly, Rain's pupils constricted. Immediately, he flipped through Indri's diary over and over again, 7 or 8 times. But in the end, he still found no trace of the basic meditation method, much to his disappointment. The so-called basic meditation method wasn't recorded in the diary. After calming his emotions, Rain continued to read carefully. An hour later, Rain closed Indri's diary that he had come from, deep in thought. The basic meditation method was crucial, and maybe he could find out more about it at the bat market. Bat market must be what these wizard apprentices referred to when buying or trading goods. Based on the description in the diary, this bat market was likely located somewhere in the county town. Unfortunately, since he had already come to the attention of Alonso, the Baron and eldest son of the Earl, going to the county town was still a bit too risky. Moreover, if all these wizard apprentices were as cunning and ruthless as Indri, going there now, he could easily capsize in the gutter. After some thought, Rain decided to wait until he was officially knighted and stepped into the transcendent before looking for this so-called bat market. Afterward, Rain sorted through the things he needed to complete next. First was to raise the giant bear sword technique to LV5. Next, when he had the chance, was to visit the quartermaster in exchange for some shield defense combat skills. The rest could proceed as planned. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door interrupted Rain's musings. "Rain, may I come in?" Anna's gentle voice came from outside the door. Of course. Rain turned around and saw Anna walking in with her head down, seemingly too shy to look him directly in the eye. But the next second, Anna's slightly heaving chest took a deep breath as if mustering courage, and soon, she looked up at Rain and said, "Rain, I heard this afternoon that several night watchmen had been sacrificed. You must be careful when you go out." Rain suddenly realized. It was naturally a bit embarrassing for a girl to express such concern, especially someone with a personality like Anna's. "Thank you, Anna, I'll be careful." Right? You aren't hurt, are you? Do you need me to use an amulet?" "I'm really not. Look." Rain lifted his sleeve and then raised his shirt as a sign. "Brother, it's time for dinner." Bohi's crisp voice came. At that moment, a cute little head peeked around the door, and it was Bohi. Seeing her brother Rain lifting his shirt, and then looking at Sister Anna, Bohi's mouth hung open in a perfect circle, her surprise clear to see. "Bohi, it's not what you think." Anna immediately blushed and waved her hands in denial. "Little clever one, what are you thinking about?" "Brother is just letting Anna help see if there is a wound," Rain said with a laugh as he patted Bohi's head. When Rain went downstairs, he saw that his mother Emma had prepared a lavish dinner. 3 marinated herrings, a large portion of pickled pork, a whole roast chicken bought from the market, a big bowl of mashed potatoes, 5 large 1-pound loaves of white bread, and a bottle of milk. A month before, such an extravagant dinner would have been unthinkable. But now, as long as Rain was at home, it had become a normal part of daily life. And as Rain's appetite grew bigger and bigger, The food prepared by Mother Emma got better and better. Of course, nearly half of it went into Rain's stomach. The family of 4 plus Anna sat warmly around a simple wooden table, sharing dinner. Since Rain and a group of night watchmen had participated in the battle at the Elim mine during the day, Hamilton specially granted them 2 days' leave. But the whippet Cookie was used to wandering around at night and, after circling Rain's feet a few times, barked twice at the door. Immediately, Rain understood Cookie's meaning. It wanted him to take it for a night patrol. So, amidst Bohi's giggling and under Anna's serene smile, Rain could only take Cookie out for a walk. In a short while, Rain encountered 3 other night watchman colleagues on night patrol. As they passed by each other, Rain greeted them with a smile. "Hey, is that the greatsword Rain?" "Yeah. Don't you know him?" "They say he slew a 5-meter-tall monster with a greatsword today, right in the Elim mine." Although Rain had walked away, in the quiet of the night, he could clearly hear the 3 night watchman colleagues talking about him. Greatsword Rain. Rain touched the fine steel greatsword on his back, thinking to himself, okay, this nickname doesn't seem so bad. But hearing the part about a 5-meter-tall monster? Rain was speechless. What had that to do with anything? He wondered which night watchman who went on the investigative mission during the day had gossiped. A 3-meter-tall monster had become 5 meters. Woof woof. Suddenly, Cookie started barking furiously at the side of the road towards the woods. This made Rain immediately alert. Could it be that there's some wild beast? But acting on the principle that less is often better than more, Rain didn't intend to enter the woods at night to check things out. But the next second, Cookie trotted around Rain a few times and then tugged at the hem of Rain's trousers with its mouth, seemingly urging Rain to go look urgently. This made Rain a bit puzzled. It doesn't seem to be a wild beast. Cookie doesn't have the emotion of fear. All right, let's go have a look then. Rain couldn't help being curious. Cookie took the lead, quickly darting into the woods. Thanks to Rain's greatly enhanced physical condition and his dark vision, even in the night forest, he could keep pace right behind the whippet. However, Rain's right hand was already resting on the hilt of the fine steel greatsword on his back. If something seemed amiss, he could react immediately. Hey, something's not right. There seems to be a scent of blood. Rain's nostrils twitched. No wonder Cookie wanted me to come over. Ahead of them, Cookie suddenly stopped and then turned its head, barking at Rain a few times as if to say, "This is the place." Rain immediately used his dark vision to focus in that direction, only to see in the dappled moonlight of the woodland a woman he recognized well lying diagonally on the ground, with her characteristic shield by her side. This is that barbarian shield maiden? Rain couldn't help but exclaim softly. The iconic shield of the barbarian girl was already missing almost a small half, and judging from the spikes and serrated cracks on the broken edge, it seemed to have been smashed by some kind of heavy hammer or similar heavy weapon. The girl's curvaceous body bore no obvious wounds, but the arm that held the shield was twisted strangely, most likely dislocated or broken. Hey, something's wrong. Rain suddenly noticed black vapors billowing from the twisted arm of the other party, exhaling an unsettling aura. The dark energy felt like a living thing, akin to a black octopus wrapping around an arm and ceaselessly tumbling. Rain had never seen such a bizarre thing before, but upon closer thought, it seemed somewhat similar to the green light emitted by the wooden amulet. Some kind of evil, mysterious side energy? Rain wondered, filled with confusion. But how was this possible? Wasn't the barbarian squad off to kill the ogre? When that barbarian bounty hunter squad entered Flashgold Town, the exceptionally tall and robust barbarian leader Harold, nicknamed Giant, was still fresh in Rain's mind. To wound the shield maiden, one would probably have to get past him first, right? Now the shield maiden lies here, her fate unknown. Could it be that the ogre was so fierce and knew witchcraft? Rain thought it unlikely that the matter was that simple, and at the same time, a feeling of dread suddenly took hold of him. Regardless, I should first see if she can still be saved. Rain immediately approached and began to carefully inspect her. He slowly turned her over to lie on her back. The girl's expression was one of pain, her eyebrows deeply furrowed, and blood trickled from the corners of her mouth, indicating she might have suffered some internal injuries. Her forehead band was gone, and her pale yellow hair, drenched with blood and sweat, hung down in tangled locks, sticking to her forehead and cheeks. Rain placed on the girl's pale neck artery, felt for a moment, and nodded. There's a pulse, faint breathing. Good. She's not dead. There's hope. Rain breathed a sigh of relief. Before, he might not have been able to do anything, but ever since Anna had been able to control that miraculous green light. He felt as long as the shield maiden wasn't dead, Anna should be able to heal her gradually. Only this dark energy seemed a bit tricky, mixing uncertainty into the healing process. Just then, the young whippet Cookie barked furiously at something behind Rain. With his danger perception triggered, Rain immediately put down the shield maiden and turned to look. He saw several pairs of oily green eyes slowly approaching from the depths of the forest. It's forest wolves. Using his dark vision, Rain quickly identified the creatures, 7 or 8 brownish-gray forest wolves closing in. The wolves were larger than any North American gray wolves Rain had seen in his previous life. On average, each forest wolf was no less formidable than a grown man armed with a pitchfork. Wine Cookie was clearly panicked and scared, shrinking closer to Rain's feet. The wolf pack slowly advanced. Seeming to see their opponent as weak, the pack leader the size of a calf emitted a low growl, prompting the charge. 2 to 3 meters long, the brownish-gray wolf shadows streaked towards Rain like lightning. Strength burst. Rain's body suddenly shot up 20 or 30 centimeters. His muscles bulged, and veins popped. Then, a silvery arc of light flashed upwards, brutally opening the underside of the alpha wolf. Swoosh! The sound of flesh being sliced filled the air. A pitiful howl rang out as the alpha wolf, still twitching and weighing a couple 100 pounds, spilled blood and organs from its torn abdomen while airborne. The next second, it landed heavily on the ground, its belly split open by Rain's sword. This immediately caused the other charging forest wolves to shudder with fear, quickly turning away from the fierce man that was Rain. Rain kicked the alpha wolf's carcass back into the hungry pack with force. Watching the intimidating Rain, the wolf pack whined and backed off. At this moment, Cookie seemed to sense the authority of its master and the retreat of the enemy. It trotted forward a couple of steps and barked ferociously at the wolves, at least twice its size. Bark, bark, bark. It perfectly exemplified the phrase courting strength from its master. Rain quickly picked up the barbarian girl from the ground, grabbed the nearby battle axe and broken shield, and turned to leave. Saving her was the priority. This was also why Rain chose to use the skill Strength Burst to kill the lead wolf instantly. He needed a swift resolution. After Rain left, the pack swiftly surrounded the still-twitching carcass of their former leader, indulging in a grisly feast. They were entirely unconcerned that it was the body of one of their kind. A full belly was their utmost priority. Upon entering the house and seeing Rain holding a woman, covered in blood, his mother Emma gasped in shock. "Anna, start getting things ready." "Mother, it's only wolf blood," Rain said. The astonished Anna immediately understood and ran upstairs quickly. She knew Rain wanted her to prepare the miraculous amulet for healing. What's this?" "Mother, I found her lying by the roadside while walking the dog, so I brought her back," Rain explained. This reassured Mother Emma somewhat, who said, "But shouldn't we call a doctor?" "It shouldn't be a serious problem. I'll take her upstairs and let Anna take a look first," Rain added without elaboration and carried the barbarian girl upstairs. Mother Emma was left surprised. Should Anna take a look at her? Since when did Anna learn to heal? Is Anna a physician? I've never heard her mention that. Once Rain gently laid the tall and graceful barbarian the bed. Anna, who had been waiting by the side, slowly stepped forward, but Rain stretched out his hand to stop Anna, who was about to start healing immediately, and pointed to the dark mist on the barbarian girl's left arm. "Anna, be careful. That dark mist seems very strange. If it's not working, don't force it." Rain's caring words made Anna blush. She obediently nodded her head and gave a firm in. Right after, Anna clasped the amulet with both hands, closed her eyes, and focused her spirit on the wooden amulet. Soon, a thick green light appeared in the palms of Anna's hands. Under Anna's control, the soft, rich green light quickly fell upon the barbarian girl's body. In an instant, the girl's entire figure blazed with green light. No, the left hand that held the shield alone still emitted a faint black mist. The black mist, as if aware that the green light sought to expel it, was gnashing its teeth and flailing its claws in a fierce struggle against the green energy controlled by Anna. However, the green energy continuously supported by Anna seemed to be a step stronger than the black mist. Soon, the green light forced the black mist to retreat bit by bit, moving up from the girl's left forearm to her palm. At this moment, Rain noticed that Anna's forehead had begun to be dotted with fine beads of sweat. Clearly, Such manipulation was extremely draining on Anna's spirit. Just when Rain was considering whether to advise Anna to rest for a bit, the green light suddenly flourished further, and he saw the black mist being forced out of the shield maiden's left hand, instantly dissipating into the air. However, the air seemed to be filled with a faint stench of blood and rot. It was like the smell that rushes out when an old house that hasn't been lived in for over a decade is suddenly opened. At this point, Anna's slender frame wobbled. Her originally rosy complexion turned into a weak pallor, and Rain immediately supported Anna to sit down at the edge of the bed. "Anna, you pushed yourself too hard. Why didn't you split it into 2 sessions?" "No, Rain, I could feel that the black mist was very terrible. If I had stopped, the black mist would have revived like a phoenix from the ashes and reoccupied her arm." Anna shook her head and explained earnestly as she looked into Rain's eyes, a hint of stubbornness hardly noticeable in her gaze. "And? So that was it?" Rain nodded his head. When Rain looked at the barbarian girl again, he found that her previously furrowed brows had now relaxed, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. From her face, she appeared to be much better than before the treatment. After thinking for a moment, Rain turned to Anna and said, "Anna, you go rest for a while. I'll take care of her here." Anna obediently nodded and, assisted by Rain, went back to the adjacent room to rest. Her current state was indeed not good. The recent healing had consumed too much of her spirit, and now Anna felt waves of dizziness sweeping over her, in desperate need of a good sleep. Rain did not have to wait too long. About half an hour after the treatment, the barbarian girl gradually came to. With a soft moan, the barbarian girl opened her bewildered eyes. "You're awake?" Rain said softly. The girl shuddered and slowly turned her head to look at Rain, saying, "Awake?" Her eyes gradually cleared, but the next second, as if remembering something, she uncontrollably curled up, hugged her knees, and started sobbing softly on the bed. This reaction immediately puzzled Rain. But quickly he realized that it was very likely that something had happened to the rest of her squad. Would it be possible for you to tell me what happened to you? I remember that day, your squad came to Flash Gold Town." Rain chose his words carefully and spoke slowly. After sobbing for a while, the girl slowly began to speak. "Is this Flash Gold Town?" "Yes, this is Flash Gold Town. You are safe here. By the way, may I know your name?" "My name is Rain." Rain was pleased they could communicate. "My name is Lagaray, from the barbarian tribe of the Frostwind Prairie in the Northern Empire." She lifted her head, her red and swollen eyes looking straight at Rain, and although her eyelashes were wet with tears, her gaze revealed an unwavering resolve. That resolve gave Rain the impression of a boulder standing unyielding amidst the howling northern winds. This time, there was no need for Rain to ask again. The barbarian girl named Lagaray slowly recounted the story that had befallen their squad 2 days before. The Falcon investigation report from the Habsburg Manor wasn't wrong. There indeed was only one ogre, but what we didn't realize until we got there was that it was an old ogre, extremely cunning. An old ogre? Could it possibly wield witchcraft? Doubts arose in Rain's mind, but he didn't interrupt, instead patiently listening to Lagaray's story. In reality, it had numerous minions, but they were spread out, stationed around the place it resided. This led us to misjudge the situation initially. When we launched our attack, that deceitful old ogre summoned its jackalmen and kobold minions to besiege us. Fortunately, my brother Harold is a ferocious berserker. His physical liberation exceeds 40%. "A berserker warrior?" Rain asked, slightly puzzled. He understood, but he remembered clearly that both Clea and Hamilton had said the term berserk was used to describe beasts, as opposed to humans. So, with a tone of inquiry, Rain asked, "Do you mean a knight?" Lagaray nodded, saying, "Yes. Berserk and what you call breaking limits mean the same thing. Our barbarian tribes have always referred to warriors who break their limits as berserker warriors, in accordance with the terminology handed down from ancient times." After coming from Frostwind Prairie to County Town to find her brother Harold, she had been living here for a while now, and knew some of the cultural differences between the two sides. With Rain's interruption, Lagaray answered the doubts of her life-saving benefactor. This allowed Rain to learn quite a bit about the barbarians from Lagaray. It turned out the barbarians did not practice the traditional breathing methods. According to Lagaray, the barbarians had traces of giant blood in their veins. They practiced a breathing method known as brute force, which was quite primitive. Its effect was to tap into the potential of their own bloodline to strengthen their constitution and simultaneously enhance strength and agility, enabling the barbarian tribes to combat the harsh survival conditions of Frostwind Prairie. This made Rain pause. The breathing method sounded similar to his own giant bear breathing technique, both primarily focused on enhancing constitution and strength, although in terms of increasing agility, it was somewhat inferior to the brute force breathing method. When barbarians practiced, they also had medicines similar to black balsam oil. According to Lagaray's account, barbarian shamans would provide the tribe's warriors with special potions made of various herbs to promote the training progress of their brute force breathing method. Upon hearing this, Rain felt that the entire barbarian training system was somewhat cruder compared to the orthodox knight breathing method, but overall the difference didn't seem large. But soon, Rain changed his mind. Because, instead of using advanced magic potions, barbarians actually went through life or death trials to break into transcendence. This surprised Rain. Barbarians had only a 20 to 30% chance of successfully becoming berserk. For orthodox knights, even if the breakthrough failed after taking an advanced magic potion, the death rate was only about 10%, with another 40% risking a decline in strength and a 50% chance of successfully breaking through. This contrasted starkly with the barbarian's situation where failure to break through meant death. Rain thought to himself that indeed, the knight's path, as the most secure transcendent path in the long history of humanity, had perpetuated with good reason. By the way, Lagaray, I'm sorry to have asked so many questions about your tribe. Please continue with what happened in Nightingale Forest. Rain, suddenly remembering that he had sidetracked Lagaray's narrative, said with a hint of apology. Lagaray didn't mind and nodded, continuing, my brother alone turned the tide of battle, slaughtered a large number of hyena men, and made the old ogre retreat step by step. Just when we thought the situation was settled, that old ogre suddenly began to flee and eventually ran into an unknown ruin. As she spoke of the ruin, Rain could clearly detect a quiver in Lagaray's voice. These ruins were deep within Nightingale Forest, scattered with collapsed, moss-covered columns entangled in vines. We surmised that it seemed to be a temple from long ago. We pursued it closely, chasing after that old ogre, but suddenly, a mysterious knight appeared and began attacking us. It seemed he was not a living person. The war horse he rode was actually a death horse. I once chopped down the horse's leg with my axe, but it only revealed pallid flesh without a drop of blood. Rain could sense a tinge of fear in Lagaray's eyes, the instinctive terror one faces against an enemy much more powerful than oneself. Although Rain was curious about what a death horse was, he chose not to inquire further but let Lagaray continue her story. The knight wore full armor, and most distinctive was the crown-shaped adornment at the top of the closed helmet. A crown-shaped knight helmet? Rain immediately pondered, as symbols or markers such as the crown were typically associated with races or churches that worship nature deities. For example, the book he acquired from the Hound King core contained patterns of large trees, flowers, and more. He was too strong. With a single strike, he killed one of our squad members. I blocked his riding spear only once. My shield shattered, my arm broke, and I suffered this strange black air damage. My brother went all out in attack, but still was no match for the Crown Knight. The other squad members sacrificed themselves to protect my safe exit, one after another fighting to their death. Lagaray seemed to be reminded of that heart-wrenching scene, her eyes reddening again, misty with tears. Hearing this, Rain could not help but ask, what about your brother? He died too. The last thing I saw was my brother desperately trying to divert the Crown Knight's attention from me, and then he was impaled through the chest by the knight's riding spear. Clearly, mentioning this brought up the most painful memory in Lagaray's mind. Lagaray could no longer hold back and began to sob, covering her face with her hands. I'm sorry. Rain apologized. He realized she had just woken up, her emotions yet stabilized. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to ask after some time had passed. After a long while, Lagaray recomposed herself, turned her head to Rain, and said, There's one important thing. My brother insisted that I must pass on the message. That Crown Knight seems to be a very rare evil spirit knight. Evil spirit knight? Rain was taken aback, touching upon yet another one of his blind spots in knowledge. But no matter what, if Little Giant Harrow's formidable strength was not the match of that evil spirit knight, Rain didn't think Flashgold Town's Sheriff Hamilton could defeat that fellow. If this so-called evil spirit knight were to attack Flashgold Town, who knows what kind of tragedy would occur? Rain was clearly aware of the severity of this problem. Although a lot was still unclear, Rain felt that he had to notify Hamilton immediately, so he could be prepared in advance. After a moment of thought, Rain said to Lagare, "You should rest well tonight. I will go and inform Lord Hamilton, the sheriff of Flash Gold, right away." MHM. Lagare nodded her head. Rain turned and left. However, as he reached the door, something suddenly occurred to him, and he turned back to Lagare, asking, "Do you need something to eat?" Lagare gently shook her head. It seemed she was still immersed in grief. Although it was already around 10 o'clock at night, Hamilton was surprisingly still in his office, albeit his wounds seemed to have been treated. When Rain arrived at the office, he could distinctly smell the strong scent of healing potions. Upon hearing about Harold encountering the evil spirit knight and his squad nearly being wiped out, Hamilton was shocked. He jumped up from his chair and blurted out, "What? An evil spirit knight?" After receiving Rain's affirmative answer, Hamilton could no longer contain himself, and his face turned pale with anxiety. The sheriff of Flash Gold Town paced back and forth in his office, unable to hide the worry etched between his brows. It was the first time Rain had seen Hamilton so agitated. "Messenger." A messenger dressed as a guard quickly ran in, saluting and saying, "Lord Hamilton, what are your orders?" "Send a message to Viscount Hamadi in the county town and the Church of the Sea Goddess immediately. An evil spirit knight has been spotted near Flash Gold Town. And send someone to notify Lord Lloyd of the Habsburg Manor. Besides, alert all the night watchmen to raise their guard." That a transcendent human knight could be driven into such an anxious state clearly indicated that the so-called evil spirit knight was no ordinary foe. Hamilton murmured to himself, "Harold's limit-breaking level has already surpassed 40%, which basically places him at the level of a senior knight, yet he was still no match for the foe. This suggests that this evil spirit knight might possess the strength of a peak knight, or even stronger." "Senior knight, peak knight?" Rain nodded. Adding the initial formal knight, it must be the classification of knight ranks, he thought. "Sir, is the evil spirit knight really that fearsome?" Seeing Hamilton's solemnity, Rain couldn't help but ask curiously. Hamilton nodded, speaking with a grave tone. "The fearsomeness of the evil spirit knight is one aspect, but that's not the most important thing. The appearance of an evil spirit knight signals that some evil is invading or awakening. Ancient texts have recorded that evil spirit knights are the minions of the evil god. It must have sensed its master's call to appear here. That's the biggest problem. Minions of the evil god? With the word God in it. Even if Rain didn't understand much about this world, he knew it must be troublesome to deal with. No wonder Hamilton was treating it as a dire threat. However, the words evil spirit reminded Rain of the glowstone he had acquired. After all, according to the blacksmith Boris, if it could be fused into a weapon, it would possess great power against evil. Too bad. He couldn't go to the county town at his current stage. Otherwise, with a powerful weapon in hand, he would naturally have more assurance of safety. When Rain stepped out of Hamilton's office, the cold moonlight, filtering through gaps in the clouds, draped over the town like a silver veil, giving it an almost dreamlike ambience. The chilly wind of a deep autumn night struck Rain's face, making him even more alert. After some thought, Rain halted his steps towards home and turned towards the adjacent administrative building's training ground instead. The entire training ground was deserted, silent, and empty. From Hamilton's demeanor, it seems the arrival of this evil spirit knight could signify a grave crisis looming over the whole of Flash Gold Town. The only thing I can rely on is the continuous improvement of my own strength. Furthermore, my understanding of this world is still too shallow. It seems I must strive to earn merit points and elevate my rank while relying on the Night Watchman." Rain checked the Night Watchman panel, and with the experience gained from killing the wolves, his giant bear sword technique was just a few points shy of reaching level 5. He planned to level up his giant bear sword technique before returning home. As Rain drew his fine steel great sword, a figure swung the great sword in the training ground, sweating profusely. About an hour later, a system prompt arrived. "You have trained in the giant bear sword technique, and your comprehension has improved. Your skill, the giant bear sword technique, has gained a boost. Experience +2. Congratulations, your giant bear sword technique has advanced to LV5. Congratulations, you have unlocked an exclusive secret technique that combines the giant bear breathing technique with the giant bear sword technique. Roaring Strike LV2. Suddenly, Rain stood motionless in the training ground. As the giant bear sword technique smoothly entered LV50/2000, a series of fragmented training memories of the giant bear sword technique began to flood into Rain's mind. The adept techniques contained within these memories quickly integrated into his muscle memory. When Rain swung his fine steel greatsword again, he felt a smoothness and familiarity that surpassed what he had known before. Moreover, still basking in the joy of the giant bear sword technique's level up, Rain saw the successful unlocking of Roaring Strike LV2 on the Night Watchman panel. Double happiness. By the time Rain returned home, it was well into the night, and he made do with a night's sleep in the small partitioned room. The next morning, when Rain went to his room, he was startled to find Lagare and Anna sitting on the bed, holding hands and leaning close together, whispering and chatting. This scene left Rain stunned. They're holding hands already? Indeed, the friendship between girls. Such a mysterious thing. Rain, you're back, Anna said, blushing as she saw Rain and stood up. You too. I was just chatting with Lagare about the time you saved me, Anna explained. Lagare looked at Rain with a calm expression, asking, what did the sheriff say? He takes it very seriously, and he has already notified the county town and the church. How about you? Do you feel better? Much better, Lagare nodded. Brother, it's time for breakfast. At that moment, Bowie suddenly poked her head in from the doorway. Oh, is this a new sister? Bowie gazed at the beautiful and exotically styled new sister, with fluttering eyelashes, her voice tinged with curiosity. Bowie had already been asleep in her own room the previous night when Rain brought Lagare home, naturally unaware of what had happened then. What a cute little girl. Rain, is this your sister? Lagare's eyes lit up as she saw Bowie, and she got up and walked over, embracing Bowie in her ample. Rain nodded and said, yes, this is my sister, Bowie. Bowie, this is Sister Lagare. Sister Lagare, hello. Wow, sister, you're so tall. Even taller than my brother, Bowie exclaimed in amazement. It was only then that Rain realized Lagare was actually slightly taller than himself when she stood up. He had been growing rapidly lately, now around 175 centimeters tall. Of course, his height would continue to increase swiftly over time. By comparison, Lagare's height was roughly 178 centimeters. But overall, she didn't come across as slender. Her figure was curvy, yet just right. After breakfast, Rain returned to his own room. Having thought of glowstone because of the incident with the evil spirit knight, Rain especially took out the glowstone to look at it, and couldn't help but sigh. At that moment, Lagare and Anna came in together. Seeing the ore in Rain's hands, Lagare couldn't help exclaiming, Sacred stone. Sacred stone? Isn't it called glowstone? Rain couldn't help showing his confusion. Isn't it called glowstone? Could it be that the blacksmith Boris was fooling me? Surely not. Oh, yes, sacred stone is what we barbarians call it. According to the official naming of the empire, it is indeed called glowstone, Lagare nodded, explaining. May I take a look? Of course. Rain smiled, handing over the mysterious or that emitted a hazy, soft light to Lagare. Lagare took the glowstone from Rain, her gaze full of reverence for it, and she slowly began to explain why. Glowstone holds a special place in the hearts of us barbarians. Given the harsh environment we live in, we often encounter strange nature spirits, malignant spirits, or minions of the evil god. Having a weapon infused with glowstone is a crucial reliance in defeating them. But glowstone mines are incredibly hard to find, so we have this reverent name for it, sacred stone. If my brother had brought our tribe's glowstone weapons with him, maybe he could have defeated that crown knight, or at the very least, he might have been able to escape alive. Lagare's expression saddened once again as she thought of her brother. Why didn't your brother? Rain could not help asking, but then felt it was inappropriate to continue. However, Lagare didn't wait for Rain to finish his question and took the initiative to explain. Because weapons forged with glowstone are very rare, the tribe's rules state that these glowstone weapons cannot be used in normal circumstances, except for certain special missions. By the way, Rain, why don't you incorporate the glowstone into your greatsword? Lagare had already noticed the dual-handed greatsword that Rain carried on his back upon his return. Well, I asked the blacksmith in our town, and ordinary blacksmiths don't have the capability to smelt glowstone. Besides, another issue is the lack of a skilled swordsmith. So, even if glowstone could be smelted, there's no one to help me forge glowstone weapons, Rain explained. Plus, I have some special reasons why I can't go to the county town to find a high-level blacksmith to do this for now, Rain added. Oh, in that case, maybe I can help you with this? Upon hearing the reasons, Lagare nodded and spoke to Rain seriously. Actually, besides using high temperatures to smelt glowstone, It can also be done by adding a flux with fluorite and a little of our barbarian blood. There's such a method? Rain couldn't help but widen his eyes, looking at Lagare. But seeing the serious expression on her face, he knew she wasn't spouting nonsense. This is a common method used by us barbarians when forging glowstone weapons. Furthermore, I'm pretty good with forging axes, and I should have no problem with dual-handed greatswords. Rain, could you show me your dual-handed greatsword? Of course, you can. But, Lagare, are you also a blacksmith? Hearing that Lagare had a special method to melt glowstone and could even forge dual-handed greatswords, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Yes, I am a blacksmith too. Lagare nodded confidently, her face showing a hint of a smile, as if reminiscing about something pleasant. Rain quickly handed his fine steel greatsword to Lagare. Lagare examined Rain's fine steel greatsword carefully, touching the spine and blade with her fingers, and said confidently, "If it's a dual-handed greatsword of this quality, I think I should have no problem. Perhaps it might even be better. Rain, find an ordinary blacksmith shop, and I can forge you a glowstone greatsword mixed with glowstone for you." That's really fantastic. The events of today were somewhat beyond Rain's expectations. The glowstone he had saved for a long time finally had a use. Moreover, Rain had never imagined that the barbarian girl Lagare he had rescued was actually a high-level blacksmith. By the way, Lagare, how long have you been studying forging? Well, Lagare's eyes seemed to reveal a sense of nostalgia. Since I was a child, I followed my father in our tribe's blacksmith shop forging weapons. I started trying to forge small daggers around the age of 5. Although my specialty is axes, I have also forged a few dual-handed greatswords, since there are a few warriors in the tribe who use them. I see. Shall we go now then? Right now? Yes. I'm a blacksmith too, and can help out a bit, Rain said with a laugh. Although his title as a blacksmith was in name only, the only thing he knew how to forge was horseshoes. But when it comes to face, what matters is what lies beneath the surface. In fact, Rain saw this as an opportunity to learn some advanced forging techniques from Lagare. Even though he didn't use axes, many things are common across different items. In a past life, wasn't there a saying, one method understood, all methods understood? Forging axes and longswords, there must be many areas where one can infer other things from one fact. Additionally, the most important point was that as his blacksmith level increased, Rain hardly had any skills that could quickly increase his blacksmith experience. He believed that even if he didn't learn to forge dual-handed greatswords, learning to forge axes would be fine too, because forging weapons would certainly grant him a significant boost in professional blacksmith experience. Soon enough, Rain brought Lagare to his small town's blacksmith shop. But as soon as they entered, they startled all the apprentices, and even the blacksmith Boris was no exception. They had never seen a barbarian girl with such a wild aura and beauty. Taking advantage of everyone's stunned silence, Rain pulled Boris to the backyard. "Uncle Boris, can we close the shop for a day today? I'll cover any losses incurred." Before Boris could even ask why, Rain continued, "The barbarian girl who came in just now, she's going to help me cast glowstone into my greatsword." As soon as he finished speaking, Boris nearly popped his eyes out in surprise, blurting out, "Rain, what did you say? To give Uncle a day off?" "No, the next part. To have Lagare help me cast glowstone into my greatsword." "Rain, you don't think I don't know my shop doesn't have a high furnace, do you? And yet you joke about it. Even if she masters the craft of dual-handed greatswords, I don't have the matching tools here," Boris said with slight helplessness. "Of course, I know that. I have already told Lagare, and she said she has a special flux formula that can solve this problem," Rain said, smiling. Boris wanted to say that couldn't be possible, but seeing Rain's serious look, Boris knew Rain was not joking. "Then, Rain, can we make a deal? Can I stay and lend a hand? You know, I am a blacksmith too, and I could be of some assistance," Boris said, rubbing his hands, unusually embarrassed. Suddenly, Rain got it. Obviously, watching a high-level blacksmith work was a rare learning opportunity. What helping hand? He just wanted to steal some secrets. Rain thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, "Uncle Boris, I can't decide that for Lagare. I need to ask her." Yes. Rain, I'll be in your debt. Just let me help out, and you can use the blacksmith shop for free. If one day is not enough, 2 days, or even 3 days, are all possible." Boris, typically stingy, rarely made a generous promise while patting his chest confidently. When Rain tactfully shared Boris's little scheming with Lagaray, she did not mind him watching and agreed readily with a nod. Perhaps, in the eyes of Lagaray, the high-level blacksmith, the ordinary blacksmiths of the town could barely steal any relevant smithing skills, even if they were to observe her entire process. Just the flux mixing step alone, which requires a precise ratio of glowstone and barbarian blood, would pose a significant challenge to ordinary blacksmiths. However, Rain thought of something and quietly asked Lagaray, "Lagaray, can the greatsword incorporate glowstone and, at the same time, meteorite iron?" "Ah, yes, meteorite iron. I don't know what you barbarians call it," Rain gestured and said. Lagaray's eyes lit up and she said, "Of course, it is possible. Do you have some meteorite iron?" I was a bit worried that using purely glowstone might make the blade's hardness and toughness a bit weak. That would require extra care during the forging. But if some meteorite iron is incorporated, I can assure you that your new weapon would be above the standard of hewstone weapons, even if placed among our barbarian tribes. Rain gave a mysterious smile and said, "You will have it soon." Then, Rain pulled Boris aside to a corner. After some hard bargaining along with the enticing offer to let him watch, an offer Boris could hardly refuse, Rain successfully acquired Boris's beloved meteorite iron at the price of 30 Empire gold coins. Of course, the price was also because Boris's piece of meteorite iron was barely larger than a fist, but it was more than enough to be melded into a great sword to enhance its hardness and toughness. Boris, with a mix of joy and pain, immediately announced that the blacksmith shop would close for the day. Rain originally thought that Boris, always being a miser, rarely gave the blacksmith apprentices a day off, and logically, these apprentices who long complained about Boris the miser should be thrilled. But when Boris spread the news, the apprentices looked at each other for a while. Then one by one, they began making excuses, seemingly eager to stay and continue working. However, Rain soon figured out from their occasional enthusiastic glances toward Lagaray that their motives were not that simple. Eventually, Boris forcefully sent this bunch of blacksmith apprentices away. Rain and Boris then closed the doors of the blacksmith shop, hung a closed sign, and went back to the yard, ready to assist Lagaray. The two were just stunned by the scene in front of them, as they had not expected Lagaray to have already begun her process alone. Lagaray had already mixed quite a bit of clay and started building a small cylindrical furnace, apparently planning to melt Rain's glowstone in it separately. Although there was a regular furnace at the smithy, Lagaray was already using it to melt the meteorite iron and Rain's original greatsword. Considering the glowstone piece wasn't large, the furnace she built was only about a meter high with a diameter roughly the size of a wash basin. Soon, Lagaray finished the construction and was now carefully placing charcoal inside. "Lagaray, is there anything I need to do?" Rain asked, becoming a bit anxious on the side. After all, he wanted to be actively involved in the process of creating a glowstone weapon. One could imagine, just by thinking with their toes, that being part of crafting a glowstone weapon would bring a massive influx of blacksmith professional experience. But just standing on the side was making Rain extremely restless. Lagaray thought for a moment, realizing there really wasn't anything that needed Rain's help, and seriously replied, "Rain, you don't need to do anything. I can handle the whole process myself." The moment Lagaray finished speaking, Rain felt as though he was watching a huge wave of blacksmith experience slipping from before his eyes. With his brain working overtime, Rain finally thought of a reason, albeit not a great one, and immediately, with a grave expression, said, "Lagaray, since we are forging my dual-handed great sword, please assign me some tasks so that I can be involved." Rain emphasized the word "my" heavily. Although Lagaray didn't understand Rain's eagerness, his words made sense since it was his weapon, and wanting to be involved was a reasonable request. Without thinking much about the tiny request of her lifesaver, Lagaray nodded in agreement. Okay then." This made Rain sigh in relief internally. Thankfully, he was now involved. However, after looking around, Lagaray realized she really couldn't find anything for him to do, so she casually said, "Rain, you help set up the blower and the pipes for this small furnace." "Set up the blower?" Rain immediately looked dumbfounded. The skill of setting up a blower wasn't in his blacksmith repertoire. He knew how to operate a blower, but not how to install one. Boris, watching Rain's stunned expression, couldn't help but laugh, and immediately started, "Rain, come with me. I'll show you how to do it." It was obvious that Boris was in a good mood. After all, not every blacksmith gets the chance to witness the birth of a glowstone weapon. Soon, Rain followed Boris to the storeroom and picked up a set of equipment for blower operation. The main items were a rough iron pipe over 2 meters long and a floor-standing round blower stitched together from multiple layers of cowhide, which when pulled and pressed would produce a blowing effect. As for why the gas won't flow back, that's because there is a check valve on the part where the hand presses, which closes when pressed down and opens when pulled up, in the surrounding air into the bellows. Soon, under Boris's guidance, Rain inserted one end of the iron pipe into the clay furnace and fitted the other end onto the bellows. Not bad. Lagaray glanced over, nodded her head, and signaled that Rain had done a decent job. It's about time. Continue to add some charcoal and burn it for a bit. Let the clay solidify, then we can put in the glowstone, Lagaray said, patting the clay in her hand and standing up. Is that it? Boris couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He hadn't expected Lagaray to use the reduction method for melting glowstone, which completely baffled Boris, who was observing attentively. This method was used to melt the most common ores such as brown iron ore and red iron ore. It was the most primitive and simplest of methods. Although Boris didn't know the specific melting point of glowstone, he knew it had to be much higher than that of iron ore. So, instinctively, he felt it shouldn't work, but after catching a glimpse of Lagaray's naturally composed expression, Boris swallowed back the rest of his words. After all, he had only just received permission to observe, and he didn't want to lose it just because of a slip of the tongue. In a while we'll just put the glowstone and charcoal together inside, Lagaray said confidently. Once everything was ready, Lagaray mixed the softly glowing glowstone with charcoal and placed it in the newly dried clay furnace. Rain, do you know how to work the bellows? Lagaray asked. Of course, working the bellows is my strong suit, Rain said, nodding confidently. Finally, it was time for the part he was familiar with. You worked the bellows, gaining related insight. Your skill operating the bellows has improved. Experience +3. You focus on working the bellows. Blacksmith profession experience points +1. About half an hour later, Lagaray began the most crucial step. She first took out 2 walnut-sized white stones from her pouch, likely fluorite, placing one into the furnace melting the star iron, and instructed Boris to pay close attention to changes on the surface of the star iron. The other stone was put into the furnace melting the glowstone, and right after that, Lagaray cut her wrist with a small knife, and a streak of fresh blood flowed out, gradually dripping onto the glowstone. Lagaray, didn't you say just a little bit of blood was needed? What are you doing? Rain felt both shocked and touched. Just as Rain was about to stop working the bellows and rushed to stop Lagaray. Don't stop. If you stop now, all will be in vain, Lagaray said calmly, her focus remaining on the glowstone inside the melting furnace. This gave Rain a strange feeling. At that moment, Lagaray seemed to emanate an invisible strength, as if narrating the birth of a glowstone weapon, a necessary process. This caused Rain, who was just about to stand up, to hesitate and continue working the bellows powerfully, looking at Lagaray with admiration and concern. Fortunately, the process did not last too long. Seemingly determining enough blood had been provided, Lagaray, a bit pale, quickly took out a piece of white linen bandage to wrap her wound. Another half-hour passed. The impurities in the glowstone gradually melted into, flowing out like magma from the opening at the bottom of the furnace. Inside the furnace, only an egg-sized lump of the essence of glowstone remained, malleable like Play-Doh, but the light it emitted was 10 times more intense than before. It's about time. I'm going to take it out and forge it, Lagaray said again after a glance, turning to speak to Rain. Lagaray used the tongs in one hand to hold the glowing glowstone and a heavy hammer in the other, beginning to strike. Ding ding. With each hammer came sparks, and the glowstone seemed to shine a bit brighter, but the white bandage on Lagaray's wrist turned a shade redder. Shall I take over? Boris and Rain offered in unison. No, your strength isn't enough to further remove the impurities from the glowstone. Lagaray glanced at Boris before shaking her head and refusing. This left Boris somewhat red-faced with embarrassment, having forged iron for half his life only to be told by a young girl that his strength was insufficient. Let me do it. Confident in wielding a hammer and having mastered the hammer, Rain chimed in. Can you manage? Lagaray, looking a bit pale, glanced at Rain. Rain seemed to have enough strength, but how well could he handle the hammer? At this point, after the bloodletting, she indeed felt tired. If she could save some energy for the later stages of forging, it would obviously ensure a better quality for the greatsword. Don't worry. With your guidance beside me, it shouldn't be a problem. Besides, if I'm not up to it, there's still time to switch to you, Rain assured her. Okay, give it a try, she conceded. Too heavy, lighter. Okay, how about now? Good, that weight is just right. After half an hour of continuous forging, when the impurities were mostly removed, Lagaray had Rain hammer the glowstone into long, thin strips. The same process was repeated with star iron. Then Lagaray, using tongs in one hand, took a red-hot greatsword out of the original forge of the blacksmith shop, and with the other hand layered the thin strips of glowstone and star iron on top of it. She directed Rain to continue hammering them together. Ding ding! With every strike of the hammer, the union between the greatsword, glowstone, and star iron deepened. Fold it over, she instructed. Fold it? Rain asked in surprise. Yes. Lagaray stepped forward to take over from Rain, folding the layered star iron, glowstone, and the sword's body in half, stacking them on top of each other. After repeating this process twice, Rain's greatsword no longer resembled its former appearance. Instead, it had become a rectangular iron bar, about 20 to 30 centimeters long and roughly 10 centimeters thick. Forge it into a sword blank, she said. Okay, Rain responded, swinging his hammer with force. After repeatedly hammering it for some time, they finally began the process of quenching and polishing, which were more delicate and all done by Lagaray herself. Meanwhile, Rain finally had the chance to check the system notifications. You worked on forging a dual-handed greatsword, insight improved. You have comprehended a new skill dual-handed greatsword forging. You worked on glowstone weapon forging, insight improved. You have comprehended a new skill glowstone weapon forging. Your skill in dual-handed greatsword forging has improved. Experience plus when you focused on forging a dual-handed greatsword. Blacksmith profession experience points +2. Your skill in glowstone weapon forging has improved. Experience plus when you focused on glowstone weapon forging. Blacksmith profession experience points +5. Congratulations, your blacksmith profession level has increased. Indeed, Rain felt as sweet as if he had drunk honey upon seeing the blacksmith profession level rise to LV3. And more great surprises awaited him. Regarding the attribute points brought about by leveling up, Rain usually kept them and used, according to habit. As for the skill points, Rain hadn't decided where to use them yet. So, he also left them untouched for the time being. With Lagaray completing the last step of the process, she handed over a dual-handed greatsword that glimmered with a faint light to Rain. Upon seeing the brand new greatsword, Rain's first impression was that it resembled the laser sword from Star Wars in his previous life, except it wasn't as bright. However, what was magical was that, after swinging the greatsword a few times, the originally faintly glowing blade gradually calmed down. It seemed that the glowstone's dazzling light was retracting into the fine steel greatsword, but upon close inspection, one would notice 3 exceptionally bright, wavy patterns still emitting a faint glow at the edge of the blade. Because the greatsword had integrated glowstone and star iron, its weight had increased noticeably, but it might also be due to the removal of impurities during the reforging. So overall, the difference wasn't too significant. And with Rain's steadily increasing strength, the weight of the greatsword felt just right in his hand. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the greatsword was different from before, not just sharper, but as if there was something else indescribable within it. Rain, are you wondering why the light of the glowstone weapon is gradually fading? Lagaray noticed Rain's astonishment and took the initiative to ask. Indeed, it's quite strange, Rain nodded. Glowstone weapons only emit that kind of faint glow when they encounter evil. They don't normally show it, except for a brief period right after they've been successfully forged, Lagaray explained. By the way, Rain, aren't you going to name your greatsword? It's a glowstone weapon after all. Boris, who seemed to be ready to leave, couldn't help interjecting when he saw the two preparing to leave. On hearing this, Lagaray also nodded in agreement. A glowstone weapon indeed deserves a unique name. Rain thought for a while, but had to admit he was terrible at naming. Eventually, he came up with a name. Air. How about calling it the Glimmering Greatsword? Boris slapped his forehead, looking speechless. But unexpectedly, Lagaray actually nodded, seeming to think it was not a bad choice, and said, not bad. But how about we change one word to Glimmering Greatsword? Rain, what do you think? Great name. Rain couldn't help but praise. Meanwhile, Blacksmith Boris was staring at the two with a speechless expression, mumbling something under his breath, but he didn't speak up in the end. Actually, he was inwardly screaming that such a name should include the creator's own name, to be remembered for centuries to come. At least it should be something like Rain's Sword or Rain's Demon Repelling Greatsword. And if it were his creation, he would definitely have named it Boris's Sword. After solemnly wrapping the glimmering greatsword in soft sheepskin, Rain and Lagaray bid farewell to Blacksmith Boris. At this time, the sun had just passed directly overhead, and it was approximately 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It was only now that Rain felt a wave of hunger pangs from his stomach, as he had been so focused on forging a new weapon that he had nearly missed lunch. Because Lagaray's appearance and clothing were too distinctive, Rain decided to take her home to solve the lunch issue. On the way, Rain thought of something and turned his head to look at the bandages around Lagaray's wrist, speaking apologetically. "I'm sorry, Lagaray, for making you." But before he could finish, Lagaray interrupted him. "Rain, you saved my life. Helping you forge a weapon does not even begin to repay you. You don't need to apologize," Lagaray said seriously, her deep blue eyes looking intently at Rain. Her words caught Rain off guard. Soon, Rain understood why Lagaray would say such a thing. It was because he considered himself and Lagaray to be friends now. Forging the glimmering greatsword was an embodiment of their friendship, but to Lagaray, it was a way to repay him for saving her life. Rain thought to himself that he better not continue this topic any further, or it might seem he was holding a favor over her. After considering it for a moment, Rain instead asked, "So, Lagaray, what are your plans after this?" "I want to retrieve my brothers and the others' weapons and, if possible, find their remains," Lagaray said with a mix of longing and regret in her expression. There was no help for the regret. Weapons might be retrievable, but finding the remains was nearly impossible with the many wild beasts and unknown creatures in Nightingale Forest. Besides, even if she wanted to retrieve the weapons, it would be very difficult to do so on her own. "Why the weapons?" Rain asked, puzzled. In the legends of our barbarian tribes, the spirit of a warrior resides within their weapon. Bringing the weapons back to the tribe allows the spirits of the warriors who perished abroad to return to the Hall of Heroes. Rain nodded, and after a brief thought, he reassured her, "It's not completely without chance. Perhaps you'll be able to fulfill this wish sooner than you think." The appearance of the evil spirit knight has been reported to the county town and the church by Lord Hamilton, the sheriff. "I think people should arrive in Flashgold Town soon to address this issue." Rain was confident in the Empire's official strength. Otherwise, how could the Empire maintain such vast territories? His words restored a glint of life in Lagaray's eyes. She pursed her lips and said, "Rain, I heard from Anna that you're a night watchman of Flashgold Town, and that you're quite familiar with Lord Hamilton. Could you do me a favor?" Although Lagaray hadn't specified what kind of favor, Rain already had a guess in his mind. "Do you want to join the county town's team to kill the evil spirit knight to avenge your brother?" Rain proactively said. Lagaray nodded. Rain fell silent, wanting to say that her brother had fought to the death to help her escape, not to watch his sister rush back into danger for his sake. But Rain knew if he did not let Lagaray seek revenge, she might forever live in the shadow of that event, not knowing how long it would take for her to emerge from it. Of course, the most important thing was that if Lagaray was going with the county town's team, there would likely be a certain level of safety guaranteed. So Rain nodded and said, "I promise you, I'll accompany you to see Lord Hamilton this afternoon, but I cannot guarantee he will agree, and if it's the county town's team, it's highly likely that Lord Hamilton won't be the commander." Meaning, even Lord Hamilton might not be able to decide anything. Lagaray nodded, uttered a sound of acknowledgement, and did not say anything else. After lunch, the two made their way to Hamilton's office. For Hamilton, he had long wanted to meet Lagaray, the only survivor of the bounty hunters team, to learn more about the evil spirit knight. After a discussion, Lagaray put forward her request. However, upon hearing Lagaray's request, Hamilton furrowed his brow and said, "Lagaray, I regret and sympathize with what happened to you. At the moment, I am not certain which lord has come from the county town, so I can't guarantee they will agree to let you go with them. However, I will speak with them and ask that they bring back your brothers' and companions' weapons. That shouldn't be a problem. Of course, if there are remains, they will assist in retrieving and burying them as well." "Thank you, Lord Hamilton." Lagaray gave a slight bow, expressing her gratitude. After leaving the office, Rain said to Lagaray, I'm going to the training ground to practice archery for a while. Want to come with me? Sure. Lagare seemed to be in a much better mood having attended to the matter, showing glimpses of a lively teenage girl's spirit. Once the two arrived at the training ground, Rain noticed there were very few people there, due to the heightened alert ordered by Hamilton, which had mobilized nearly all of the night watchmen and peace officers. It was only during archery practice that Rain discovered Lagare's archery skills were far superior to his own. Lagare had unbound the bandages on her wrist, revealing only a light scar on her tough barbarian skin. After practicing archery for a while, Lagare took the initiative to invite Rain to test their close combat skills, which was exactly what Rain was looking for. He had always lacked a suitable sparring partner, a source of experience, which at the moment was temporarily unavailable. Lagare chose an oak shield and an ironwood axe, and Rain, naturally, did not use the glimmering greatsword on his back, but held an ironwood greatsword as he and Lagare took their places on the field. Lagare tapped her oak shield with her ironwood axe and said with a clear ring, "Come on, then." "You better be careful," Rain replied. Rain pushed off with his left foot and charged towards Lagare, leaping into the air when he was 3 meters away and bringing down his greatsword in a powerful overhead chop. It was the giant bear sword technique's leap slash. Just as Rain thought Lagare would certainly dodge the heavy and mighty leap slash, she did the opposite and advanced, leaping up to meet the greatsword head-on with her raised round shield. The loud sound of sword clashing against shield filled the air, and Rain, suspended mid-jump, felt a tremendous recoil force against his greatsword, almost losing his grip on the hilt. Kicked back by the violent shield, Rain was forced to retreat several meters. This left Rain looking at Lagare in astonishment. He had never encountered such a counter to his leap slash before. "What's the matter, Rain? Surprised?" Lagare couldn't help but let a smile creep across her face. "If you come across an opponent with strength and agility similar to yours, that leap slash of yours isn't hard to counter," she added. "Besides, I have the shield I am most familiar with in my hands." Lagare lifted her round shield to illustrate her point. In an instant, a spark of realization flashed through Rain's mind. He thought, "Why do I need to go to the quartermaster to exchange for shield combat techniques? Right in front of me, I have a master of shield handling. I've been so foolish. It only just now occurred to me. Lagare, is this some kind of combat skill for using shield defense? Can you teach it to me?" Rain asked with a hint of anticipation. "You want to learn?" Hearing Rain's request, Lagare's expression was strange. It was as though she was mixed with feelings of reminiscence, happiness, and difficulty all at once. But the next second, her eyes showed unwavering resolve. Lagare smiled and said, "Yes, I can teach you, but there is one condition." "What condition?" Rain couldn't help but show a hint of confusion as he asked. Rain, if you can defeat me, I'll teach you shield technique." Lagare's face rarely showed a blush, as she remembered something her father had once told her. "Huh?" Rain was first taken aback, then overjoyed, and nodded vigorously without delay. In that case, there was no need to hold back excessively anymore. Aside from other considerations, judging from the exchange just now, Rain was confident that he could overcome Lagare with Strength Burst. "Lagare, then you need to be careful. 30% Strength Burst." Rain charged at Lagare once again, delivering a powerful 45-degree diagonal slash at the barbarian girl Lagare with even greater force, his ironwood greatsword tearing the air, producing a piercing whistle. This made Lagare's expression turn solemn, as she tightly watched the angle of Rain's blade and quickly maneuvered her shield at a 45-degree angle to meet the greatsword. The dull sound of sword colliding with shield echoed once more. But this time, Rain did not retreat. With his strength burst at 30%, his power already slightly exceeded Lagare's. However, Lagare only stepped back half a pace, stabilizing her frame naturally with her robust thighs, without any sign of clumsiness. This caused Rain to once again raise his evaluation of the shield techniques that Lagare possessed. Half a minute passed, and despite Rain wielding the ironwood greatsword in a barraging onslaught with attacks like Furious Slash, Smooth Cleaving Slash, and Leap Slash, Lagare solidly caught each one. Although Rain constantly had the upper hand, pressing Lagare, the barbarian girl remained very stable, even in retreat. Facing Rain's powerful Leap Slash, she responded with a spinning retreat step, easily neutralizing the attack. After another exchange of sword against shield, Rain voluntarily stepped back, wiping the sweat from his forehead and looking seriously at the barbarian girl, Lagare, If you can take my last strike, then consider it my loss. Huh? Rain, do you have a trump card? Lagaray, equally drenched in sweat, kept her beautiful eyes locked on Rain. She was truly surprised. Anna had told her Rain's age, 2 years younger than herself, but given Rain's recent display of strength, he was already on par with her, soon to be a ferociously transformed barbarian warrior. What surprised her even more was that this younger boy before her still had an ace up his sleeve. She had believed that Rain had already shown all his abilities just now. Rain watched Lagaray's eyes, nodded to signal his oncoming attack. The next second, his strength burst, instantly increased to 60%. Rain's veins bulged, muscles swelled, and immediately after, he delivered a powerful leap slash at Lagaray. However, as he was not fully bursting with power, this swelling of the muscles remained within reasonable limits and did not reach the extremely exaggerated extent of a full burst. But Lagaray was instantly struck dumb, her mouth forming a perfect O, thinking to herself whether Rain was really the barbarian or if she was. As Rain's thunderous strike descended, Lagaray hurriedly lifted her shield to block, her right hand gripping the axe in reverse, both hands joining forces to raise the shield. But under the crushing force, with a loud, Lagaray was sent flying 7 or 8 meters and crashed to the ground. Seeing this, Rain thought to himself that this was bad. Preoccupied with learning combat skills, he had accidentally injured his teacher. So he quickly went to offer assistance. Luckily, Lagaray's shield technique was indeed extraordinary. Even under such a heavy from Rain, she was uninjured, feeling only a soreness in her left wrist. As Rain was helping Lagaray up, a familiar guard suddenly burst in, speaking with a tone of urgency. Rain, Lord Hamilton is looking for you. There's an urgent mission. This caused both Rain and Lagaray to be taken aback, but Rain quickly responded, all right, I'm on my way. At the same time, he couldn't help but turn to Lagaray with a look of regret. It's really too bad, Lagaray. Perhaps you should head back first. I can only ask for your guidance and shield technique another time. Also, could you please let my family know that I might not make it back in time for dinner? Sure. Lagaray's eyes twinkled as she nodded with a smile. As Rain hurriedly entered Hamilton's office, he saw his familiar acquaintance, the short figure of Mateo, also there, panting heavily, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Additionally, Rain was surprised to find that Hamilton had changed his attire. The noble's hunting gear had been replaced with a suit of light silver knightly plate armor. At that moment, Hamilton was putting on the last of his plate armor gloves and, upon seeing Rain enter, gestured for Mateo to explain the situation once again to Rain. Mateo quickly said, Rain, we found a suspected cultist hideout at the Stewart farm north of Flashgold Town. Captain Waylewin has already taken people over there. The enemy is strong. As soon as we engaged, we discovered that at least 2 of them are 3rd-level knight attendants guarding the hideout. We urgently need reinforcements. Cultists? Rain was also startled to hear this. But Rain also had a question because in his memory, Captain Waylewin had always been a cautious and prudent person. So why would Waylewin lead a small team of night watchmen to the site without first reporting back to Lord Hamilton, given the unclear enemy situation? After all, if cultists were so easy to deal with, they would have been wiped out long ago. Seeing the doubt in Rain's eyes, Mateo immediately explained, at noon today, the child who should have been playing in Captain Waylewin's yard suddenly disappeared. Afterward, we immediately used dogs to track the scent, and it led us straight here to the Stewart farm. Then we discovered that in addition to Captain Waylewin's child, at least 4 or 5 other missing children from Flashgold Town were traded into the stronghold. What? Rain looked stunned. It turned out to involve Waylewin's own child. No wonder. There was nothing more to say. It was utterly understandable. By now, Hamilton had already gotten dressed, and, turning his head to look at Rain, he paused for a moment and spoke seriously. You already understand the situation. If it really is a cultist stronghold, this mission carries a great risk. Just now, I have sent someone to inform Sir Lloyd at the Habsburg Manor, requesting his support. Rain, being a new member of the Night Watchman, you might not be fully aware of the situation with the cultists. However, among the Night Watchmen, you are known to be the strongest, so I want to ask you, are you willing to come along? After thinking for a moment, Rain spoke earnestly. Lord Hamilton, Captain Waylewin is my friend, and moreover, rescuing the missing children of Flashgold Town is my duty as a Night Watchman. Also, you've said, sir, that the harder the mission, the higher the reward in merit points, right? The last sentence, Rain said with a smile. Of course. Good lad. Speaking of which, here's a set of my spare knight armor. It's not a full set, but it's still quite heavy. Try it on and see if it fits. Clang. Hamilton brought out a heavy set of knight armor from a compartment behind him. Being armored is always a bit safer. As he spoke, Hamilton handed it over to Rain. As Rain took it, he realized the knight armor weighed over 100 pounds. But as Hamilton had said, it seemed not to be a full set of knight armor. After Rain put it on, he found it consisted of only 5 parts: a helmet with a visor, shoulder guards, a breastplate, leg guards, and shin guards. Lacking gauntlets, boots, and arm guards, it seemed to be designed to reduce the weight for quicker movement. Though it was Hamilton's spare set of knight armor, it was of excellent quality, and the lining of the armor was made of soft lambskin, which was very stretchable. So, even though Hamilton was half a head taller than Rain, when Rain put it on, it was only slightly loose, and he had no problems using it. Instead, Rain, clad in knight armor and carrying a great sword wrapped in sheepskin on his back, cut a figure both heroic and vibrant. Not bad. Let's go. Seeing Rain, Hamilton nodded his head and walked straight out of the office. At the entrance of the administration hall, all the home-based night watchmen had already been waiting, and thus, a group of more than 10 men mounted the guards' horses, prepared in advance, and galloped at full speed towards Stewart Farm, north of Flashgold Town. In the center of Stewart Farm, inside a 2-story farmhouse, 7 or 8 burly men, either clad in plate armor or chain mail, were currently surrounding a man in a black robe. Around them, 2 trembling men knelt on the ground. Lord Mort, the 2 idiots from the Bloodhand gang weren't careful enough and got tracked down by the Empire's black-skinned dogs. A burly man wearing plate armor and carrying a heavy hammer spoke to the figure in black robes with a respectful tone. Just these 2 fools. The man with the hammer pointed at the 2 people kneeling on the ground and added, "Oh, what about the people you Wilderness Brotherhood sent to meet them? Were they also this careless? Didn't you scent masking powder?" The black-robed person known as Mort's face darkened, obviously unhappy about such an accident. Just now, he had heard the barking of dogs not far from the farmhouse. Clearly, the Empire's night watchmen had used dogs to track them to this place. But this, he had already warned the Wilderness Brotherhood's people beforehand. Whether dealing with the gangs in County Town or the various pirates on the West Coast, they must always be cautious in their dealings, and they must use scent masking powder and masks to hide their tracks. Moreover, what made him more troubled was that just 2 days ago, the church had issued an order to increase the bounty and accelerate the search for materials. Now, just 2 days later, something had happened on his watch. He feared what the high priest. This inexplicably made Mort feel a bit irritable. The man with the hammer glanced at his subordinate behind him and explained apprehensively. First, because it's been so long without incidents, everyone has become complacent, and second, because Matthias had some drinks today at noon, so he got a bit careless. Lord Mort, the black-skinned dogs outside. Shall I go clean them up now? The hammer-wielding man was obviously trying to protect his subordinate and volunteered to black-robed Mort. No formal knights on their side. No, just a small team of black-skinned dogs. I can take care of them all by myself. The man with the hammer patted his chest plate forcefully with his iron-gloved right hand. The subordinate named Matthias looked at his boss with gratitude. Hearing there were no formal knights did make Mort's expression a bit better. It seems the kids can be taken away. Wait, first go bring up the 20-odd kids from the cellar and load them onto the wagons. Later, I'll cover you, and you take these kids to the safe spot I told you about last time. Mort overrode the suggestion from the man with the hammer. Now was a period when the church highly valued materials. If he were to lose all 20-odd kids this time, he would surely be held accountable by the higher-ups, something he could not afford. He still wanted to further increase his control over Black Flame. Giving up a hideout was a minor issue in comparison. Lord, why don't we just kill them and be done with it? Do we really need to abandon this hideout? The hammer-wielding man didn't quite understand why they needed to retreat. Just killing the opposition and preventing any leak of information would be better. Don't be so sure of their lack of strength. Since they've managed to follow us, how do you know they haven't reported in? That. All right. Lord Mort, I'm on it. Right? What about these 2 idiots? Shall we just kill them? The hammer-wielding man pointed at the 2 men kneeling to the side, their bodies trembling nonstop. No, they're still of use to me. Perhaps I can make a trade with them. Mort stroked a sinister smile playing on his face hidden underneath the black hood. In the woods outside the fence of Stewart Farm. At this moment, Waylewin could hardly conceal his anxiety. Just a moment ago, he thought he could not only save his daughter but also demolish a child trafficking den. However, as soon as they made contact, their group of 7 or 8 people was repelled by 2 gatekeepers from the enemy's side. Indeed, just the gatekeepers. This awoke Weilun to the realization that the enemies inside were extremely strong. What he had found was likely not just a den but an important stronghold or even their main base. Therefore, he immediately sent the short-statured Mateo to report to Lord Hamilton and ask for reinforcements. "Boss, look, 2 carriages are coming out of the farmhouse's back door." A night watchman responsible for surveillance reported to Weilun in a low voice. Weilun immediately looked up and saw 2 black carriages with large compartments slowly driving out of the farmhouse. Each carriage was pulled by a pair of horses, and apart from the 2 people driving them, who seemed to be the same guards they had fought, there were 4 or 5 fully armed mercenaries escorting each carriage. Moreover, it was clear that they had been spotted by the enemy, who glanced provocatively in their direction, sneering in what seemed like disdain. Abby must be on that carriage. Weilun thought of his daughter being on board, and with a heavy heart, he slammed his hand against a tree trunk, his eyes turning red with urgency. Suddenly, he lunged forward, intent on charging to rescue her. But the 2 elite night watchmen at his side immediately grabbed their captain tightly. "Wait, Captain, you'll be walking into certain death. If those 2 guards are that strong, the others will undoubtedly be stronger." Weilun focused his gaze and saw that those few men either wore plate armor or chainmail. Their equipment was even stronger than that of the elite night watchmen. "Yes, let's wait. Lord Hamilton should be arriving any moment now." "Boss, if you make the ultimate sacrifice, what will happen to Abby? Even if Lord Hamilton rescues Abby in the end, think about how heartbroken she will be to know you're gone." Another elite night watchman immediately joined in persuading. Hearing this, Weilun's struggling body stilled slightly. "Yes, if I die, Abby." The redness in Weilun's eyes receded somewhat. "But I'll only wait 5 minutes, no more. If Lord Hamilton hasn't arrived by then, don't try to stop me." "All right, Captain. If Lord Hamilton isn't here within 5 minutes, we'll join you in the charge," an impassioned elite night watchman said. This touched Weilun deeply. He patted the young man's shoulder, wanting to say something but ultimately remained silent. Time ticked away by the second. Soon, the 7 or 8 mercenaries dressed up and ready to go began to move, intending to drive the carriages away from Stewin Farm. Weilun felt an intense urgency. "I'm going up first." Weilun, with a resolved face, turned to the other night watchman and said, "The enemy is very strong. I'll hold them off to slow them down. You follow from a distance and have Lord Hamilton avenge me." "Captain." Just as Weilun was preparing to move forward, one of the elite night watchmen excitedly shouted, "Lord Hamilton's arrived." A troop of cavalry could be seen approaching rapidly from the south, but at almost the same moment, a figure in a black robe slowly emerged from the 2nd floor of the farmhouse. The figure moved unhurriedly, exuding a calm composure as if strolling in their own backyard garden. Sensing something, he slightly lifted his head and looked towards the south. They finally arrived, a bona fide knight. This could be somewhat troublesome. "Just don't know if he'll accept my kind gesture," the black-robed Mort muttered to himself. Then, with a wave of his hand, a heavily armored brute came out from the farmhouse, dragging 2 weeping, pleading men behind him. Upon their arrival, Hamilton and Rain immediately made quick contact with Weilun. After briefing them on the situation, everyone turned their attention to the black-robed figure at the farmhouse entrance. Hamilton, with a grave expression, looked at the black-robed middle-aged man and lingered a few seconds on the man's cuffs and collar, saying, "A Black Flame monk?" Rain could feel Hamilton's left hand, holding the shield, tighten clearly. This so-called Black Flame monk was a formidable adversary, to the point where even Hamilton was wary. "Oh, you actually know about us? It seems you're not just any ordinary knight, are you?" The black-robed figure finally looked at Hamilton with a hint of seriousness. "This is the sheriff of Flash Gold Town, Lord Hamilton." Mateo, the short-statured man beside him, seemed slightly indignant at the other's attitude and exclaimed loudly. Hamilton did not speak, but instead recalled a previous incident in County Town, where he had a brief encounter with a Black Flame monk. The opponent had the formidable physique of a knight, along with strange and powerful black flames, resulting in Hamilton suffering a not insignificant setback. Furthermore, since that fight, his position as captain of the county patrol had been reassigned, and he had been moved laterally to become the sheriff of Flash Gold Town. This indirectly confirmed his suspicion that the opponent had deep connections within the noble circles of County Town, even able to influence the reassignment at his level of duty. At that moment, Rain also saw the man's face clearly, the elongated corners of his eyes giving a viper-like sharpness. "Your Honor, the sheriff, I have a suggestion that might be beneficial for both parties. I wonder if you'd like to hear it." The Black Flame Sorcerer spoke unhurriedly, as if he was the representative of the Imperial authority. Rain's first time seeing such an arrogant fellow. "Go ahead," said Hamilton, his eyebrows furrowing at the words. However, seeming to consider certain factors, Hamilton forced himself to suppress his anger. "These two are the child traffickers. I'll hand them and this hideout over to you so that your trip here won't be in vain. Moreover, you'll be able to add a merit to your record." The Black Flame Sorcerer glanced at the two men kneeling beside him, gesturing. "Then, we both walk away a perfect solution, isn't it?" The Black Flame Sorcerer said with a smile. "Fat chance. My daughter is still in your hands, you." Waylon couldn't help but shout. "Oh, is that so?" The Black Flame Sorcerer was visibly taken aback. Then he laughed. "I apologize for that. We didn't mean to kidnap the wrong person. What's your daughter's name?" "We will release her immediately," said the Black Flame Sorcerer, seemingly somewhat embarrassed as he gave a slight bow and smiled. "Abby." Waylon's gaze flickered and he stuttered before finally uttering the name. Hamilton remained silent, his expression as still as water, his gaze fixed on the other man. "Kev, go fetch a little girl named Abby," the Black Flame Sorcerer commanded loudly. Then he turned to Waylon with a smile and said, "Don't worry, your daughter will be back in your arms soon." His demeanor and attitude were natural, not at all like someone who considers child trafficking a violation of imperial law. Rain knew this was actually a form of towering arrogance, an arrogance that can tempt all the Empire's law enforcers present. The Black Flame Sorcerer clearly believed that by releasing the little girl Abby, he was already making a significant concession. From beside the carriage, the man with the massive hammer shouted, "At once." He flipped the black curtain covering the back of the carriage and called out loudly, "Who's Abby? If it's you, nod your head." Although the carriage was not very close to Rain and the others, it was only a few dozen meters away, so nearly all the night watchmen could clearly see inside the carriage. A sea of children was visible inside, packed tight, their hands and feet bound, their mouths stuffed with cloth, like animals waiting to be slaughtered. "Looks like she's not in this carriage after all," muttered the man named Kev, about to let the black curtain fall back into place. Suddenly, a little girl made a few muffled noises and quickly began nodding her head, her eyes filled with joy and fear. If one followed her gaze, they would see that she was looking right at Waylon. Initially, the little girl Abby didn't understand the situation and was afraid to admit it. But upon seeing her familiar father's figure through the gap in the curtain, she began nodding vigorously. All at once, the eyes of the other children, filled with longing and hope, widened as they watched Hamilton, Rain, and Waylon, along with the other night watchmen in uniform. They too were hoping to be rescued like that fortunate girl. This caused the faces of the elite night watchmen to change, their eyes slightly reddening, as if they all felt a wave of shame washing over them. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" bristled the man with the hammer, picking up the little girl Abby as one might pick up a lightweight chick, and brought her straight to the Black Flame Sorcerer. The Black Flame Sorcerer glanced at the emotional Waylon and said, "It seems she's the right girl. Kev, loosen the ropes and let her go to her family." With a heh-heh laugh, Kev removed the cloth from little girl Abby's mouth and untied the ropes on her body. The restoration of his daughter Abby brought Waylon to tears of joy. "Your Honor, the sheriff, look, now we can leave, can't we?" Mort said with a smirk, starting to speak while waving for the hammerman and another strong man watching the two gang members to leave. It was phrased as a question, but his tone and actions were more of a notification than actually seeking Hamilton's opinion. The reasonableness of the other party made Hamilton hesitate for a moment. Firstly, the enemy was strong. If a battle were to break out, the casualties would be severe, and the fate of the more than 20 children was uncertain. But letting them go like this was hard to swallow. To watch as an ennobled lord and sheriff of the Empire, more than 20 children are being taken away before my very eyes. I, Hamilton, feel I could never live with myself, he thought. Perhaps it was because he too came from a common background, not a noble one. "If I hold this guy off, can you take down the others and save the children?" Hamilton turned to the night watchman, whispering, but his piercing eyes lingered the longest on Rain. Rain nodded, about to speak, When one of the night watchmen began to recite, "The night is dark and full of terrors, but I am the sword in the darkness, the shield that guards the realms of the empire." Following him, the other elite night watchmen also joined in softly. "I am the light that brings the dawn, the peace that burns away the night." Their voices grew louder. "When danger looms, I am the horn that wakes the sleepers, that I shall live and die at my post." By now, the voices of the 20 or so night watchmen present had fused into a mighty torrent. Though not deafening, the resolved sound made one take notice. "Rain, this is the night watchman's oath. Unfortunately, you are yet to swear allegiance, and now you have to face such a tough battle," the short Mateo explained to Rain in a low voice. At this moment, Mateo's face was flushed with excitement, clearly inspired by the night watchman's chanting of the oath. Rain nodded. His heart was touched as well, but he kept silent. Not far away, the black-robed Mort, who had just turned to leave, stopped in his tracks, lifted his head, and with a twitch of his mouth, stared at the group of night watchmen led by Hamilton with an ugly expression. Did the sheriff of Flash Goldtown get his head caught in a door? Isn't it better to go back and get a promotion and a raise now? They have already returned your subordinates' children to you. What does the offspring of those lowlifes have to do with you? Do you need to risk your life for this? True imperial brainwashed fools. It seems you are going to disappoint my kindness. How foolish." Mort, the black-robed monk, said with a dark expression. Suddenly, a cluster of black flames sprouted from Mort's hands, immediately setting two nearby Bloodhand gang members on fire. The two men rolled on the ground in agony, but after a few seconds, no more sounds came from them. They lay motionless, burning like a bonfire, and a smell of scorching filled the air in an instant. Seeing such a display of power, including Rain, the faces of all the night watchmen present suddenly changed. Rain was especially shocked in his heart. This was the third time he had witnessed the application of these mysterious side energy particles. The previous two times were Anna's amulet's green light and Lagare's arm's black gas, but this time it was the opponent's black flames. All were incredibly powerful, yet had completely different effects. "You go after those two carriages, leave this one to me." Hamilton, his face solemn, stared at the black-robed figure without turning back. "Sir, we can take down this guy together," a few of the elite night watchmen said, lifting their war bows. Although the opponent's attack was strange, they believed that with their bows and arrows' long-range attack, they could still injure the opponent. "No. Rescuing the children is what's most important." Hamilton waved his hand. "Go now. That's an order." Only Hamilton knew that the opponent's strange black flames could attack directly from a distance. His night watchmen staying behind wouldn't be of much use. At best they could serve as cannon fodder. "Yes, sir." "Sir, be careful." Without a word, Rain glanced at the black-robed figure and then at Hamilton. He followed Mateo, bypassing the wooden fence of Stewart Farm, and set off in pursuit of the carriages. Mort, the black flame monk left at the scene, looked at Hamilton with a curious and scrutinizing gaze and said, "You seem confident. Why do you think you can withstand me? And you believe that your night watchman can rescue the people?" At that moment, Hamilton's mind flashed with the image of beheading the stone monster with a single sword, and he grinned, saying, "How about we make a bet?" "I bet I can." Before Mort could respond, Hamilton, like a bolt of silver lightning, shield and sword in hand, charged directly at the black-robed figure. The two carriages were currently moving along a small road in the northeast direction. At that moment, the hammer-wielding man looked back and couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Immediately after, he scolded, "A bunch of ungrateful black-skinned dogs, daring to chase after us. I've said it, Lord Mort is too merciful to them. In my view, a dog is a dog. If you beat it hard enough, it naturally runs away. I'll go get rid of them. You guys go ahead." The hammer-wielding man pulled the reins of his horse, turning around. "Boss, shall I go?" a tall man wielding a flail asked. "No need. I'll be back soon," the hammer-wielder said, waving his hand confidently. "All right. Boss, be careful," several people nearby said. "No worries, just a bunch of black-skinned dogs. I'll send them back to the goddess's embrace. Just not sure if the goddess wants them. Hee hee." The hammer-wielder buckled his plate helmet, turning into a veritable iron lump, charging toward the elite night watchman following behind. "Shoot arrows." Seeing the enemy, merely one person, daring to charge at their group of more than 20, They realized the enemy had absolute confidence in his own strength. Ding ding dang dang. Indeed, while most of the arrows hit the target, the enemy's full-plate armor's impressive defensive power managed to block all these attacks. He's an almost knight, and not just an ordinary almost knight. Mateo's pupil shrank. He knew if the enemy was an almost knight, that spelled trouble. An almost knight, with both strength and agility reaching the peak of normal human capabilities, just one step away from becoming a formal knight, typically wore full-plate armor as the formal knights did, providing them with formidable defensive power. The elite night watchman's arrows were almost ineffective. To beat the enemy, they would have to engage in close-quarters combat. But as you can imagine, it would take significant casualties for the night watchman clad in leather armor to take down an iron can. Moreover, Mateo could see that the enemy dodged arrows too easily, too naturally. This reminded him of a saying. He couldn't remember who specifically said it anymore, but he remembered the exact words clearly. Even among prospective knights, there are differences. The reason was that some prospective knights, due to the scarcity of the corresponding advancement magic potions, would stay at this level for a long time, thereby achieving a very high standard in all their skills. These kinds of prospective knights were the toughest to deal with. Let's do this. Mateo was about to draw his longsword after putting away his bow, but as his hand just touched the hilt, a strong hand stopped his motion of drawing the sword. Mateo, leave this to me. You guys keep up with the carriage. Rain turned his head, his expression calm as he addressed everyone. Rain, you. Trust me. However strong he is, could he be stronger than the mountain stone monster? Hearing Rain's words, several night watchmen who had participated in that battle were spirited. Mateo looked into Rain's determined eyes, nodded vigorously, and said, All right. But be careful, Rain. Even among prospective knights, there are differences. This guy is probably the toughest kind. But I have confidence in you. Show him the might of the night watchman. Okay. Rain glanced at the swiftly approaching figure of his opponent and then at the attribute panel where his strength, physique, and agility had all reached 12 points, he thought. Not the same, huh? Maybe. Waving to Mateo and the others to circle around, Rain dismounted and went straight towards the man with the heavy hammer who was attacking. Rain's disadvantage lay in the fact that his opponent wielded a two-handed heavy hammer which, although not a spiked armor-breaking hammer, posed a significant threat to knight armor. And his current weapon, the glimmering greatsword, though exceptionally sharp after being infused with star iron, wasn't likely to cleave through thick knight armor in one. Kev, seeing an opponent dressed in knight armor but smaller in size than him, approaching alone to intercept him, couldn't help but smirk, releasing a sinister laugh. Oh, there's another different black dog. From the black leather armor on Rain's arm that was not covered by knight armor, Kev deduced that Rain must also be one of the night watchmen. I'll finish you off in one move, then turn all those black dogs into dead dogs. The distance between the two rapidly closed, and as they were less than 5 meters apart, Kev swung his two-handed hammer heavily from above towards Rain's helmeted head. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Rain's glimmering greatsword solidly blocked the opponent's heavy hammer. Under the level 5 giant bear sword technique, Rain deftly parried the heavy hammer's powerful and forceful, ingeniously offsetting the head of the hammer and using the strong blade of his sword to catch the metal shaft just below the hammerhead. With 50% strength burst, reaching a strength level of 16 or 17, one could say that this was the level of force a full-fledged knight would exert. Therefore, Kev, seeing Rain solidly catch a strike, was extremely astonished. Although Mateo had already gone ahead to follow the carriage, worrying that Rain might not prevail, he still left behind 3 elite night watchmen for support. Mohan, you guys keep up. Leave this to me. Rain said steadily. All right. Reindeer, you must be careful. We have confidence in you. Mohan looked at Rain, knew they couldn't intervene in Rain's battle with the heavy hammer man, nodded, and immediately signaled the other 2 elite night watchmen to chase the carriage. Seeing that Rain was ignoring him, fighting him while still talking to someone else, Kev was immediately furious. This situation usually only happened to him, but this time, it was reversed. Good. You have thoroughly angered me. I will turn you into a dead dog. Sweeping heavy hammer. Suddenly leveraging force from a retreat, Kev then charged at Rain again, his heavy hammer sweeping from left to right in a powerful horizontal strike. This strike was exceedingly fast, merely the hammerhead stirring the air emitted a buzzing roar. Clearly, Rain had realized that this must be some secret technique of the opponent's hammer skills. If it struck any part of the body, even with his thick knight armor, just the shockwave alone could severely injure the corresponding body part. Facing such intense shock attacks, the armor wouldn't offer much protection. You know why I had them all leave? That's because I didn't want to hide anymore. A deep voice rose from beneath Rain's knight helmet. In an instant, Kev had a bad premonition. Next, he saw the short figure across from him swell up as if inflated, and what was once slightly loose knight armor now looked absurd, as if a brawny man was wearing children's clothes. But Kev was in no mood to laugh at this time. In a flash, with full strength burst activated, Rain, possessing 24 points of strength, steadied the opponent's secret technique, sweeping heavy hammer with the end of his greatsword. Clang! The force of the backlash was so great it directly shattered Kev's armored gloves. How is this possible? Even as a formal knight, you shouldn't be this strong. Kev's eyes bulged, his mouth agape, a look of horror on his face. He had sparred with formal knights before. Even if the opponent was a formal knight, they couldn't have blocked his strike so easily. You must know, that strike was a secret technique. A secret technique, and it was blocked by the opponent's ordinary defensive sword move, not to mention it had shattered his armored gloves. Seizing the moment of his opponent's distraction, Rain didn't hesitate to deliver a fully powered smooth cleaving slash, chopping down sharply from a 45-degree angle above, instantly creating a beautiful silver arc in the air. Thrillingly exhilarating, Kev desperately raised his heavy hammer to block. Screech! Sparks flew everywhere, accompanied by a very sharp metal scraping noise. Both parties suddenly stood still. Beneath the evening sunset, a breeze blew by. Clang! The heavy hammer fell to the ground, now split in two from the middle of the iron handle, its broken surface smooth and clean. The next second, dazzling fresh blood gushed out like a fountain from the ghastly sword wound on Kev that ran from his left shoulder to his right hip on his upper body. Then, two sounds of thump. The two halves of Kev, clad in heavy knight armor, fell to the ground consecutively. It turned out that at that moment, any notion of blocking with the heavy hammer or the thumb-thick knight armor had been completely split apart by Rain's glimmering greatsword, by the enormous strength from Rain's 24 points of power. At that moment, Rain shook his greatsword in his hand, looking at Kev's still convulsing corpse, and softly said, "Dead dog." Yes, indeed a dead dog. Just as Rain was about to leave, he remembered that the other party used a heavy hammer, and then it seemed like he thought of something. He approached the two halves of the hammerman's corpse and began to search. Soon, in addition to a bag of not-so-heavy coins, Rain also found a thin booklet. It made Rain pause and wonder to himself why all the people he encountered recently loved to keep diaries. Upon opening it, he realized he had misunderstood the hammerman. The other party was actually a serious researcher of hammer techniques. This booklet in his hand was a detailed record of what the hammerman had learned when he was young from a hammer skill master named Tockle. It was titled The Fundamentals of Tockle's Hammer Skill. Rain nodded to himself in approval. Having gained something valuable after the hard work of killing an enemy naturally filled him with joy. I have the core skill Hammer Mastery, but it has been idle all this time because I didn't have the right hammer technique to go with it. Finally, I've encountered a combat skill regarding hammer techniques. Good. But glancing at the other party's heavy hammer, which he had chopped in half, the corners of Rain's mouth twitched as he shook his head helplessly. What a pity. After securing the booklet and the bag of coins, Rain felt his muscles starting to ache, a clear sign of the after effect of going all out. However, he had reserved attribute points for moments like this. After some thought, Rain added 1 point to his constitution, bringing it up to 13 points, making it his strongest attribute. In an instant, Rain felt the soreness and aching throughout his body disappear. His entire body's condition adjusted to an optimal state. Rain, now full of spirit, quickly caught up with the other night watchman. He saw Mateo and his fellow night watchman hanging far behind the enemy caravan, not rashly launching an attack. It seemed that the enemy had not gone too far, either trusting in the strength of their hammerman, or for some other reason. This, however, saved Rain the effort of tracking. Rain's appearance was like an injection of adrenaline for Mateo and the others. Taken care of? The astonishment in the eyes of Mateo and the other night watchman was hard to conceal. They knew how strong the hammerman was. He was dealt with by Rain so quickly. They had just left, and Rain had arrived right after that. Must have been only about a minute's difference. The hammerman, such a formidable figure, was taken down by Rain. The elite night watchmen found their heads struggling to wrap around this idea. In fact, if they had known that Rain took merely 10 seconds to kill the Hammerman and spent a full 50 seconds cleaning up the battlefield, one could only wonder what they would think. Cough. The other party wasn't as strong as you imagined. Although he had the strength of a knight in training, his heavy hammer was too slow, which allowed me to catch a flaw in an instant and win with one strike, Rain said, noticing the burning gaze of the others and feeling it was necessary to provide an explanation. Thinking it over, everyone found it made sense. Rain was relatively smaller and naturally more agile. If he could seize a moment when the other party's hammer swing was slow during a sequence, a one-strike kill was indeed possible. But the 7 men on the other side, seeing Rain actually catch up and their leader did not, had expressions like they had seen a ghost, greatly shocked in their hearts. They looked at each other for a long while, the scene falling into silence. "You're saying the boss?" The chain hammer man squeezed out a sentence from his throat. No one answered. The answer was obvious. How is this possible? The chain hammer man slammed his heavy chain hammer onto the ground and cursed. They were, of course, well aware of their boss, Hammer Kel's strength. Even within the Brotherhood of the Wilderness, he ranked high in power. But the boss hadn't returned, and that short guy had. What this implied was clear without words. The men exchanged glances, each seeing the gravity in the other's eyes. And so the 2 wagons came to a halt. They knew if they didn't deal with this group of night watchmen and that fellow, they probably wouldn't be able to escape. That guy in plate armor is a bit odd. First, we'll deal with those black-skinned dogs. Then all of us will go together and avenge our boss. The burly man wielding a curved sword said. Okay, I'll hold him off first. You guys attack from both sides later. Once the black-skinned dogs are down, we'll surround and kill him. The sword and shield man thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. After speaking, the sword and shield man turned to the only man with a large bow among them. Zago, you're in charge of suppressing those black-skinned dogs with arrows. Watch for the right moment to support us. Aside from the sword and shield man and the chain hammer man, the rest were in chain armor. Facing the elite arrows of the night watchmen, they could not completely ignore them. Got it. Meanwhile, Rain and Mateo and the rest saw the enemy suddenly stop and immediately became vigilant, observing the other party closely. The opponents had 2 men in plate armor who looked to be knight in training, one with sword and shield, and the other with a heavy chain hammer. The 4 others were wearing chainmail, each one wielding a single-handed hammer, single-handed axe, curved sword, and sword respectively. The last one was clad in leather armor, holding a bow and watching them. There were a total of 7 men. Clearly, aside from one ranged fighter, the other 6 were melee combatants. After considering for a moment, Rain turned to Mateo and said, "I'll advance and draw their attention. Unless something unexpected happens, except for that archer, they'll probably all come to surround me. When they do, you take the chance to save the children. Oh, and by the way, take down that archer." Before Mateo and the others could voice their dissent, Rain walked slowly forward. Indescribable poise and confidence. But it also gave the other night watchman an inexplicable sense of trust. I don't believe he can actually kill the boss. I'll shoot him with an arrow first. The opposing archer spat on the ground and watched with indignation as Rain approached with ease. He intended to shoot an arrow at Rain's unarmored arm, but the sword-shield man stopped him. Don't. The sword-shield man raised his hand. Because the sword-shield man knew that if they were the first to shoot an arrow, the night watchman with over 20 bows would surely retaliate, and 4 of their own, clad in chain mail, could not entirely avoid injury from the arrows. In that case, their own situation would become even less advantageous. If the enemy dares to come forward alone, it's naturally to draw us away from the wagon and engage in close combat, probably to rescue the kids on the wagon. The sword-shield man quickly realized why Rain had come up alone. This was a brazen and obvious strategy. However, since he could defeat Kev and was so confident, wasn't it fair for their 6 to fight one? Could it be that they should follow the rules of nightly duels and queue up to fight him one by one? What a joke. Moreover, he truly didn't believe that one person could win against their 6. Under the lead of the sword-shield man, the hammer man, and the other chainmail-wearing men followed closely behind, quickly forming a semicircular formation to surround Rain. The scene before them was indeed as Rain had predicted, but it also caused the elite night watchman to worry. Could Rain be taking on too much? An elite night watchman furrowed his brow upon seeing Rain's situation, about to fight 6-on-1. Yeah, Those 2 in plate armor must be squires. The other 4 are probably level 3 knight attendants. Good heavens! By the goddess above, can Rain really do this? The night watchman began to worry en masse. I believe in Rain. Mateo, however, had an inexplicable confidence in Rain. Should we interfere with those wearing chainmail? Someone asked. Not for now. Stick to the plan. We'll keep an eye on their archer and see if there is a chance to save the children. Although Rain was now surrounded by the enemy, he didn't see it that way from the center of the arena. The present formation of the 6 men who had him completely encircled was ideal for unleashing his roaring strike. In other words, even if the 6 were mere scarecrows at his disposal to position as he pleased, Rain could not have arranged a more suitable formation himself. If I don't give them a good shout, even the goddess might not stand for it. Just right, I've never tried out my level 2 roaring strike. The sword shield man saw the night watchman seem to be slowly moving towards the 2 wagons and instantly revealed a fierce and ruthless expression. They could delay no longer. Further delay meant that even if they won against this fellow, if the kids were rescued, they would still be unable to face Lord Mort. Attack. Thereupon, he immediately signaled the others to launch their attack. But the sword shield man himself was cautious, guarding with his shield in the forefront, his right hand wielding the long sword and thrusting it towards Rain. Almost simultaneously, the hammer man raised his hammer high, his face twisted with ferocity, his eyes fixed on Rain's knight helmet as he exerted all his strength to bring the hammer down forcefully. If he connected, he was confident he could shatter even a plate helm with one strike. The axeman aimed for the gap where Rain's helmet met his plate armor, swiftly delivering a chopping, intent on decapitating Rain. The sword-wielding man was the most ruthless. He too with his sword, aiming for the cross-shaped gap in Rain's visor in a bid to blind him and his brain for a sure kill. The curved blade man targeted Rain's unprotected arm, planning to sever Rain's right arm first. To their horror, they realized that the man in front of them, who was half a head shorter, suddenly emitted a thick sense of danger, sounding the alarm for all of them inwardly. This sensation was as if they were facing a long-dormant volcano suddenly erupting, a giant dragon abruptly awakening from its slumber. They saw his chest dramatically swell. The knight's breastplate that was slightly loose now seemed ready to burst. His neck muscles and veins bulged, enlarging by an entire size. The 6 immediately sensed trouble. Roar. A roar, resembling that of a giant dragon, resounded in the ears of the 6 men. Instantly, the 6 men remained in their attacking stances, weapons in hand, but frozen in place. As if struck by lightning, time seemed to stand still. The cause of the aforementioned effects was Rain's upgraded level 2 roaring strike. Although, to the 6 of them, the time from when their ears stopped ringing and vision blurred to when they regained consciousness seemed very long. But in reality, as all 6 were strengths above level 3 knight attendants, their figures had only paused for about half a second. Yet half a second, in a duel between masters, could decide far too much. Swoosh. A silver arc flashed through the air. Thump. Thump. Several sounds of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed in quick succession. The 4 chainmail-clad men, each holding various weapons, were all cut in 2 by Rain's strike. Some were neatly bisected at the waist. Others, due to the posture of wielding their weapons, were diagonally cleaved, and some were split open from the elbow through the chest. Without exception, all were severed into 2 parts. Since the men cut in half were not dead on the spot, they were writhing and screaming in agony on the ground. And because their vitality was far beyond that of ordinary people, they were likely to scream in such agony for several minutes. The man in plate armor wielding a chain hammer was rather lucky, for Rain's sword had just brushed past the lower edge of his helmet, decapitating him immediately, sparing him the agony of wailing on the ground. The man with the steel shield and sword and shield and plate armor was now ashen-faced. At this moment, his kite shield had been reduced to 2 halves, one half having fallen to the ground, the other still in his hand. Because he had remained cautious from the start and had not attacked with full force, maintaining a certain distance, he was the only one of the 6 to have survived by a fluke. He finally understood how his boss had met his end. The opponent's strike was something they at their level could not withstand. Immediately, the swordsman shouted as if mad, "Knight, you must be a formal knight." But the next second, he didn't receive a reply from Rain. He was met with a powerful leap slash from Rain. Rain leapt up violently and executed a leap slash at the sword and shield man, who only managed to block slightly with his longsword. With a clang sound of a huge impact, the sword broke, and the man was violently cleaved away. Splurt! Before the man had even landed, Rain followed up with a greatsword, piercing directly through the gap in the neck of his plate armor and killing him. Because of the thundering roar that Rain had just unleashed, which had startled all the elites of the night watchmen who were about to rescue the children, they all jumped, causing them to turn around to check what was going on. But as they turned their heads, the sight they beheld left Mateo and the elite night watchmen dumbstruck. They knew Rain was strong in combat, but neither during the previous extermination of the fishmen nor during the killing of the mountain-digging monster had he ever displayed such formidable combat strength. This change in his physique was very much like a knight breaking through his limits. No wonder those men thought Rain was a knight. Had it been them, they would have thought the same. "Rain, have you advanced to a formal knight?" asked a night watchman who was on good terms with Rain, with hesitance in his voice. At this moment, Rain had returned to his normal stature, and seeing everyone looking at him with such surprise, he shook his head and said half genuinely, half falsely, "I'm not a formal knight yet. Just now was a sort of secret technique. It's probably because the breathing method I'm practicing is quite special." At those words, everyone just nodded blankly. It sounds like. All right then. Since Rain said it, it must be true. Just now, Rain had fully utilized Strength Burst and Giant Bear Roar Level 2, together with his newly forged glimmering greatsword. He had cleared the area in just 3 seconds. Not only had he shocked his fellow night watchman, but he also scared the archer who had been standing guard by the 2 horse-drawn carriages nearly senseless. By the time the archer came to his senses, he was surrounded by the group, bows drawn and aimed at him. Having no other choice, he had to lower his weapons and raise his hands in surrender. He definitely did not want to end up like the others who were still screaming miserably on the ground. That was just too horrific. The other night watchmen were quickly rescuing the children who had been forcefully taken away, one by one, from the 2 horse-drawn carriages. Since Rain had only employed the Strength Burst skill for merely 3 seconds, and considering he had improved his constitution a bit before that, there was almost no backlash to speak of at the moment. Thinking it over, Rain felt the miserable howls of the men were somewhat alarming for the children. Thus, Rain approached the men and swiftly ended their suffering, while also searching their bodies. He looked at the heavy purses in his hand, shook his head, and couldn't help but feel disappointment. It was a pity they didn't contribute anything else, like a manual of combat skills or the like. Indeed, why aren't minions as good as the boss? The reason was evident in whether they liked to study or not. Suddenly, Rain looked intently toward the south. In the direction of the Stewart farm, the once 2-story farmhouse was now ablaze with roaring flames, which, unlike normal red or pale yellow flames, were a pale black color. This made Rain realize instantly that this seemed to be the Black Flame Magician's fire. From the faint sounds of explosions, it could be inferred that the battle between the Black Flame Magician and Hamilton must be fierce. After a moment of thought, Rain spoke in a deep voice, "Mateo, leave some people to take good care of the children. We'll go support the adults first." Meanwhile, Hamilton was clearly at a disadvantage in the battle against the Black Flame Monk. Relying on his agile figure and the excellent quality of his steel shield, he successfully became the monk's live target. That's right, a live target. Anyone who saw the fight between the two would have this thought. For now, the Black Flame Monk's hands were both wrapped in black flames, and he wasn't using any weapons. Merely with a black flame from his left hand and another from his right, he forced Hamilton to jump up and down, not daring to directly face the tremendously powerful black flames. The surface of Hamilton's originally smooth steel shield had long since become pitted and dented, with 2 particularly deep depressions that were almost puncturing through the shield. These 2 depressions were the result of Hamilton initially taking the monk's black flames head-on. So, after taking a couple of hits straight on, Hamilton was no longer daring to do so. The attack power of the monk's black flames was simply terrifying, and the strong corrosive effect it brought was even more formidable than that of the Black Flame Monk Hamilton had briefly clashed with before. It was almost enough to his steel shield in a single strike. Why not rush up? Because the current distance was still manageable, Hamilton could dodge. If he continued to advance, the hit rate of the monk's black flames would skyrocket. During the Black Flame Monk Mort sneered, "Is this the so-called Knight of the Empire? A sheriff charged with the safety of a small town? Not daring to confront my attack head-on, yet only daring to roll around on the ground like a wild boar. Truly disappointing. Perhaps you should change your name to Boar Knight. However, when a loud roar from the north rang out, Mort's expression suddenly changed, followed by an angry curse, a bunch of useless idiots, actually failing to deal with them. Since the roar was unmistakably human. Moreover, the most important thing was that this voice was not recognizable as any of his acquaintances. Clearly, the commotion had to be from the enemy. The thought of losing over 20 materials and facing punishment from the high priest made Mort entirely unsettled. A great opportunity. Hamilton's eyes instantly lit up. He took advantage of the moment Mort suddenly turned his head towards the north to unleash his strength burst. Like an arrow released from a bow, he charged straight at his opponent. His muscles swelled, though not as exaggerated as Rain's, but what was special was that Hamilton's movement speed also significantly increased. It seems this was some kind of balanced transcendent trait that provided a modest boost to both strength and agility. Flash strike. Hamilton roared, as the knight's long sword in his hand seemed to transcend the limits of time and space, abruptly leaping to appear right in front of the black flame monk. Mort was shocked and furious, not expecting to be in such a predicament from a moment's inattention. Seeking death. As Mort tried desperately to dodge, he flung two black flames heavy with force at Hamilton. Boom. First, Mort's abdomen was pierced by Hamilton's knight longsword. Then, after dodging one black flame, Hamilton could no longer evade the other, and was sent flying. The steel shield on his left hand shattered instantly. His gauntlet and arm armor both turned to charred black, severely damaged. Sizzle. Tiny black flames burned on the surface, making a fierce, corrosive noise. Mort quickly got up, clutching his stomach, but then his expression drastically changed. Seeing the knight longsword in Hamilton's hand now emitting a faint white glow, he exclaimed in shock, "Clarhest weapon?" His abdominal wound seemed to be seared by high temperatures, emitting trickles of black smoke, and the surface skin was undergoing some bizarre change. Mort hesitated no longer and immediately retreated swiftly toward the north, where safety lay. But Hamilton was also without the chance to pursue. At that moment, he was hastily beginning to remove the arm armor and gauntlet from his left hand. Because to his horror, he felt a stabbing pain in his arm. The skin had developed several clearly burnt black patches that were beginning to darken even more. It seemed the black flames had an extra kind of damage to flesh. Even a mere touch was almost too much for his knight-level body to withstand. Hamilton's expression grew stern as he lifted his knight longsword to deal with the blackened wounds. After slicing off the blackened parts, the stabbing pain vanished, and the blood seeping from his wounds returned to a bright red. He breathed a sigh of relief, but as he looked up to see Mort disappearing, he thought to himself, because Mort's escape route was headed in the same direction as Rain and the rest of the night watchmen were pursuing. At this time, Rain and more than 10 others, including Matteo, were moving swiftly toward the Stewart farm, when suddenly, Rain's heart tightened, followed by a blaring alarm. His level 2 danger perception had never triggered such a strong alert. Just as Rain was about to warn everyone, suddenly, a slightly staggering black figure emerged up front. It's that black flame monk. Rain's pupils constricted sharply. They had run headlong into the injured black flame monk. Upon seeing the monk, all the night watchmen's faces changed color, immediately drew their bows and aimed at the enemy. And at that moment, the black flame monk Mort, full of fury, saw the sudden appearance of the watchman, his lips curling into a smug and cruel smile. Perfect. Just what I need to vent my anger. Although Mort was seriously injured right now, the recent encounter with the town sheriff of Flash Gold Town had been beyond his expectations. The man had possessed a rare lumenstone weapon, making it difficult for Mort's wounds to heal at the moment. But killing these ordinary people in front of him was just a matter of counting seconds. In the eyes of the night watchman, they only saw the figure in the black robe clutching his abdomen with one hand, while the other started to wrap in black flames. Then his figure flashed, and he rapidly advanced toward them. Fire the arrows. Suddenly, a dense shower of arrows was directed at the black flame mage Mort. Mort's figure quickly darted left and right, continuing to rush forward. Despite the pain of his injuries, he easily dodged the arrows, and not one of the more than 10 night watchmen's arrows hit him. Whoosh! The black flame mage, Mort, was now within an arm's reach. Though Mort's stature wasn't towering, in the minds of the night watchmen, his presence was like the ominous clouds that cover the sky before a torrential downpour, bearing down on them. Many of them wore expressions of terror, and for a moment, they were so petrified that they even forgot to draw their longswords. This slight reaction caused Mort's eyes to move slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. Indeed, ordinary people were just that ordinary. From the moment Mort appeared to when he dodged the arrows and charged at them, Rain's eyes were intently fixed on him, his spirit highly focused, never once shifting his gaze. Is he injured? Rain muttered to himself. If that's the case, then it's not impossible to fight. About 1 minute of strength burst, and I only used a mere 3 seconds just now. Although the opponent was injured and his speed greatly affected, his combat awareness was still top-notch, as could be seen from the way he dodged the arrows. I must catch him off guard, and if I can severely injure him with one strike, then with his injuries compounded, the overall situation will be decided. Mort's pupils reflected the evening scenery around him, as well as the figures of the night watchmen in front of him, their faces showing astonishment, fear, disbelief, and more. No, there was one exception, a young man wearing plate armor. Soon, Mort dismissed it as the man being stunned with fear or too slow to react. Mort remembered him because this young man was one of the only 2 wearing plate armor who had come with the sheriff of Flash Gold Town. He must be a trusted subordinate of the sheriff. So be it, I'll send you back to the embrace of the goddess first. You can blame your superior for this, Mort thought to himself. Thus, Mort's black figure suddenly adjusted direction, swiftly closed in on Rain, and the black flames in his hand already began to flourish, releasing menacing black fire. But the next moment, Mort instinctively sensed something was wrong. As the distance closed, he could see through the gaps in the opponent's plate armor visor, into his eyes. The opponent's eyes had an unusual black pupil, but there was not a trace of fear or panic in his gaze. Instead, it was eerily calm, as still as a dead pond, without a ripple. However, by this time, Mort's right hand was already raised, the black flames in his hand began to expand, and his whole body was rushing forward. He was somewhat surprised, but not enough to change his mind or abandon the attack. But suddenly, Mort's pupil shrank as if he saw something dreadful. Rain's body suddenly swelled and grew larger, his figure shifting from slightly short to a nearly 2-meter-tall burly man. The once slightly oversized knight's plate armor now looked extremely petite on him. Most prominent was Rain's bulging neck, as if his chest housed a steam train's locomotive, and his neck was the whistle, about to spew forth a massive current of heat. No good. Mort's color changed instantly, wanting to retreat with a flying leap. But the injury in his abdomen and the inertia of his body made this unlikely. Moreover, such a wide-ranging sound wave attack was most unavoidable, unless your speed exceeded the speed of sound. But clearly, even if Mort were unharmed, he was still far from reaching the speed of sound. So, unable to dodge, he could only take it head-on. In an instant, a loud exploded next to Mort's ears, his entire face stretching and violently trembling under the impact of the sound wave. His eardrums burst, and his head bust. But what truly horrified him was the shining blade coming straight at him. Retreat. Quicker. Even quicker. Mort, being a black flame mage with the physical quality of a formal knight, was still able to react in time, even though he was grievously injured and hit with Rain's level 2 roaring strike. But Mort felt a sudden lightness in his body as if missing a part, and then, by a hair's breadth, he dodged the bright glow. Snap! An arm still entwined with black flames fell to the ground. It was Mort's right arm, the very one he had raised and was about to attack with. Yet what terrified Mort even more was the intense, burning pain that emanated from where his arm had been severed. It was a pain he had just felt in his abdomen. Glimmering weaponry. How do you have glimmering weaponry too? Could it be that he's the sheriff's catamite? Otherwise, how could he possibly have glimmering weaponry? But can a knight's catamite really be this strong? That doesn't make sense. Mort just couldn't figure out why his opponent also had an extremely rare piece of glimmering weaponry. It seemed like it was specifically prepared for him. Could it all have been a premeditated trap aimed at him? Across from him, Rain didn't pursue but swiftly dismounted because, in his recent roaring strike, the horse had been paralyzed on the ground from the massive sonic attack. At this moment, Mort came to his senses. All the aforementioned reasons were no longer important. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to flee at once. What mission, what materials, what control over the black flame, none of it was as important as his own life. In an instant, Rain moved. Although he had heavily wounded his opponent with a single move, the black flame mage's abilities constantly filled him with apprehension. Thus, he had been observing the black flame mage's face. When he saw obvious fear and a shifty gaze, Rain knew the foe had lost his fighting spirit. The opportunity naturally arose. Being injured in the abdomen would inevitably affect the lower limb's movement, and the loss of a right arm would impact the whole body's coordination and balance even more. This let Rain quickly catch up to the panicked, fleeing Black Flame Mage Mort. Just as Mort struggled to gather his strength, planning to hit Rain with a Black Flame Fireball swish, swish. An arm wreathed in black flames flew through the air again, and Mort stumbled violently, crashing to the ground. Then a long, narrow wound appeared on his back, starting from his right shoulder blade, diagonally down to his left waist, the trailing a sizzling noise as it burned. Rain didn't stop. His glimmering greatsword in hand grew brighter, gradually emitting a faint white light. Mort struggled to his feet again, intending to continue running, but the next second, a flash of light passed by. His head tumbled down from his body, and blinding fresh blood, like a fountain, gushed out from the body that was still twitching. A human fountain on display. Only then did Rain slightly shake his great sword, looking at the head that had stopped rolling, observing the face filled with disbelief and terror, and the bulging eyes as he softly said, "Sorry, I couldn't hold back, because your black flame was too dangerous." Clearly, Mort heard those words. Because Rain saw Mort's cracked lips faintly quiver a few times, but with only a head left, he couldn't make any sound. What a pity, Rain thought, unaware of what Mort wanted to say, but it was likely some sort of curse. Better left unheard. But actually, the only thing Mort wanted to say at that moment was, "You can't hold back? I've had both my arms chopped off by you. Think about it. How can I still attack you with the black flame? Don't you know how important it is to capture me alive?" What a fool. Mort's grievances vanished along with his fading consciousness, ultimately amounting to nothing. Meanwhile, each night watchman nearby was covering his ears, and a few of those closest to Rain had blood seeping from their ears. There was nothing Rain could do about this. The roaring strike was an area attack, and the sound waves couldn't actively distinguish between friend and foe, sparing allies and only targeting enemies. Therefore, accidental injuries were inevitable. But not a single night watchman, including Mateo, held any blame towards Rain. At this moment, they had never felt such a sense of security. That's right. The night watchman in charge of protecting the townspeople at night felt a profound sense of security in their hearts. This was a sense of security brought about by the incredible strength of their companion. Just now, they all thought they might have to sacrifice themselves for the Empire. But unexpectedly, even after having raised their expectations for Rain's strength through the two recent battles, they didn't anticipate his abilities to be far beyond what they had imagined. Because Rain had once again shown astounding strength, achieving a miraculous turnaround. As the night watchmen stared dumbfounded at the scene unfolding before them, a familiar figure quickly approached on the nearby road. It was their superior Hamilton, the sheriff of Flashgold Town. His knight's armor was dented and battered, wielding a steel shield that was now only half its original size. The arm holding the shield was bloodied, and the only intact weapon on him was the knight's longsword in his right hand. He looked to have suffered a terrible beating at the hands of the cloaked people. This made everyone shift their gaze from Hamilton back to Mort's decapitated cloaked body and Rain standing unscathed beside him. This filled their hearts with numerous questions, and Hamilton, upon seeing this scene, felt no less shocked than his night watchman subordinates. He slowed his pace, approached the scene, and was so astonished for a while that he couldn't speak, just moving his gaze back and forth between Rain and the headless cloaked corpse on the ground. Although Hamilton knew that the Black Flame monk must have been slain by Rain, he couldn't help but ask, "Rain, did you kill this?" When Rain turned his head to look, he was startled by Hamilton's appearance at that moment. At the same time, the surprise in the other's eyes also caught Rain's attention instantly. Rain didn't know what to say, but he heard him say, "Sir, since you had already severely injured the opponent before, by the time he faced us, he hardly had any fighting strength left." And the night watchman colleague's barrages of arrows also prevented the opponent's strange black flame from being released in time. So he was fortuitously slain by me. As soon as these flattering words were spoken, Hamilton's stern face softened considerably, and he looked at Rain with increased admiration. Although several night watchmen had become deaf, many who were slightly far from Rain only felt a piercing pain in their eardrums, and hearing Rain's words, they felt a sense of relief. Who says we're useless? Look, our arrow barrage also played a big role. Many thought, Rain, this dual-handed greatsword. It was then that Hamilton noticed that the greatsword Rain was holding seemed to be the one he had given him before, but on closer inspection, it seemed a bit different. Hamilton took a closer look and saw that under the glow of the evening sun, the surface of the dual-handed greatsword in Rain's hand was emitting a faint white light. This is a glowstone weapon. Hamilton's eyebrows raised in surprise. Rain, did you merge a glowstone into that fine steel greatsword? Hamilton finally thought of something and couldn't help blurting out. Upon seeing this, Rain knew he couldn't hide it from Hamilton anymore, so he smiled, nodded, and told Hamilton about how he was lucky to have stumbled upon a small piece of glowstone while exterminating fishmen. Additionally, he recounted how the captain, Waylewin, and he decided to keep the glowstone without knowing its value, leading to the agreement that Rain would get the stone, but he had to treat his squad members to tequila. Hamilton couldn't help but laugh at this. Rain, it seems that Lady Luck is indeed on your side to encounter such good fortune. As for his subordinates privately allocating spoils of war, as long as it didn't cause any conflicts, being the superior, he generally wouldn't intervene. Hamilton was no exception. If this had been a month ago, Rain might have still hidden the fact, but now there was no need to do so. Hamilton then turned serious and glanced at the corpse of the Black Flame monk on the ground before narrating to Rain. This guy here is an adherent of the covert sect, the Black Flame Church, and we commonly refer to them as Black Flame monks. You see that burning Black Flame emblem on his collar and cuffs? That's a very clear sign. As Hamilton narrated, Rain focused his gaze on the monk's cuffs and collar, and indeed, as Hamilton had described, there was a vivid flame pattern woven from some kind of shiny black metal wire. Although the opponent was also dressed in a black robe, the two blacks were not the same. The flame pattern's color was brighter, while the robe was more of a matte black. If you didn't look closely, it was indeed difficult to distinguish. I had once briefly encountered a Black Flame monk in County Town, where his Black Flame caught me off guard. Afterward, after consulting many people, I learned that they seemed to belong to a secretive church worshipping some evil god. Black Flame Church. For all minions of evil gods, glowstone weapons tend to be particularly lethal. That's why I spent a good amount of money to have someone purchase a longsword infused with glowstone. I hadn't expected you. Hamilton looked enviously at Rain's greatsword. At that moment, Rain suddenly understood. He glanced at the longsword in Hamilton's hand, and then at the wound on the abdomen of the black-robed corpse. No wonder. Although the opponent had been hit by just one sword strike from Hamilton, his combat strength had dropped so much, allowing Rain himself to take quite the advantage. It seemed that his ability to slay the Black Flame monk also reflected a bit of serendipity involving time, location, and people. For instance, the opponent had already been severely wounded by Hamilton. For another, he happened to have the glowstone weapon Glimmering Greatsword, crafted by Lagaray, which played an unexpected role when facing the Black Flame monk. Moreover, his own strength had continued to increase day by day, as Rain thought to himself. However, having faced a Black Flame monk once, Rain felt an even more pressing desire for the mysterious side of energy particles than before. Seeing the injuries on Hamilton's body was enough to know the mighty power of the Black Flame. Was this some kind of divine arts? Or perhaps witchcraft? However, he was about to complete the last requirement for the transition to Transcendent Knight 3, any riding skill LV3 or above, shield defense LV3 or above, any archery skill LV3 or above, any melee combat skill LV4 or above. Rain planned to learn shield techniques and increase them to LV3, fulfilling all requirements for the transition to a Transcendent Knight. Then he would begin seeking ways to control those mysterious energies. By the way, Rain, aren't you going to look for the spoils of war that belong to you? Hamilton reminded with a smile. With this reminder from Hamilton, Rain then remembered that he had forgotten to collect the spoils from the Black Flame monk. Such a powerful enemy surely carried quite a few valuable items. At this thought, Rain's heart stirred slightly. "Ha, as you command, my lord." Rain stepped forward and began searching through the headless corpse of the Black Flame monk, first pulling out a leather coin pouch, heavy enough to indicate a substantial amount of coins. But no matter how many coins there were, they were just ordinary loot and failed to catch Rain's attention. Next, Rain pulled out a soft, lambskin-wrapped, elongated object from the monk's waist pouch, which immediately caught Hamilton's attention. Upon unwrapping it, they saw a blood-red potion, resembling a vial from a former life, thick like amber, instantly drawing Rain's interest. "Divine blood?" Hamilton exclaimed, losing his composure. "Divine blood?" Rain was taken aback. Had he really obtained the blood of a god just by killing a Black Flame monk? Also, Rain felt somewhat relieved that he hadn't split his opponent in two. Otherwise, this bottle of divine blood might have been destroyed by his own hands. Seeing the puzzled look on Rain's face, Hamilton coughed and said, "This is a potion secretly circulating among the nobles and wealthy merchants of Meister County. It's said to delay aging for the elderly and significantly boost those practitioners of the night breathing method who have not yet reached the transcendent level. Most importantly, this divine blood doesn't have any side effects. The only drawback is its rarity. Delay aging? Enhance the breathing technique." Rain's eyes lit up. There was such a wonderful thing. Nobles really knew how to enjoy life. While he worked hard practicing the breathing technique, others could rocket their progress just by drinking this, Rain thought. However, according to reliable information, the origin of this divine blood is closely related to the Black Flame cult I just mentioned. So I've always felt there's more to this divine blood than meets the eye, Hamilton continued. This so-called lack of side effects, I suspect, might be due to the insufficient strength of those who have tested it, which could lead to an inability to detect any issues, Hamilton speculated after some thought. This made Rain shiver inside. He felt Hamilton's concern was not unfounded but very likely. Moreover, with his professional panel in hand, consuming something potentially problematic was naturally not an option. So, Rain, what do you think? Could I perhaps purchase that bottle of divine blood from you? I would entrust someone to deliver it to the Imperial City's Royal Alchemist Association, where perhaps the master pharmacist there might discover something, Hamilton asked. Hamilton seemed to feel his request was a bit much, so he hesitated for a moment before telling Rain outright why he desired the divine blood. After all, a normal person who obtained divine blood, hearing it had no side effects and could enhance the practice of the night breathing method, would undoubtedly be overjoyed and certainly choose to consume it themselves rather than selling it to someone else. Of course, my lord, Rain agreed without hesitation. First of all, he had no interest in potentially problematic enhancement potions and didn't want to take any risks. Secondly, he was able to kill the Black Flame monk. Hamilton's contribution in causing damage to the monk during their first battle was indisputable. If Hamilton, his superior, decided to forcefully take half of the loot, Rain would have no objections, considering this was a legitimate night watchman mission, unlike the previous situation. Upon hearing Rain's prompt agreement, Hamilton was momentarily stunned, then looked at Rain in surprise and said, "Rain, you should think this over carefully. This is divine blood. Are you sure you won't regret giving it to me? It will be difficult to obtain another bottle if you regret it later. My lord, do you think I need to use divine blood with my talent?" Rain smiled and handed the bottle of divine blood to Hamilton. Upon hearing this, Hamilton couldn't help but chuckle. He patted Rain on the shoulder, took the divine blood, and said, "Good lad. You have ambition." Afterward, Rain went back to the corpse of the Black Flame monk and continued his search. After a meticulous search, he found a rolled up of paper the width of a little finger on the robed corpse, resembling the pigeon message strips from Rain's former life. The written content was incomplete, seemingly unfinished, but the content that was there made Rain frown. "My lord, perhaps you should take a look at this." Hamilton was quite curious. Even when Rain had discovered the divine blood, he hadn't been this solemn. He took the of paper and, upon reading it, furrowed his brows deeply. "Lord Hamilton, the material mentioned on the note naturally refers to the children they are forcibly abducting through various gangs and pirates. If my guess is correct, this Black Flame cult you mentioned is apparently preparing for something very important to them recently. You are correct, Rain. I will immediately report this matter to County Town." Lord Hamilton nodded, sharing the feeling. The child abductions that had been happening more and more frequently of late signaled loudly that the Black Flame cult was very likely the puppeteer behind the curtains. At that moment, a messenger approached and reported, "Sheriff, Knight Lloyd and his team have arrived at the Steward farm." "Sir, should we go to them, or should we have Knight Lloyd come here? Have the children been rescued?" Lord Hamilton asked after hearing the messenger's report. Instead of making a direct decision, he turned to ask Rain. Rain nodded and said, "All successfully rescued, not one dead, not one injured." "Very good. Then let's go to Steward Farm to welcome back Knight Lloyd and his men," Lord Hamilton said with a broad gesture, clearly in good spirits. "By the way, messenger, immediately report to the Viscount Hamadi, the Chief of Public Security in County Town. Tell them we have destroyed a secret base of the cult and have rescued dozens of children. At your command, sir. With the arrival of Knight Lloyd, Stewart Farm suddenly bustled with activity. The perimeters also thoroughly searched and surrounded by the guards from Habs Manor who had arrived with him. Rain even saw his familiar swordsmanship instructor, Humbert. However, it seemed that Humbert never expected the man standing beside Flash Goldtown's sheriff, Lord Hamilton, wearing knightly plate armor to be Rain. Of course, this was partly due to Rain wearing his knightly helmet with only a narrow T-shaped slot to allow for vision and breathing, which made it impossible for outsiders to see the face of the knight beneath the helm. Therefore, Humbert naturally couldn't recognize Rain. And Rain, as well, had no intention of shocking everyone by going over to greet Humbert and give him a scare. Stewart Farm, being a secret base of the Black Flame cult, should have had plenty of clues about the cult. But Mort's massive fire had burned all traces clean away. This made the little note Rain took from Mort all the more significant and of great importance to Lord Hamilton. Rain didn't stay at Stewart Farm for too long. He returned to Flash Goldtown with the Night Watchman team that escorted the children back. On the way back, Rain finally had time to check the system prompts. Your skill giant bear sword technique has improved. Experience plus 86, you have experienced a battle. Night Watchman professional experience points plus 42, your skill giant bear sword technique has improved. Experience plus 278, you have experienced a battle. Night Watchman professional experience points plus 142, your skill giant bear sword technique has improved. Experience plus 326, you have experienced a battle. Night Watchman professional experience points plus 172, your skill giant bear sword technique has improved. Experience plus 359, you have experienced a battle. Night Watchman professional experience points plus 205. A dense stream of system prompts almost filled the screen. From the initial bout with Lagaray to the battle with the Sledgehammer Man, then the one against 6, and finally the fight with a Black Flame cultist, the sum total of experience awarded was significantly hefty. The profession level of Night Watchman and the Giant Bear Sword technique both climbed by more than half. Night Watchman reaching LV4, 593/1000, while Giant Bear Sword technique reached LV5, 1049/2000. While Rain was returning to Flash Gold Town, Waylewin, accompanied by his daughter, found Lord Hamilton, who was still dealing with the aftermath at Stewart Farm, and said, "Sir, I request to resign from my position as the leader of the Night Watchmen. I deeply regret my negligence in the entire course of events. If it weren't for your timely arrival at the end, stopping that black-robed person, and Rain successfully rescuing all the children, I would have felt guilty for the rest of my life," Waylewin added as he bowed deeply. Lord Hamilton was silent, mulling over the scene. His emotions were complex. He had children too, and from a father's perspective, there was nothing wrong with what Waylewin did. Unfortunately, he was the captain of the Night Watchmen. Lord Hamilton nodded and said, "Granted. Waylewin, I accept your request. By the way, do you have a recommendation for the position of Night Watchman captain?" "Thank you, sir. I recommend Rain and Mateo. Of course, I prefer Rain. Even though he has not been part of the Night Watchman for long, his strength is evident to all. Without him, this rescue could not have proceeded so smoothly," Waylewin earnestly expressed. For Rain, Waylewin was genuinely grateful. Having gone through this event, he felt he had been too negligent towards his family before. It would be a joy to spend more time with his daughter Abby and his family from now on. When Rain got home, he quickly discovered that Lagaray and Sister Anna were missing from the house. "Bohi? Where's Sister Anna?" Rain couldn't help but ask his sister, who was playing with the Lintry Hound. Sister Anna and Lagaray are next door at Sister Anna's place. They're tidying up the room. They said they are staying over there tonight, Bowie informed him. Oh? Upon hearing this, Rain felt a touch of emptiness. Since the Blackbeard incident began, Anna had been living in his house, and it seemed he had grown quite accustomed to her presence. But thinking about it, his room was already full, and with the addition of Lagaray, there was simply no space left. Moreover, the threat from the hyena gang had long been resolved, and it was only fair for Anna to go back to her own place. Besides, with Lagaray's strength, protecting Anna would be more than enough. After some thought, Rain didn't seek out Lagaray and the others but returned to his own room. Lying in bed, Rain was still reflecting on the battle with the Black Flame Monk. He had won that fight by the skin of his teeth. Now, recalling the event carefully, Rain felt a chill run down his spine. If the Black Flame monk hadn't been injured by Hamilton, he probably would have stood no chance of defeating him. No, it wasn't just unlikely that he would defeat him. He probably would have been forced to flee in a panic, and even his life would have been at risk. Moving at such speed and agility with a sword wound in the abdomen, Rain could only imagine how much faster the monk would have been uninjured. His finishing move could easily have been dodged by the opponent. I really need to improve my strength, Rain muttered. Soon, Rain, exhausted from the day, fell into a deep sleep. The next 2 days in Flash Gold Town were calm and peaceful. Rain finally learned Laguerre's shield technique, and it showed up on the Night Watchman's panel as skill, Shield Defense LV1. In the following days, Rain also reflected on some of the combat skills he had used in recent battles, feeling that he had gained a lot from the experience. Additionally, with Laguerre's careful instruction by his side, Rain's shield defense improved rapidly, reaching Shield Defense LV2, 124/300, just recently. Having a sparring partner made a significant difference. It reminded Rain of the time when Clea was still around, and how his learning of the giant bear sword technique had progressed by leaps and bounds. With Laguerre as his sparring partner, his swordsmanship and shield defense improved day by day. It seemed that due to the affair with the Black Flame Church stronghold, the county town had yet to send a team to investigate the evil spirit knight, which left Laguerre feeling somewhat dispirited. Early on the third day, Rain received a message from the guards, informing him that Hamilton wanted to see him in his office. This left Rain somewhat puzzled. Could it be that there was news about the Black Flame Church so soon? He walked into Hamilton's office. Although the office was filled with the scent of healing potions, Hamilton, dressed in noble hunting attire, was energetically attending to his duties. Clearly, the destruction of the stronghold and the defeat of the Black Flame monk had left Hamilton invigorated. Rain, take a seat, he said. The reason I asked you here is to promote you to the position of Night Watchman Captain, Hamilton said with a smile. In a study room on the second floor of Habsburg Castle, the door suddenly opened without a knock. This displeased the room's occupant, Dennis, who was about to reprimand the intruder when he looked up and his pupils constricted. Father. Dennis hadn't expected the person opening the door to be his father. As he rose to his feet, his voice trembled with fear. His father, Cruz Norman, was a retired colonel of the Dragon Empire Navy, many of whose strict and decisive ways were reflected in his behavior. Since childhood, Dennis hadn't been spared hardship. This time, by using the pursuit of Clea as an excuse, he had managed to spend a short term away from his father's iron grip at the Habsburg estate. But now, due to Rolf's death, his father had come in person. Come with me, said the imposing middle-aged man with sword-like eyebrows that gave a sharp and forceful impression. He glanced at his son and spoke coldly. Without any thought of resisting or even uttering a word of rebuttal, Dennis obediently followed behind, heading to the estate's main gate. When the two reached the gate of Habsburg Castle, they saw a black carriage waiting for them, with a striking black and gold double-headed wolf crest on its panel, the family emblem of the Normans. Once on the carriage, Baron Norman handed Dennis a dossier without a word and passed it to him. Dennis was initially startled, then realized what was happening and immediately took the documents, browsing through them swiftly in front of Baron Norman. Upon first glance, Dennis couldn't help exclaiming, "This is that farmer's son Rains." He then looked up at his father in surprise. He hadn't expected his father to start investigating the farmer's son Rain, who had killed Rolf, so quickly. But Baron Norman's face was still expressionless. This made Dennis feel uneasy. He knew what his father meant. He was to finish reading the materials before they talked. Additionally, his father at this moment was the most terrifying, for he was suppressing the anger within him, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. As he continued to go through the materials, Dennis grew more and more alarmed. Many of the documents were new to him. Exterminating the Murlocs at Glimmer Lake, promoting Rain to an elite night watchman, in dealing with the Elim mine incident, killing the Crystal Stone Lizard, slaying the injured tunneling stone monster. Rain, highly regarded by the peace officer of Flash Gold Town, Hamilton. The recent information about Rain was incredibly detailed, as though it had been copied directly from the Night Watchman archive in County Town. As for the record of Rain killing the Black Flame monk a couple of days ago, the archive didn't have it, which suggested that this information was obtained 3 days ago. Finished? Asked Baron Norman in a deep voice, resonating within the enclosed carriage. Yes, Dennis nodded. I got it a few days ago with the help of a former naval colleague, Baron Norman explained. Rain's strength, although he's not yet a formal knight, is certainly not just that of an elite night watchman. I judge his strength to be at least at the level of a third-grade knight's attendant, or even a prospective knight. Baron Norman spoke firmly. What? How is that possible? It's only been a little over a month since Clea approached him. How could he possibly have improved so fast? Dennis exclaimed with a shocked expression. Only a little over a month? Was it Clea who approached him first? Dennis let slip some information that Baron Norman didn't know, to his father's considerable surprise. That should be impossible, Baron Norman mused after a moment. After all, to cultivate the breathing technique from zero to the level of a prospective knight in just over a month was talent that was beyond comprehension. It's true. Father, I've seen Rain a little over a month ago. He was thin and looked just like an ordinary person. Dennis explained, his face flushed with earnestness. If it's true, as you say, then his knightly talent is greater than the most talented genius of our Meister County. Do you realize what this means? Baron Norman frowned. It means he'll soon be promoted to knight? Dennis guessed, looking at the Baron with a puzzled expression. Wrong. It's highly possible that he's already discovered from Rolf's belongings that Rolf came from the Norman family. Giving such a genius more time to grow means he will become a major problem. Dennis suddenly realized. So, Father, you're planning to take care of this personally. But Dennis was interrupted before he could finish speaking. Wrong. It's not appropriate for me to act, given his sensitive identity. Phil Cross will take care of it in a day that's not too far off. Phil Cross. Why did that name sound so familiar? Dennis pondered, certain he had heard of this person before. The Black Sail Pirate? Dennis couldn't help but whisper. He remembered then. Phil Cross was the deputy commander of the Black Sail Pirates, possessing not just the strength of a senior knight, but also excelling in archery. He was a rare sharpshooter among pirates with the nickname Bloody Shooter. When his father had served in the Empire's navy, he had bestowed favors upon some pirate groups, who in return offered extra protection to the Norman family's merchant ships. The Black Sail Pirates were one of them. Seemingly aware that Dennis had made the connection, Baron Norman slowly revealed a secret. Phil Cross, the deputy commander of the Black Sail Pirates, owes me a big favor. They had plans to join forces with several other pirates and launch raids on several small towns in Meister County soon, he continued. Phil Cross had now placed Flashgold Town on the list of places to be raided, and as a night watchman, Rain was bound to encounter the pirates head-on, and he himself would make a special trip to Flashgold Town to take care of Rain. Dennis remained silent. His father's plan was meticulous and shrewd. No one would associate Rain's death with the Norman family, nor would anyone suspect a hereditary baron family over the death of a genius. It seems, as the heir to a baron, he still had much to learn. Flashgold Town Administrative Hall. The conversation between Rain and Lord Hamilton was still ongoing in the office. Upon hearing the news of his promotion, Rain naturally felt a flicker of joy inside, primarily because this aligned with his expectation to raise his tier within the imperial officials, thus gaining more support and information. Rain hadn't immediately realized that the captaincy had become vacant only after Wayloin firstly resigned. He had thought it was just a routine promotion following the completion of the merit review for the last child rescue mission. Thank you, Lord Hamilton. Rain bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude. Hamilton smiled and nodded, saying, the Night Watchmen need capable young people like you to join and take on greater responsibilities. Right? As the captain of the Night Watchmen, you will be responsible for the area originally under Wayloin's jurisdiction, primarily the night patrols in the southern part of Flashgold Town. Of course, there are other matters as well. Specifically, you can transition with Wayloin. Captain Wayloin he. Rain was stunned. Was the captaincy. After Hamilton mentioned that Wayloin had applied to step down to an ordinary night watchman, Rain couldn't help but feel melancholic. His very first night watchman mission clearing the merfolk at Glimmer Lake was led by Wayloin, and it was during that mission that he was lucky enough to find a piece of glowstone at the merfolk camp. He hadn't expected Wayloin to step down so soon. Rain planned to visit the former Captain Wayloin later. Rain, there's another matter, perhaps even more important to you. Your advanced magic potion is already on the way, and it should arrive in 2 days. In 2 days? That's great. Rain was visibly more excited about this news than about his promotion to captain. It meant a promotion to a formal knight. He had been waiting too long. Thinking of the advanced magic potion naturally made Rain think about the requirements for becoming a knight. Currently, he still hadn't met the shield defense criterion, although his archery and horsemanship skills had both advanced to LV3 the day before. Rain glanced at shield defense under the Night Watchman panel, currently at shield defense LV2, 124/300, which was the result of training all day for 8 hours with lag array. If there were only 2 days left, he realistically couldn't expect to advance his shield defense to LV3 or higher unless he used skill points. But Rain was naturally reluctant to use his precious skill points on shield defense. It looks like I'll have to keep pushing lag array for the next 2 days, striving to advance my shield defense to LV3 or higher before the advanced magic potion arrives, so I can take it immediately upon receipt. Just right. I've passed the midway point of my Night Watchman profession level and am close to leveling up from the trials with lag array these past few days. Perhaps, before my promotion, I can push my Night Watchman level a bit higher, Rain thought. On reflection, though it felt like he had been waiting a long time to be promoted tonight, when calculated carefully, it had only been about 2 months since he started learning the giant bear breathing technique. At that moment, Hamilton interrupted Rain's thoughts. Right, Rain, since Lady Kreia didn't mention the advanced magic potion, I assume she also didn't tell you about some other relevant details, like the precautions for use? Precautions for use? Lady Kreia indeed never mentioned those. Rain glanced at Hamilton with a hint of confusion, shaking his head. I think it's necessary to remind you. Rain, before you take the advanced magic potion, you must bring yourself into optimal physical condition. As he spoke, Hamilton paused, seemingly pondering. Then he thought of something and started searching through a drawer in his desk, pulling out a thin booklet and handing it to Rain. Specifically, it's all in this booklet. This booklet comes with the advanced magic potion when exchanged for through merit points, and I'll give this one to you. Since you purchased directly from the military and didn't have this guide, Hamilton explained. Thank you, sir. Rain took it and saw that it was titled Advanced Magic Potion Consumption Guide. Also, before you consume it, you must be very careful to safeguard your advanced magic potion. If others knew you possess a rare advanced magic potion corresponding to the giant bear breathing technique, you could be in significant trouble. At this, Hamilton frowned, seemingly also a bit worried. Ah, your advanced magic potion has arrived too early. If it had come just half a year later, no, even 3 months might have been just right. Hamilton shook his head. But he understood that the military wouldn't keep this rare advanced magic potion for Rain just because he hadn't advanced yet. Moreover, it was very unsafe to do so, as the potion could easily be diverted to meet the urgent requirements of some noble's offspring. If that happened, Rain would have no choice but to find a corner and cry his eyes out. Thank you very much, sir. I will be careful, Rain said, naturally expressing his gratitude for Hamilton's concern. He also understood why Hamilton was worried, believing that he wasn't yet ready to take the advanced magic potion and needed more time to improve himself. But in fact, Rain had already decided that as soon as he got his hands on the advanced potion, he would consume it right away. Rain had given this matter thought. Possessing a piece of the rare potion specific to the giant bear breathing technique was like holding a hot potato, an item that many would covet, so he couldn't afford to delay. Clang at that moment, Hamilton threw Rain a heavy bag of coins, smiling as he said, Rain, this is the money for purchasing divine blood. I might have gotten a bit of a bargain, but don't mind that. Rain gave a slight smile and pushed the bag of coins back to Hamilton, saying, Sir, I don't need the money. I really like this set of knight armor. Could you give it to me instead? Hamilton was startled for a moment, but then burst into laughter the next second and said, Haha, you sly fox, all right. He instantly understood Rain's intention and looked at him with even greater appreciation. After all, which boss wouldn't like a subordinate who was not only capable but also didn't hog the limelight and knew how to act appropriately? After leaving Hamilton's office, Rain went straight home. First, Rain carefully reviewed the guide, which mainly explained that one must promptly use the night breathing method to channel the overwhelming energy of the advanced potion after consumption, cautiously transforming one's own muscle fascia growth step by step. Moreover, during this process, the primary substance in the potion would have a peculiar effect on the user. Many knights failed to get past this stage, leading to failed advancements, mutations, or even death. However, for Rain, he had his own plan. With his profession panel, there was no such thing as advancement failure. So once the advanced potion arrived, Rain would choose to consume it immediately and advance. Of course, what he needed to do now was squeeze lag array for more shield practice. Half a day later, having the constitution of a barbarian, lag array, after acting as a sparring partner for Rain for half a day, also couldn't help but gasp for breath. At that moment, the already voluptuous figure of Lagaray became even more pronounced, immediately attracting the gazes of other night watchmen and peace officers within the administrative building, their eyes frequently darting in her direction. From their expressions, they seemed to be saying that Rain was lucky indeed to have such a beautiful, exotic barbarian lady sparring with him. If I could have such a gorgeous woman wholeheartedly sparring with me, my strength would surely improve as well, thought many of the night watchmen. Rain, we've already done this 10 times. Don't you want to take a break? Lagaray couldn't figure out where Rain's passion for practicing shield defense came from. She couldn't find a reasonable explanation. If it was due to a special love and dedication for combat skills, then why wasn't he practicing the hammer skill essentials of tackle he had recently acquired? Thus, Lagaray was bewildered. Could it be true, as Anna said last night, that Rain liked her type? At this moment in Lagaray's mind, she couldn't help but picture Anna's petite but slightly unripe figure contrasted with her own developed body. All right, they were indeed two completely different styles. So was Rain practicing shield defense to display his talent in order to gain her attention and favor? Suddenly, Lagaray began to let her thoughts wander wildly. Rain, on the other hand, seeing Lagaray, who was obviously weary, felt a bit embarrassed. There was an old saying, men are beasts of burden, and women are to be used by men. But this time, Rain had directly used Lagaray as a beast of burden. Okay. Then let's rest. For 5 minutes? Rain could only consider Lagaray's feelings, and took the initiative to suggest a short break. Lagaray couldn't help but roll her eyes at Rain. 5 minutes? Was he really that stingy? Even though he was a barbarian, his physical recovery wasn't that swift. 10 minutes. Otherwise, find someone else, Lagaray said irritably. Haha, all right. Rain scratched his head, as someone needing favors had no other options. At that moment, a night watchman who couldn't stand by anymore came over, glanced at the sweat-drenched Lagaray, then turned to Rain and said, Rain, are you trying to practice shield defense? Even though I'm no match for you on my own, why don't you consider multiple people at once? Your strength and speed are too far behind Rain's. However, before Lagaray could finish speaking, Rain interrupted. Wait, Rain interjected. It wasn't that his fellow night watchman's words made sense, but what the other said triggered a new idea in Rain. Maybe we should give it a try, Rain said with a smile. Rain then donned a full set of heavy knight armor, and after adding over 100 pounds to his weight, his agility and speed naturally declined. Meanwhile, he had 3 fellow night watchmen, during his bout with Lagaray, aim at him with bows and shoot training arrows from time to time. Under these circumstances, the pressure on Rain naturally skyrocketed. The efficiency of his experience gain also became much higher. Finally, by the next morning, Rain's shield defense had reached LV3, 0/500, and the night watchman profession level soon after hit LV5, 0/2000, earning him 1 more attribute point and 1 more skill point. In the afternoon, Rain was called to Hamilton's office, who said the magic potion had arrived. Upon entering the office, Rain saw a burly man with a beard, wearing the uniform of the Imperial Army, reminiscing with Hamilton. Just from the side and back, the man's broad lats sounded like those of a fierce tiger, coupled with a solid waist, perfectly fitting the phrase tiger's back and bear's waist. The soft deerskin chair was deeply indented by his weight, a testament to the firmness of his muscles and heaviness of his body. Hearing the noise of Rain's entrance, the man fully turned his body to see who it was. This allowed Rain to get a good look at the man's rugged face, thick beard that wasn't too long, and a side-swept hairstyle. His overall bearing was wild and uninhibited. Rain, this is my old friend, Colonel Connor Domingo of the Imperial Army, also known as Greatsword Connor, Hamilton said with a smile. A colonel in the Imperial Army? Seems like a big shot. Greatsword Connor? Well, in front of him, it looks like my nickname, Greatsword Rain, won't be necessary anymore. Rain mused to himself. This time, Colonel Connor is here to deliver an advanced magic potion to you. However, as Hamilton said this, Rain was quite puzzled. An advanced magic potion, no matter how precious, surely didn't warrant a special delivery by an Imperial Army colonel. Colonel Connor, good to meet you, Rain said respectfully with a bow. So this is the young man you mentioned, Hamilton? He really does seem to have exceptional talent. What about it, Rain? Interested in joining the Imperial Army's Night Corps? The colonel known as Greatsword Connor asked with a smile after sizing up Rain. Connor, are you trying to poach in front of me? That's too much. Rain, don't listen to him. Hamilton pointed at Connor with a look of feigned anger. Rain, of course, knew the two were jesting and kept his eyes down, listening attentively. Right, let's discuss serious matters. Connor, aren't you going to introduce the giant bear magic potion to Rain? Right. I should introduce it, Connor nodded and said. The main ingredient of your giant bear magic potion comes from the paw of the king Ironmane bear. Bears are not social animals. King Ironmane bear refers to. King Ironmane bear refers to a mutated giant bear whose strength is far beyond that of a common Ironmane bear, possessing immense defensive power, and is both rare and extremely difficult to kill. Moreover, a prospective knight who consumes the transcendent curiosity paw of the giant bear from a king Ironmane bear as the main ingredient for an advanced magic potion, upon successfully becoming transcendent. There are a few who have awakened two transcendent traits. Besides the most common, huge strength, there is a very rare transcendent trait called Iron Skin. And this transcendent trait has almost never been seen among prospective knights who have taken typical Ironmane bear paw of the giant bear as the primary ingredient for an advanced magic potion, further proving the preciousness of the king's supernatural curiosities. Compared to the huge number of practitioners of the giant bear breathing technique in the Empire, the appearance of the king Ironmane bear's transcendent curiosity paw of the giant bear fetches a very high premium. If we compare prices, the one you've provided this time, Heart of the Stone Monster, doesn't fall far short. Moreover, the compounding of this bear magic potion is helmed by a master from the Royal Alchemist Association, who, delighted by the hunt, personally took on the task. After all, main ingredients of this caliber are indeed rare, and not many opportunities come by for a potion master. Therefore, this bear magic potion is quite valuable, and there are no shortage of covetous eyes, which is why I personally delivered it here. Of course, there's another reason. I wanted to see for myself if the person who is about to take this advanced magic potion is truly as talented as Hamilton says. Haha. While speaking, Colonel Connor picked up a brown leather briefcase from the side and handed it to Rain. Lord Hamilton flatters me. Thank you, Colonel Connor, for delivering the potion personally, Rain said after listening, slightly bowing to express gratitude to Colonel Connor and respectfully taking the briefcase. The case was heavier than he had expected. Although with Hamilton handling the exchange, the chances of a problem were not great. Rain's mood was somewhat anxious until he had the bear magic potion in hand. For example, he worried that some high-ranking military official might have taken a fancy to the high-quality bear magic potion, or that only an ordinary bear magic potion would be delivered in the end. Thus, the moment Rain actually got his hands on the bear magic potion with paw of the giant bear from a king Ironmane bear as the primary ingredient, he was quite exhilarated inside. First was that the Heart of the Stone Monster had not been in vain, having truly exchanged for an equally valuable advanced magic potion. Second, Rain had the chance to awaken two transcendent traits when he attempted to break through to transcendence. Of course, according to Colonel Connor just now, even with the king's material, this probability was not high. But to go from nearly zero to a minority is in itself a significant improvement. Rain, now I am worried that this bear magic potion is too precious. If word gets out, some might come knocking immediately, Hamilton said, frowning. Colonel Connor's brow also furrowed upon hearing this. Hamilton's worries were exactly what he was concerned about. Therefore, after Master Inigo had finished compounding, he sealed the news and took it to his friend right away. But as far as he knew, some well-informed people were still probing whether the potion compounding had been completed. Rain, on the other hand, thought for a moment. Since both these important figures were present, why not take the bear magic potion right here and now? The more Rain thought about it, the more he liked the idea. It would minimize the risk of holding the bear magic potion and add the protection and guidance of two influential figures, which was much better than his original plan. Rain's initial plan was to take it upon returning home, with Laguerre serving as his protective force. But it was clear upon reflection that Laguerre's strength was only equivalent to that of an average prospective knight in the Empire. If they were to be disturbed by someone with powerful backing or formidable strength, Laguerre would clearly be of little help. Both of you, may I take it right now? Rain asked, startling both men. Hamilton and Connor looked as if a thunderbolt had just exploded out of the blue. What? Take it now? Rain, are you ready? Hamilton was stunned at first, but then he jumped up from his chair, hands on the desk, and asked in astonishment. In truth, he had intended to say, "Are you joking?" But he immediately thought of the scene where Rain had killed the Black Flame monk, and so he promptly changed his tune, asking in a more tactful manner. Because in his memory, Rain was never one to speak rashly. Colonel Connor was equally astonished, having previously discussed these concerns with his friend Hamilton and knowing that Rain's training as a knight had lasted only a few months. Naturally, he was equally shocked by Rain's declaration. "I'm certain I'm ready. So if it's convenient, both of you, may I take it right now?" Hamilton did not immediately reply to Rain, but paced back and forth in the room, deep in thought. After a moment, he then asked, "Have you read the warning notes for taking the potion?" "I have." "Are you sure there's no problem?" "Absolutely. Fine. The room next to mine is my resting room." "Rain, get ready then, take it directly," Hamilton said gravely. "Understood, my lord." With that, Rain picked up the briefcase and went into the adjacent compartment. Connor's lips moved as though he wanted to say something, but then he closed his mouth, remembering that the person in question was after all Hamilton's protege. Moreover, judging by his good friend Hamilton's expression, which didn't seem feigned, could it be that this young man named Rain really possessed such strong knightly talent that he could become a squire from scratch in just a few months? Connor shook his head slightly, telling himself there was no need to ponder now. The result would naturally be known after a few hours. Rain came to Hamilton's resting room and, without much hesitation, opened the heavy brown leather suitcase. Inside was a slightly smaller box with intricate patterns on its surface that seemed to flow with visible strange energy, causing Rain to be taken aback. This seemed to be some sort of witchcraft. Rain held no great doubts, as the suitcase had been handed to him personally by Colonel Connor. If the other party wanted to harm him, they could crush him with their power directly. There was absolutely no need to go to such lengths. Furthermore, Rain felt the energy on the patterns was somewhat similar to the green energy Anna had once controlled, which meant the patterns on the box were likely meant to preserve freshness or maintain a certain state. This made Rain all the more expectant about the contents of the box. Click. Rain released the clasp and slowly opened the box. As he did so, the energy from the patterns began to dissipate, suggesting a one-time consumable. He saw a thick white mist emanating from within, along with an accompanying strange fragrance. Rain quickly determined that the white mist was condensed water vapor. But what was this strange scent? And why did it smell so much like some kind of food? As the mist cleared, instead of the special colored liquid potion in a bottle Rain had imagined, what appeared before him was a gigantic bear paw shimmering with a faint silver light and an alluring aroma. Rain was truly stunned. An idea suddenly sprang to his mind. Could it be that advancement might fail because of a small appetite, unable to finish this giant bear paw? Naturally, the image of a petite female squire struggling with such a giant bear paw surfaced in Rain's mind. At that moment, Rain noticed a small metallic on top of the bear paw, which looked like some kind of plaque or tag. It read, "Made primarily from King Ironmane Bear. Please consume this giant bear magic potion within 3 hours of opening the box. Inigo or Fastine." Inigo or Fastine? Obviously, it was a name, likely that of the creator of the giant bear magic potion, the master pharmacist Colonel Connor had mentioned. After carefully removing the metal tag, Rain began to try his first bite. Delicious. Absolute deliciousness. Soon after the bear paw entered his mouth, a brief chew turned it into a mushy consistency, which he swallowed down. After the first bite, a warm sensation quickly filled his stomach, as if he had swallowed a hot spring, nourishing his belly. Ding. Detected that the host is consuming an advanced magic potion, triggering job change Knight, Transcendent. Preconditions for advancing to Knight, Transcendent 1. Any Knight breathing method LV5 or above, 2. Strength 12 points or above, Agility 12 points or above, Constitution 12 points or above, 3. Any riding skill LV3 or above, Shield defense LV3 or above, any bow skill LV3 or above, any melee combat skill LV4 or above, 4. Appropriate advancement magic potion. All conditions met. Night Watchman advancement to Knight, Transcendent. Conditions all met. Yes/no to complete advancement to Knight, Transcendent. Note: advancing to Knight, Transcendent will overwrite the Night Watchman job panel. Though he had anticipated this outcome, seeing it for real still filled Rain's heart with excitement. Knight, Transcendent, the word Transcendent, within the brackets, its meaning went without saying. Having reached the level of an official knight within the Empire, This represented a commoner's step into the threshold of nobility, though, of course, only after having received a formal investiture could one officially step into the nobility. Although just the lowest non-hereditary nobility, the word nobility implied far too many undertones. Additionally, Rain finally felt a weight lift off his chest, as previously triggered jobs appeared odd and peculiar to him. This time, however, it was different. It was the most orthodox of knights. Even though it would overwrite the Night Watchman panel, Rain still chose yes without hesitation. One was a transcendent job panel, and the other was a common job panel. Obviously, there was no need to think too hard. Ding. Job change commencing, transformation ongoing. With the second and third bites taken, the warmth grew hotter, spreading to all the organs of the body. As it was transported along with the blood, it seemed to also transmit a strange energy into the muscles, fascia tissue, organs, and bones. Soon, the entire bear paw was consumed by Rain. Not long after, the cozy warmth all over his body abruptly underwent a drastic and rapid change. The initial cozy feeling was now overwhelmed by the stinging pain in his muscles and fascia tissues. But following Hamilton's earlier admonition, Rain had to immediately start practicing the giant bear breathing technique. Starting from the first move, Rain could clearly feel the strange energy being drawn by his giant bear breathing technique. Under the orderly guidance of the breathing technique, his muscles and fascia tissues began to grow more rapidly. If the earlier practice of the breathing technique was like a seed slowly sprouting from the earth, then slowly growing into a small, green sapling, then at this moment, after taking the advanced magic potion, Rain's muscle and fascia growth seemed like a sapling quickly growing into a small tree, beginning to sprout its own branches and green leaves. Half an hour passed, and Rain felt his muscles and fascia still developing and regenerating endlessly. As Rain felt his strength continuously increasing, a violent and mad notion suddenly burst from the depths of his body, urging him to destroy everything within his sight. For the average would-be knight, this was an extremely dangerous juncture. If they managed to get through it, they could successfully step into transcendence. If not, it meant failure, manifesting as either a decrease in strength or even death. However, for Rain, this advancement process was bound to be successful, so he took this opportunity to carefully experience this overwhelming wave of negative emotions. After a while, the violent and mad notion gradually disappeared, and Rain's personal will also underwent a certain tempering. The entire transformation process seemed to be gradually coming to an end. Rain felt a peculiar change in his heart. With each beat, it pumped out strands of strange energy, circulating it throughout his body with his blood. This should be the source of a true knight's transcendent power. Ding. Job change to knight, transcendent, successful. Constitution +3, Strength +3, Agility +2, Spirit +1. Name: Rain Carlin. Occupation: Knight, Transcendent, LV1, 0 out of 100, /blacksmith LV3, 0 out of 500, /dog trainer LV2, 287/300, Constitution, 16 Strength, 15 Agility, 14 Spirit, 12 remaining attribute points, 1 remaining skill points. 2 gained Transcendent Knight trait. Huge Strength LV1, active. Gained Transcendent Knight trait. Iron Skin LV1, passive. Ding. Host has stepped into Transcendence. Total number of job panels +1. Current job panel upper limit is 4. Wow. For attributes added. Moreover, 2 Transcendent traits really triggered. This made Rain clench his fists, unable to hide his excitement. The difference between 1 trait and 2 traits is almost like the difference between an ordinary person and a genius. Honestly, this was somewhat unexpected for Rain, for his level 5 giant bear breathing technique wasn't especially high. From this, it seems that the advanced magic potion made from the King Ironmane Bear's giant bear's paw must have played a special role. The original Night Watchman panel now saw the words Night Watchman disappear, replaced by the 4 characters Night Transcendent. In the bottom right corner of these 4 characters, there was also a line of small text: Physical breakthrough limit, 3%, plus. The entire panel also flashed a special green light, showing a clear difference from the previous white job panel. Below the panel title, above the skill icons, there were 2 additional lines of text: Transcendent trait, Huge Strength LV1, active. Huge Strength LV1 effect, slightly increases strength. Note: the degree of strength increase from the Transcendent trait Huge Strength is positively correlated with the breakthrough limit, The higher the degree of breaking the limit, the greater the increase in strength. Note: to advance to the next level, a breakthrough limit of over 30% is required. Transcendent trait: Iron Skin LV1. Passive: Iron Skin LV1 effect. The body automatically absorbs free metal elements, slightly enhancing skin defensive power. Note: the increase in defensive power from the transcendent trait Iron Skin is positively correlated with spirit and breakthrough limit. The higher the spirit and breakthrough limit, the stronger the absorption ability, the greater the enhancement. Note: to advance to the next level, a breakthrough limit of over 30% and a spirit of 12 points or more is required. Note: transcendent traits cannot be directly enhanced with skill points. After stepping into the official night level, Rain seemed to feel every cell in his body rejoicing. Rain casually moved a few times, then held the sword issued by the night watchman in his hand. With further enhancement of his muscles and fascia, swinging the sword felt as light as a feather. Only the sharp sound of breaking wind could be heard repeatedly. Though the sword shadows were invisible, only flashes of light passing by. The transformation was astounding. The substantial enhancement of Rain's physical attributes allowed him to perform more precise movements with his weapon, naturally boosting his combat strength. Furthermore, Rain had a strange feeling, as though he could extract some sort of substance from the sword. It seemed it was. With a thought, Rain immediately began to control it. Indeed, a faint, almost imperceptible pale silver mist spread from Rain's right hand, which was holding the sword, rapidly spreading up his arm and across his whole body. Rain could feel that this was seemingly an effect of his night transcendent trait Iron Skin. It seemed he could accelerate the combination of certain or multiple free metal elements with the keratin layer of his skin, thus providing formidable defensive power. Out of curiosity, Rain used the sword in his right hand to lightly touch his left forearm. There wasn't a single mark. SSS. Only after applying a bit more pressure did he manage to leave a faint white mark. This delighted Rain immensely. Such defense was akin to wearing a suit of plate armor, though it was unknown whether it could defend against the sinister black flames of the Black Flame Monks. However, Rain also noticed that the original metallic luster of the sword had dulled quite a bit. Upon careful consideration, it was clearly due to his transcendent trait, Iron Skin, which seemed to have drawn some of the metal elements from the sword to his body, thus affecting the weapon itself. My body is absorbing metal elements? Won't I be overloading on heavy metals? Suddenly, Rain thought of a very alarming modern-day issue. This made him immediately lift his arm to carefully examine his skin's surface. Upon close inspection, Rain found that the metal attachment and fortification were merely affecting the outermost layer of his skin, specifically the stratum corneum of the epidermis, and did not at all involve the dermis. This immediately relieved Rain. It's great to have increased strength, but if it leads to heavy metal overload and premature death, then it would not be worth it. Additionally, Rain checked the Night Transcendent panel and found that the original Night Watchman core skills Danger Perception LV2 and Dark Vision still existed and had been inherited. This brought Rain double joy. Thinking back, Rain realized that not advancing from the Night Attendant vocational panel to Night Transcendent might not necessarily be a bad thing. Because, from a logical guess, the core skill of Night Attendant would likely be something that enhanced attack or fortified defense. But he already had the Strength Burst core skill and the secret technique, Roaring Strike, from the Blacksmith vocational panel, making him strong in terms of attack. Thus, in Rain's view, Danger Perception LV2 and Dark Vision were quite suitable for him at the moment. Another thing that delighted Rain immensely was the system notification of an additional vocational panel slot. This meant that if he was truly able to trigger some occupation involving controlling mysterious side energy particles in the future, he would not face a shortage of vocational panel slots. Just as Rain was about to try out the effect of the transcendent trait, Huge Strength, he heard voices coming from the office next door belonging to Hamilton. Judging from the unfamiliar voices, there were clearly one or more visitors there. Rain initially did not pay much attention, but he quickly picked up on a keyword, Giant Bear Magic Potion, which immediately stopped his actions and made him listen intently. Colonel Connor, Sheriff Hamilton, I simply wish to ask you gentlemen to introduce me to the lucky individual who acquired the advanced magic potion made from the paw of the King Ironmane Bear. I think such a small request should not be too much for you to refuse, right? Lord Gordon, the advanced magic potion has already been used. So, I do not think there is any need for you to meet the person now. replied Colonel Connor. Colonel Connor, you only arrived in Flash Gold Town this afternoon, and there's no need to deny that. I am well aware. Furthermore, from what I understand, a night in training would take at least several days to prepare before taking an advanced magic potion, even longer, correct? So, I am certain that even if the advanced magic potion is not with you, it must be on that lucky individual, isn't it? Besides, gentlemen, just by making an introduction, you could earn the friendship of Lord Marquis Fritz. Isn't it worth serious consideration? At this point, the room fell briefly silent. It seemed due to Connor and Hamilton not speaking. The male named Gordon continued. Gentlemen, one of Lord Marquis Fritz's descendants practices the giant bear breathing technique, which is why he requires this advanced magic potion this time. Furthermore, I can assure both of you that I will offer the lucky individual a compensation that will surely satisfy him. Hearing this, Rain knew that trouble was at the door, and he had made a very wise decision earlier by choosing to take the advanced magic potion directly in Hamilton's lounge. Had he decided to take the advanced magic potion home, he could have been intercepted by the opposing party the moment he stepped out of the administrative hall's front doors. However, now that he had successfully advanced into the transcendent, suddenly, Rain opened the lounge door and walked out calmly. Connor and Hamilton exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of helplessness in the other's eyes. Just then, suddenly, there came a knock on the office door, and without waiting for permission from those inside, the person outside pushed open the door and walked in. This made the young master known as Gordon very displeased. He said, Your Excellency the Sheriff, it seems that you are far too lax in demanding basic manners from your subordinates. If such a thing were to happen in McAdoo City, you would become the laughingstock among the nobility. However, he noticed that Connor and Hamilton were not paying attention to him. Instead, they were looking at the newcomer with odd expressions, which made him curiously turn his head to look over. A young man clad in knight's plate armor entered. A great sword seemed to be strapped to his back, and with the armored helmet removed, he carried it tucked under his left arm at his waist. Therefore, from the newcomer's features, one could easily discern that he was not very old. The young man was Rain, only to hear Rain say, Sir, I am the lucky fellow you were looking for. What? This made Gordon's face fill with surprise. He scrutinized Rain carefully, and then, pointing at him, he stood up in shock and said, You actually took that advancement magic potion directly? Because he could clearly sense that the unrestrained, vibrant life force field emanating from Rain was a common phenomenon observed when a squire just broke through to become a formal knight. This transformation process usually lasts 2 to 3 days, so it is very easy to distinguish. Believe me, you have done a very, very foolish thing, Gordon said with an extremely unsightly expression. He could not fathom that anyone, upon receiving an advancement magic potion, would choose to take it directly without even an hour's delay. What incredible confidence! Shouldn't one normally adjust their physical state and mentality to reach an optimal condition before taking it? This youth does not play by the rules at all. Gordon felt sick to his stomach thinking about how such a rare advancement potion was squandered by the youngster before him. Rain raised his eyebrows slightly, a look of displeasure on his face as he said, Sir, should my successful advancement not be an occasion for celebration? By this time, Hamilton and Colonel Connor, having come to their senses, were looking at Rain with surprised faces. Taking a few seconds to size up Rain, Hamilton stood up, a smile spreading across his face as he looked at Rain and said, Rain, congratulations on finally ascending to the transcendent. I knew with your talent, this day would not be far, but I didn't expect it to come this quickly. Haha, congratulations, Rain. At this moment, a smile also appeared on Connor's face as he stood up and spoke. Just then, a person dressed like a knight in plate armor, standing beside Gordon, quietly whispered a couple of words into his ear, instantly enlightening Gordon and changing the way he looked at Rain. Only to hear him say, Rain, is it? Since you claim to have successfully ascended to the transcendent, that is indeed rare for someone your age. However, this knight Coralvi by my side has taken a fancy and hopes to test his strength against you. No. Hamilton shook his head, flatly rejecting the offer on behalf of Rain. The knight Coralvi beside Gordon, by Hamilton's instinctual judgment, was possibly even stronger than him, likely a seasoned knight. If he went a little too far in the bout, Rain, the newly promoted knight, would likely be severely injured on the spot, thus interrupting the entire transcendent transformation process, and his strength would fall by 10 to 20% for no reason. Because the transcendent transformation is not something that can be fully completed in just a few hours, it generally takes about 2 to 3 days. Of course, the first few hours after taking the potion are when the transformation is most intense, completing about 70 to 80% of the total transformation. But this does not mean that the remaining 20 to 30% of the transformation is unimportant. Your Excellency the Sheriff, why not? Could it be that this Rain, sir, has not truly ascended to the transcendent, instead relying on some potion's effect? Gordon said smugly, as if he had seen through their act. After hearing Gordon's words, Hamilton was at a loss for words. He did not expect the other party to suspect that Rain hadn't actually taken a magic potion but had consumed some other kind of potion to achieve the appearance of a burgeoning life force field, akin to just having ascended to the transcendent. Rain, standing to one side, understood that the knight Coralvi had whispered this piece of information to Gordon. Rain assessed the knight, and from his perception, the knight's strength seemed to be about the same as Hamilton's, although Rain could not discern any finer details. But Rain had a faint feeling that the knight might be stronger than him, though only by a very limited margin. Right now, having just made his breakthrough, he urgently needed an opponent to test the changes in his strength. Of course, what was most important was for Rain to demonstrate his power, to show that he had indeed truly stepped into the transcendent state and become a formal knight. In doing so, he could also prove that he had indeed taken the rare advancement potion, thereby avoiding the endless harassment from other nobles seeking the potion. Clearly, there were far more nobles than just young Master Gordon here, who coveted that advancement potion. Thus, Rain first looked at Hamilton and Connor, giving them a glance to signal his confidence, then turned to Gordon and said, "A test? Certainly no problem." This brought a look of joy to Gordon's face as he turned to Hamilton and said, "Your Excellency the Sheriff, it seems you do not have as much courage as your subordinate." Hamilton's face had already darkened when Rain rashly agreed, and now with Gordon's taunting remarks, his expression became even uglier. At the same time, he also felt a trace of displeasure towards Colonel Connor. Before this young Master Gordon, my modest position as the security officer of Flash Gold Town naturally could not compare to Connor, the Imperial Army colonel, yet Connor stood by silently without saying a word. Lord Hamilton turned his head toward Connor, and Colonel Connor seemed to realize something, walking up beside Lord Hamilton and whispering, "Perhaps Rain will give us a surprise." Lord Hamilton looked at Connor with an extremely incredulous gaze. His expression seemed to say, "Rain has only just stepped into the transcendent realm, and you're telling me there could be a surprise in his duel with an experienced knight? Are you stupid, or am I stupid?" Connor let out a helpless smile, as there were some things that were naturally not appropriate to discuss in front of Gordon. But ever since Rain had entered the room, Connor had a vague feeling that Rain, who had just become transcendent, might pose a certain threat to him. Yes, a threat to him, a peak knight. So, after a brief congratulations, Connor had been pondering over this matter. When he returned to his senses, he saw his good friend, Lord Hamilton, giving him a cold look, which made him feel both annoyed and amused. "Then let's go? You should have a training ground here, right?" said young Master Gordon with a smile on his face. "Yes, right next door," Rain nodded. Connor patted Lord Hamilton on the shoulder and said, "Let's go. Relax." Thus, the group of 5, led by the guards, arrived at the training ground behind the administrative hall. Upon seeing so many important figures entering, the various night watchmen and security officers who were practicing in the training ground all stopped their movements and turned to look over. Security officer, Lord Hamilton. You all stop for a moment. Rain will have a duel with this Knight Caravel, Lord Hamilton said with a somber face. What? Rain is going to duel a formal knight? The crowd started murmuring among themselves. Could it be that Rain is already a formal knight? Impossible. I was rescuing kidnapped children with Rain just 2 days ago, and he wasn't a knight then. How could he become one in just 3 days? A night watchman shook his head and said, Rain may be strong, but compared to a formal knight, he is probably no match. Indeed, Rain is now like a banner for us night watchmen of Flash Gold Town. What is Lord Hamilton thinking? If Rain loses, won't it be a disgrace to our town? Losing to a formal knight is not a big deal. If it were you, you probably wouldn't even qualify to duel. Mateo retorted irritably. The knight named Caravel walked to the center of the field and stood still, but when a night watchman offered him a practice sword, he completely ignored it. Gordon simply waved his hand on the side and said, Such practice swords cannot be used for a duel between knights. let them use their own weapons. This comment caused a stir among the watching night watchmen. The opponent was actually going to use a real weapon. Was this still just a duel? It was nothing less than a formal combat. This time, even Colonel Connor squinted his eyes. Using a practice weapon and a combat weapon were two entirely different concepts. If they were using practice weapons, wooden swords made of iron, they would be at low risk in the duel given that both were clad in plate armor, with little chance of accident. If Rain were to lose, he wouldn't sustain any serious injuries. But if they were to use combat weapons, then the risk in the duel would sharply increase, almost akin to a real fight. A slight mistake could lead to serious injury. I have no objections, Rain said with a serious expression, showing no fear. Very well, lucky one. Let's begin then. A deep voice sounded, coming from none other than Knight Caravel. Clang. He drew out the two long swords that hung at his waist, revealing himself to be a rare dual sword-style knight. Rain too took down the dual-handed greatsword, glimmering greatsword, off his back, holding it in his hand. The substantial increase in strength allowed Rain to now effortlessly hold the dual-handed greatsword with one hand. Of course, if he wanted the attacks to be powerful, he would naturally need to wield it with both hands to chop. Seeing Rain was ready, the next second, with a swoosh, Caravel and his 100-plus-pound knight's plate armor charged towards Rain with the agility of a swift cheetah, surprisingly light on his feet. At his move, the surrounding night watchman could only see a blur before the opponent disappeared from sight. When their eyes caught him again, he was already upon Rain. A speed-type knight. Lord Hamilton squinted and said. This made Hamilton's heart cry out. Because Rain practiced the giant bear breathing technique, even though he had transcended, he was still a strength-type knight. Facing a speed-type knight whose power vastly exceeded his own, he was inevitably pressed into a defensive battle. If the roles were switched, then the fight might still be anyone's game. After all, it wasn't that rare for a rookie knight with a speed advantage to dodge a few blows from an experienced strength-type knight if they were extra cautious. Rain's expression remained calm. Facing the direction from which Calavi attacked again, he delivered a fierce whirlwind slash. The opponent tapped the tip of his foot and leaped high, aiming for Rain's head, his swords rapidly crossing in attack, executing a classic knightly sword technique cross-slash. A chilling cross-shaped flash appeared before Rain's eyes. In the blink of an eye, unfazed, Rain countered with his glimmering greatsword, unleashing a powerful, forceful, furious slash. Clang. Sparks flew in all directions. The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing resonated. Calavi, mid-air, swiftly performed a 360-degree turn to dissipate the force from that direct clash. Meanwhile, Rain didn't move an inch, not pursuing his opponent. Logically speaking, his opponent, while still mid-air, was the perfect target. Everyone was curious why Rain didn't advance, but the sharp-eyed Mateo had already noticed that Rain's boots had sunk into the ground by more than 10 centimeters. This astonishment left all the night watchmen dumbfounded. To achieve that effect on the solid training ground, how immense the strength must be. They had tried stomping hard, but the ground would only kick up a bit of dust, hardly showing a footprint. No wonder Rain hadn't pursued his attack. He was also dissipating the counterforce. Swoosh. Calavi tapped the ground with his toe again, and in an instant, like an arrow off its bowstring, he surged toward Rain, his dual sword stabbing continuously at lightning speed. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sharp sound of slicing air assaulted them. Rain's pupils narrowed as he swung the glimmering greatsword rapidly to block. Clang, 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 ding. The opponent's sword speed was just too fast. Even though Rain had reached a transcendent state and greatly increased his strength, he still couldn't fully block all the attacks. A stab from the opponent heavily landed on Rain's breastplate, producing a ding sound. Upon closer inspection, one could see a small dent on Rain's breastplate. Clearly, the opponent's dual swords were not ordinary steel weapons, just like Rain's glimmering greatsword. They must have been mixed with some rare metal, which explains their remarkable power. Seeing this, Gordon couldn't help but nod to himself, his face full of smiles. Hiki, with the next strike, this Rain probably won't be so lucky. Calavi hasn't even shown his real strength yet, and this lucky fellow is already unable to withstand it. At this point, Hamilton was already considering stopping this unfair duel from continuing. However, just as he was about to say something, he was stopped by Colonel Connor, who said, "Hold on. Keep watching and pay attention to Rain's condition. He isn't panicking, doesn't look like he's about to lose." Hamilton paused, perplexed, and upon closer observation, as his friend Connor had suggested, He noticed that Rain was entirely too calm, not seeming forced at all. So, he decided to continue watching. Rain thought silently and subtly added an attribute point to agility. The opponent's speed was a bit too fast, and at the moment, he still didn't want to reveal his transcendent characteristic, Iron Skin. Thus, he needed to keep up with the opponent's attack rhythm as much as possible. Thus, Rain's agility attribute instantly rose from 14 to 15 points, and simultaneously, his fatigue vanished, returning him to peak condition. Calavi slightly bent his knees and, swinging his dual swords, attacked Rain again, his speed even faster than before. Facing this strike from Calavi, Rain decided to test his Knight Transcendent characteristic, Huge Strength LV1. Suddenly, Rain's muscles swelled slightly. Seeing this, a smirk appeared under Calavi's helmeted face. Still too young and inexperienced. Using the Transcendent characteristic, Huge Strength, so quickly. But what uses Huge Strength if you can't hit your target? Just as he planned to quickly move behind Rain to attack, Rain's whole body suddenly performed a whirlwind slash, the speed unexpectedly fast. This forced Calavi to choose to meet Rain's Huge Strength LV1, boosted whirlwind slash head-on. Clang! Calavi's swords crossed, forcefully withstanding this mighty from Rain. He had obviously also activated a limit break. His body under the armor had also swollen slightly. However, since his Knight breathing method was not based on strength, even as a seasoned Knight, he still couldn't gain the upper hand in a direct clash with Rain. At this moment, Rain glanced at the change in his own data. His strength had gone from 15 points to 19. 5. Clearly an effect of the transcendent characteristic, Huge Strength LV1. Strength had increased by 30%, but that was far from the growth brought about by Strength Burst. It was unclear whether the effects were cumulative, but this was the perfect opportunity to test it. Rain activated 10% of his Strength Burst and watched as his Strength attribute jumped again, reaching 21 points. With 21 points in Strength, Caravel's hands began to tremble, and the glimmering greatsword pressed down harder, approaching Caravel's knightly helm. Clearly, Rain's level of strength was becoming too much for him to withstand. Rain increased the degree of his Strength Burst once more. This time, Caravel could no longer resist. He was knocked back as if hit by a wild boar, hurtling towards the training grounds wall with even greater speed than before. Along the way, everything from archery targets to wooden chairs and sword racks were smashed to smithereens, until finally, with a loud comma, he crashed into the wall. From the point of impact, the wall displayed circular ripples and a significant dent. Fortunately, the wall was of good quality. Otherwise, Caravel would have certainly broken through it. On the ground, one could still see two clear trenches, not very deep but noticeably distinct, precisely where Caravel's feet had dragged. Impressive. Rain must have officially become a knight. Rain previously claimed he wasn't a knight, but now it seems he clearly is one. I mean, how else could he have remained so calm against that black flame priest? Mateo suddenly realized something and exclaimed in revelation. Yes. No wonder Rain could take on 6 mercenaries alone. He must have already been a knight at that time. That ability to expand his muscles must be a knight's special ability, right? Truly fierce. Another night watchman chimed in. This made Gordon twitch the corner of his mouth, his expression sour. In his view, cleaning up that lucky fellow should have been an easy feat. But now, things had turned into such a complicated mess, which annoyed Gordon to no end. He shouted from the side, Caravel, stop playing around. This caused the previously excited and joyful night watchman to exchange glances, wondering if it was really all still under control. What happened next left them dumbfounded. They saw Caravel slowly extricate himself from the wall. He twisted his neck, producing no creaking sound, but rather the friction noise between the plate mail helmet and the chest armor, which further proved the tin can's defensive power. As for Rain, facing such a resilient opponent like Caravel sparked not fear but a thrill within him. Having just advanced to a knight, he found it perfect to test his combat strength against an opponent. Swish! Suddenly, Caravel's form sped up significantly, bringing him within a few meters in front of Rain in a flash. At this point, the onlooking night watchman could no longer see clear details of Caravel's attacks. Transcendent attribute, agility? Rain couldn't help but look solemn. At this moment, Caravel's speed had nearly reached the limits of what the eye could detect. In that case, there was no choice but to use this move. Rain's chest suddenly swelled, his knight chest armor nearly bursting. and the muscles and veins in his neck expanded noticeably. Huh! A deafening roar erupted right next to Caravel's ear. In an instant, Caravel's entire form froze momentarily. Taking advantage of that brief pause, Rain executed a furious slash, sending his opponent flying once more with a combination of transcendent attribute, huge strength, and 50% strength burst. This combined strike utterly dazed Caravel. Due to the immense power of the attack, it almost completely tore off his chest armor. Like a cannonball, Caravel was sent back to the same wall indentation, but this time, the already damaged wall could no longer withstand the impact. Thus, Caravel broke through the wall, flying out into the street. Everyone in the training ground watched this scene, dumbfounded. The situation had reversed too quickly. Most people hadn't even caught up. Cough. It seems Rain has won. Young Master Gordon, can the farce end now? Colonel Connor coughed at this moment, addressing Gordon. At this point, Gordon's face flushed red with embarrassment at Connor's words, unable to utter a single word, and could only oomph heavily before turning away. Meanwhile, the night watchman immediately began cheering. Well done, Rain. Rain, should we refer to you as Sir Knight now? Just then, Hamilton, who had also been in shock, seemed to think of something important, suddenly turning to Rain with a serious tone. Rain, there's something very important you might need to start preparing for. Rain, who was still basking in the aftermath of the recent battle, couldn't help but turn his head in confusion upon hearing what Hamilton had said. Hamilton looked around and said, Come, let's go talk about this matter in the office. Rain nodded, naturally agreeing to it. After Hamilton and the other two had left, the entire training ground was like a hot pot that had just had a bucket of cold water poured into it, immediately boiling over. Rain has actually become a formal knight at such a young age. Such knightly talent must be rare even in the county town, right? Yes. Have we ever seen such a young knight like Rain in Flash Gold Town before? The last one, Vasily, seemed to be 18 years old. In the office, the three men sat facing each other. Connor was still smiling as he sized up Rain, as if looking at a raw gemstone that had just been unearthed. Hamilton, however, wore a serious expression and said earnestly to Rain, Rain, you need to start preparing for something in advance, the ennoblement examination of the Empire. The ennoblement examination of the Empire? Rain asked, slightly puzzled. After becoming a transcendent, isn't one directly ennobled by the Empire as a knight, the lowest level of nobility? Why is there a need for an examination? Rain thought to himself. As if understanding the confusion on Rain's face, Hamilton did not keep him in suspense and continued to explain. If you are a legitimate heir of a noble family, you can indeed bypass this step and be directly ennobled by the Empire. However, for illegitimate heirs, commoners who are promoted, and outsiders who pledge allegiance, a contribution to the Empire must be made before they can have the opportunity to be ennobled. Rain nodded. He understood. The Empire offers you the treatment of a noble, naturally requiring you to make corresponding contributions. Otherwise, unless your ancestors had earned great merit, where could you find such a good deal that offers benefits without work? Of course, some newly promoted knights with lesser strength choose to pledge loyalty to some great nobles and become knights for noble families. But I think you will definitely not choose this path, continued Hamilton. Rain nodded in agreement. If one can actively choose the big tree to rely on, it is naturally best to choose the thickest one. After all, no nobility can compare to the mighty Empire, the tallest tree. Be it providing all kinds of rare resources, uncommon combat skills, or secret knowledge, the officialdom of the Dragon Empire is always the strongest within its territory. So, Lord Hamilton, do you mean to say that this Empire ennoblement examination is difficult or has a threshold? Rain pondered for a moment and then spoke up. Correct. If you are a noble scion, simply becoming a transcendent is enough to register for the ennoblement examination. But for a commoner, this matter is much more troublesome. First of all, you need to submit an application to the Ennoblement Examination Committee under the Council of Elders, who will review your background and past to confirm that you are not a spy or from some hostile forces. Secondly, you need to hold a position or carry out tasks in the official departments of the Empire and gradually accumulate merit points. Only when your merit points exceed 1,000 can you qualify to apply for the examination. As for you, Rain, there's no need to worry about the application part. If you agree, I will submit your application when the time comes. Additionally, you are already serving with the Night Watchman, So, from this perspective, you are already half a step ahead of others. Thank you, my lord. What is my current merit points total? 324 points, which already includes the points for eradicating the secret base of the Black Flame Church. Hamilton announced the number right away. Still lacking nearly 2/3, it appears that gathering 1,000 merit points is not so simple. After all, the simpler the tasks, the fewer the merit points awarded. And the more dangerous the tasks, although the rewards are much greater, they come with the risk of life and death. Whether they are worth it is for one to weigh. Rain mused to himself. However, there were still a few questions in his mind that Rain felt he needed to clarify. My lord, what does the ennoblement examination typically involve? Or rather, what is the exam content? Rain inquired. Generally, it involves completing a certain mission. It could be for several people or for an individual. The performance of every participant in the mission will be recorded and submitted to the Ennoblement Examination Committee for judgment, explained Hamilton. After a moment's thought, Hamilton added, you can think of the mission where you killed the Black Flame monk and rescued the children as a kind of examination task. Of course, there are differences, with the most important being the evaluation. With a high enough evaluation, you might be directly granted the title of Baron, otherwise that of a knight, which is just above the passing line, Hamilton explained. Rain, having listened to the explanation, displayed a contemplative expression, realizing that different performances led to different evaluations. That's not right. Wouldn't it be better to take the examination later? After all, more time for training means higher strength. Rain immediately spotted an inconsistency. Then why does Lord Hamilton want me to prepare and participate as soon as possible? Rain questioned the apparent inconsistency. At this point, Colonel Connor, who had been listening for a while, spoke up with a smile. Do you find it a bit perplexing why Hamilton is urging you to hurry? Rain nodded and said, indeed, I do have such a doubt. Isn't it more appropriate to have greater strength for the evaluation? That is because age is also an important factor affecting the evaluation, Connor said with a smile. Moreover, Hamilton didn't mention a very important reason. It's about the invitation to the sword bearers of the Empire, which is only issued to those who obtain the rank of Baron or higher. At this time, the advantage of age becomes very crucial. Sword bearer. This seemed to touch on yet another blind spot in Rain's knowledge. Seeing the somewhat bewildered look on Rain's face, Colonel Connor added, sword bearer. Rain, you can understand it as a privileged organization spanning the entire empire with an extremely wide coverage. If you can join, you'll leap beyond just the Meister County, even beyond Mingster Province. You will come into contact with a far broader world. This couldn't help but stir a slight movement in Rain's heart. Could he come into contact with a broader world? Naturally, that would be good. At that moment, Hamilton continued after Connor, saying, therefore, most newly advanced knights, in the interest of stability, choose to gradually increase their merit points. Usually taking 2 to 3 years, they'll amass the 1,000 points needed to participate in the ennoblement assessment, aiming to pass and obtain the knightly title and honor. But Rain, I think with your talent, it would be a true waste to do so. Sword bearer. When I was young, I too strived and struggled toward this goal, but the gap in talent ultimately led to my defeat, Hamilton reminisced, unable to help but sigh. Of course, Rain, the final decision on this matter has to be your own. Connor and I are merely informing you of this opportunity, and we both feel that it would be a tremendous pity for such great talent not to give it a try. Rain nodded, saying, thank you both for informing me of such important news. After a moment of thought, without much hesitation, Rain stated, if there's a chance to experience a broader world, then I should definitely take a look. The moment Rain uttered these words, Hamilton immediately burst into laughter, his eyes showing increasing admiration as he said, all right, if there are any tasks that come up with high merit rewards, I'll keep an eye out for you. Rain, just wait for my message. Also, I'll arrange for someone else to take over the Night Watch's night patrol duties. It's quite unexpected. No sooner had I appointed you as captain of the Night Watch than you stepped into the Transcendent today. In that case, be my deputy for now. As for your application for the deputy sheriff of Flashgold Town, I will file it with the county town tomorrow. Hamilton was clearly in a good mood, offering proactively. Then, my thanks to you, Lord Hamilton, Rain said earnestly. By the time Rain left Hamilton's office, it was already evening. Rain took a deep breath and gazed at the small town gradually lighting up with lanterns and lamps. The nightscape of Flashgold Town had not changed, But he himself was markedly different from when he had arrived. Or rather, Rain, having stepped into the transcendent, had taken the first step toward taking control of his own destiny. When Rain returned home, he was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of food, the scent of dinner being prepared by his mother, Emma. "Brother, you're back." Bohi, who had been playing with their spaniel Cookie, ran over happily and hugged Rain enthusiastically upon seeing him enter. However, seemingly sensing something, Bohi let go and looked up at Rain with a puzzled expression, saying, "Brother, how come you feel different than before? It's like you're glowing all over." The child's keen perception had immediately noticed the strong life force emanating from Rain, though she didn't know how to articulate it or what it meant. Hearing the commotion of Rain's return, Lagare and Anna came down from upstairs. Upon hearing Bohi's remark, they began to size up Rain. Anna, too, felt that Rain had changed, but she couldn't pinpoint how. But Lagare was different. Her eyes suddenly widened with shock as she pointed at Rain and exclaimed, "Rain, you've become transcendent?" At this, the entire family's attention focused on Rain. Even his mother Emma peeked out from the kitchen, looking at him. Rain touched his head, smiled, and said, "By luck. This afternoon, I took a magic potion at Lord Hamilton's place, and I've successfully stepped into the transcendent." Clang! Emma's ladle fell to the ground, her whole body shaking like she had been struck by lightning, a flush creeping over her face as she looked as if she were about to faint from excitement. Rain quickly stepped forward to steady her. Old Rain, with a bottle in hand, was shaking as if he had Parkinson's, mumbling with his lips, trying to say something but not knowing where to start. Anna watched Rain with large eyes fluttering, a complex expression on her face. That night, Old Rain drank himself into a stupor. After dinner, Rain was inevitably pulled aside by his mother, Emma, who then bombarded him with questions. The question she had been pressing in her heart was finally voiced after her son Rain attained transcendence. "Rain, I've noticed you've been challenging that girl Lagare to contest these past few days. Do you like her?" Rain was taken aback upon hearing this. Before he could even share his opinion, Emma continued, "That's believable. Anna is a bit too thin after all. But, now that you're a knight, should you consider marrying a noble lady? Of course, I'm not against you interacting with Anna. She's a good girl, and that barbaric girl Lagare isn't bad either. I've heard nowadays many noblemen have lovers." Although they were in the room, Rain knew all too well about the poor soundproofing of their home and feared that continuing this conversation could lead to, "Hold on. Mother, let's talk about this later. I've just been promoted to Transcendent, and I still need time to adjust my physical condition. Let's discuss this matter later," he said. Rain beat a hasty retreat. Sure enough, when he stepped out of the room, he saw Anna, her face flushed and her head bowed. Lagare too had a rare blush on her face, but upon seeing Rain emerge, she huffed loudly, carried her high with a hint of haughtiness, and pulled Anna away. This made Rain breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he didn't know how he would face Lagare and Anna later. It might have been so awkward that he could dig out a 3-room flat with his toes. Back in his own room, Rain calmed his mind and started checking the system prompts. "Your skill giant bear sword technique has improved. Experience plus 286. You experienced a battle. Knight Transcendent. Experience plus 32. Rain frowned immediately upon seeing this. Obviously, the experience gained for giant bear sword technique hadn't changed much, but the experience for Knight Transcendent was significantly less compared to his earlier status as a night watchman. But after a moment's thought, Rain started to smile. At least it could still be improved through fighting, right? What's there to be unhappy about? It was merely a matter of grinding. After that, Rain focused his attention on 2 transcendent attributes. Regarding the transcendent trait, Iron Skin, Rain had practically tested it in Hamilton's resting room and was fairly familiar with it. And the transcendent trait, Huge Strength, in his fight against Karavi, Rain had also gained a preliminary understanding. It seemed similar to Strength Burst at a low range, and if used together, it was still quite a burden on his body. Fortunately, when he advanced to a formal knight, his constitution had directly increased to 16 points. So Rain guessed that using Huge Strength together with 100% Strength Burst in the short term wouldn't be a big problem, only that the side effects might be quite intense. Besides, he tried combining Huge Strength and Strength Burst multiple times, and by looking at the panel's numeric display, he confirmed that the stacking method was not multiplicative but straightforwardly additive. If his base strength was 10, then the combined state would be Huge Strength at 30%, plus strength burst at 100%, resulting in a total increase of 130%, thus in the combined state. The panel displayed his strength score as 23. About the limit breaking, actually, he had already exceeded the limit while using the transcendent trait, huge strength, in a previous battle. But the 3% degree of exceeding the limit was really too low, almost the same as not having exceeded at all on the attribute panel, so he hadn't noticed it. However, now that Rain thought carefully about it, he realized that exceeding the limit was very different from the huge strength transcendent trait. After exceeding the limit, his constitution, strength, and agility were comprehensively enhanced, and the degree was exactly the percentage displayed on the panel. So, if Rain's limit exceedance reached 10%, once activated, his constitution, strength, and agility would all increase by an additional 10%, while the huge strength LV1 transcendent trait was an increase of 30% in strength. After pondering for a while, Rain simply summarized his current understanding. Exceeding the limit is an explosive enhancement to one's physical quality, whereas transcendent traits focus on enhancing a particular attribute or characteristic. No wonder the degree of exceeding the limit likely determined the combat strength of a knight. Of course, this refers to cases where only one transcendent trait is possessed. After all, possessing only one transcendent trait is the current situation for the vast majority of knights. Just then, Rain suddenly noticed on the knight transcendent panel the physical limit exceedance value, 5%, had a plus sign next to it. Oh, that's not right. The value inside the parentheses was clearly 3% before. How come it changed to 5%? Rain noticed the change immediately. He recalled carefully, and it seemed that it happened during the contest against Karavi, when he had added a point to agility. Could that be the reason for the change? Could enhancing attributes increase the limit exceedance value? But what's the deal with this plus sign? Rain pondered for a moment, then focused his consciousness on the plus sign. Suddenly, a skill point disappeared, and the break limit value shot up to 15%. Hiss. So it could be done this way. One skill point corresponds to a 10% break limit value? After a brief contemplation, Rain couldn't help but feel delighted. Clearly, this was a good thing, as once the physical break limit was elevated to a certain level, both the break limit and the two transcendent traits, huge strength and iron skin, would improve, meaning his combat power would increase. Wait a second. If attribute points could also enhance the break limit, would it make a difference whether he added points to agility, strength, or constitution? That is, would different increases in attributes have different impacts on the break limit? If that were the case, choosing to add points to the giant bear breathing technique would also be an option because it builds up over time, enhancing his strength and constitution. However, this method would take much longer, unlike the immediate effects witnessed from direct attribution. After flipping through the panel for a while, Rain once again retrieved the silver book of Beast Taming Diary that originally came from Hound King Cole. Now that he had stepped into the transcendent realm, studying this unknown script was officially on his schedule. Rain opened the silver book, thought for a moment, and copied a few unidentified characters onto a small piece of paper. After his selection, these characters were non-sequential, so Rain was not worried that anyone would discern anything from them. If asked, he could easily claim he had seen them in some ancient tome and was merely curious to learn about them. He planned to ask Hamilton the next morning, with the reason being that he wanted to learn a bit about script and asking for an introduction to the scholars in the county town. Of course, Rain had a backup plan, which was to search and head to the Bat Market himself. There, it was highly probable he could find relevant material. However, that place was a den of mixed repute, and Rain still hesitated, especially remembering the level 1 wizard apprentice, Indri, whose combat methods were diverse and cunning. Even though Rain was now a knight, he was not to be underestimated. Rain had a premonition that, if he could decipher these unknown characters, it would likely bring tremendous benefits to the use of the mysterious side energy particles he had contemplated before. The next morning, as Rain stepped out of his house, he found a carriage adorned with noble crest marks stopped at his door, flanked by 4 cavalry guards, each looking vigorous and powerful. The crest was a kite shield with a rose-like floral design on it. However, Rain's limited knowledge of noble crests kept him from identifying whose carriage it might be. Just then, a middle-aged man dressed in a black tailcoat came forward with a welcoming smile. "You must be Lord Rain? Baroness Crowley is in the carriage waiting for you. The lady wishes to have a word with you." Rain heard this with a start. He was certain he had never met any Baroness Crowley. Just as he was about to politely refuse, the middle-aged man continued, "The lady has come from the county town and has been waiting here for half an hour already. So?" This made Rain reconsider, and from the man's tone, it seemed he was not here to cause trouble. Thinking it over, Rain nodded and said, "All right, let's have a chat then." This pleased the butler-like middle-aged man immensely, who went ahead and opened the carriage door for Rain, who stepped in. Upon entering the carriage, Rain was greeted by a fragrant waft of perfume. He looked up to see a noblewoman and a young noble lady sitting properly, gazing at him with grace. The noblewoman was dressed in an elegant off-the-shoulder deep blue gown adorned with lace and a few pearls. The style exposed a lot of her fair skin, and a sapphire brooch secured the bustling top of her gown, which trembled slightly. The young noble lady appeared much greener, her attire more conservative. She looked at Rain and quickly diverted her gaze, her cheeks turning slightly red, but she seemed to think of something and looked back at him again. Upon seeing Rain settled, the noblewoman began softly, "This must be the accomplished young Lord Rain." "Yes, honored lady, may I know the purpose of your visit?" The noblewoman glanced at Rain, saying, "I heard that a knight prodigy has emerged from Flash Gold Town. Therefore, I must implore you to consider my proposal. Marry into the Crowley family and we can provide many supports. For instance, Lord Rain can forego the noble title examination and directly inherit the baronetcy of the Crowley family. My husband, Baron Crowley, passed away a year ago due to illness, so once you and Jenny are married, you can soon inherit the baronetcy. Of course, once you and Jenny's children come of age, they would need to inherit the baronetcy of the Crowley family. Furthermore," after the conversation, Rain blushed. The lady's words immediately reminded him of his mother Emma's words from the previous night, "Marry a noble's daughter." He hadn't expected the news of his stepping into the transcendent to spread so quickly. Baroness Crowley intended to make him a son-in-law, and the young noble lady beside her would be his wife if he agreed. According to the traditions of the Dragon Empire, if he agreed, he could instantly climb to high status, enjoying the support of a baronet family and manage it together with Miss Jenny. However, he would also lose many things, like the right to pass his surname to his offspring, and Baroness Crowley, seeing Rain frequently glancing at her but now suddenly falling silent, seemed to have thought of something. She hesitated for a moment before throwing another blockbuster. "Lord Rain, if you have intentions towards me, I would not oppose it." Seemingly embarrassed by the topic at hand, the beautiful lady's fair, oval face flushed a deeper shade of red, adding an allure to her features. This statement shocked Rain to the core. At the same time, it also ignited a warm surge in the lower belly of Rain, who had not been with a woman since his arrival in this world, causing him to feel dry-mouthed and tongue-tied instantly. At this moment, he finally understood the openness regarding matters among the nobility. As long as interests were aligned, many once unimaginable things could become possible. Rain, being a normal man, could not deny the temptation. If Rain had been unaware of the existence of the sword-bearer and the details of the ennoblement examination, perhaps he would have considered it seriously, but now he was sure he would not choose the path of marrying into a family. Suppressing the turmoil within, Rain calmed his emotions and thought for a while before speaking. "Madam, marrying into a family is out of the question. However, your great favor flatters me greatly. If the Crowley family faces any difficulty that I am capable of handling, I will not hold back my assistance." Upon hearing this, disappointment was clearly visible on the face of the Baroness Crowley. She had heard such pleasing words too many times at noble gatherings and knew that no one ever took them seriously. Since the death of her husband due to a strange illness, the Crowley family had been without a direct bloodline knight, and 2 knights in their 40s and 50s had set their sights on her and her daughter after the Baron's death, hence her urgent need to find a powerful knight. The newly knighted Rain, coming from commoner origins and possessing considerable strength, was one of her best options, which was why the Baroness Crowley had hastened here from the county town so early in the morning. In the entire region of Meister County, newly knighted commoners were rare, but surely there were others besides Rain within a month. However, newly knighted knights of commoner origin usually have mediocre abilities, and someone with exceptional knightly talents like Rain was indeed a rarity. That is truly regrettable. Then, Lord Rain, would you consider becoming a guardian knight for the Crowley family? We are willing to sponsor a sum each year for the maintenance and purchase of your armor, weapons, and horses. Fearing another refusal from Rain, Lady Crowley hastily added, Lord Rain would only need to help when the Crowley family faces danger. We would not disturb you during your other times of training. Seeing Lady Crowley's big, hopeful eyes looking at him, Rain pondered for a moment, carefully choosing his words, and said, but I might not be capable of handling every danger that the Crowley family faces, so, of course, we would only ask for Lord Rain's help with matters that are within your capabilities. Seeing a hint of willingness from Rain, Lady Crowley began to use the respectful you in her address. Though Rain, now with knightly prowess, had not been officially knighted by the Empire and was not yet a noble, being addressed as you by a baroness made him feel the changes that came with increased strength. Rain thought for a moment, nodded, and said, well then, madam, your sincerity has moved me. I am willing to become the guardian knight for the Crowley family. How about a tentative 2 years? Rain was aware of what being a guardian knight entailed, as Hamilton had once explained to him that if a knight is very powerful, many families will seek to have him as their guardian knight. Sometimes, the mere name of a powerful guardian knight could deter threats, ensuring long-lasting peace for a smaller family. Similarly, during this process, the guardian knight would receive support from the family in certain aspects. As for who benefits or loses more, it's up to the beholder. Of course, that's wonderful, Lord Rain, the Baroness Crowley exclaimed joyfully. Then, Lord Rain, when are you free soon? Please allow the Crowley family to host a small welcome ceremony for you. A ceremony isn't really necessary, Rain frowned slightly, not wanting to waste time on social events or ceremonies. Please do us the honor. After all, becoming the guardian knight of the Crowley family is no small matter, and we also need to deter some who bear ill will towards the Crowley family. I see. All right then. But today is not possible. Let's tentatively schedule it for next week. Rain thought it over, deciding that since he had agreed, he might as well go through with some of the formalities. Very well, we shall set the time for next week. Upon hearing Rain's agreement, Lady Crowley instantly relaxed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Just having Rain appear would be the best deterrence against the 2 scheming knight servants. By the way, Lord Rain, if there is anything you need, you can always contact the Crowley family, the lady added, clearly in high spirits. While it wasn't the best outcome, it was still very good and not a wasted trip. Just as Rain was about to take his leave, suddenly a thought crossed his mind. Actually, madam, there is a small favor I need. Could you possibly help with? Certainly, Lord Rain. Please feel free to ask, the lady eagerly responded. She was more than willing to help Rain. This was an opportunity for her to deepen relations and maintain good rapport with a young knight with a promising future. Rain then pulled out a piece of paper he had prepared earlier and handed it over to Lady Crowley. As she took it, she curiously looked it over, but from her blank expression, it was clear she did not recognize the writing. Just as Lord Rain was about to say something, Miss Jenny, who had been silent next to the lady, now turned slightly and looked towards the scrap of paper. Upon seeing the text on it, she couldn't help but exclaim, is this a mystical text? Miss Jenny, you recognize this kind of writing? A slight movement stirred in Rain's heart as he spoke. Lord Rain, I haven't formally studied this type of writing. I only know a bit, as there are books about it in our family library, which is why I recognized it. Oh, you have books? Could I possibly borrow them? Rain could hardly contain his joy as he spoke. Of course, I'll sort them out for you once I get back. Jenny nodded and agreed. Rain nodded. He hadn't expected such an unexpected pleasure. Originally, he had planned to first inquire with Lord Hamilton and had even prepared a second plan in case that failed. But now, he had resolved it just by stepping out of his house. They agreed to send the books over in 2 days, after which Rain bid farewell to Baroness Crowley and Miss Jenny and left the carriage. After getting off, Rain continued towards the town hall. Upon arriving at the hall, since he had already found a way to learn about the unknown script, he wasn't in a hurry to proceed to Hamilton's office. Instead, he took a detour to the training grounds. The first thing Rain saw was the training grounds wall, which had been smashed open yesterday. It had already been repaired. It appeared the town hall's work efficiency was quite high. Seeing Rain approaching, many night watchmen who were training stopped and gathered around him. This was because Rain's temperament was not peculiar and he was easy to get along with. Of course, the most important reason was that Rain had become transcendent. It could be said that since joining, Rain had risen step by step, witnessed by other night watchmen, naturally endearing him to them. Rain, you came. We thought you wouldn't come anymore. Yeah, you've been promoted to Transcendent now. From now on, we should call you Sir Knight, haha. Mateo, who was short in stature, said with a laugh. Rain looked at the smiling faces of his colleagues. Although there was an element of flattery, human admiration for strength was natural and nothing to complain about. After greeting everyone, Rain asked his colleagues for help. His reason was that he wanted to test his reaction time, so he needed a few colleagues to shoot arrows at him with bows. In reality, Rain's real purpose was to confirm his guess from the previous day. After seeing the notice from the system about the Knight professional experience points he had gained from yesterday's battle, Rain vaguely guessed that after becoming Transcendent, if his opponents were not Transcendent, the combat experience rewards he could get would probably be very little. All four of you, shoot at me with all your might. Use combat arrows, and don't stop unless I say to, Rain instructed. The few hesitated only briefly, then nodded. Mateo said, now that you're a knight and wearing armor, combat arrows probably won't hurt you. But still, be careful, Rain. It'd be embarrassing to get injured by us, haha. Sure, remember to attack with all your might. If you can injure me, first round of tequila is on me tonight at the Oak Tree Tavern, Rain said with a laugh. Haha, great. Everyone, let's put in some effort. Don't underestimate us, Mateo said cheerfully. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. No sooner had Rain taken his position at the center of the ground than arrows from the four men shot at him like rapid fire. After being promoted tonight, the overall enhancement of his attributes allowed Rain to dodge the majority of arrows without even activating break limit. For the few arrows that did come close, he deflected them with his armored gloved hands. After testing a few times, Rain waved his hand, telling the wheezing Mateo and the others to stop. Indeed, the test results were as he expected. The fight against Mateo and the others, if previously he could still gain a small amount of experience, now essentially did not trigger the experience acquisition reminder. From several tests, he had only occasionally received 2+1 experience notices. Clearly, if Rain wanted to efficiently earn Knight professional experience points, he would need to seek opponents who were also on the Transcendent level. With this thought, a smile formed on Rain's face. It seemed he would only need to fleece Lord Hamilton now. However, just as Rain entered Hamilton's office, he saw Hamilton look up at him and say, Rain, you've come at the right time. I was just about to send someone for you. Before Rain could ask, Hamilton handed him a thin sheepskin scroll for a bounty order. Rain, you could first look through the information related to this bounty order. Originally, it was just a bounty, but after being posted for a long time without resolution, it has now turned into a mysterious event that needs to be resolved by official Imperial channels. This is one of several mysterious events that have occurred recently in the regions belonging to Meist County, which I selected. Once a mysterious event is resolved, the merit rewards are 3 to 5 times, or even more, than those of ordinary events. Rain, considering that you have already stepped into the ranks of a Transcendent Knight and also possess the glimmering greatsword, I think you will not face much trouble with this mission as long as you are careful about your safety. Rain nodded, having no objections to Lord Hamilton's arrangements. With the glimmering greatsword in his hand, if the source of the mysterious event was some form of evil, he still carried a certain advantage. Rain took the bounty order and began to read it closely. After a short while, he looked up at Hamilton in surprise and said, I never expected ghosts to truly exist. Although it could be exaggerated by common folk, these entities do exist in reality, just in extremely rare numbers. Hence, most often they are regarded as mere legends. Such bounty orders are generally not considered by typical bounty hunters because they lack the capabilities to eliminate these ghosts and would only endanger their lives, making it not worth the risk. Furthermore, those who can eliminate these ghosts are usually known as demon hunters, a group even rarer than the spirits themselves, Hamilton explained. Demon hunters? Rain mulled over the title internally. This world's demon hunters wouldn't also be using a pair of swords, one silver and one steel, would they? Yes, it is said that to become a demon hunter, one needs to awaken some kind of transcendent trait, but the specifics I am not too clear about, of course, apart from demon hunters. There are also individuals within the church capable of eradicating them, but throughout the entire Meist County, there is only one large cathedral dedicated to the monsoon and ocean goddess. Those capable of dispelling evil are mostly high-ranking church officials, and if the mysterious events do not occur within the county town, they generally do not partake. The same is true for the advisors of the great nobles. Rain nodded in understanding, realizing that people with such capabilities are rare and high-ranking, and naturally, They would not be the ones to take on such bounties, Lord Hamilton. Then I will make minor preparations and head to Agatha Mill as soon as possible. Oh, Rain, I have a bottle of holy water here from the Buffalo Cathedral in the county town. If you are dealing with a resentful spirit or some such evil creature, holy water should be highly effective. Considering this, Hamilton took an oval-shaped glass vial from a drawer. The liquid inside was clearly visible, a pale blue in color. Rain took it and examined it carefully. He could feel a subtle energy within, but it seemed to pose no threat to him. "Thank you, my lord," Rain said, slightly bowing in gratitude. It seemed that Lord Hamilton had made thorough considerations for his first mysterious mission. After leaving the office, Rain thought it over and realized he didn't have much to prepare. The glimmering greatsword was currently strapped to his back, and he was wearing knight armor. Other shields seemed redundant since acquiring the supernatural trait, Iron Skin, which could hinder the performance of his dual-handed greatsword. After pondering for a while, Rain decided he could set out immediately. Considering it was only around 9 in the morning, he could perhaps return by evening if all went smoothly. Given the official duty nature of this mission, Rain unhesitatingly chose a warhorse from the stable in the administrative hall. With a slight kick, Rain mounted the horse, ready to set off. Just then, a carriage arrived at the entrance of the small town's administrative hall, and Rain casually glanced at the insignia on the carriage. It was the noble crest of the Habu's family, a stooping bird of prey. Though Rain was a bit puzzled, he presumed they were here for Hamilton and didn't concern himself much. Planning to ride off? "Excuse me, is this Lord Rain?" Just as Rain was about to depart, a middle-aged man's voice called out from behind him. Turning around in bewilderment, Rain saw a man in a long black robe, with a parted hairstyle in the middle, stepping out of the carriage and smilingly addressing him. "Yes. May I ask who you are?" "Lord Rain, I am Michel, the butler of Baron Alonso, the eldest legitimate son of the Habu's family." "Alonso?" Upon hearing the name, Rain's pupils contracted. He certainly knew who the man was, just not the reason for his visit. All Michel, the butler, did was maintain his formulaic smile and continued. "There might have been a small misunderstanding between us before, but that's all in the past. This time, Baron Alonso has sent me to have a talk with you, Lord Rain. If it's convenient for you, please join me in the carriage," Michel continued with a smile, gesturing towards the carriage. "This." Rain pondered, worried about an assassination attempt. The other party wasn't foolish. It was highly unlikely that they would try to assassinate him in front of many guards at the door of a small town's administrative hall. This time, it seemed they were here to recruit him. But could a past assassination attempt really be brushed off with just a small misunderstanding? Rain had already decided, despite whatever enticing offers they might make, to listen first and gauge their intentions. "All right." Rain dismounted and walked over, while Michel warmly opened the carriage door for him. As soon as Rain stepped into the carriage, he was stunned. The next second, he realized what was going on and slowly sat down on the sheepskin-covered carriage seat. Opposite him were a pair of beautiful twin girls, dressed in identical white, off-the-shoulder dresses with trim, which accentuated their delicate and tender bodies to the fullest extent. When the two girls saw Lord Rain's gaze, they shyly lowered their heads, and their delicate bodies even leaned closer to each other, giving one the sense of appreciating the beauty of joint lotus blossoms. Lord Rain couldn't help but look a few more times. For beautiful things, humans instinctively pursue them. Michel, who was nearby, seeing Lord Rain's slightly shocked expression and his subsequent frequent glances toward the twin girls, nodded slightly with a smile. It seemed that this arrangement of his was quite to the liking of this farmer's son. Previously, his judgment was that since the farmer's son had such exceptional talents but had never shown them before, it was very likely that he had a special affection for Lady Kreia. Otherwise, it was hard to explain this situation. If so, even though they might not find a beauty comparable with Lady Kreia, there is a saying, 2 is better than 1. Now, it seemed the effect was not bad. "Lord Rain, Baron Alonso highly appreciates your talent. If you agree to become a follower of Lord Alonso, then these 2 beautiful girls from Crabclaw Peninsula will be your maidservants," he said. "Furthermore, Lord Rain, here is a set specially prepared for you." "Wait a minute, Michel Butler, if I heard you correctly, did you just say follower?" Lord Rain frowned, interrupting Michel's continuous story. "Yes, if you become a follower of Lord Alonso, all your cultivation expenses will be." "Sorry, but please forgive me for not being able to agree." Lord Rain shook his head and outright refused. "What a joke. If previously Lord Rain was unclear about the difference between a follower and a guardian knight, after Lord Hamilton's explanation, he understood it very clearly. Being a follower might seem nice, with the master covering food, lodging, and cultivation resources, but the consequence was that there was almost no autonomy. This was fundamentally in conflict with what Rain sought to control his own fate. Thus, Lord Rain did not hesitate to refuse. What? Michelle had the expression of a duck whose neck was being squeezed, and the twin girls also covered their mouths, looking at Rain with a face full of surprise. Michelle was stunned for a good while before he said with a gloomy expression, "Lord Rain, I think you should reconsider Baron's suggestion carefully." "Thank you, but there's no need," Rain replied. "Michelle Butler, I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave," said Lord Rain, and immediately turned around and stepped down from the carriage. Lord Rain knew very well what his refusal meant, but to be informed is to be calm, to be compassionate is to be anxiety-free, and to be brave is to be fearless. Meanwhile, in Meist County City, in a luxurious mansion's underground hall, a slender knight holding a scythe-like weapon was respectfully reporting, "High Priest, the cause of Mort's death has been clarified. According to the findings, he was killed by a newly emerged knight. Here's the information concerning that knight." The scythe-wielding knight handed over a document to the High Priest, who was sitting in a large armchair. Under the light of a wall lamp, the cover of the document clearly bore the name Rain. In addition, since the stronghold near Flash Gold Town has been exposed, we lost more than 20 materials, and there is definitely not enough time for the Black Flame Prayer ceremony. Therefore, we must expedite it by holding a blood sacrifice. As for the location of the blood sacrifice, please instruct, High Priest, the scythe-wielding knight continued. "Oh, a newly emerged knight from Flash Gold Town? How coincidental. The location. Have you heard? An evil spirit knight has appeared near Flash Gold Town. This might just be our opportunity. Are you suggesting Flash Gold Town, High Priest? But isn't that a bit too close to the county town? Moreover, the Habsburg Manor is just up there." The scythe-wielding knight hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. The Monsoon and Ocean Goddess Church should be dispatching someone to Nightingale Forest soon to investigate the evil spirit knight incident, by which time the defensive force in Flash Gold Town is bound to be drawn away, leaving it vulnerable. As for the personnel arrangement of the Habsburg Manor, leave that to Alonso. As you command, High Priest. After refusing Michelle, Lord Rain quickly rode his horse to the Agatha Mill, located not far from the county town. This mill, by jurisdiction, was no longer under the management of Flash Gold Town but belonged to the outskirts of county town. The geographic location of the mill was excellent, backed by a grassy hillside, with a large wheat field in front, making it an ideal spot for a mill. But even in the harvest season, the road leading to the windmill was sparsely populated. Lord Rain continued to ride towards the mill. As he approached, he noticed 3 large, lighthouse-shaped windmills. While one was still in use, the doors of the other 2 mills were tightly locked and completely unused. At that moment, a round, chubby middle-aged man approached, wiping the sweat from his brow as he hurried over. "May I ask who you are?" The middle-aged man, although not recognizing Rain, still bowed respectfully and asked. It was mainly because the present Rain was no longer the thin, ordinary citizen of 2 months ago. Rain, now of average height and build, rode a tall horse, clad in a knight's armor, and carried a dual-handed great sword wrapped in sheepskin, clearly a formidable warrior at first glance. The impression he gave was, if not of an official knight, then at least of a knight in training. "I am Rain. Is this Agatha Mill? I heard about the mysterious events here and have come to handle it," said Rain as he dismounted and nodded to the middle-aged man. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's face lit up, and he exclaimed, "Yes, this is Agatha Mill. Lord Rain, I am Gregory Victor, the steward of the Watson Baron family. I am very pleased to meet you. Mr. Gregory, could you please tell me the details of what happened here?" Rain looked around and noticed that while the issue involved 2 windmills, there were very few people grinding flour at the remaining one. It seemed that the rumored presence of ghosts and the series of deaths had left most people feeling fearful. "Of course, Lord Rain, please come this way and have a seat. Drink a cup of bitter chamomile tea." Rain followed Gregory into a nearby farmhouse where they sat down, and Gregory began to recount the full details of the incident. Not long after Baron Watson purchased Agatha Mill, one day a thick fog enveloped the mill and lasted the entire day. By the next day, We found two farmers who had come to grind their grain dead inside the windmill closest to the mountain. They had been gutted, a gruesome death, with clear claw marks on their necks and bodies. Initially, we thought it was some kind of beast, so we hired a bounty hunter to come, but by the next day, the bounty hunter, too, had been killed by whatever was here. After the successive deaths, an experienced bounty hunter came, examined the wounds on the bodies, and inspected near the windmill. He said that he smelled decay and ghostly spirits. Since then, no bounty hunter has dared to take on this task. Until recently, Baron Watson sent a squad of family guards to inspect, and after one night, all 5 of them lay dead inside the 2 windmills. Their chainmail had been torn open by claws, and their flesh was mangled. After that, the 2 windmills were isolated and closed off. At this point, the middle-aged man looked slightly terrified, still haunted by the memory of the scene. Rain nodded, noting that this ghost or monster's claws were highly deadly, capable of tearing directly through chainmail. Mr. Gregory, have you ever seen the monster? I haven't. No one has actually seen what the monster looks like. That's what is most unsettling, Gregory replied, frowning. The unknown brings fear. I understand. Leave the rest to me, Rain nodded and said. Whether it was a ghost was still unknown. Rain planned to first visit the 2 windmills. Despite the bodies having been dealt with, the scene might still have some traces. Lord Rain, here are the keys to all the farmhouses and the 3 windmills, said Gregory as he respectfully handed Rain a set of bronze keys. Then I'll leave it to you, Lord Rain. I will immediately report your arrival to Baron Watson. Rain nodded, took the key, and then went down alone to the 2 windmills. It was near noon by then, but strangely, the weather began to change. Instead of the sun shining brightly, a faint mist started to rise. This made Rain feel odd, as mist usually occurred in the early morning or evening. At noon, when the sunlight was usually at its strongest, any mist should have dissipated, but now it was forming. This instinctively made Rain more alert. Using the bronze key, Rain unlocked the door of the first windmill with a click, and immediately, a musty smell of damp grains hit him, mixed with a kind of rancid odor. Because both windmills were shaped in a cylindrical form that was narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, the mill area on the bottom floor was vast, approximately over 100 square meters in a circular area. It contained numerous pieces of farming equipment, millstones, and other items. Going forward, Rain began to inspect around the millstone. Although some time had passed, he could still see distinct dark red bloodstains on the side of the millstone. Rain crouched down and examined it closely. From the splattered bloodstains, combined with what the steward Gregory had said, it appeared that the farmer who came to grind flour had been attacked by some kind of claw, hitting directly at the neck, causing blood to spray and leading to his rapid death. After examining the first windmill, Rain opened the door and walked out. By then, the fog outside had thickened further, and visibility had started to decrease significantly. Rain could only see objects about 10 meters in front of him. Beyond that, even with his vision, he could not see clearly. After a moment's thought, Rain did not retreat but went to the door of the second windmill, used the bronze key to open it, and stepped inside. This windmill had almost the same interior structure as the first. Similarly, Rain found blood stains of previous victims near this millstone, also in a radial splatter. From this, Rain believed that the 2 victimized farmers had died from the same type of attack. That meant the killer was the same beast or type of creature. Suddenly, Rain keenly sensed something flowing in the air. The exposed skin of his hands felt the movements in the air within the room. This made Rain immediately grab the glimmering great sword from his back and hold it in his hand. Despite wearing knightly plate armor and possessing the transcendent trait, Iron Skin, Rain didn't want to be ambushed by an unknown enemy who knew how powerful the attacker could be. At that moment, the fog around became denser, slowly seeping from the outside into the windmill, making the interior less visible. The next second, Rain's hair stood on end because he thought he heard whispering voices near his ear. Subconsciously, he listened closely. It seemed to be a woman's shout, like she was saying, "Danger! Run! Run! Run!" This suddenly gave Rain a chilling shock. He decided to leave the windmill first to think of a strategy, as this place indeed seemed rather eerie. Just as Rain turned around, he froze in place. Because right at the door of the windmill he had just exited, there was now a girl standing with a sorrowful expression. Golden twin ponytails, a plaid long skirt, and a white apron on her chest, her sleeves rolled up on her arms, looking every bit the farm girl. The appearance of the other party was so sudden and eerie that Rain suddenly felt his scalp tingle and goosebumps covered his body. Is this a ghost? But why is there no warning from my danger perception? At that moment, Rain was holding a sword in one hand and began reaching for his waist pouch with the other. He planned to pull out holy water just in case. Suddenly, from the thick fog behind him, a long but muscular arm silently extended, aiming for Rain's neck with sharp nails that resembled eagle claws. Almost at the same time, a level 2 danger perception warning violently alerted in Rain's mind, and the next second, his head was suddenly attacked, emitting a grating metallic sound from his heavy plate helmet. As Rain hurriedly dodged, he swiftly swung his sword backward, and the forceful sword wind stirred the surrounding fog violently. Rain could sense that his greatsword seemed to have hit something, but the feeling was strange, not like hitting any solid object. The sensation felt more like he was cutting through water. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from behind him, so shrill that it almost affected one's sanity. Rain too was disoriented by the abrupt screeching, his forehead furrowing deeply. When Rain looked around again, the farm girl in the plaid long skirt had vanished from the doorway. Tick-tock. Rain focused his gaze and saw several drops of blood on the ground. On the blade of his glimmering great sword in his hand, it now began to faintly glow, and there was also a smear of dark red blood. Red blood? It seems it's not a ghost after all. Rain lifted the glimmering greatsword to his nose and sniffed slightly. The blood carried a pungent odor, distinctly different from the rusty smell typical of human blood. Clearly, it must be the owner of this pungent blood that was attacking him. Rain had a premonition that the attacker could hide within the dense fog, then launch sudden attacks. For such ambush-type monsters, Rain could only defend passively, encouraging the attacker to come forth, as it was impossible to find any trace of the attacker in the fog otherwise. After some thought, Rain added his last skill points to Danger Perception Level 2. Course Skill: Danger Perception LV3 Passive. Danger Perception LV3 Passive. Effect: Your awareness of dangers around you has markedly increased. Note: the acuteness of danger perception is related to the host spirit. The stronger the spiritual power, the more sensitive the perception. The Level 3 Danger Perception provided Rain with a dramatic improvement, whereas before, the Level 2 Danger Perception only alerted him at the instant an attack was launched. Now Rain had a hunch about the specific direction from which the enemy was coming. For instance, he could faintly sense that somewhere not far behind him, there seemed to be a monster watching him. The Level 3 Danger Perception allowed Rain to feel the rough direction of the danger source. Rain didn't turn around but stood still with the glimmering great sword in his hand, having already formulated a counterattack plan in his mind. Time passed by every minute and second, and it seemed the creature behind him was becoming impatient. At the same time, the farm girl appeared again. This time, she emerged about 10 meters to the front right of Rain, closer than before. She walked slowly towards Rain with a sorrowful expression on her face, her countenance filled with agony. However, despite the farm girl's approach, the Level 3 Danger Perception still did not alert Rain. Instead, alarm bells rang out from behind. Suddenly, from the dense fog behind Rain, a sharp claw fiercely stretched out again. Because Rain was already on high alert, he instantly reacted. Limit break. Rain's chest bulged suddenly, the muscles and veins in his neck swelling like a python. Roaring strike. Instantly, a massive wave of sound, centered at Rain's mouth, surged outwards. The dense fog was instantly dispersed by the shock wave, revealing a hunched but lanky creature with sharp claws within the fog. The creature's ugly face featured bulging eyes, and it watched Rain in fright, its entire posture poised, as if about to pounce from above, its claws aimed at Rain's neck. Clearly, the sonic attack was equally effective against this monster hidden in the mist. During the creature's momentary rigidity, a bright silver light flashed. Thump! The sound of a heavy object falling echoed, and a grotesque head now tumbled rolling across the floor of Agatha Mill. The creature was decapitated by Rain. The next second, Rain turned his head again to look at the girl. This time, her expression suddenly changed. Rain seemed genuinely pleased that Rain had slain the monster, and a faint smile emerged on his originally solemn and wooden face. This made Rain slow his movement to reach for the holy water in his belt pouch. But after thinking it over, Rain still took out the holy water and held it in his hand. Noticing the energy contained in the holy water, The girl glanced at the holy water in Rain's hand, and her face turned to panic immediately, her hands waving in front of her chest as an ethereal and panicked voice arose. Warrior, do not harm me. I'm not a bad person. Huh, can talk. But why does this voice sound so familiar? Could it be the voice of the woman who just reminded me to run? Rain thought to himself. At this moment, the fog seemed to thin a bit, and the girl's figure became a little clearer. But upon closer inspection, Rain realized that her body had an unreal feel to it. As the mist gradually dissipated, it gained a transparency. Rain thought for a moment and slowly said, "Do you understand what I'm saying?" The girl nodded her head. Relieved, Rain continued to ask, "Was it you who just reminded me to escape?" "Yes, warrior. But I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You directly killed that fog demon." The girl's consciousness seemed to become clearer, her expressions no longer stiff, and her speech more fluent. "Was that creature just now called a fog demon?" Rain asked. "Yes, I heard the previous bounty hunter, before he died, refer to the creature as a fog demon. It controls the thick fog and likes to launch sudden attacks on humans within the fog, making it difficult for most people to resist its attack. And you? What's your story? You warned me to run, yet you drew my attention whenever this fog demon attacked me. It seems like you were helping it attack me." Rain countered. "I'm sorry, warrior. I was controlled by the fog demon and had to do those things. I truly am very sorry." The girl's expression turned sorrowful, and she slowly began to sob. Rain waved his hand, not dwelling on the issue, and continued to ask, "How did you become like this? What's your name?" "My name is Agatha. I don't know what happened. When I woke up again, I had turned into this." The spiritual body of the girl replied. Her name led Rain to immediately associate with the mill called Agatha Mill, and curiously, Rain asked, "Could it be that this mill and you?" "Yes, warrior, this mill was originally run by my father and me." As Agatha narrated, Rain understood the whole story. One day, Agatha was violated by Combe Tuck, the butler of Baron Watson, and when Agatha's father discovered this and argued with Combe, in a fit of anger, killed both Agatha and her father and buried them under the two windmill mills. The tragedy should have ended there. But somehow, some strange change occurred in the deceased Agatha. When Agatha awoke again, she found herself turned into a ghost. While still in a daze, a fog demon attacked. The creature had the ability to control the thick fog and spiritual bodies. Thus, the deceased Agatha was forced to succumb to its evil grasp, being coerced to attract the attention of those victims so the fog demon could launch its deadly attack from behind. Rain nodded his head. It seemed the rumors about decay and ghosts were not wrong. At that moment, Agatha hesitated for a while and said, "Warrior, may I make a request? If possible, could you help me take revenge? I have no reward to offer you. Perhaps the brass ring on my corpse is the only thing I have that's of any value, but it seems insufficient to compensate you." Rain thought it over and did not immediately agree or refuse. As true as Agatha's story might be, and as tragic as her encounter was, Rain was not reluctant to help, but he did not want to stir up trouble without resolving the matter. Since the killer was clearly favored and trusted by a baron as his butler, getting him to confess, while also requiring the baron's cooperation, required careful thought. Seconds later, Rain spoke up. "Agatha, recount the entire event to me in detail, and maybe we can find evidence beneficial to us. Even if it's me, getting a baron's butler to admit his guilt outright is likely going to be very difficult." Agatha nodded and immediately began recounting everything. After hearing Agatha's account again, Rain left the windmill with the body of the fog demon. As he stepped out of the mill, Rain glanced at the system prompt, his eyes twinkling slightly. He hadn't expected that killing the fog demon would yield such a generous experience reward from the system. "Your skill giant bear sword technique has been improved. Experience points plus 274. You have experienced a battle. Knight, Transcendent. Experience points plus 54. Knight level 1, 86 out of 100. Was now on the verge of leveling up. It seemed that the experience rewards from such creatures were particularly generous, at least, in Rain's view. The fog demon's combat power actually was not strong, feeling even less than Karavi. Only its attacks benefited from being strange and unexpected. If only he could grasp the moment when the creature revealed its physical form during an attack and deal maximum damage, it would be possible to grievously injure or even kill it in a single strike. At the request of Agatha, Rain had already formulated a not-so-mature plan in his mind. It might not succeed, but Rain still intended to try. Gregory, who had returned from Watson Manor and had been waiting outside, exclaimed with surprise when he saw Rain come out. "Lord Rain, good to see you safe coming." Suddenly, Gregory's voice stopped abruptly because he was terrified by the sight of the monster corpse that Rain dragged out, his eyes wide with fright. "There really are monsters. I thought it was a ghost. Such unreliable bounty hunters," he murmured. "Steward Gregory, I have temporarily resolved the issue with the mill. If you want a permanent solution, I need to meet with Lord Watson." "Lord Rain, you want to meet the Baron? That's wonderful. Lord Baron just told me he would like to meet you too." At this moment, he should be right in the nearby Watson Manor. Before long, Gregory led Rain to the nearby Watson Manor. It turned out that Baron Watson had arrived at the manor from the county town in the afternoon to inspect it. Hearing that someone was handling the mill's issue, he planned to meet. "Lord Watson, it's an honor to meet you," Rain bowed slightly. Although he had now become transcendent, he was not technically a noble, so he still followed basic etiquette. Baron Watson was a tall, middle-aged man dressed in noble hunting attire, and the man next to him, wearing a black robe, was likely the murderer Agatha had spoken of, the butler Cole. Baron Watson smiled as he evaluated Rain, saying, "So you are the newly transcendent Rain? I didn't expect you to be the one to resolve this." Rain was slightly taken aback, as he had not expected news of his becoming transcendent to spread so quickly. "Yes, Lord Baron. It was Lord Hamilton who mentioned to me the mysterious incident at Agatha Mill. For now, it seems I have resolved it." "Temporarily?" Baron Watson frowned. "Yes, although I dealt with the murderer of the farmers and guards, the fog demon, the fundamental problem at Agatha Mill has not been resolved. There is something more secretive involved." As Rain mentioned the word secretive, he deliberately glanced at the butler Cole, who instantly looked panicky. Rain, please explain in detail." Clearly, Baron Watson's curiosity was piqued after hearing about the secrets. Thus, Rain began to slowly narrate the story. Agatha's tragic experience turned her into a vengeful spirit, constantly attracting various monsters to the Agatha Mill. Thus, only by laying her to rest can the mill possibly resume normal operations. Hearing this, beads of sweat the size of beans began to form on Butler Cole's forehead. "Rain, Agatha's plight is indeed deplorable. How can we lay her to rest? Do we need to catch the murderer? Do you have any clues?" "Lord Baron, there's no need for that much trouble. Could it be that you know who the murderer is?" Baron Watson realized, looking toward Rain. Rain nodded, his gaze fixed on the now trembling butler Cole, saying, "The murderer is right in front of us, Lord Baron." Following Rain's gaze, Baron Watson looked doubtfully at the standing butler Cole, which immediately shocked him, saying, "What? Is it Cole? Lord Rain, this is a slanderous accusation by the ghost, slander." The butler, Cole, trembled all over, his face flushed. Despite his fear of the transcendent Rain, he still forced himself to argue. Thinking it over, the Baron's expression became stern as he said, "Rain, we still need evidence for this matter. The words of a ghost are not necessarily credible." Such a vile act committed by someone close to him made Baron Watson instinctively reluctant to believe, although from Butler Cole's demeanor at this moment, Baron Watson was aware that Cole was likely involved. "Evidence." Rain chuckled. "This incident happened months ago. Without modern forensic methods, only some form of witchcraft from the supernatural realm might force the true culprit to confess their crime. Clearly, Rain did not possess such abilities now. Rain, I plan to completely shut down Agatha Mill, and as for Cole, I will also dismiss him." Baron Watson glanced at butler Cole, then turned to Rain and said. It seemed Baron Watson had already thought of a solution. Merely dismissing him was a trivial punishment compared to what happened to Agatha and her father. Fortunately, Rain was well prepared. "My lord, perhaps you believe that by doing this, Agatha's ghost will not haunt you anymore, right? But I've heard that ghosts can further transform, even becoming vengeful spirits. Moreover, the area around Agatha Mill might attract more monsters, and your manor isn't too far from the mill. Do you really not mind if things escalate to that extent? I'm afraid by then, even spending a fortune to hire the church's higher-ups might not resolve the issue." These words were all fabricated by Rain on the spot, based on rumors he had heard in the past few days from Lord Hamilton's side, primarily to scare. Baron Watson's complexion worsened as Rain spoke. Rain's words were something he had also heard bits about. Moreover, seeking the aid of high-ranking church officials was not so easy, requiring not only a hefty sum of money but also significant favors. Baron Watson's brow furrowed deeply, his gaze flickering as he clearly weighed the pros and cons. Though Colm had served the Watson family as a butler for many years and was usually quite competent, Baron Watson was unaware that he could commit such an act, especially since the situation could potentially lead to serious losses for the Watson family. Initially, he had thought to downplay the situation, but now hesitated after hearing Rain's words. Meanwhile, Butler Colm's face turned deathly pale, and his legs trembled so much that he could barely stand. "Colm, go with Rain to Agatha Mill and settle this affair," Baron Watson decided quickly after a moment of thought. Clearly, after hearing Rain's analysis, Baron Watson was prepared to give up on Butler Colm. "My lord, I am innocent." The once robust butler, Colm, now seemed like a spineless snake, collapsing to the ground. "My lord, you've made a wise decision," Rain chuckled. Rain then grabbed Colm by the scruff of his neck, as if lifting a small chicken, and headed towards Agatha Mill. After arriving at Agatha Mill, Rain threw the butler, Colm, to the ground with a single motion. Clang! A rust-covered shovel was thrown in front of the shivering Colm. "Mr. Butler, go and dig up the remains of Agatha and her father." Rain lowered his head, looking into Colm's eyes, and slowly said, "Of course, you can choose to refuse, but if you do, you'll have to spend the night in this windmill, letting Agatha keep you company for a nice long chat." The previously hesitating Colm, upon hearing he would be locked in with a ghost, immediately thought of all sorts of horrifying legends and chilling scenes. His face turned pale in an instant, and he quickly said, I'll dig. Baron Watson, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but shake his head at the scene. Now it seemed almost certain that his butler Colm was the murderer. No wonder Colm had reported to him that he had acquired the neighboring Agatha Mill for an incredibly low price. He even remembered praising him for it at the time. Now it was clear that the mill, being Agatha and her father's means of livelihood, wouldn't have been sold so easily. In no time, Colm had dug up a skeleton that had almost turned to white bones. From the clothes, it was faintly recognizable as the ghostly Agatha Rain had seen before, in her checkered dress with a white apron. The moment the remains were unearthed, the onlookers surrounding the area burst into an uproar. They hadn't expected that behind the mysterious events at Agatha Mill, in addition to monsters, there was such secrecy. "That's Agatha, that sweet girl's dress. Her favorite was this checkered dress. I heard it was the last thing her mother made for her before she passed away," cried a woman who knew Agatha well, recognizing her clothes immediately, unable to hold back her tears. "Yes, Agatha was a kind-hearted girl. Every time I came to grind flour, she would charge me less," said a farmer with a limp. "It's truly so sad." Rain took to heart the words of the onlookers and quickly sketched an image in his mind of the checkered dress girl who was warm to others and always ready to help. He couldn't help but despise Colm even more. "Bury Agatha behind the third windmill," he said. It was Agatha's own request. She wanted to be buried with her father. Furthermore, she had one more small wish. The area behind the third windmill was the highest point on the, and she wanted to be buried there with her father so that she could overlook the entire Agatha Mill. Soon, the second set of remains was also dug up by Colm. Seeing this, the onlooking clergyman Gregory, the farmers, and others looked at Colm with eyes filled with hatred. His actions were just too inhumane. Rain walked to the simple pit that had been dug in advance, looked at the two sets of remains placed side by side, bent down, and picked up the brass ring that was on the finger of Agatha's remains. Strangely, perhaps because the ghostly Agatha had agreed to give the ring to Rain, the surface of the brass ring was surprisingly clean, not stained with a single foreign substance. The moment Rain picked up the ring, suddenly, he froze. Ding! Detected the host obtaining an unknown relic, triggering the career change to Spirit Medium. The prerequisites for advancing to a Spirit Medium are 1. Any relic attached with the aura of a spiritual body. 2. Spirit 12 points or above. Current conditions met. Yes/no to change career to Spirit Medium. A new career panel was triggered, and it seemed to be the mysterious side career he had long awaited. Rain couldn't help but be overjoyed. However, at this moment, he had only one slot left on his career panel, 3/4, which was added when Rain broke through to the Transcendent tier, so he definitely had to choose carefully. He had some understanding of the career panel by now. Generally, the careers with more prerequisites, or the more stringent the prerequisites, tend to be more powerful. Looking at the prerequisites required for the Spirit Medium, this career most likely wasn't a powerful one. It could be similar to the Spirit Mediums Rain had heard about in his previous life, which initially had only the ability to see some spirits or to communicate with them in a rudimentary way. Clearly, this didn't align with the kind of mysterious side career that could significantly enhance his combat strength, which Rain had been hoping for. By contrast, Rain was more impressed by the wizard apprentice recorded in Endry's diary. In his mind, becoming a wizard apprentice would be a better choice. After careful thought, Rain chose no and did not immediately switch careers to spirit medium. He planned to wait and see for a little while longer. If it didn't work out, there would still be time to change careers later. Yes/no to name the unknown relic? To name it? He remembered Agatha saying that as long as he wore the brass ring, he would earn the favor of certain spirits. He decided to name it after her, calling it Agatha's ring. Rain thought to himself, ding, naming successful. Acquired the relic, Agatha's ring. Note, this is an ordinary brass ring, but it bears the sincere gratitude and blessing of a young girl's soul. Wearing it will make some spectral beings feel a sense of fondness towards the wearer. Although Baron Watson found it a bit strange why Rain would remove a brass ring that was obviously worthless from the remains, he did not ask. Shortly after, several security officers from the county town arrived at the scene. After asking about the incident and recording it, they took the weeping Cole away. What awaited him was a brief stint in prison, followed by execution after trial. Rain and Baron Watson had already agreed on this. As long as the Baron did not intervene, Cole's fate was actually sealed at that moment. The servant of a noble, it is the noble behind them that is the foundation for the servant. With this, the matter was concluded. By evening, Rain, carrying the bundled corpse of the mist, rode his warhorse back to Flashgold Town. Although the mystical event had been resolved, he was far from happy inwardly. The young life of Agatha was forever frozen in her prime, making Rain feel somewhat heavy at heart. After returning to Flashgold Town, Rain did not go straight home but instead first visited Lord Hamilton's office. Now that the mystical event had been resolved, it was naturally necessary to inform him first. Rain, you're back so soon? Lord Hamilton asked in surprise as he saw Rain enter. In his plan, even if everything went smoothly, Rain would not have returned until tomorrow. Yes, my lord, everything went rather smoothly, Rain said, and then recounted the day's events to Lord Hamilton. After listening, Lord Hamilton also sighed about the misfortune of Agatha and her father. I didn't expect this mysterious event to have such twists. But to think the real monster turned out to be a mist. Right, Rain? You're not hurt, are you? Lord Hamilton looked Rain over, not noticing any obvious injuries, and couldn't help but laugh and nod. No, I have to thank you for this set of knight's plate armor you gave me, Rain said while showing the slash on the back of the knight's helmet to Lord Hamilton. The scratch was 4 fingers wide, and at its deepest, nearly 2/3 the thickness of the plate armor. This meant that if the mist had been even a bit stronger, it might have been possible to the armor's protection. This was also the reason why the squad of family guards sent by Baron Watson had been annihilated. The chainmail simply could not withstand such an attack. With this kind of strength, as well as the ability you mentioned to hide in the mist. Lord Hamilton took the helmet and began to frown more deeply as he examined it. He, too, wouldn't dare say he could have easily defeated the creature. Rain, now you understand, don't you? Why sometimes no matter how many ordinary people there are, they can't solve these mystical events and only add to the panic. Lord Hamilton thought for a moment, then continued. Yes, my lord. Rain wholeheartedly agreed with this point. No matter how many ordinary people there were against such monsters, they would be simply delivering themselves. Knights, as the most visible transcendent human strength, could be said to form the stable foundation of the entire society. By the way, you'll need to reforge this damaged helmet. Leave it here, and I'll send someone to the county town to have it repaired and then return to you tomorrow. My lord, this small issue, perhaps I can take care of the repair myself. Actually, I'm also a blacksmith, Rain said with a smile. All right then. Lord Hamilton glanced at Rain in surprise but did not inquire further, because Rain had already brought him too many surprises recently. Right, did you bring back the mist's corpse? I have, my lord. The Empire's Mystic Research Institute has a special department for purchasing such monsters' corpses. If you're willing to sell, you can exchange it for merit points or Empire gold coins. Rain, if you don't have other plans for the mist's corpse, perhaps this would be a good option. Mystic Research Institute? It sounded like a rather high-end institution. This piqued Rain's curiosity a bit. Actually, he was quite interested in studying these mysterious creatures, but unfortunately, he had no means at the moment to process or preserve the mist's corpse. Besides, he also lacked the relevant knowledge in this field of research, something he would have to address later. However, he hadn't expected that the mist's corpse could be directly exchanged for merit points. In that case, there wasn't much to consider. After all, gathering 1,000 merit points a bit sooner to sign up for the knighthood exam was a top priority. Let's exchange it for merit points, Rain declared. Good. That's what I think too. Gold coins can be earned anywhere, but merit points are not easy to come by. Lord Hamilton nodded his head, appearing quite agreeable. After handing over the mist's corpse, Rain left the town hall. However, as he was almost home, Rain was surprised to find the familiar carriage from the morning now parked at his doorstep. Could it be? As Rain grew closer, it seemed the person inside the carriage had also seen him. Just as Rain approached, the door of the carriage swung open, and a young, slender noblewoman stepped out, dressed in a white gown. It was Ginny. Lord Rain, we have been waiting for you. Miss Ginny waited almost an hour, said the butler, introducing her. Lord Rain, I have brought the books you asked me to find, Ginny said as she handed over 2 thick volumes. This suddenly made Rain a bit embarrassed. She had waited so long just so he could receive the books as quickly as possible. Although, Rain knew there was an intention to curry favor on her part. But respecting another person, that feeling was indeed lovely. Rain bowed slightly, saying, Miss Ginny, thank you very much. Giggle, Lord Rain, you are too kind. As the guardian knight of our family, it's the least I can do, Ginny said with a light laugh, covering her mouth. After a moment's thought, Rain added that, if you ever find yourself in trouble one day, please send someone to notify me. Perhaps I can be of some small help. Lord Rain, I truly appreciate that. It's getting late now, so I won't disturb you any further, but if you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me. Clearly, Rain's current demeanor made Ginny feel the hour's wait had been worthwhile. Her purpose in coming was to ingratiate herself with Rain, a knight of emerging potential. Now, having Rain say such a sentence to her was already a sort of tacit promise. All right, Miss Ginny, goodbye. Rain waved his hand and said with a smile. What he didn't notice at that moment was that 4 pairs of big eyes were watching his brief exchange with Ginny. Anna and Lagaray through the door, Bowie through the dog hole named Biscuit, and his mother Emma through the kitchen window. When Rain returned home and entered the door, he found several people looking at him with various expressions. This suddenly startled Rain. Children can hardly keep secrets, and hearing Bowie flutter his big eyes asking, Brother, who is that beautiful lady who came down from the carriage? The moment Bowie spoke, the others' gazes converged on Rain. This immediately gave Rain a feeling, as if it were greater pressure than facing a mist wraith. After dinner, Rain, who had hurriedly retreated to his own room, eagerly began to read through the 2 books Ginny had brought him. Soon, Rain discovered that spirit was formerly called Akkadian, a language passed down from ancient times containing magical powers. However, its complex pronunciation and throat vibrations made it extremely difficult to learn. However, his spiritual power had reached 12 points, greatly improving his learning efficiency. Quickly, through studying with the help of the 2 books, Rain had already grasped the meanings of dozens of simple Akkadian vocabulary words. As for pronunciation, he had not mastered it. Thinking things over, Rain somewhat impatiently reached under the bed and pulled out the beast taming diary with a silver cover. Sure enough, among the previously unintelligible text, there were a few words Rain could now understand. The leaping spirit of the elements. Secret fire servant. Just as Rain was heartily engrossed, a gentle knock on the door sounded. Knock, knock, knock. From that knock, Rain already knew who it was. Come in. Rain closed the book with the silver cover. Anna stood shyly at the door, seemingly noticing Rain was reading, and thus asked, Rain, may I come in? Of course, Rain said, rising to his feet with a smile. The beast-taming diary, with its silver cover and jewel-encrusted design, immediately caught Anna's attention. Oh, what a beautiful book. Rain, may I take a look? Anna glanced at the book in silver, then at Rain, and asked, Of course you may. Rain certainly wouldn't object to Anna flipping through it, as he was already studying Akkadian. Perhaps, someday, he might understand the spells but be unable to cast them, and need Anna to give it a try. The wooden amulet was a perfect example. The wooden amulet had no reaction when Rain touched it, but Anna could perform some kind of miraculous healing witchcraft upon contact. As Anna took the book in silver and leaned against the window, just as she was about to flip through it, Suddenly, something peculiar happened with the book. Rain? The pattern on the cover is moving, Anna said, looking up at Rain, slightly frightened. What? Rain narrowed his eyes and quickly stepped forward. Soon, Rain saw that it might have been the moonlight shining on the beast taming diary from outside that caused it. On the surface of the silver cover, the largest sapphire, ruby, and turquoise seemed to have absorbed some of the moonlight, and at that moment, their glow was shifting, undergoing some magical change. The 3 gemstones shone brilliantly, then a bright but not blinding beam of light connected the 3 gems. At that moment, the pattern on the silver cover also dynamically changed. The engraved bear, the patterns, and the veins of the leaves all shifted. The bear walked away, and the flower and leaves dispersed around, leaving the middle of the cover suddenly revealing a round water well filled with water. The water in the well, reflecting the moon, shimmered beautifully. 3 large characters written in Akkadi script were inscribed beside the well, seemingly the words Moon Well, but Rain didn't recognize the last character. But, combining it with the design, it probably read Moonwell. At this moment, Rain's feelings were quite mixed. He had possessed the silver book for a long time now. It was the same last time with the amulet. Every time he touched it, nothing happened, but when Anna touched it, a miraculous transformation would occur. Who was being underestimated? Suddenly, Anna's figure staggered. She clutched her head, appearing to be in great discomfort, which made Rain hurry to support her. But in that instant, the surrounding scenery changed dramatically. Rain felt as though he had stepped into a time tunnel. Familiar scenes around him stretched and compressed. Then, in the next second, the scenery became clear again. However, Rain was taken aback right away. At this moment, he was greeted by the fragrant air filled with floral scents and a dense, lush forest filled with towering trees and shrubs, interspersed with many vibrant flowers. Colorful butterflies fluttered and bees circled in figure eights. The sounds around him included various insects buzzing, bird calls, and the roars of unknown beasts. This left Rain momentarily dazed. He couldn't tell if he had been teleported to some unknown forest sanctuary or if this was merely an illusion, especially since, at that moment, he was still embracing the slight figure of Anna, exactly as he had been in his room just before, which made it even harder for him to distinguish the reality. After thinking for a moment, Rain checked his profession panel and found it was still accessible. Meanwhile, Anna was still bowing her head, her hands clutching her head, displaying an expression of extreme discomfort. So, Rain gently patted Anna's back and called out softly, "Anna? Anna?" Gradually, Anna seemed to feel a bit better. She first looked up, glanced around, then immediately showed a bewildered and surprised expression. With confused eyes, she looked at Rain and then, as if realizing something, exclaimed, "Rain, where are we?" From Anna's expression, it seemed she was seeing the same green forest as he was. Could it be that they had indeed been teleported to some mystical realm? And was that silver book the gateway to this mystical realm? What immense power! Rain thought. Suddenly, Rain was unsure of what to do next. The current situation had completely exceeded his expectations. Suddenly, from deep within Rain's heart, a distant voice seemed to call, "Come. Closer. Here." Rain listened carefully, and he could faintly make out that it was a female voice. Rain looked at Anna, and they both saw astonishment in each other's eyes. Rain said, "Anna, did you hear it?" "Yes. It seems to be calling us over." Anna nodded and said. Clearly, both of them heard some kind of summons coming from ahead. After thinking it over, Rain decided to check it out. Otherwise, just staying put seemed like a fruitless option. Thus, Rain, leading Anna, slowly walked forward. It seemed they were headed deeper into the forest. At this moment, the woods grew denser and denser. Suddenly, the sound of breaking branches erupted, and a huge brown bear appeared in front of them. This bear was over 2 meters tall and 4 to 5 meters long, nearly twice the size of the brown bears Rain had seen in his previous life in Côte d'Ivoire. Suddenly, it stood up, facing Rain and Anna, and let out a fierce roar. The deafening sound waves immediately blasted in all directions. Rain quickly stepped in front of Anna to protect her. Since he had taken off the greatsword after getting home, he wasn't carrying the glimmering greatsword at this moment. But some things had to be done, weapon or no weapon. Just as Rain was preparing to wrestle with the huge brown bear, the next second, something unexpected happened. After roaring, the bear shook its massive head and walked away to the side, gradually disappearing into the dense forest. Rain and Anna exchanged glances, not quite understanding why the brown bear had suddenly given up on attacking. After a pause, the two continued walking forward. Soon after, another unexpected incident occurred. Swoosh! A dark shadow flashed by not far in front of them. Rain's pupils constricted. He saw clearly that it was a huge black panther. At this moment, the panther was hiding in the dense forest, quietly watching them. Once again, Rain shielded Anna behind him and began to confront the Black Panther. But it wasn't long before the Black Panther also mysteriously left. By now, Rain had some suspicions forming in his mind. However, he didn't say anything and continued to lead Anna forward. After a long while, the two finally saw that deep within the dense forest, there seemed to be a small clearing, and at the center of the clearing, there was a sort of glow emanating. The two immediately quickened their pace. As they approached, they saw a well on the clearing. The water in the well reflected the moon, and the surface rippled slightly, looking exactly like the well that appeared on the silver cover. How beautiful! Seeing this scene, Anna walked to the edge of the well and couldn't help but reach out to touch the water. Suddenly, as Anna's pale fingers touched the well water, the water rippled violently, shattering their reflections in the water in an instant. The next second, the surrounding scenery rapidly changed. The trees around them stretched and changed color like dough, and everything around them underwent unpredictable changes. It was as if Rain and Anna were passing through a wormhole. Except for them, everything around turned bizarre and fantastical. It seemed like a moment, yet also seemed very long. When they came to their senses again, Rain and Anna found themselves back in their room, with Anna still holding the book with the silver cover. Only this time, the pattern on the cover had changed back to its original appearance, and the miraculous moon well was nowhere to be seen. Rain, this. Anna, for a moment, didn't know what to say. Rain, however, kept his gaze fixed on the book of silver in Anna's hands. The next second, Rain stretched out his hand, intending to open the book of silver again, but quickly his hand stopped mid-air as Rain recalled the uncomfortable feeling from just a moment ago, which made him shudder. However, thinking it over, Rain had some guesses, and so he continued to open the book directly to the second page. Sure enough, the content inside was completely different from before. The first line, written in the common language, read, "Congratulations, you have passed the Druid Circle's trial of will." A willpower trial? It seems the previous one must have been some kind of illusion technique, but that was almost too realistic. Without pondering for too long, Rain and Anna gazed intently down at the next page. After a long while, Rain finally exhaled deeply, a look of joy on his face, but in the next second, his brows furrowed. It turned out that the willpower trial was a method used by the Druid Circle to select and test newcomers, and those who passed the willpower trial were deemed ready to begin practicing the basic meditation method. What followed was indeed a record of the basic meditation method. However, Rain was a bit troubled by the fact that Anna could trigger the wooden amulet, but he had no reaction at all. Would he be able to practice the Druid Circle's basic meditation method? At this point, Anna turned her head to look at Rain with a gaze that was passionate yet somewhat anxious. "Rain, can I practice this meditation method?" she asked. As Rain's power rapidly increased, Anna had always felt a sense of anxiety, as if Rain was growing further and further away from her. This feeling peaked today when she saw Rain chatting and laughing with that elegant noble lady through the door. Now, with the meditation method laid out before her, she was eager to learn it, even though she was not sure how powerful she would become after mastering it. However, she had heard various legends from the mystical side. Regardless, she would certainly be much more formidable than she was now if she learned it, thought Anna. "Of course, you can," replied Rain without hesitation. If there was a chance he couldn't practice the Druid's basic meditation method, clearly Anna had a high likelihood of being able to. In fact, even now, Rain wasn't sure whether the change in the trial book was triggered by the moonlight alone, or whether Anna's touch was also an essential part of it, or if there were other triggering conditions. But from what Rain guessed, this time it might still be because of Anna, just like with the wooden amulet. When they turned to the next page, suddenly, the trial book emitted a green glow. As the green light shone upon them, their minds abruptly received content and methods for practicing the basic meditation method. Faced with this magical phenomenon, both Anna and Rain exchanged glances, seeing surprise and admiration in each other's eyes. After some time, Rain studied the contents and methods of the basic meditation method several times before he confirmed that it seemed he could also practice the Druidic basic meditation method. He didn't yet know how effective it would be, but he was fairly certain he could learn it. According to the instructions, the prerequisite for practicing the basic meditation method was to have spiritual power beyond that of an ordinary person, a criterion both Rain and Anna met, and that was the purpose of the willpower trial. Rain roughly estimated that this threshold was around 10 spirit attribute points, nearly twice that of an average person, while he had 12 spirit points, making it much easier for him than Anna. Additionally, after observing the content of the basic meditation method in his mind, Rain started to understand why Indri's diary had no such records. That was because the content of the basic meditation method turned out to be a series of three-dimensional symbols, and they became more complex the further one got. No wonder the Druid Circle transferred knowledge through that method of green light. Just as Rain was about to try practicing the basic meditation method, the knocking on the door sounded again. Knock, knock, knock. However, before Rain could call out to come in, the door was opened from the outside. There stood Lagaray with a teasing expression looking at them both. Sensing Lagaray's peculiar gaze, Anna looked down to inspect herself, and only then she realized that because she and Rain had been watching the trial book together, their hands were still intertwined, bodies pressed closely to each other. Immediately, Anna's face flushed red, and her fair little hand quickly withdrew from Rain's, her body springing away like a startled bunny. In truth, Lagaray was falsely accusing Rain and Anna. Honestly, their experience had just been too magical for them to have considered anything romantic. Their hands were intertwined because Rain was protecting Anna during the trial, and their bodies were pressed closely together because they were both attracted to the magical changes in the trial book. What exactly are you two secretly doing? I've knocked twice now, said Lagaray, glancing at them both with a peculiar look. Anna immediately lowered her head in embarrassment, her face burning red. But Rain was stunned. It seemed that during the willpower trial with Anna, Lagaray had already been by once. No wonder she knocked and then just pushed the door open without waiting this time. Anna, do you even know what time it is? Do you plan to sleep here tonight? Lagaray asked Anna, smiling mischievously. No. Anna's face became even redder, as if about to bleed, and she waved her hands frantically. Rain, thank you for today. Well, I'm going to sleep now. You should rest early too, Anna said, and quickly pushed Lagaray out of the room. Before leaving, Lagaray gave Rain a meaningful glance. Then, their footsteps descending the stairs followed. Rain shook his head, dispelling the romantic thoughts from his mind. At that moment, having just acquired the basic meditation method, he was like a boy deeply engrossed in a video game, with no mind to pay attention to a girlfriend. Soon, Rain began to visualize the first three-dimensional symbol in his mind according to the method of practicing the basic meditation method. These three-dimensional symbols, as described in the basic meditation method, were known as Walrunes. The Walrune was a rather intricate three-dimensional pattern that had to be vividly imagined in the mind. According to the introduction in the meditation technique, if one could visualize all 8 Walrunes at once, that would be considered stepping into the first stage. Of course, the primary function of the meditation technique was to enhance spiritual power gradually through the visualization of Walrunes. After several attempts, Rain was pleasantly surprised to discover that on his best try, he had successfully visualized 7 Walrunes at once, just one short of reaching the first stage described in the meditation technique. However, at that moment, Rain felt a throbbing pain accompanied by a slight headache at his temples. Evidently, this was likely due to the length of the meditation practice approaching his current limit. Indeed, this was very similar to the night breathing method, with an implicit time restriction each day. Once one reached the physical limit, it was necessary to rest and recover gradually. At the same time, although he had yet to trigger a job change or anything of the sort, Rain had a vague premonition that something might change once he reached the first stage of the meditation technique. For now, what he needed to do was to quickly resolve this final step. After all, he had already succeeded in visualizing 7 Walrunes at once. Only one more was needed. It didn't take long for Rain to think of the simplest method, which was naturally to add points. If 1 point wasn't enough for the spirit attribute, then 2 points. He was confident that he could easily handle the 8th Walrune with the additional points. Of course, the approach most people took was to enhance their spiritual power slowly through practice with the first 7 Walrunes, even though it was a bit slower. That night, feeling somewhat mentally exhausted, Rain fell into a deep sleep. The border of Minster Province. In a certain forest, a tall figure wearing a gray robe and a hooded cloak was heading south through the forest, the occasional glimpse of jet black hair indicating that she seemed to be the female elf who had rushed there from Ferdinand Forest. Suddenly, she stopped, lifting her head slightly, revealing a delicate face beneath her hood. As she drew closer, she clearly sensed the fluctuations from the activation of the trial book. Frowning, her eyes flickered, and in a low whisper, she muttered, "How is this possible? The amulet being triggered could be a fluke, but activating the trial book requires fulfillment of." The next day after waking up, Rain's first thought was about how to tackle the basic meditation technique because he was agonizing over being so close to reaching the first stage. After some thought and checking his panel, he found that the dog trainer job was the easiest to level up, currently at LV2 292/300. Although he hadn't been taking Cookie on night patrols recently, he managed to raise his dog trainer level to this point by crafting premium dog food and feeding it. So, first thing in the morning, Rain took the greyhound Cookie out for a walk. After coming back, he prepared a lavish feast for Cookie and successfully raised his dog trainer level to LV3, 1/500, gaining 1 skill point and 1 attribute point. Having sorted out the dog trainer upgrade, Rain handed Cookie over to Bohi and, without any hesitation, returned to his room. Without any hesitation, Rain added an attribute point to Spirit, instantly raising it from 12 to 13. Rain immediately felt a sense of clarity in his ears and eyes, although the improvement was not huge. Right away, Rain started to try the first 8 will runes of the basic meditation technique again. The first will rune. The 7th will rune. The 8th will rune. Ding. Host has completed the basic meditation technique will runes August 8th and triggered a job change Wizard Apprentice Transcendent. To advance to Wizard Apprentice Transcendent, the prerequisites are 1. Wizard's Aptitude 2. Spirit 12 points or above 3. Basic meditation technique will runes August 8th. All current conditions met. Do you want to change job to Wizard Apprentice Transcendent? Yes/no? Seeing this job change notification, Rain couldn't help but feel overjoyed, excitedly clenching his fists and swinging them with force. Yes. Ding. Job change to Wizard Apprentice Transcendent. Successful. Spirit +2. Name: Rain Carlin. Job: Wizard Apprentice Transcendent. LV1 0/100/Night Transcendent. LV1 86/100/Blacksmith. LV3 0/500/Dog Trainer. LV3 1/500 Constitution, 16 Strength, 15 Agility, 15 Spirit, 15 remaining attribute points, 0 remaining skill points. When the additional increase in Spirit made Rain realize that his perception of the surroundings had changed. This was not just an improvement in eyesight, but an all-encompassing enhancement of hearing, smell, and other senses, including an even deeper change. He became more sensitive to perceptions. Rain could faintly detect various energy particles floating in the air around his body. When he closed his eyes, this sensation became especially intense. However, when Rain looked at the Wizard Apprentice job panel, he couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Although the entire panel was also flashing with a beautiful green light, there was only a lonely skill icon flickering, which was the basic meditation method LV1, 12/100. There was not a single combat skill. This gave Rain a feeling of false joy. After of serendipity, he had triggered the Wizard Apprentice Transcendent job panel, but since he hadn't learned any sorcery, it could be said that this Transcendent panel was currently not living up to its name. Compared to the Knight Transcendent job panel, the difference in combat power was like heaven and earth. However, Rain glanced at his Spirit attribute, which had at least risen to 15 points, comforting his wounded soul since Spirit concerned many of his core skills' power or duration. For example, Strength Burst was directly proportional to Rain's Constitution and Spirit. For example, Danger Perception, whose acuity was directly proportional to Rain's Spirit. The stronger the spiritual power, the sharper the perception. So, looking at it this way, Rain had successfully triggered a new Transcendent job as a Wizard Apprentice, which then greatly enhanced the original Transcendent job, Knight. Rain stroked his, thinking this way, which gave him a bittersweet feeling. Well, an inexplicable sense of joy. Rain carefully recalled that Indri, whom Lord Hamilton called a level 1 Wizard Apprentice, the guy who talked a bit too much, was probably at the same level as himself currently. It seemed that he couldn't cast sorcery independently, but could only rely on rare sorcery scrolls or other items to perform spell attacks. Rain wondered if Indri was just too incompetent, or if there were other conditions that needed to be met. Thinking it over, Rain began his first session of meditation practice since becoming a wizard apprentice. Perhaps because his spiritual power had increased to 15 points, Rain smoothly visualized 9 will runes at once and still had energy to spare. However, Rain didn't rush to visualize the 10th will rune, but as the practice method suggested, he began to sense and try to guide the free-floating mysterious energy particles around him. Closing his eyes and fully engaging in perception, Rain gradually felt the various mysterious energy particles in the surrounding space, a sensation that was very peculiar and hard to describe in words. But feeling them was one thing, trying to guide these energy particles was another. After several attempts, Rain finally discovered a type of energy particle that seemed to respond more actively to him. Rain opened his eyes, striving to guide these energy particles to converge around his palm. On Rain's palm skin, a very dim red light briefly glowed. If one didn't look closely, it was hardly noticeable. This effect lasted only a few seconds before the red light vanished without a trace. However, Rain was not discouraged but rather delighted. After all, being able to visually observe such a magical change on his first attempt at guiding was quite exciting for Rain. Next, it seems I only need to follow the steps to visualize more will runes and further increase my spiritual power. At the same time, I'll continue to attempt to guide the free-floating energy particles, he muttered. It's a pity that I don't have any basic-level sorcery to learn, Rain thought to himself. It felt like owning a gold mine but not being able to spin the gold. It was like learning the night-breathing method, but not learning any combat skills. This couldn't help but remind Rain of the time Clea taught him the giant bear breathing technique and giant bear sword technique. Having a guide was indeed beneficial. Now, he felt like a wild wizard, figuring out almost everything on his own. Unfortunately, Hamilton was a staunch knightly idealist, and it wasn't appropriate to ask him about wizardly affairs. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Rain's mind, and he murmured, to further break through the dog's limitations and increase the possibility of evolving into a more ferocious state, I could try a daily nutrition meal as the basis, combined with a monthly 2-ounce dose of the mutation growth elixir. That's right, the mutation growth elixir. Rain quickly opened the Book of Silver, turning to the page on enhancing dogs, mutation growth elixir formula, 1 ounce of sunflowers, a pair of nocturnal vampire bat wings, 2 claws of a carrion wolf. At this moment, Rain attempted to decipher the previously incomprehensible latter part. Acadian, when making. Spell. Mobilize. This seems like a viable path. However, I still need to solve 2 problems. Firstly, to continue learning Acadian, as my current vocabulary is certainly insufficient. Also, dumb Acadian won't work. I need to be able to chant. Secondly, acquiring the necessary materials. For this, perhaps only the bat market in County Town can address this issue. Items like nocturnal vampire bat wings and carrion wolf claws clearly don't look like something a reputable pharmacy would sell. As Rain pondered, suddenly, a somewhat urgent knocking sound came from outside his home. Knock, knock, knock. Is Rain home? Oh, that was the voice of the short Mateo. Rain hurried downstairs to open the door, only to hear Mateo say, Rain, Lord Hamilton wants you to immediately go to the town hall. The team that had been investigating the evil spirit knights in Nightingale Forest has just arrived. Also, Rain, Lord Hamilton asked me to notify that barbarian girl Lagaray. She should be staying at your place, right? Could you inform her for me? Sure. I'll be right there. I'll notify Lagaray. After a moment's thought, Rain responded, Okay. I still need to prepare a few things, so I'll be leaving first. Mateo chuckled and thumped Rain's robust chest as a greeting, then quickly stepped away. The approval for Rain's appointment as deputy sheriff had not yet been granted by the county town. Otherwise, Mateo wouldn't have been so casual. However, Rain quite enjoyed his current status. If people he knew saw him and acted all constrained, it would make him a bit uncomfortable. Although he had just activated his Wizard Apprentice Transcendent panel, Rain was thinking of studying it carefully. Still, he had promised Lagaray earlier and naturally didn't want to break his word. So, picking up his knight's helmet which he hadn't had time to repair, Rain donned the 5-piece set of knight armor and, carrying a sheepskin-wrapped glimmering greatsword, left the house. Rain first turned left and arrived at Anna's doorstep, where he knocked on the door. Soon, Anna opened the door and was quite pleased to see it was Rain. Yesterday, she had undergone a trial of will with Rain, and the scene was still fresh in her mind. Whenever Anna thought of how Rain had protected her while standing behind him, her heart couldn't help but flutter. She had not shared this with Lagaray. It was her little secret. Rain, why have you come? Oh, are you about to go on a mission? Anna, seeing Rain fully armed, couldn't help but ask. Yes, later I need to join the county's investigation team on a trip to Nightingale Forest. Oh, Anna, is Lagare here? Rain nodded in confirmation of Anna's guess. She is. Hearing that Rain had come looking for Lagare made Anna feel slightly disappointed. She had thought that Rain had come to share insights on the basic meditation techniques. In fact, she had seriously practiced the basic meditation techniques last night and could now visualize 6 runes in a single session, merely 2 steps away from 8. Rain, did you need me? Lagare's familiar voice came from inside the room. Apparently hearing the conversation between Rain and Anna, Lagare emerged from the bedroom, sleep still in her eyes, wearing a thin nightgown that barely covered her voluptuous and energetic figure. This made Anna take a few more glances at her, then look down at herself as her fair hands clenched suddenly. Ahem. Lagare, the county's team to investigate the evil spirit knights has arrived. If you want to join, you'll need to get ready quickly. Rain coughed and shifted his gaze slightly aside. Did you say the county has finally sent someone? Lagare's entire demeanor froze, her eyes wide open. Only just realizing, she hurriedly turned around and dashed into the bedroom, saying, 3 minutes, I'll be ready soon. Shortly, Lagare appeared in a warrior's outfit with short-sleeved mail over a leather harness, her round, pale legs impressively flexible. Rain merely glanced at her and felt that Lagare's figure was even more stunning than when he had first met her. Lagare was past her growing phase, wasn't she? Hey, Lagare, is your shield fixed? Rain was surprised to see that Lagare carried a shield nearly identical to the previous one on her back, made of solid wood with a palm-sized, raised iron disc at the center, tightly encircled by a narrow of iron. Yes, though I couldn't find iron for wood, I did find a large piece of oak, so I used it to repair the shield. Lagare shifted slightly, allowing Rain a clear view of the shield on her back. Rain then remembered that Lagare was not only a barbarian warrior but also a skilled blacksmith. For her, fixing a shield was a simple task, provided she had the right materials. Indeed, upon closer inspection, he could see that the grain of one large piece of wood was inconsistent with the others, and the color was slightly different. However, if one wasn't looking closely, it was quite indistinguishable. The two bid farewell to Anna and headed towards the town hall. When Rain and Lagare arrived at the town hall, a mixed-style team was already stationed at the entrance. For knights clad in bright silver armor and draped in white cloaks were particularly striking. Their armor was intricately patterned, different from the regular knight armor, and they had a prominent golden emblem on their chests, a long-skirted woman standing atop waves, blowing a horn. With the enhanced perception he obtained after his class change to Wizard Apprentice, Rain could faintly sense the powerful physical strength contained within the armor of the 4 silver knights wielding swords and shields. Clearly, these 4 were not ordinary cavalry, but genuine knights who had stepped into transcendence. Rain had heard from Hamilton that not only the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess Church but other churches as well referred to their transcendent knights as temple knights, and those below transcendent were called temple guardians. To eliminate the evil spirit knight, would they dispatch 4 temple knights at once? How powerful the Goddess Church must be. Could there be another purpose, such as investigating the cause of the evil spirit knight's appearance? Rain couldn't help but speculate. Additionally, there were 2 formal knights, dressed in relatively simple knight plate armor, and based on the crest on their chests, they seemed to be the guard knights of some nobility, with one of them even equipped with the rarely seen round-armed shield. As Rain approached, he encountered many familiar faces of the night watchmen along the way, greeting each with a smile, and his night watchman comrades also responded with smiles and waves. At that moment, Hamilton emerged, accompanied by 2 VIPs, and from his slightly trailing posture, it was evident that these 2 held higher status than Hamilton. One was an elder dressed in a water-blue robe with gold trim, holding a thick book. From his attire, he was evidently the leader of this mission from the Goddess Church. The other was a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache clad in knight armor, probably a nobleman, and the 2 knights from before were likely his guard knights. Hamilton noticed Rain and Lagare approaching as well. Perhaps Rain was not so conspicuous, but Lagare, as a rare female and with the large shield on her back, was quite eye-catching. If this had been before, Rain, as a night watchman, would naturally not have had the chance to be introduced. But today was different, as his advancement to Transcendent at such a young age had earned him the privilege of being introduced by Hamilton. Viscount Lord, Reverend, this is Rain, Also the vice officer of public security for Flash Gold Town that you've just appointed, Hamilton said with a smile. Rain, this is Lord Hamadi Viscount, the chief of public security of the county town, and this is Reverend Rudolph from the Goddess Church. Good day, Viscount Lord. Good day, Reverend, Rain said with a slight bow. At the same time, he was quite astonished internally chief of public security of the county town. That was the superior of his own boss. He didn't expect that due to the evil spirit knight, the latter would come in person. And Hamilton had just said his appointment as vice officer of public security was confirmed. This was indeed good news. After all, the higher the position, the more information and resources he could access, Rain thought to himself. When they heard of Rain's new position, elevated from night watchman captain to vice officer of public security of Flash Gold Town, his fellow night watchmen and the public security officers were momentarily stunned, but then resumed their composure as if it was to be expected. Some of the night watchmen even showed joy on their faces as if they shared in the glory, as if the promotion were their own. Others whispered among themselves, seemingly explaining the situation to those who were not yet informed. Rain's strength was one thing, but more importantly, despite his young age, Rain was quite skillful in interpersonal relations, humble, capable of fighting tough battles, and after several missions, many of his night watchman comrades held a deep respect for the young man. For instance, during the extermination of the evil Finfolk, Rain was assigned the heaviest task, blocking all escape routes for the dispersed Finfolk by himself. Even though there were more Finfolk than expected, Rain nonetheless managed to tackle the difficult challenge. In the child rescue incident, it was even more apparent. Every night watchman involved in the mission gave Rain a thumbs up as he single-handedly took down several formidable villains and rescued more than 20 children. This earned genuine admiration from the night watchmen who participated in the mission. Without Rain, they didn't know how many might have died. Lagaray watched from the side, a glint of admiration flashing in her eyes. Although she had some understanding back in the training grounds, she hadn't anticipated that Rain's popularity among the night watchmen of Flash Gold Town would be so high. While Rain was chatting with the VIPs, a pair of beautiful eyes watched him quietly through the window of a carriage not far away. A few minutes before, Miss Ginny from the Crowley family was passing through the town's administration office in a carriage, heading south toward Rain's home. Her mother, Lady Viscountess Crowley, had been urging her to communicate more with Rain and maintain a good relationship. Personally, she also had a favorable impression of the somewhat handsome young man, but unfortunately, Rain had declined her mother's suggestion last time. Ever since she found out that Rain was interested in spiritual texts, Ginny often visited her family's library. This time, she had found an ancient book recorded in spiritual writing, that is, the Akkadian language, which she thought might interest Rain. Of course, Ginny's main objective was to find an excuse to interact more with Rain through the gift of the book. Additionally, to facilitate communication between Rain and the Crowley family, Ginny had specially prepared a pair of blue helmet pigeons. These messenger pigeons were extremely fast, with a tuft of blue feathers on their heads that resembled a knight's helmet, hence the name blue helmet pigeons. At this moment, the pair of blue-capped pigeons stayed quietly in a birdcage at her feet. Hearing the nearby commotion, Ginny peered through the carriage window and saw the bustling scene in front of the town hall of Flash Gold Town. For uncommon Lady Knight Templars of the Goddess Church piqued Ginny's curiosity, and she scrutinized them for a while. Hey, isn't that Rain? Ginny spotted Rain greeting the Viscount. Rain, out of politeness, had already removed his knight's helmet, so Ginny recognized him at a glance. Casso, pull the carriage over to the side, Ginny said to the coachman. Casso. As you wish, Miss Ginny. The carriage came to a steady stop by the roadside, and Ginny listened attentively. Since Rain and the others were knights, their voices were not deliberately concealed. Ginny could hear them clearly from 20 or 30 meters away. Deputy Officer of Town Security in Flash Gold Town? Ginny's beautiful eyes sparkled upon hearing this. As a noble lady, she naturally understood the Imperial Administrative System's appointments. Despite the title deputy, considering Rain's current age, this was quite impressive. In the Imperial Administrative System, competition was inevitable, with its share of pettiness, but there was one type where military merit was most valued. As long as one's military deeds were sufficient, promotion would be smooth sailing. The background less Rain becoming deputy officer indicated that he must have accrued substantial bona fide achievements. Otherwise, he would have never received the appointment. Mother's judgment is as excellent as always. However, is Rain about to leave? Ginny frowned. She had come to Flash Gold Town specifically to find Rain, but given the current situation, it seemed that he might have some important mission to undertake with the Goddess Church. This caused an inexplicable irritation in Ginny's heart. So you were Rain, truly a promising youth. I've reviewed your records. I had no idea that you, having joined Lord Hamilton's ranks not long ago, had completed many challenging tasks. With your capabilities, Flash Gold Town is indeed too small for you. Have you considered coming to the county town? Hamadi, the Viscount, said smilingly. Somehow, Rain always felt that this superior of his superior had a disingenuous smile. The smile was very insincere. Thank you for the compliment, Viscount, but the cost of living in the county town is too steep. If I were to move there, I'm afraid I couldn't afford a house, Rain said with a laugh, tactfully declining. Rain's response triggered hearty laughter from the others. Viscount, although Rain has completed many tasks, he is still much too young and needs more training. Let him stay with me a little longer, Lord Hamilton chimed in to defuse the situation. Prior to this, Rudolph, the preacher, had not paid much attention to Rain, but after sizing him up carefully and hearing from Lord Hamilton that Rain was under 15 years old, he became quite interested in him. Rain certainly noticed the preacher Rudolph's gaze. Although the eyes were gentle, they had a penetrating quality. Rain, would you be interested in joining the church and embracing the goddess? I believe with your qualifications, you have a good chance of vying for the next Meister in the county town. As soon as Rudolph, the preacher, opened his mouth, he made a grand proposal, shocking Viscount Hamadi and Lord Hamilton, who were nearby. They knew preacher Rudolph all too well. As the one responsible for demon hunting and exorcism in the county town's Church of the Sea Goddess, he was usually serious and had a rather old-fashioned demeanor. To their surprise, he showed a particular fondness for Rain, and the 4 Lady Knight Templars couldn't help but turn their heads slightly to look at Rain. The others might not be members of the church and might not realize the weight and significance of the term Meister within the church, but they knew it all too well. Every Meister was a candidate for the district's bishop, which meant that if Rain became a Meister, he would have a strong chance of succeeding the Meister of the county's Church of the Sea Goddess. Preacher Rudolph's words also left Rain feeling flattered but overwhelmed. However, Rain never considered himself wholly devoted to a single deity. If he joined the church, he guessed it would be only a matter of time before he became a blasphemer. After thinking it through, Rain politely declined. Thank you for your kindness, preacher, but Lord Hamilton has been very caring towards me. Please forgive me for not being able to join your esteemed church. At that moment, Viscount Hamadi spoke. It's getting late, Hamilton. With the preacher personally making the trip, I think you should accompany us to the Nightingale Forest. What about Flashgold Town? Lord Hamilton hesitated. Ahaha, isn't that a simple matter? Just leave Rain to watch over Flashgold Town. All right, I'll follow the Viscount's arrangement, Lord Hamilton said, nodding after a brief reflection. Rain, you'll stay and guard Flashgold Town. If all goes well, we should be back by evening, at the latest by tomorrow. While I'm away, I'm entrusting you with the town's security, he said. Rain was stunned by these words. No, please. I was planning to harvest a wave of experience. How could this? Rain inwardly screamed. He desperately wanted to refuse. But clearly, it was not the place to do so. After all, this order had come from the superior of his superior, and moreover, his direct superior, Lord Hamilton, had agreed. Consequently, Rain could only respond, by your command, Lord Hamilton. Oh, Hamilton, if you're worried, I can ask Andrews to stay in Flashgold Town as well. Now are you reassured? Viscount Hamadi said with a smile. Rain, this is Knight Andrews. Viscount Hamadi pointed to the towering guard knight equipped with an armed shield. Lord Andrews, hello. Hello, Lord Rain. A deep voice came from the other's knight's helmet. Oh, this Knight Andrews is very strong. Rain's senses told him that Andrews seemed to be an experienced knight. This made Rain a bit puzzled, wondering why Viscount Hamadi would leave an experienced knight behind. But he didn't think much about it. Perhaps it was for Hamilton's peace of mind? Of course, that's unknown. Before the team departed, Rain and Lagaray instructed that it would be best if they could bring back her brother and the belongings of his comrades, but if not, ensuring their own safe return was most important. Soon, the team from County Town joined the team from Flashgold Town, a majestic group of 40 to 50 people, and they set off towards the western Nightingale Forest. This time, Hamilton took nearly 20 night watchmen, which amounted to more than half of the defensive power of Flashgold Town. After seeing off the team, Andrews spoke up. Lord Rain, as the new deputy sheriff of Flash Gold Town, could you show me around Flash Gold Town? Although I've been here a few times, it's been a long while. For Andrews' request, Rain naturally had no problem, because it just so happened that it was customary every day for the town sheriff to patrol around Flash Gold Town on horseback. Although this was more of a formality, it remained a method to deter minor criminals and had been passed down to the present day. So Rain often saw Hamilton taking time to patrol with 2 guards, the 3 of them riding together. Thus, Rain readily nodded and agreed. Of course, there's no problem, Lord Andrews. Please follow me. Through idle chatter with Andrews, Rain learned that after receiving the message about the evil spirit knight, County Town took it very seriously. However, the entire Meister County had been unsettled recently, and the seasonal and marine goddess church had already sent out several teams to other places, with a team just returning yesterday. Therefore, the delay in the team coming to Flash Gold Town to investigate the evil spirit knight was a few days. Meanwhile, Ginny, who was secretly relieved that Rain didn't need to go on a mission this time, saw Rain and an unfamiliar knight starting to mount their horses and head towards the edge of town. This made her heart tighten. But seeing their slow pace, Ginny soon realized that Rain was just going for his routine patrol. As an aristocrat's offspring, of course, she knew this was a routine of the sheriff. Thus, Ginny thought for a moment, then said to the coachman, Casso, follow Lord Rain from a distance with the carriage, and also, let the 2 family cavalrymen wait here. As you command, miss. The coachman Casso quickly greeted the 2 family cavalrymen in charge of protecting Ginny. Ginny wanted to approach directly, but with someone new beside Rain, now was not an appropriate time to deepen their interaction, so she could only have the coachman follow at a distance. And Ginny's eyes were fixed on Rain. The more she looked, the more she felt the knight in armor looked dashing, making her heart race. Rain and Andrews soon reached the edge of the town. At that moment, a woman's scream suddenly rang out from within Flash Gold Town. Rain narrowed his eyes and instantly turned his head towards the direction from which the sound came. But suddenly, his heart sounded an alarm. His level 3 danger perception told Rain that the source of danger was right beside him. Was it Andrews? Oh no. Iron Skin. Without the time to turn his head, Rain instinctively activated his second transcendent ability, Iron Skin, and suddenly, he felt a forceful and scorching attack hit his lower back. The next second, he was blasted from his horse like a cannonball, hitting the ground. Instantly, the ground formed a deep crater where Rain landed, dust billowing. And Ginny, who was following from afar, had her eyes wide open, her hands covering her mouth in utter disbelief, watching the scene unfold before her. The unfamiliar knight beside Rain, wasn't he Viscount Hamadi's guard knight? Why would he suddenly attack Rain? And Ginny had just witnessed the attack, seeing black flames suddenly surge from the attacker's palm, striking Rain's waist with great speed, even tearing through his knight armor. Oh my goodness! Rain, just recently appointed as deputy sheriff, the guardian knight his family had just made contact with, was now ambushed and killed? Great goddess above, how could such a horrifying event occur? But what terrified her even more happened. The tall, thin knight who ambushed and killed Rain was now focusing his gaze on her carriage. What a pity, the young knight prodigy never had the chance to fully mature. Oh, we have a few spectators here. Too bad. If you've seen something you shouldn't have, you'll have to join Rain now, Andrews said, his voice tinged with an indescribable glee. The next second, Andrews shook the reins, turned his horse around, and intended to kill all the witnesses on the carriage behind him. Just as he was about to charge over, his entire body suddenly stiffened, as if perceiving something unbelievable. Before he even turned his head, a voice he thought he would never hear again rang out from behind him. Lord Andrews, I didn't expect you to be a member of the Black Flame cult. Rain climbed out of the crater in the ground, now in a wretched state. The knight's breastplate given by Hamilton had been directly shattered by Andrews's black flame strike. But surprisingly, there were no apparent wounds on Rain's body. Upon closer observation, one could even see a faint silvery glint on the surface of his exposed skin. Quietly, Rain decided to allocate the skill points meant to enhance his basic meditation technique to breaking his limits. In an instant, the limit break value rose from 15% to 25%. Andrews stared at Rain with a shocked face. The scene before him had truly startled him. How? How could you take my full-powered black flame strike and still remain unscathed? Andrews blurted out in disbelief. His heart was screaming as well. How could this be possible? Even seasoned knights, if they were ambushed with this strike, would be gravely injured. And Rain, a youngster who had just stepped into Transcendence a few days ago, was fine? Truly hellish. Rain, of course, wouldn't answer his question. At this moment, his heart was filled with rage and also a hint of trepidation. If he hadn't awakened his second transcendent characteristic, Iron Skin, he might have been lying down forever. Rain had never suffered such a loss before. So, seizing the moment while his opponent was stupefied, Rain instantly broke his limit and pulled out the dual-handed greatsword from behind his back, leaping towards Andrews with a leap slash. The purpose of breaking the limit was, of course, to match the opponent's speed. The 25% limit break instantly increased Rain's agility from 15 points to just over 18, but not quite 19. When Andrews realized what was happening, Rain's dual-handed greatsword was already above his head. But Andrews was no ordinary knight. A veteran with a limit break exceeding 30%, he managed to hastily use his arm shield in his left hand to block Rain's strike. Clang. Although it was blocked, the impact of Rain's strike caused Andrews' steed to kneel with all four legs and collapse on the ground, unable to rise again. Such a rare knight talent. In just a few days your physical limit break has almost reached that of a seasoned knight, Andrews said slowly, parrying Rain's sword with a gloomy expression. If you were given more time to grow, you really would become a big problem for us. However, the farce can end now. Andrews forcefully pushed with his left hand, repelling Rain's strike, his face showing disdain. Immediately following, Rain lunged at Andrews again with a furious slash, coming from above at a 90-degree angle, straight down. You think this is useful? What? The word hadn't even left his mouth. Andrews' expression changed dramatically, as if he had seen a ghost. For at that moment, the Rain he was facing had muscles swelling to the point of shattering his knight's breastplate into pieces. His muscles inflated like they were being pumped with air, growing by 2 whole sizes. Uffed. Andrews' expression would be forever frozen in that look. This absolutely cannot be a knight who has just stepped into the Transcendent. Not even a peak knight's muscle change is so exaggerated. This was the last thought Andrews had before his death. Rain, who had cleaved Andrews in two with a single, began to rapidly shrink back to his normal size. Planting the glimmering greatsword heavily into the ground, Rain leaned on it while gasping for air. At that moment, his entire muscular body and fascia ached unbearably as if every muscle was being torn apart little by little. Just now, it had been Rain's first time combining the knight's universal transcendent ability, breaking limits, the transcendent characteristic, huge strength, with a full-powered strength burst, all in a triple overlapping state for that single strike. Though it had lasted for less than 2 seconds and had instantly killed a senior knight who possessed the ability to control black flames, the after effects were also extremely serious. The reason for the triple burst was that after Rain's first swing was blocked, he had calculated that his opponent was a senior knight. Under maximum conditions, it was breaking limits at 60%, plus a strength-type transcendent characteristic at 60%, adding up to at most a 120% enhancement. With their base strength nearly equal, Rain only had a sure win by combining the 3 bursts to achieve a 155% enhancement. Even though Andrews' transcendent characteristic might not have been strength-related and might not have reached a 120% enhancement, Rain didn't want to make any more mistakes. Meanwhile, Jenny in the distant carriage compartment was stunned, her cherry lips agape wide enough to fit an apple, her beautiful eyes round and wide, unable to snap back to reality for a long time. The splendor of that single swing had caught her eyes and was now imprinted in her heart. My God, was Rain a god descended to Earth? How could muscles get so big? That's terrifying. No, it's so reassuring. Moreover, the transition from near death to suddenly coming back to life was too sudden, like a person about to drown suddenly surfacing and taking a deep breath. This caused Jenny's face to flush red, and she even rolled her eyes, nearly fainting from the excitement. And the coachman Casso, alike had his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. But after all, he was a man in his 40s and quickly regained his composure, saying, Miss, shall we go help? It seems that Lord Rain is also quite exhausted. Yes. Casso, let's go right now. Rain, enduring the excruciating pain of muscle tearing, pulled up his status panel to check. Your skilled giant bear sword technique has improved. Experience points plus 289. You have undergone a battle. Knight, Transcendent. experience points plus 57. The Knight Transcendent panel has successfully advanced to Knight Transcendent LV2 43/300, awarding 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. Without hesitation, Rain allocated the attribute point to Constitution, and instantly, his Constitution rose from 16 to 17. Suddenly, a warm surge burst forth from his heart and rapidly spread throughout his body. In an instant, all of Rain's muscle-tearing sensation, soreness, and fatigue disappeared. Adding points is useful. At that moment, Lord Rain noticed that after the battle with Andrews, combined with previous experiences against Karawi, Fog Specters, and others, the giant bear sword technique had now reached LV5, 1988/2000. Only one step away, he could enter the gates of LV6. So, when Ginny came down from the carriage, her face full of